Run that up, Rico.
Caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution. Look at my face, pay me respect, please do not play with my line. If you want taste, what you gon' get? Shit that gon' bury your mind. All that's at stake, where is my check? Need every nickel and dime. You play with my race, put you in check, but stopping the vision to climb. They mad that these niggas done woke up and now all our visions to go. Where is the bag to get us so caught up? Yeah, that is the mission and goal. Staying on cold, some of y'all doing too much. Straight up be looking like hoes, never gon' grow. Can't count on you and cuz, most of y'all doing the most. Like this is a show, doing it for entertainment, or you're doing it for clown, or you're doing it to sit at the table with crackers with words in your mouth. I don't play with enslavement, these are the days of the South. These days we play differently, this is what black empowerment's about. Wait, I said there's no time for no friends. Either you with us, against us, don't switch it, cause one of us die in the end. Hey, I'm keeping my eye on the lens, watching the ops despising the picture cause they wanna see the one end. Hey, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind. Hey, I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my life, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Hold on, wait, see a black man doing great with black-owned businesses, building in a different state. Why you snakes way late in the grass, plotting on what you can take. Black money in the black bank, mean black money is safe, protected, like it's heavily protected. If he ever feels threatened, then he go a lead and knock him off his check. Check this. For the record, he can never be weak. Disrespecting any checking your cheek. Rep your city, rep black and green. Never fall, won't quit. There's no limit to what I do for mine. But you so they don't take coming with the anger and hate up all of my ancestors combined. You wanna get one time? I keep it fully loaded, extended in the fully auto. Effing to keep you from crossing that gun line. Hit you in violation. I ain't never shot a caveman. Should be the first, I'ma give you this work. You get in the way of my occupation, yeah. Like I'm the boss and I don't like the way that you talking. This is my office, get permission before you walk in. The yellow tape across the door means
caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my life, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my life, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Run that up, Rico.
Yeah. Let it go. 84 music. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. If the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get him block what he needs, leave him watching like woo. You know I'm on the rhythm with a painless. Coast to stepping, watching my lean shit. Building weapons and goals, you know they aim is. Living lavish and smiles all on the English. As long as we keep working while the game comes. If not, break it open, take sight. One thing for certain, where the game done. Yeah, we taking over where the lanes run. Woo. Why just break it open, make it free? Why just take them true? Why just take the streets? Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, I let him know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, this is fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we taking, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get him block what he needs, leave him watching like woo. No matter where I go, I see the same shit. Cops kill another with the same clip. You know I see his movies, watching slave ships. We wonder why we struggle just to make it. Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work. Another body down, they gon' need a hearse. Cops playing games, take his body search. Play into the grizz, everybody hurt. Whoa. Why just break it open, make it free? Why just take them true? Why just take the streets? Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking these. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, I let them know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, this fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block what he needs, leave him watching like woo.
Alrighty, and we're back. Once again, appreciate everybody for coming over. Give me a second. Alrighty, shout out to Zayax. We'll get the link pinned up as soon as possible. Been having various discussions coming up some of the main topics. Last stream, wanted to highlight and make aware that lynching black men in America never ended. Monday morning on the campus of Delta State University in Mississippi, black man was found hanging from a tree. Police, law enforcement, government, student body agreed he did it to himself. He had problems, and that's it. And on the other side of that, the other news, the Kirkathon. Anybody speaking of bad or against Charlie Kirk gonna have to answer some questions to add to the mix. Got folks losing jobs, YouTube pages, arrested. Another cycle. But yeah, y'all were in a different convo actually, stemming from a longer conversation in terms of generational wealth, progression, political and social dynamics, economic dynamics, globalization, Yodi Pacho A9.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, give y'all a chance.
Yeah, let's get it.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I think this conversation even speaks directly to both of those incidents, especially to the brother. And I don't know if the second person is a brother or like a Mexican mixed with white, or if it's a white cat. I think we're still waiting to see what that is, but we can definitely speak to the young brother at the college. We know that this is horrible. I don't see a young person in college like that, I think it's your third year of college, actually doing something as heinous as this. So we know what this is, especially in the state that it's in. So we're not going to pretend like that's not what we're seeing. I think this is why the conversation that we're having is so important, because by actually improving our financial literacy and inundating our community. Like it needs to be a blitz on economic empowerment and how to actually use that. And I think it was a brother Rob that was saying this the other night about cultural identity. I don't agree that we need a deeper cultural awareness as well, but we definitely need to understand the economic impact of financial literacy and how it can even have an amazing impact on attacking a situation like what happened at the college, right? If we have our own lobbyists and our own funds and our own super PACs and all of these things that go directly towards making sure that our government is held accountable when things like this happen, then we're no longer having these conversations in a vacuum of like, oh, we know that it wasn't suicide. Instead, we have real power behind our voice. This is why I think the sister talking about the things that she's talking about is so important. And we can say that for to a certain respect, we can't say they dropped the ball. This is why I say I can't say our predecessors dropped the ball. I just say he didn't know, right? There's no conversations about political awareness at the tables in the 80s, right? I think we're even forgetting about what's really going on during the crack era, right? Those of us that really lived in these areas and in these spaces, we're forgetting what the 90s was like when our culture is really fighting for identity. And we got gang culture and we got hip hop culture and we have all of these different evolutions of who we are as a people that's coming out of the Black Power movements from the 60s and the 70s. The concept now has to be looking at that and learning. And I think we had talked about this before we went back on. The reason that a Pacho exists, the reason that a Yodi exists, and even me, I think, or Afro, is because we can stand on the triumphs and the failures of our predecessors, and now realize what's really important. And I think economic awareness and financial literacy has to become something that we put at the forefront of our community, because that's the game that the rest of the people are playing against us geopolitically. I think Yodi had brought up how come immigrants can come into this country and do so well. A lot of that is because they are given different stipends and given different things that help them become very successful from a business perspective, but they also have a culture that says they'll live 10 to 15 to a house, and they'll make sure that they put everybody on vertically integrating those businesses. So like when you see an Asian company that's got a beauty, a beauty store, a beauty supply store, they're not just selling the stuff, right? They're producing it or manufacturing it or getting it from different parts of their country. And then they have salespeople who are part of that are a part of their team. So they are integrating vertically and they're doing it from a family dynamic, right? That is a part of economic understanding. I think the brother Afro had talked about nepotism, and he was in college, he was at a college course, and the professor was saying that Black people shouldn't hire their kids and all of these things. That's ignorance. We should be practicing so many forms of nepotism that it makes people sick, but it has to start from a child. You should be telling your kids, I'm building this business for you to take over. And even if you don't want to run it on a day-to-day basis, then you need to have the education of what it means to hire and put in the proper CEO, because this is something that we can feed our families for the rest of our lives and help and impact our community. So I'll go in there and let's see where we go.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, nepotism, I think nepotism can work both ways in this modern economy. I happen to practice nepotism myself. I'm on the production end of skilled trades, dealing with production with shows and things of that nature. I happen to be amongst a group of young Black men that come out of street culture and are actively practicing nepotism. That's a strategy that I promote amongst
Nepotism
young.
is a natural law, a natural
Right,
order of things.
right, and
I agree.
I think we moved away from that, or were moved away from that, like you mentioned, or to reiterate, like you said, anonymous Hebrew. We don't really look at. Sorry about the noise. The impact of the crack epidemic, and a lot of our men and women. But I'll speak to the men. A lot of them, the men that were engaged in skilled trades, carpenters, plumbers, a segment of the population did fall victim to what I call chemical warfare in the form of crack and heroin that the sister mentioned. But I will reference the text by Gary Webb, Dark Alliance, the CIA crack cocaine explosion. Again, it's just a fact that our government and our tax dollars were utilized to bring crack into the community.
Not
That's
just
what,
bring any day, right?
yeah.
It is a complete
It was,
annihilation
it
what
was
we
like a
see between,
bomb. It was like a
between the drugs
bomb.
and the guns, bro. I remember being 10, 11 and watching cats being able to just go snatch high level military weapons off the trains. The trains would just come and stop, and they was just snatching all types of guns off trains, bro.
Yeah.
Like this is the 80s was crazy, fam.
So from a war, just from a warfare standpoint, if we look at that, if we want to look at subterfuge and the undermining of our community, which are just facts to be discussed or factors to be understood, that's real. Gary Webb's
I just
text speaks to that
I
CIA
just
crack cocaine explosion.
I
But many of those that in their attention and the abilities of certain segments of our community, their energies were redirected towards the crack. That revolutionary energy that we saw coming out of the 60s, it was redirected towards the crack. Many self-medicated, unfortunately, self-medicated. Not to dwell on it, but it is a factor that our community lives with, and we can, just observe. But y'all go on though.
All right, I'll tap in until somebody else want to come in.
my bad. My fault, y'all. I just
Go
wanted
ahead,
to say
Yoda. You got
real
it. You've been
fast.
quiet. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say this, right, and I agree with a lot of y'all points, what y'all saying, right, because we basically saying the same things in different ways, right? But the real history, or part of the history of our economic downfall, as far as Black community in in this country, right, is based on like Black Jedi was saying, lack of education, right? On lack of education, not only in economics but politically as well, because politics and
Yeah,
economics
that's
is
a great point.
it's like
That's a
peanut butter and
great point.
jelly. It goes hand in hand. You understand? So we could have resources, right? Because we're in a country under jurisdiction and authority, right? We got to pay taxes when we make our living or make profits, right? So we got to do business with this system, whether we like it or not. You know what I'm saying? So we have to have knowledge how to get through the system, know the loopholes, and how to do it the correct way as a community. That's why the Asians are the top earners in this country. That's why the East Indians are the second top earners in this country, right? Even the Hispanics are out working the Black community, right? And it's not because just, of course, we have a system that's not on our side. The system is not on anybody's side, to tell you the truth, right? It's not on
I
Black
kind of
people's
disagree
side.
with that a
It's
little
not
bit. I
on
disagree with that
nobody's
part a little
side.
bit.
It's all about knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. And the Black community lost that in our culture, while other groups kept it together. And that's just the simple truth.
I just
Yeah. Ooh,
go ahead, Pop. You got it.
all right. I agree in terms of like I understand what we went through and what Yodi said in terms of it's not on anybody's side because at the end of the day, this is, America has turned into a business, right? And
Exactly.
my thing is, and it's really it's just kind of like the way this conversation is happening is just happening just on such a correct level because one of the last things we were saying in the last conversation, Yodi wasn't there yet, but what he just said now in terms of politics, right? Politics
Yeah.
and economics, one and the same, two sides of the same coin. Where I think Black Jedi was saying it in the last conversation, where listen, we don't even talk about politics at the table. And I'm like, how did that happen from the point of everything that was going on beforehand? Because that means we were talking about politics and we were talking about economics at the dinner table.
Exactly.
Everybody was galvanized into
And then we
it.
sold out and stopped talking.
Nah, I don't. Okay, so I don't know how old y'all fathers or mothers is, so I don't want to.
Boomers.
This is a joke. This is a joke. I was just joking.
Okay, I was about to say, yo, you finna make me crash, bro. What's we doing? All right, hey,
you about to crash out?
Like, I was finna crash, bro. Like, what? So, because I think this is where the end or the effect of COINTELPRO does become a very serious conversation psychologically on what it did to us at the dinner table. When you see Medgar Evers, Malcolm, Martin, everybody that you thought was a powerhouse actually murdered, it creates a level of fear that then makes you feel like you have no way of getting out. I'm not saying right, wrong, and different. You can say we gave up, you can say whatever, but by the time you get through that in the 70s and then you get to the 80s and you got all of these people self-medicating, as Afro was talking about, not to mention the vets that went to Vietnam, now they coming home and they got these heroin addictions. All of these men who should have been or could have been our springboard to the next situation are now inundated with drugs because of lack of hope and a bunch of despair that exists in the community. So the reason that the politic conversation dies at the table is because there's a level of fear and a level of despair that enters into the community because you saw all of your heroes murdered. I'll land right here. We can easily say, oh, that's soft and such and such and such, because that's how we would see it now. But at that point in time, I know the old heads that went through it, right? I'm interviewing multiple members of the NOI who were all of a sudden, you know, they're traveling the country, then all of a sudden there's a split because of what happens, and now they can't even travel no more because the payments ain't been made to help their families, and so they got to fight just to get back home, whereas before they was able to do this and do that. So all of the things that were put in place that were helping us to become upwardly mobile were destroyed. Go ahead.
I'm gonna add to that, right? Because you're right, you're absolutely right, but I disagree slightly. I'm gonna explain why with this story, right? In history, you ever heard of the Opium Wars in the 1800s between the British and the Chinese Empire?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You know what happened? Look at the Chinese now. Look at the Chinese now, right?
I just don't think it's fair to compare us to them, and I'll tell you why in a second.
But they went through the same thing, similar things. The opium epidemic. They went through the same shit, and look at them now. I don't think they looking back and say, "Damn, we was heroin addicts, so we just gonna sell everything out." Like,
now,
I don't think they looking at history. I'm not saying that's how you looking at it, bro.
That's not, and I get what you're saying, and I don't want it to come across that that's what I'm saying, but I'm also speaking, you know, truth to realness. Like, so, the reason I don't think it's fair is because we have a completely different epigenetic background. Like, we have a completely different makeup.
Explain that.
Wrong.
Who said wrong? Somebody said wrong?
No, that was just me saying, I'm listening.
So we have a completely different epigenetic makeup, meaning when we look at our history as Black people, and this is why I try not to talk about ancient cultures as Black people, because they didn't experience what we experienced, especially here in the North American diaspora, right? Our entire existence in this country is a thing of hopelessness and disparity where we are constantly overcoming. And so when you constantly see that, it is almost genetically inbred in you that you are going to either start to respond to fear or respond to different stimuli in the environment. That's probably going to be a negative response, right? Because your entire existence of a thing is not built on pride of community and pride of actually standing on something, because every time you stand on something, they kill you. Every time you stand on something, they take it from you. Every time you stand on something,
back on that.
I want you to, but I'm speaking to the science of it though, right? And we could really start to bring out different papers. I don't really want to do it, but we can, right? Just on what happens But
I
just on
agree
what
on that
happens,
one, brother. I agree.
but just on what happens when you consistently inbred fear into the brain of a culture of people, right? When you consistently put that and breed that into a people, at some point in time, that stuff starts to work, fam. And so while I can say now, yeah, we like F it, we ain't going. We finna stand on something or die on everything, whatever. We finna stand on it and it don't matter. There's a time period where that fear tactic and that inundation into our community literally worked. The marketing ploys, the drugs, the redlining, the gerrymandering, all of those things worked as a conglomerate, right? All of those things worked as a national conglomerate to destroy our communities, to where
Right.
politics, economics don't even seem like a viable option in our communities.
I'm gonna give a little pushback on that, right? Like I said, you're not totally wrong. I'm not gonna say, you know what I mean? But I'm gonna give the reason when you say that, right? It makes me think like to ask two questions, right? Was the black community stronger in slavery than after before the Civil War or after the Civil War? That's one. And the second part of that question would be, and the blacks in the South, black community in the southern states, right? Are they more valuable as far as assets? They have more land, they might have more resources than the black community in the North. And the reason I'm asking those two questions because it's going to push back on what you're saying. Like, I think slavery held the black community together, like you're saying, because of the oppression, because of the struggle, that right. So the struggle kind of made us better, wouldn't you think?
I'm not talking about the struggle. I'm not
saying that. I'm just saying like.
Well, no, I agree. In my personal opinion, we were stronger before than after, right?
So that's what part of what I'm saying. Like, I think like the young lady was saying earlier when she was disagreeing when people were saying like, oh, we were weaker, we weren't stronger. We got the crab in the bucket ideology from slavery. I don't think so. I think we were more unified.
But that's the point.
I think we were more together.
Yeah, that was his point.
That's a good point.
That was my actual point. That's my actual entire point.
The post-traumatic stress. Go ahead, Anonymous. The post-traumatic stress.
Because I know you're gonna speak to it. I'm gonna turn it right over to you. I 100% agree with you. Now, maybe we weren't as strong in terms of economic power, like in what we could do today, right? But we were definitely stronger from a unity standpoint because we had no choice. We had to stand with each other.
Right. So I agree with that. What I was going to say with that is just briefly. I was going to say with that is that's the reason why I was kind of pushing back a little bit. Because
but the
unification should have translated in a.
See, that's where I disagree. Right?
Oh,
because
why? Tell me why you disagree.
Because as things progressed, so did our enemies' tactics and tools of separation and destruction.
Okay.
Right.
So that means
to ignore the actual social engineering that these people were doing to inundate and destroy our unity shows either.
Why do we allow that though? Since we've been through 200 years of slavery, we didn't know
it's not about allowing
tactics yet.
It's not about not how. Who knew about? How could you know about COINTELPRO? Wait. How you didn't even know about COINTELPRO until the documents was released. You didn't know how diabolical, bro. I'll be honest with you. You don't know how diabolical the system is right now unless you've been in the military. I guarantee you that.
I spent a little time in the military. My sister was in Afghanistan. We know how that shit is.
Not you, right? So the point is, you don't even understand the inner workings of the military.
Whole family's in the military.
You don't understand. Mine's too, including me, was in the military, right? So what I'm saying is we don't even understand the inner workings of the military intelligence gathering apparatus right now at work on our people and how they're inundating.
That's true, but is that our fault or the system fault?
Now we talking about blame. I'm not assigning blame.
No, I'm talking about that.
I don't even know how to.
But we
so then it would be the system. So then it would be the system's fault.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna let you talk. Let me say one thing. The reason why I'm keep going back to this fault and the blame is because it seems like we're not acknowledging our problem. That's what we're saying. That's why I keep going back to that.
We're completely acknowledging. Go ahead. Go
You
ahead.
just got at this point. We can't look at it as fault or blame. We got to look at it as a military strategy against our people, various military strategies, and what do we do to circumvent or maneuver around those strategies that have been utilized against our people. You
I
know, that's
agree.
the only thing that
I
we can
agree.
do.
I
You
agree.
can't
There's a
place fault.
military.
I'm not looking at it from a fault or blame standpoint. I'm looking at it from an observational standpoint. It's been executed against our people, and where do we move? Where do we go from here? How do we remedy? How
Okay,
do
so the
we
loser of a
flank,
game, the
flank
loser
that?
of a boxing match, who's
How do
fault?
you
If
flank
the
it?
loser wins the boxing match, who's at fault? The trainer or the boxer?
It depends.
Both.
It depends on the moves made. It depends on the
Right,
moves that were made.
right, exactly,
The match
right.
ain't
So
over though. That's the
we
problem.
subjective. The reason I'm not saying everybody got to look at the fault or the blame. I'm saying why I'm doing that. I'm not saying y'all got to look at it like that. I'm just trying to express why I'm keep going back to that because there's a reason why I'm doing it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so I agree with you. I think the point that you're trying to make is at some point in time as a culture, we got to take responsibility and do better. I'm not
Exactly.
dis-
And that's why
but
I was doing that.
but a part of taking responsibility, like, so when you are in business and things fail, you do like a post-mortem report, right? You try to go back and analyze why things didn't work out. One of the biggest
Yep.
things or biggest reasons things didn't work out is because we didn't understand how our enemy worked. We can sit here now and say it, looking at it 20, 30, 40 years later, oh, it should have been easy to see. No, because you're too busy in the fight, fam. Right? That's the thing about a boxer. How come so-and-so didn't slip the jab here or do this there? Because he was getting his ribs hit the whole time. He getting punched in his nose the whole time, right? His enemy was stronger and faster than him, and so he did everything he could
But
to
he had
try
6 months to study the enemy, right?
No, he
6 months
didn't.
training
Not if the
before a
enemy,
boxing match, right?
but the enemy also had 6 months. So what happens when the tendency that you saw the enemy to have in this space all of a
That's why
sudden
you do
changed?
film work and all that.
Nah, bro, and I do it, and I've done it, right? So let's talk about the film work. When all of a sudden we gear up to fight an election, right? And we're gonna attack these districts to make sure that we get enough votes in these areas, and in the last minute they change the districts. They readjust everything, and so now we lose the edge that we had on which we could actualize change in voting, right?
You're right about that.
Or when we work for 2 years to get our credit up and do all of these different things, and we're going to use this now to build a business and do it the right way, and then they change the lending practices on you at the last minute. All of those things become a tactic that the enemy continues to use for those of us that are here that are actually participating in the fight, that they continue to use. And then now you got to deal with the marketing apparatus, right? And then the separation of family and destroying it and saying, okay, well, if you put this man out the house, we'll give you certain things. If you put these people on child support, if you do this, you do that. Now, I'm not saying allow brothers to be deadbeats.
Those things happen because we accepted it.
No, but I do want to say this. I'm not saying
it wouldn't
I'm
happen
not saying
no matter
continue,
how hard the government was trying to do it.
But
the whole point is we
acceptance,
accepted it. You know what I'm
acceptance, no, bro, because acceptance speaks. Acceptance. Go ahead, because everybody wants to talk.
Me recognizing the function of COINTELPRO. I don't take the victim stance. I'm actively accountable for my 2 sons. I'm actively accountable. My oldest son is in trade school for HVAC right now.
That's brilliant.
Also,
and
one second. Also came to work with me the other day. Just started work with me the other day. So it's about personal accountability too. You know, no one's trying to remove personal accountability. You know what I mean? But it's about personal accountability, definitely. But there is also a macro conversation that I think we can have that conversation healthy with critique, but understand that these factors did exist in the community. But again, I take my own personal accountability by me being on top of my own sons actively, and another reason why, I take personal offense to, what we see in the title, because I do have 2 black sons. I do have 2 sons, young black men, but accountability, personal accountability.
Afro, I just gonna say this. I'm gonna give y'all the floor, right? I'm gonna just say one thing. I'm gonna give y'all the floor.
Where you grew up at, Yodi?
Oh, I grew up in New York, Queens.
what's your like ethnic background like?
My ethnic background my family from the Caribbean.
Makes sense. Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
All right. Yeah. No, that's.
But I was just gonna say this. I'm gonna give y'all the floor though, because I want to hear y'all. I'm just gonna say one thing, right? Afro-Asiatic, you, my friend, should be the standard of every black family, not just in the United States, across the fucking world.
Now, I wouldn't go that far, brother.
No, I'm gonna go. No. I'm saying that.
Now watch
I don't
this.
care what you think. I'm saying that, right? You should be the standard, right, of how a father should raise his family. A black father. I'm gonna keep it real.
You assume. So watch this, right? So I got a 21-year-old daughter. She's in school. She's in school for cybersecurity, right? So and my 2 younger kids are homeschooled, and you know they'll be great once they get to a certain age. I think the assumption is that black fathers aren't doing what Afro-Asiatic is saying and getting into, and I would wholeheartedly disagree.
No, I'm not saying no black father not doing
right.
that.
I would say he is the standard, right?
He is,
and I would say
that's
there,
what I'm saying.
I would say there are many of us in the Gen X age range that are implementing and actually imitating, or because I was doing it before I even knew Afro, and I've been very vocal about these type of things for the last 6-7 years, right? So
yes, sir.
I think while I hear the points that you're making, I don't want it to go up, and I promise you certain things gonna go up in a minute if I think my bro gonna hit the panel. But shout out Taz. So the point is now understanding kind of the cultural standpoint that you come from. I think that there is a different culture that comes in a Caribbean household than that comes from the blacks that really grew up and are descendants of sharecroppers. Right?
Explain
my people.
That.
So,
like
give
what?
Me an example.
I want to hear this.
So, from what I can see,
I want to hear this too.
From a Caribbean standpoint, from my personal opinion, there's almost a looking down upon our culture. Maybe not from y'all, but from a lot of the Caribbean brothers and sisters I know, there are a lot of times that there's a looking down upon our culture, or looking down upon us in the respect of all we need to do is this and all we need to do is that, and it ignores a lot of the 3, 4, 5 generational experiences that we experienced here, as opposed to what your parents may have experienced in the Caribbean. Not saying equal, bad, good, wrong, and different, but I'm just saying for our parents that grew up here, there is a true psychological fuck job that has been done that we have been trying to overcome for the last 50 years, especially. And I think to ignore
I don't understand why you had to keep explaining that.
I think, hold on, but I think to ignore that either speaks to a level of disingenuousness or a lack of understanding and knowledge of how we were actually psychologically attacked right here in good old North America.
But don't you think that's happened to like everyone in the diaspora? Don't you think that's happened to everybody in the diaspora? Where in some shape or form, because if we look at the Caribbean, right, they were brought over too, and then they were sharecroppers, right? So I get it. I get all of us have the different aspects or the nuance based off of who was colonizing us, right? But I feel like at the end of the day, Pan-Africanism, diaspora, we all have to understand that we've all had that level of experience, right? And some of it may change based off of the power dynamics, again, colonialism, imperialism, whatever we want to call it, it's still factions of the same kind of pathology, right?
But that's the difference. So those small changes that you ignore, over 50
I'm not
years,
ignoring. I'm just saying that we come to the consensus.
The consensus would be that those small changes actually work for a worse compound effect in certain areas than they would for certain groups, right? Like if I'm constantly inundated here in a different way, then my psychological effect is different. That's why I keep talking about epigenetics. Like just your environment causes an actual cellular or genetic expression.
Yes.
Right? It literally
So you're saying that we weren't.
It doesn't change your DNA, right? But it causes how you right, how you express something is different from how another person will express, and it has everything to do with how their culture was inundated.
Because
you gotta give an example though, like you saying.
Because the person is basically born. Because the person is basically born with elevated stress hormones due to social, cultural conditions. The child, the fetus, is subjected to elevated stress hormones, i.e., cortisol, adrenaline, noradrenaline. So the fight or flight response of that individual after birth may be greater than someone who is born under better circumstances, prenatal environment, meaning while the mother is carrying the child. That's what the brother means by epigenetic. And I think that you do need to share when at your leisure, brother Anonymous Hebrew, you do need to share that type of data with the rest of the community, so our people, me and you, may be aware of it, but many others may not be as abreast of that information, bro.
Yeah, genetic code.
Yeah, I'll come back and do it. And I'm trying to get
I
this
understand the epigenetics. It's correct. I agree with that. But I'm trying to figure out what's the context when you bring that up. What you're trying to say when it comes to the difference between Caribbean experience. You're saying Caribbean people.
You ain't been through what we've been through. You ain't been through America. Like, what do you mean?
We're saying he keeps saying that. I don't understand why it takes so much. He explaining the same thing over and over. If you can't understand what we like Taz saying, what we've been through, you're not gonna get it by now.
So you're saying
what I'm saying, I agree with Anon. No, let me say it. I agree with Anon like this. See, first of all, you got to understand that every time we making a move, these people that's thinking over us is making different moves, right? We have to kind of constantly fight every damn situation. And I'm a 70s baby. Every time we came up with an idea, something they shot it down on purpose. Everything from farming, we lost 90% of our black farmers since 1970s. They've been systematically taking land, like he was saying, redlining. That shit affects people. Our food and water ain't the same. That's why you got the problems with the brothers in Mississippi. The white folks getting the good water, they getting the bad shit, even though they got government. See, you ain't gonna get all that. I watched it happen to my grandmother. I heard stories from my grandfather and stuff like that. So we understand that. We knew when the crack era hit, there was other shit. Before that, it was dogs, heroin and shit like that. Everything you can think of, lead paint, right? When brothers could stay in the projects in New Orleans, when people could stay in the project in New Orleans, white folks can get food stamps, be married, and live in the project until they get on their feet. As soon as they changed that, black men could not stay there. They even made a police force where to make sure your ass ain't in there. We already know this is our history, right? And we can't keep sitting here and explaining that to y'all. And I don't understand.
Yeah, it was pretty obvious. I thought, I'm coming in the conversation late, but at some point, it should be okay to just make the distinction of our experience versus your experience. I don't even mind listening to Caribbean experience, but a lot of times it's put as a opposition or a comparison to a Black American experience, and it's crazy.
They stupid.
That's not what
they stupid. That's not the majority of Caribbean people.
Like that. We brought this.
It is, fam. It is.
People think of y'all and comparing that to every Caribbean people, bro. Now I gotta step in on this shit.
The majority.
It is not the majority, my nigga.
Okay, so I'm talking to you directly. It's the majority that I've dealt with. It's the majority.
Not the majority, bro. And whoever you dealt with, you gotta prove that.
Bringing a conversation to this, man. This is not what it's.
Yeah, you could look around the internet and see it playing out now. There's something. No, there's something there. Right? Please do. Yeah, please do. At some point, right? So go to your country where you're from and fix the economics. At some point, you don't understand our economics here. Our history is tied to our economics. If you don't understand our history, if you don't understand our history, you don't understand our economics.
I
Don't
kind of
compare us
do
to no
understand
Caribbean.
y'all history
Don't
is well
compare
known. It's
us
public.
to no.
We weren't. Listen,
Oh
American
Taz,
my
history is
God.
the
public, bro. It's found
conversation.
in
I don't
books
know
and
where
shit.
you've come
Anybody
in
can
from,
read your
Taz,
history,
but
bro.
the
Fuck you talking
conversation we
about?
Fam.
were talking about generation.
Yeah, and if you got some dumbass Jamaican or some dumbass nigga from the diaspora reading our history, they gonna get it wrong.
You're
Like
taking a
you,
couple of
like you,
stupid
you're gonna get it
Caribbean
wrong.
people with stupid thoughts and
But
saying
man,
that's
we've
the
been listening to
majority.
what the
I disagree with you,
conversation.
brother. Well, if you call me, I don't know if you want to call me a brother, but I disagree with you, sir.
You a black man, bro. Like we ain't gotta do the extra shit. You a black man. You my brother. But we have different experiences. We should be
Yeah, I
able to
don't see
highlight
why you
those.
keep questioning it though. You know, it's
He's
like
not.
y'all
I
keep.
don't.
It's like you keep questioning how.
No
Okay,
one
how
is
can we get together as
questioning.
one? First of all, you got to understand how we got to this point and how we getting screwed over. We understand that, and why we can't do better and stuff like that. Okay, well, we trying to fix on. We've been working on that forever, and it's always a fighting point. Like the guy I'm saying, we got fighters, but we ain't got nobody overlooking to see. We ain't got no coach in the damn corner. We've been on a fight in the middle of the ring the whole time. Ain't
Listen,
nobody looking out, and damn sure not nobody in the diaspora,
the
right?
conversation started from a socioeconomic. This is the second chat. We were running this from another one, right? And we hit the 18-hour mark. And we came here and we started talking from a constructive perspective, not talking about, oh, let's now minimize the African American experience because of a Caribbean, oh, you should be doing it like this. No, it just kind of segued to this. And Yodi has not been coming from that perspective since we started from the other chat. What we were talking about was Gen X because I started the conversation. It was me and Dev. We started the conversation basically talking about what I say. I don't understand Gen X's blind spot because I feel like there was enough for them to understand the position that they were in, and we need to start taking it into
Based
perspective.
on what? What makes you think that? What makes you think that my generation, somebody like, what makes you think I was properly equipped from the school system,
I
from
didn't
from
say you
from
see we
from
came to
from
the
the community?
conversation late, Taz. No one's
No,
arguing.
I'm going off of what
We're
you
not.
just said right there.
I
You said Gen
know.
X was
I know.
equipped.
Yes, I didn't say the school system gave it to y'all, right? I didn't say the school system. Okay.
Where would it have
So
come
what
from?
I'm saying, what do you mean where does it come from? So
Because
basically,
you're saying we were equipped. If we were equipped, who equipped us?
um, what I'm saying is I feel that based off of what you guys, right, were able to get from your predecessors. You understand? That's what I'm talking
What do
about,
you
and
think?
that's what the
So
conversation was.
what
So
do you
what
think we
let me
got from them?
clarify. I am going to say it.
But you gotta clarify what you think we got from them.
I'm going
This,
to say it if you stop
I'm listening. Go
attacking,
ahead.
Taz. I'm not trying, like, I don't like it when y'all devolve into this attacking thing. It's not
I'm not
necessary.
attacking you. I'm just listening,
It's
fam.
just
Go
a
ahead.
conversation, man. We not.
I'm not attacking you, Pacho. You good? Go ahead.
All right, thank you. What I was saying is basically the nuance, right? Where I'm talking about my perspective as a millennial, and I'm seeing it from my perspective and seeing, all right, Gen X, y'all came after a lot of the civil rights movement headway, right? Y'all saw a lot of the things that happened to these so-called civil rights leaders. Y'all were also beneficiaries of some of the civil rights acts that were passed or policies or whatever. Y'all got
Wow.
something and y'all were able to see the good and the bad, right? Because a lot of the time people say millennials had technology, right? And I'm saying you guys had a certain position within the macroeconomics of your time. You guys were able to benefit from a level of globalization. You didn't have the same level of technology that millennials had, but you still were able to have some kind of advancement. And I'm wondering, and I said, this is what I said verbatim. I said, I also see hip hop as that was the decentralized exchange that you guys were given from previous
Wow.
generations. And I feel like you guys missed the ball on that. I feel like that was something that we could have hedged because it was a cultural economy that if we could have kept building on it, right? And then we spoke about
Bro, let
vertical
her finish,
integration.
please.
we spoke about vertical integration. So it was a multi-layered conversation about macroeconomics and the socioeconomic implications of those times. And we were having a very good discussion where no one's coming from this, Caribbean or whatever. It was all about the African Americans, and it was all about basically us as an economy. What can we do from this standpoint? That's what it was.
Right. So let me explain something to you, right? Again, your entire foundation is wrong. Your understanding is flawed because Gen X was not put into that position. Gen X was somewhat kept away from the Black Power movement because of what it did to the Black community as far as policing, as far as people going to jail and all of this shit in the 70s. Our parents did not direct us or push us in that direction because it was looking like that direction was landing people in jail, people getting caught up in bullshit, the police hyper focus on you if you're Black Power, and you can lose your life. So our parents did not put us into the movement. They tried to put us into what was supposed to be the future America, the one where now Black people can get a job, we going to school, it's integration, everything is supposed to be good. Our parents in Gen X tried to redirect us based on that understanding. They didn't raise us in the 60s Black Power element. They raised us in the 70s and 80s integrated element. And if you don't understand that, it's easy to say, yeah, you were prepared. They prepared y'all, but we weren't prepared for white supremacy. Nobody taught us white supremacy as a generation. It was not taught.
Okay, so I did not, I'm not saying the parents directly positioned you guys. I said based off of each generation, there is a blind spot and there is a narrative, right? Each generation is sold a narrative in terms of what America is going to provide for them in order for them to keep being cogs in the machine, right? So I just try to give you a very short overview of what we spoke about because we were speaking for hours. I understand all of that. And I'm saying that in every generation, because I spoke about myself, all of my peers were not doing what I was doing. But I'm saying I know I'm not the only one, right? It's the same way with Gen X. I don't think basically you are the only type a version of Gen X that is able to move away from the programming. Yes, your parents didn't steer you towards some of the things that I'm saying, but this is what I meant when I said there comes a time, right, where your own cognitive thinking as an individual will come online and you're able to now start to discern and deduce certain things from your experience. And
we didn't have online. There was no online.
No, when I say online, I just mean it's a figure of speech. I don't mean literally the internet. I know you guys didn't have access to the internet like my generation. I know that.
But doesn't that limit the scope? But Pacho, what I'm asking you, doesn't that limit the scope in terms of what you're able to learn, what you can see every day, the way you're able to deduce what white supremacy is? You're able to deduce what white supremacy is.
That's the point I was trying to make earlier, though.
Okay, now with that, what I'm saying is, and you're correct, I would have a certain level, right, of information that you guys didn't have because you were there in real time. And I'm able to now see it from very different sources, right? But what I said that I feel that you guys were like the first ripple effect from a lot of the major pinpoints of our history. And you guys still had these people who were alive, who are living, walking archives of that day and time. So even if your parents weren't, it's like you still had access somewhere in your community, right?
No, that's where I disagree.
No,
that's where I disagree.
So please explain to me. Please explain to me.
Yeah,
go ahead.
No doubt. So the I think this comes from, I guess, watching movies or whatever it is, the thought process of the old head that's at the barbershop that's giving game to youngsters and we just not listening.
I don't think it's that way. But
what I'm saying is like. What I'm saying is, I think Taz and I, even though we grew up miles apart, different parts of the country, we grew up a lot alike, right? In the sense of there was none of that. Like he literally just broke it down in a way that I even failed to break it down from the sense of our parents. And that's why I was talking about the fear. And I know fear is probably not the word we like to use, but when you got children and you don't want to see them put in jail because once the Nixon era started and everything that came from that, the type of jail numbers that they was throwing towards our community for the same type of offenses that we would see towards the white community was astronomical, right? And so once you start
life away,
while
yeah,
committing crimes.
okay, but the things
If we
but
know
the
that
things,
they control the, if
okay,
we know that
we'll
they
deal
control the
with hold on.
probation
We'll
system,
deal just let me
Let
land real
him
quick.
go. Hey, nah,
prison
yeah,
system,
bro.
why
Like, this is what I'm
man.
talking about.
Yeah,
How
that's
would we know
crazy.
that? How would I know that? How would I know that? And I just explained to you that we weren't taught none of this shit. We weren't taught none of that. So how would I know they're corrupting the system? How would I know they flooding the streets with drugs? Wasn't nobody teaching us that, fam. What are you talking about?
bro? They had people teaching us that, bro. Malcolm X,
Who?
NOI. We had people
Malcolm
saying
X
this
was
shit, bro. Stop
Malcolm X
saying
was
we
Malcolm X
dead.
was
had
dead,
nobody,
bro.
Chad.
Malcolm X was dead. What do you
Respectfully.
mean? We watched this man get
But we
murdered. We
had
watched these
people
people.
after that. We had people after that.
Who?
Like
Who
who?
telling us the
Who?
shit was wrong? Our
Who?
parents was telling us the shit was wrong.
Because listen,
What
because
was?
this is where it's
Oh,
finna
bro.
get easy at, right? Who came after that? Because if you start naming them, it'll become easier. Fred Hampton. What happened to him? Huey P. Newton. What happened to
He was
him?
I
killed.
agree with that.
Right?
I
Like
agree with that.
COINTELPRO. What is that?
the
Like
war
we
on
have
drugs didn't come to the 80s, and
hold on,
you
but
know,
the war,
just
hold
say
on, but the
no and
war on
all that
drugs,
kind of stuff.
but even the war on drugs was nonsense if you understand what they was really doing.
Right. I mean,
So
just the word in kids with in
right.
schools and stuff to stay
So
off it.
telling
It was
people,
already bad.
telling
Let's be
people to
real.
stay
Not
no to
everybody was
drugs.
on crack. Not everybody
Hold
was
on.
on dope anyway.
Okay,
So
but the
we're not going to
majority.
say like
Hold on,
whole.
we're not talking about on crack though. See, that's why I say, and I don't want to make it a Caribbean thing, so I'm not going to do
Yeah.
it. Right, but we're not going to sit here and act like using crack was the only thing. Right, selling drugs and doing these things that we now look at you as a criminal element. When you talking about people who need a job like yesterday, and they can't get it because of the way that the social engineering programs are set up to where you can't get a good job. You can't get things that are actually taking care of your family. This is what some of our people literally had to do. And then once you now get certain felonies or you get all of this stuff, like now it's a compound effect. Am I saying that this is a good thing and that we should glorify this? No, but to ignore that this is what was literally inundated and pressed upon our community is it does a disservice to the entire argument. Right,
Nah,
so like
I agree. I agree with what you said. You're not
I'm gonna
wrong
land
what
right
you
here.
said.
So I'm gonna land right here. So
Okay,
even
my
when
fault.
Pac and even when Paco, like the sister is extremely intelligent with how she's laying out the argument. But even when we say like, oh, well, you should have got it somewhere else. What I'm saying is, even I like, so you know, I went to private school basically like first grade to like seventh grade, something like that, right? Stopped for a second, then went back. And number one, I saw the toll that it took on my mom. Right, I saw how exhausted she is trying to work all these doubles and crazy swing shifts to make sure that she can put me in these schools and all of the stuff. All the times we had to move because every time we would move to what we thought was a good neighborhood, within a year it is now one of the worst neighborhoods in the area. Right, because of what we see happening
That's
between
facts.
drugs and gangs
That's facts.
throughout our entire neighborhoods. So to say that we were supposed to get whatever it was that you say should have translated from the Black Power movement to the 70s and 80s, it didn't exist. Like I promise you, it didn't exist. Our parents are definitely afraid. Like my pop was literally a part of the NOI, right? Traveling the country during the time of Patty Hearst and the zebra killings and all of this. He tells me these stories all the time. But he said the one thing I never wanted you to do was get involved with that, because once I saw how the nation split up and we went through all of these different things, I learned like, man, it's the worst thing you can put your kid in unless you really are locked in and y'all are all in the system and y'all gonna do it a certain way. And even then, if one or two of your leaders get killed or they sell you out, now you messed up. Right? This is the conversation.
But this is what I'm saying about the information is firsthand, right? This is firsthand information.
But the information is telling you not to go down that path.
Okay,
That's what I'm saying.
Yes,
It was viewed as a failed movement.
I know that, but that is very important. I'm not saying we should only be taking information based off of the shit that only works. No, I'm saying if you just in conversation with an old head and they're telling you whatever, and that person is your parent, that's what I'm saying. You guys with the
You're gonna
from all of that. So
but
I'm
Paco,
saying,
no, you got to be careful with that, Pacho. You got to be careful with that because look, as a teen, I was a lot more rebellious, no different than my own children. I don't think that we should look at 16 on down as actually taking in information. They're going to rebel at some point, even if it's not a super bad rebellion. They still reject the parents' information at some point. They still
Exactly.
start
And that,
following what they want
and
to do
that,
with their
okay,
friends.
That's
okay. And
true.
that right there, you see, Taz, that
But
right
that
there. So when
don't
I was saying
relieve us of
before about,
responsibility, though.
okay, when I was saying before about you come online, that's what I was speaking about, right? That is a natural cognitive experience that every child goes through. Why? In order to now learn discernment, in order to now recalibrate their own mind from their parents' conditioning, right? And for better or for worse, they start looking outside of their home. They start looking outside and into their environment for better or for worse, right? I'm not saying, this is the thing, I'm not having this conversation based off of polarity. I'm saying that both sides equals us making better decisions. Both sides, I feel like we need to cherish this. This is intergenerational wealth. These kind of conversations are the things that didn't happen. And I'm saying, I want to understand from a Gen X, and I'm listening to everything y'all are saying, right? I want to understand because I'm like, look, I was a teenager too. I'm not that far removed that I don't understand what I went through. And like I said, I don't expect every single teenager, every single Gen Xer to be thinking a certain way. But I want to understand the nuances and what happened. What were
I
y'all
mean,
thinking?
but that's what I'm telling you. A lot of us grew up outside, so we had fun outside. We played outside. We never had this moment of staying in the house, playing video games, talking online. We wanted to go outside, come home, drop your book bag, change your shoes, go outside, be outside till dark. Our parents didn't let us do it like that, but that was our desire, to be out all day, no homework, no nothing. I'm saying there was no connection to a community conversation because that your parents had to work. They didn't even have time to sit you down every day and talk real life, Black history, Black future, black. They had to be at work.
But I'm saying, I'm not even expecting no Pan-African type conversations, right? I'm saying that we are living, right? It's the same way I grew up in East New York, right? No one was sitting me down saying X, Y, and Z. I had to ask certain questions. I had experiences that now will get, because let's be real, most of us, if we grew up Black in America, you were parentified as a child, or you had to take on certain adult responsibilities that we can say, you know what, guess what? Other communities may not the same way unless they were an immigrant community, right? So I'm saying just off of that basis, you're around different people, you're having different experiences because you are outside. I was also outside too. I didn't grow up on the computer only, right? That's a certain little segment of my childhood. So I'm saying, I feel that you guys had enough first, second-hand experience from people that you can go.
That's what we're asking.
What are you pointing at though to say that?
So when you're outside, all right, let me clarify. When you're outside, right, you going back to your teenage years and you just want to be out, you just want to be whatever. What are you guys thinking at that point? We just playing outside every single day, and that's all we're doing. There's no aspiration. There's no nothing. So
no, we're playing football. We're playing basketball.
Baseball. Right?
So then basically,
the street lights came on.
Y'all didn't. So basically, y'all didn't think about nothing else of what your life was going to turn out. And I'm just asking, did you grow up with, I mean, I know Anon is saying that his mom was working, breaking her back, doing what she needed to do. Did you grow up financially secure, Taz, or were your parents kind of?
No, not hell, motherfucking no. I had to make myself financially secure. That's what I'm saying. That's why I don't think it's just completely understood. Because like I'm not even saying going out and being Nino Brown, but like starting to pitch little bags of weed.
I was finna say that
here and there. You doing that at 14?
Right.
That was kind of American way.
Okay, so it's not that different from how I grew up. And I'm saying I want to understand, why is it we keep repeating certain things, right? Because you're saying when you were outside, all you were thinking about was just being outside playing. But then now you've just said, well, actually, I was trying to make some money on the side, right? You start
that's
thinking
once you
about
no, that's when you get older.
That's when you get older, right? So let's break it down then. So I hear the question, and I don't even want to treat it like it's being asked, disingenuously. So
right. No, it's a righteous question. It's a righteous question.
Yeah, right. So what Taz is explaining, especially from like 0 to like 10, 11, you literally you playing sports because or you in some type of after school program because your parents are working like crazy. And so the thought process then was at least get them in a PAL, like a police activity league, something like that, where they playing football, baseball, they doing something so we can try to keep them from the crack and keep them from the game, right? That was the first thought. Then by the time you 13, 14, 15, you tired of really being hungry, like literally hungry all the time, right? You tired of being zoned on, you tired of all this. So I could pitch a couple bags, I could make a couple dollars, whatever my hustle is at that point. Even if you're trying to do something righteous, now you worried about your hustle. And that's why I was telling you, the study of the Maslow hierarchy of needs is something that we really got to take into accountability or take into account, because when you're trying to think about eating, when you're trying to figure out how to survive, you're not worried about upward mobility and love and belongingness and becoming these motivational thought process type people for your entire community. Because if you were thinking that, there were several moves that you would have never made because you would have known that they would have came back and harmed your reputation, right?
Okay.
So because none of that is being taught, that you're literally just trying to survive. I'm dead at, like, there's no thought process of like QEP, Newton, and this, that. Some of us wasn't even introduced to that till later in our life, right? And then when you're introduced, or if you're introduced to it early, you're introduced to this is something fearful. Like you can get knocked down for this, you can end up in jail, you can be a political prisoner. And then the other concept is your people ain't even gonna support you. They're gonna call you a big dummy.
Corners of the country, from Chicago, California, and New York, and in the South, different at different times.
And I understand all of that, right? So when we're having this conversation, I'm not thinking from a no, I'm saying you guys were, I had to do, I'm removed from it. You guys were not that far removed from these people. That's what I'm saying, right?
But
I'm trying
they're
to
removed.
understand.
But listen, but they're removed. This what I'm trying to make sure. My grandma was that. She did all of that, but she did all of that from the paperwork side. So that's the side I saw. That side don't look like the other side where you fighting, you're learning, you're teaching, you standing out in front of some shit, protesting. I only learned the book smart part of it. And with that, you don't get the experience part of it. So yeah, we was at the Kwanzaa celebration. Yeah, we went to the Juneteenth celebration. But when I get back to the hood, like niggas on the block, the majority of my community ain't at the Juneteenth celebration.
Yeah, and
they're not.
You know
what I'm saying?
Working. Like, I learned to work.
My family grew up quite different.
Can I just say this? I think this is where there's a skew in what I'm saying. I am not coming from this from a Pan-Africanist only perspective, and you should be outside marching and shit like that. No, my whole point was a socioeconomic one. My whole point was a macroeconomic one. I wanted to understand what were you guys seeing, thinking of from a financial literacy and from an economic standpoint. I said, fuck all the other stuff. To me, how I'm wanting to have this conversation, I don't expect all of us to now basically, I was not expecting Gen X to now basically take up the mantle and then start protesting and doing what the Panthers did and doing what Malcolm X did. I'm saying y'all got to see that in some way, shape, or form. In real time, right?
I got it. On survival mode and survival mode, man. For the most part, in fight mode.
It's part of your environment, right?
No, it wasn't.
So when I'm saying it's part of your environment, meaning that, hey, you guys may have seen this on TV in terms of, guess what? The same way that we were able to see Egypt's revolution, right? So wait, y'all didn't, clarify this.
That's not what was on. That's not what was on TV.
So you gotta understand. So at this point, and this is why we talking about all the different media apparatuses, marketing, the entire point. So I'm gonna speak to two different points. You asked about what did we see, but you also about the socio-economic, and this is why Dev said it earlier, and Taz even said it. Once our parents saw what the results were from being these revolutionaries and whatnot, the thought process is now upward mobility. We got to get 2-3 jobs. We got to integrate into corporate America and achieve this quote unquote American dream. So that way our kids aren't getting killed and put in jail. That's what our parents are literally telling us. It's what they're teaching us. Right. And so the conversation is now, I'm watching my mom, my aunts, my uncles, everybody working they butt off, just trying to live, trying to make it. So a Juneteenth celebration, like that's a few far in between, right? And I get that's not the point that you're going to, but from a socio-economic perspective, we were inundated with the thought process of you could save your way to freedom, basically. You can work, and save up enough dollars to actually buy a house and get you out of this neighborhood where everybody is getting killed, right? And until we got older, where we realized, yeah, that's a little, that's a little harder. There's a smarter way to do it. Now, to what we were seeing, once you 20s, 30s, you're starting to see. Well, for me, I didn't really start to grasp a lot of this to like 27, 28, 30, right? Like, because you going now, and then you got to go through the process of unlearning everything that you learned that was detrimental in those first 15 to 20 some odd years. So now there's a deprogramming and then a reprogramming phase, right? But what you see, so then to ask what you saw on television, you're not seeing none of that, right? You seeing the news, you seeing these crazy sitcoms that we was watching, and you seeing sports. Like even television programming now has evolved as opposed to what we were seeing. Everybody on here that was in that same age gonna tell you, you doing what you do, you come home, you watch a few shows, whatever, and then MASH gonna put you to sleep, right? And then they play the national anthem, and then you hear the and then you hear the sit boo boo sit good job commercial, and then TV stops. You know what I'm saying?
Let me tell you what. Let me give an example of what was going on. I'm a '70s baby, born in 1970. When that was going, I mean, my people from Bassfield, Mississippi, and in Hattiesburg, right, where they stole the money from from the blacks and shit, and also San Francisco, Louisiana, and I'm in New Orleans. During that time, the first thing was there was the big push was to get people educated because you wanted your aunts and stuff like that to get into nursing and stuff like that. I have two aunts with degree masters and stuff in accounting, and one's in social work. She has a doctorate. And so it was that the guys went through trade schools at that time. All this was a fight to get to the middle class era, right? And at that same time, we were still going through all these things with the crack era and all that kind of stuff. That at the same time, redlining, we couldn't buy. Like my mom couldn't buy a house. She couldn't get a loan to buy a house, even though she had excellent credit. Right. My mom did domestic work and put her sisters through school. Right. She was the oldest sister. My brother, we went through Job Corps and trade schools, things like that, truck drivers, stuff like that. So it was a fight to get to the middle class, right? And every time now they close the trade schools. Now they close Job Corps. Now and see that those kind of barriers, we don't see that coming sometimes. So that was the frame of mind of my family personally, and some of the people down south, coming out of New Orleans. New Orleans itself is the working class poor. It's poor living wages. It's $2 and something an hour for the wait staff for waiters and bartenders. That was slave wages, pretty much. And then you got the hotel workers. So our whole industry is hotel and service industry. So that's another thing, and that's one of the biggest industries down here in the South until you get to like Miami or something. Texas is different. They really June 19th is something really special to Texas, right? So they was going through something else at that time. So it's a whole bunch of things that's coming from different areas of society in the United States that make it like that. So it's kind of hard to pinpoint.
Thank you, because this is what I was saying before. I feel these are the nuances that I want to understand, right? Because I'm looking at it from a certain perspective, and nuance isn't lost on me. But what I see is a repeating pattern. And I'm just kind of like, I've been asking these questions to myself since I was a teenager. A lot of what you guys are saying in terms of personal experience, I did the same thing. And I'm like, and I had more stuff, right? And I asked a lot of questions. I worked, like I was saying to Anon and everybody else who was here from before. Listen, we was out here outside doing what we needed to do when our parents, especially during the summertime, when your parents are still going to work, and it's basically, we rotated. I had to think about it as an adult, like, oh snap, we literally rotated everybody's home cooking to make sure all of us were being fed during the whole summer. So when somebody's house ran out, yo, we was at the other person's house.
Everybody did. That's crazy work, right?
But that's what. But this is But so I want to understand, if I'm doing this as a millennial, and then I so-called have all of these kind of advances, which for me, I would say that I have basically leveraged, right? I want to know what happened with Gen X, because I feel like there are certain things that weren't leveraged, and I want to understand. And it's the same thing I said, where I feel we don't have enough of these conversations early enough, right? Where with Kev, he said his mom, because she was the eldest, she had perfect credit. She could have bought a house, but she also still sent her sisters or her siblings to school. I've heard that. So then I want to understand, when did that kind of thinking stop? And I understand money,
but
right?
see, I think what your conversation is absent of the understanding of white supremacy. I'm saying a lot of that topic became it became mainstream, so to speak. And I'm saying amongst black people, it became an understood topic in your generation. My generation, you would have had to been around some academic scholars. You would have had to been around some people who, you know what I'm saying, really talking from that realm, because it wasn't in everyday conversation or in everyday focus. You hear me now? There was no everyday focus to move not only yourself, but your people towards moving away from a system that is set up to go against you, or trying to figure out a way to benefit yourself. And a lot of what I heard was, shit, this is just what it is. And this is what it's going to be. So figure out a way within this. Not that you can change anything or even better yourself. I don't think that was the overall message, was you can't. I think the overall message was, your black ass got a ceiling. And because a lot of that was nuanced, and we didn't go into what those nuances were until maybe your generation, we was kind of taught that, nigga, you black, and the ceiling is pretty low for you, fam. So don't try to do too much. You know what I'm saying? Maybe, just try to stay alive, fam. Just you know what I'm saying? That's as long as you stay alive. Yeah, don't go to jail. Stay.
It's funny hearing you say it now, but this is literally what we was taught, bro. You gotta live.
Bro.
And see, like my aunt and mom, them, they came right off of that MLK stuff, which was in '68. I'm born in '70, so I got the feel of all of that. And so like my uncles and them was out there with that, right? Now, there's a lot of people get that confused because they read about it in the book, and they go to like we was just all a bunch of punks down here. But everybody didn't roll with MLK when he started. That was for his church parishioners and a few college students. It wasn't until they started putting it on television that all of us who ain't scared of them white folks and period and stuff like that, that's when we came out. That's when my uncle and them said we went out there then. All right, and if it wouldn't, and that's why you had to ask. Okay, that's when the fighting back started, because they wasn't gonna take that, and he had to ask not to fight back. So if you couldn't do that, you went up, went on the highway or wherever they was, you gave them food and they could stay at your house and stuff like that, because that was their movement, right? So that's some of the history that people don't know in general, because other than that, it would have been like the black dude at the Alabama pier throwing his hat up when they jumped him, because so that's our environment,
Okay.
Then you fast forward to 77.
Okay, go ahead.
Then you fast forward 78, 79, 80. Now this is something completely different, right? I do believe like that 68, 69, 70 to like 73, something like that. Like they still kind of maybe, in what you're saying, maybe have some direct connection to some of that, right? And we being generous by saying maybe, right? When you get 75, 6, 7, 8, 9, 80, that's over. Gone. Like I'm talking, when I say it's gone, like it's completely gone. I promise you, as crazy as this sound, Black Panthers was like a mythical character by the time I was in junior high. It's just something you heard about, and I'm from the Bay Area.
We looked up to them. See, we still remember we still remember stories of the Deacon Boys. That was our history was told by our elders. Right?
Do you understand how crazy this is to be from the Bay Area, right? And this is something that's not being pressed in your community, and this speaks directly to the effect that crack, in my opinion, really had on our community, because
Right.
it also killed the process. So my mom used to talk about this time period when they was growing up, and you could end up getting 3 or 4 whoopings on your way home if everybody knew you got in trouble. I wish you would with somebody, but with somebody kid in the 80s, you might get popped.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like it literally shifted. It destroyed the
Oh, that
entire.
changed.
Yeah,
Well,
it
can I tell you
completely
another thing
destroyed.
too, man? A
What
lot of
are you
people,
talking about?
there are
Niggas
people
are
I've
scared to
talked
whip
to.
me.
There are people I've talked to that was from Chicago and stuff like that, and in the West Coast, who said their parents said they refused to talk about the South,
They didn't want
because
to
they
talk
just
about
got
it.
out of that,
They didn't want to talk about it.
yeah, you got to tell a history, you got to tell a story though, because you ain't
No,
gonna learn it in no books.
But
but here the
let's
reason they
be
wasn't
real
telling
though.
it. Taz told you why they wasn't telling it. Taz told you why they wasn't telling it.
To keep
They
moving
don't.
forward. I get it.
You
I mean,
literally. This
because
is. Go
because
I
they
ahead.
get it.
don't because for real, like my mom is one of them, right? She was 12 in 1970 when the police killed a little friend that she played with. So she watched the Black Panthers march, she watched the police come, she watched all this shit, but she was a kid. By the time she raising me though, she's 18, 10 years later, 78, she not on that. You know what I'm saying? And I'm saying in a sense that it's in her heart. She's
Got
still
it.
that person. That's what you hear in me. But
Yeah.
what she ain't gonna do is put herself out there on the front lines and say, all right, the community they ain't behind me, but I'm finna push this Black Panther shit. I'm finna push this Black Power
You
shit.
sound like one of
That
those
shit was gone.
Okay.
It was gone.
See,
So it was an internal element. It was just something that you
Yes,
taught
we looked
at
up to the
home.
Black Panthers. Black
Don't let no white man shit on you. White people fucked up, but that ain't a movement no more. That's just an understanding. That's just a teaching. You got to go to school and know you finna go to school around some white folks that don't like you. That's the teaching. It ain't, fight back against oppression. It's get ready to deal with these white folks.
all right. So then, thank you so much, all of y'all, because this is again helping me fill in what I'm seeing right now. I understand that all of that Black Power, all of that stuff was kind of like, okay, it just became erased somewhat, right? So the older 70s born, right, late 60s, early 70s, they still remember to some degree. But then when we get to the latter 70s, it's kind of like, unless your parent kind of had that in her heart, like you're saying, Taz, then literally some people didn't talk about it, or it was literally erased. Now, I want to know, on a financial perspective, socioeconomic perspective, right?
That's what we talking
What
about.
are you guys thinking about? What are you guys seeing, right?
Okay, so let me go
Because-
first. Let me go first. Because
Mhm.
listen, this is I think what we're trying to explain to you, right? I grew up at first, my dad was working in the steel foundry. They laid off a bunch of these people from the steel foundry, closed it, and my pops start pitching. My pops end up getting locked up. We are in the projects now. We used to have a whole house, the whole nine. You know what I'm saying? By 87, we moved to a Section 8, apartment complex, because I'm from Lima, Ohio. I can't call that a project. I understand some real projects, right? But I'm just saying in a small city version of the projects or whatever. So I'm just saying all that to say, socioeconomically, we're just trying to survive. You know what I'm saying? Once my pops leave and my mom's is going to work, you know what I'm saying? She getting her stamps, she doing what she do, but that's not enough to put me in what I want. So by the time 1990, 1991 come, I'm 13, 14 years old. I don't look to my mom for economics anymore. I don't even understand paying bills or any of that shit. I don't look to my mom to buy my shoes. I don't look for my mom to buy my school clothes. You know what I'm saying? I know she don't have it. So that puts me now in play. Maybe I'm not supposed to be. My pop's telling me I ain't supposed to be, but he don't even live in the same city no more. You know what I'm saying? My grandma telling me I ain't supposed to be out there, but I know what money is now. And
And
you know
that's
what
what I
I'm saying?
was saying. Yes, exactly. That's bound
But
to
but
happen.
but the issue is at 13, I know what money is, and now I'm chasing it. And so I'm just
Yep.
saying that to say now, let me flip that around. With my own son, I tried to be responsible early on teaching him the value of money, because I don't feel like we were taught that. We were just taught you need some. And so
Yeah.
my mom going to work every day, I don't think she had time to sit me down and give me any of these conversations that would be necessary to give the financial understanding moving forward. She just trying to pay bills and shit. And at that point, I don't really understand the working to get paid. I only
Yeah.
understand you need money. I'm young. You know what I'm saying? And so again, I just don't think we learned the value of money in our generation till late. Cause like I said, I thought the shit was for shoes, for hats, for clothes. I didn't even think about paying bills. You know what I'm saying? I didn't think I needed anything other than, well shit, let me see if I can get this car at 15. You know, let me see how much money I can have. But it wasn't to benefit myself or the community, even though some of those lessons were there. Like I'm telling you, my grandma was always in that, but I wasn't embracing it. I saw it, I knew it, went to every celebration, was part of all of this shit, but wasn't tied in personally. My heart wasn't in it until much, much later. And if anything, that would be the question for somebody like me who did see some of it. Why weren't they able to reach me with some of it? Because I saw it, but it wasn't important.
And this is exactly what I want to get to. I want to understand these aspects. I want to understand because I know, when I'm saying it from understanding that we had to basically raise ourselves in certain facets, right? As a kid, even if you can't verbalize the way we're having this conversation today, children aren't stupid, right? So you knew you didn't really understand paying bills like you said when you were 13, 14, but you knew, hey, if I want some of the things that I want, none of these people around here can basically give it to me in the way that I want. You know what I mean? Nah. So I need to figure something out. So you knew you needed money. So
But it ain't much to figure out, Pacho. You watching niggas get money. You watching them on the corner.
And that's what I wanted to know. I'm sorry.
It's just a matter of jumping off the porch. It ain't, you know what I'm saying? It ain't a question of.
I'll tell you how crazy it was for me, right? So my pops, only reason me and my dad got a great relationship because I got older and I went back and I fixed all of this. Right.
Facts.
I'm the progenitor of my family now. Right. I'm the nigga that's traveling the country to put all this stuff together for my family. Right. When I was growing up, my pops was right around the corner from me and would never come see me. Some of that was because of drugs. Some of that was just because of social dynamics that was going on, right? So all I knew was take care of my mom. All I knew at 7 years old is my mom get off work at 3 o'clock. Let me go grab the biggest knife that I can grab and make sure that she get into the house safe. And then I still got to go to school, and she probably finna sleep 3 or 4 hours, and then she right back at it. Yeah. Right? That's all I know. So by the time Taz says, by the time I'm 13, 14, I'm pitching, right? You can't tell me nothing. So by the time I get to high school, I'll either get to high school late or leave in the middle of the high school to go make some plays and come back. And the only reason I'm getting away with it because I'm good at football. I got my own car, nice little 3 Series BMW. I'm doing this is me in high school, like no joke, no games, right? I know what to do to survive. Even some of the money, like looking back on it now, the type of money like some of my cousins and my friends was touching, especially because I got cousins that did 17, 15, 15, 17 in the feds for doing what we was doing, right? So the type of money we was touching, if we would have knew what to do, it'd been completely different. That's why I was saying earlier, the education was not there. It didn't exist in that respect. You can say go to the library, but go to the library and study what? You don't even know the first place to start to understand vertical integration. You don't know the first place to start how to build a C-suite. What's a CEO? What's a CFO? What's a CMO? What does this look like? You don't know any of that. You don't even know the top industries to go into. Now I can get on the internet. I can look at all of that. At that point in time, there's gatekeepers and there's a million hurdles and obstacles in the way, even if you do got the money to figure out how to get involved in real estate or how to get involved in the tech boom before it started, or how to get involved in the stock market. That none of that stuff was just readily available for us. So we literally doing everything we can to survive. That's how I end up in the military, being stupid and getting caught up, right? I didn't just like, oh, I'm gonna go join the military. I got in trouble, right? Now, I'm not saying that I would or wouldn't have. I was against the military, just to be honest, but I didn't knock any other people that I knew that did it because they didn't have nothing. They didn't have any type of hope. Their entire lifestyle was devoid of real male influence because the concept of dead or in jail was real for us. I can't speak for everybody else, but the concept of people either being dead or in jail at that point in time or really involved with some type of craziness or you just had this mediocre, horrible lifestyle that you live in hand to mouth, paycheck to paycheck every day, and you lucky if you could even get a pair of name brand shoes, because if you don't, you pull up to the sports you pull up to your football game with Maitri instead of Nike. They finna cook you. You feel what I'm saying? You come to school with cheetahs and pro wings on, and then somebody else, mommy and daddy, out there pitching. They ain't got no real great job. They just out there pitching. That's how they getting it. And so now he got the fresh new haircut. He got the ducktails. He got the parts in his head. His pop dropping him off in the bins or whatever. And you catching the bus to school, and you bumming. You got holes, and you flooding, and you doing all you sagging. Not because you're trying to be cool. You sagging because you don't want to flood no more. Right? Like this is the lifestyle that you live in if you was living in this in just the regular social economic thought process in the 80s and the 90s, especially. So at some point in time, if you were Taz, if you were me, especially if it's you and your moms, I ain't doing this no more. I gotta go get it. I gotta do something, fam. I gotta do something. And if I'm lucky, I'll make it happen.
You're on the
I'll
East
make it
Coast,
playing football. No, this is on the West Coast. This is the same thing. East Coast, West Coast is doing the same thing, right?
I hear you.
You're doing the same thing.
Let's go get it. You know, to get that. Yeah, I get that. That's where the going for the bag thing come from. I get it.
Yeah, and so
Somebody I had some brothers from New York explain to me. You know, you're like, nah, man, it's a grind. Shit, you got. It's how to go get it, or you go just perish. There was the money thing. I'm like, okay,
you literally was gonna perish, bro.
Right.
Like you literally
even if
you
the way we grew up,
like if you had a parent who had a job. Think if you had a parent like my mom. She was trying to get good jobs. She was working for the bus company and doing bookkeeping and all this stuff, right? So because she needed good insurance, all of this stuff. So, but now she can't get food stamps. She can't get the other assistance, right? The stuff that would have allowed her to at least put aside another $1,500 a month, or an extra $5,000-6,000 a year. So then at the end of the year, now we can go put a down payment on a house, and now we can start to. She was extremely ingenuitive. She started several businesses, started a landscaping business, and all this different stuff. But when you don't have, and that's later in life though. But at that point in time, that's all we know. Social economic, that don't exist. We're trying to survive because we didn't have access to what you thought you could save.
There was a survival thing. So
you
that.
Literally talking to people that thought you could save your way into becoming successful. No, we understand now that we have to go invest, and we have to actively get involved in things to create the type of wealth and the generational wealth changing apparatus.
Now, see, a lot of people just getting on that really. And see, like in the way I grew up, Pacho is, being a '70s baby, and then me and my brother got hit with the Joe Biden damn laws and shit like that. My brother did 25. I went to the juvenile detention at 13. So I went through all that. I went through the whole system thing. Almost a quarter and I'm from the South, so anything that passed through government, these officials and law enforcement really take an extra step on it in the South, because they gonna make sure they punish your ass with somebody. They give your life in a second. The stuff that they see on TV with the immigrants and stuff. I'm like, nah, they're getting white folks treatment. That's white privilege right there. They ain't busting no ass and nothing like that, and they just escorting you to the jail. You lucky, So we grew up in that era, and I went to juvenile system for fighting a little white kid in middle school. I got 5 years in the system, so I've been all over the system. Then when I got out at 18, I was on survival mode, right? So like I was telling about my aunts and things like that, they were just getting on the educational things and stuff like that. Eventually, I worked at UPS and became a driver and stuff like that. But during that time, it was like my mom worked to get a house. A house was equity, right? And you got some. First of all, it was like, what can I leave my grandchildren, right? So that was part of your net wealth. So that's what we was going as far as the money is concerned. I have an aunt with over $500,000 house and stuff like that. So that was our building wealth coming from out of the fields of Alabama and Mississippi. Mississippi and Louisiana. So that's where we were with finances. In turn, I just started learning how to trade stocks and and stuff like that in 2003. So what we didn't know is how to. We knew how to make money, but a lot of people didn't know what to do with the money, right? So I got friends now who in the real estate, and real estate was easier to get into than you thought because down here it's all property, right? You can own land. You can own 3-4 pieces of land that's bringing money in. So the whole concept of bringing money in is what we didn't get. That we just starting to understand that as a people. All right, you have to have 2 or 3 sources of income. Now you couldn't do this whole stock thing prior to 2020, 02, right? Because you couldn't. You needed a lot of money or
Need a
upfront
broker.
money to buy stocks, right?
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't until it was partial shares that you can start purchasing partial shares where anybody can start investing now. So those kind of things. So you had now my thing is what kind of wealth can I build for my kids? So I buy long-term investment stocks that paying dividends. I got a house here and try to buy another double that fourplex, and that's where the money, my frame of mind is where's the money is gonna go now.
So like now, and I'll just add on that, Kev, because you're making a great point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Kev. Thank you.
I've been invested in real estate now.
I've been invested in real estate now. I got like a little brother the dude never finished the 6th grade. He has like 30 damn units.
Yeah,
because
he knows
California right now.
Exactly. And that's
once
what
you
saying.
learn, and see that's the thing.
Education
is one thing, but once you learn the game and the hustle and how they doing it, that's half the damn battle.
Because here's what they don't tell.
But the thing is, he had to get a break on the loans. His wife had excellent credit.
Yeah.
Hey, peace, everybody, man.
To get the loans.
Peace, salute, Kev, salute, Anon, and everybody, Pacho. Yeah, thanks for letting us up real quick. I just wanted to because everybody cooking with fish grease, and you do have a righteous question, Miss Pacho. I just want, on top of what these brothers have already been talking about, with the crack epidemic and everything else. I just want to also point out that there's also a cultural dynamic going on. There's this because latchkey kids. There's a weird dichotomy going on where on one hand you a kid stay in a kid's place, but you gonna babysit these 5 siblings and cook dinner and do what I'm saying. So
Yeah,
there's a strange
parentified.
right. So there's a strange cultural phenomenon going on as well. Not to mention that it's like a war zone, just trying to get to school and everything. If you was going, because I think Anon spoke on it before. You hungry and that was Tad. You hungry and everything else, like school ain't in the forefront of your mind. So not to mention the social engineering going on with some of the TV programs. Everything is all integrated. So the world is really changing. Not to mention the deregulation policies from the Reagan administration with sending all the manufacturing
You
jobs
from
overseas.
Chicago, Lou?
I'm from the West Side, brother.
Okay.
So it's a whole interesting phenomenon going on. Not to mention that Chicago is one of the most segregated cities in this country. So, there's a lot of aspects going on that you have to factor in. And of course, and everybody know about the Holocaust going on with the dope stuff. So I'm gonna let y'all get it though. I'll sit back and listen.
Right.
Excellent point.
Reason why I asked that, when I talked to a brother in Chicago, and because they're in New York, everything is congested. When I went to Chicago, like, damn, y'all live in this? Y'all got 13 floor, 15 floor projects next to each other. It's that congestion, and so that's why I was like, he's like, when you talk to some of these guys, they were like, man, it was the battlefield trying to get to school, man. You got to walk the corner. By the time you get to school, you got people hacking you up for everything possible. So I was like, well, that's a different lifestyle. So coming through that, I had to learn to respect that, because your environment is a big deal.
Not to mention, Kev, the gang culture is like the primary culture in Chicago at that time when you're young and stuff. So
right,
not only so you definitely
when we went out there to California, man, you were like, don't wear those. I'm like, really? They're really serious about that? I'm like, yeah. He said, yeah, dude, they serious about that shit. I mean, that's foreign to us, but you got to respect where you're at.
Like and then if you go into Northern California, you just certain areas you just don't go in. Period, because it's not a color thing. Then it's just a block. Like certain sections is just shut down. Like you just not you ain't got no reason to be there. Police don't even go in there. So, but the point that we making, Pacho, like from a social economic standpoint, like it just didn't exist the way that it does now. And this is why we keep saying, especially for us in our culture, the internet is a huge part of that, right? It's a primary tool that has been used to bridge the gap for a lot of us who weren't exposed except for just survival, right? So like right now,
Pancho, we never heard of that Pan-Africanism and Caribbean stuff down here like that. The only thing we have down here, we got the Mexican that was coming through Texas. Hondurans came in Louisiana after Katrina to help build the houses. You have a few Haitians in Florida. You got the Cubans in Florida. The rest of that, Arkansas, Georgia, North Carolina, Mississippi, Virginia, we ain't had that, and we never even heard of it. And that's why I think that, like when they come in,
but Kev, it was in the music though, Kev. Like if you
but I mean, like that's different.
And
though,
that's what I was
like,
saying about I feel hip hop.
But music, but wait,
before we go there.
Let me just say really quick though, because music, and peace to the panel, man. My bad, and good looking out, Lou. Taz Dip.
What's up, brother?
What's up, Kevy Kev? Only thing I was gonna say is I would agree that it wasn't wide scale in the South, but if you listening to Public Enemy or X Clan and all that, it was in the music, and even in the 70s, it was in the music.
EPMD, all that, but I was a BBD fan, BPD fan. Look at down production.
I thought you was gangbanging for a minute.
By the time we hit 85, especially 90, like the average, that's why I said 77, 78, 79, 80 is completely different from that 75 and forward, further back. Like that 78, 79, especially like the 79, 80, you got a completely different experience by that point in time. So by the time
I didn't realize that Busta Rhymes was Caribbean. We didn't know that. That was just music.
Oh yeah.
By the time,
by
the time the 90s, by the time 90 come, 91, 92, you 10, 11, 12, 13. Now you inundated with nothing but gangster rap. Like, let's keep it a buck. Like, you're not hold on, bro. Like, I lived that. Like, by the time
you're saying for you, you're inundated with it.
I'm talking about that age bracket, right? A 7, a 8. So in 87, 88, 89, if you 7, 8, 9 years old, even if you heard an EPMD record, you don't know what you listening to. But by the time you 13, by the time you 13, 14, 15,
I'm not trying to. Yeah, I'm not trying to reject your premise. I'm just trying to understand it, right? Because at 80, Kev, in 87, 88, 88 is considered one of the greatest years for hip hop. That was BDP by all means necessary. That was Public Enemy, It Takes a Nation.
How old were you in 88? How old were you in 88?
88, I was just graduating 8th grade, starting high school. So I probably was 14 going on 15.
So that's what I'm saying. 88, I'm 7 and 8 years old, bro. You see what I'm saying?
No, I get it. That's why I just asked a clarifying question, brother. I got you.
And so that's why I was clarifying. Anything from like 75, if you born in 75, 74, 73, I hear you. You still, like she said, you basically still got some direct connection to that. You born 78, 79, especially 80, 79 and 80, that's dead. Like that was dead for me, bro. By the time I turned 13 and 14, you got Pac, you got Biggie, you got every form of thug life and this new thug mentality. That's what you're seeing. That's
to be fair, like the early gangster rap was a little different than like what it actually became.
Sure, absolutely.
Because like some of those guys, they was like actually speaking from actual experience and speaking because that voice was not necessarily being heard. It wasn't just a clout chase at that point. So
I'm not.
What was going on at what? Let me ask
Hold on,
Pounds
let
your
me get this
question.
out
What was
first, though,
going on
Kev.
at that time with the money is that like with Master P and them start the whole independent vibe start coming
Yeah.
around. All right,
Yeah,
so
but you
Master
didn't.
P
Hold
start.
on.
No, that was the
Wait, hold
bay.
on.
That was the bay.
No, that's
Well,
Go
no.
ahead. I
You're
see
up
why
in the
you didn't
bay.
want to go down this route, brother. My bad. You
You
right.
see what I'm saying?
hold
You
on,
see
man,
what I'm
because
saying?
Yeah, you
Listen,
right.
bro. So no, but
hold
since we
up.
here, let's do it.
It wasn't.
Hold
It
on, Kev.
wasn't. It wasn't. Yeah, it was the big because Too Short was doing it too.
It wasn't.
But
Yeah, but it wasn't just.
I'm telling her what I'm explaining where the money went. I'm not saying who first. I hope everybody
I
No, it
get
ain't
got
it.
you,
about
Kev. I'm just
first.
messing
No,
with you,
no,
Kev.
Right, because
no. This
you
what I'm
had
saying
brothers
though,
in New
Kev.
York selling CDs and shit like that
No,
too.
this the point that
We
I'm
all
making.
bid off all that, right?
This the point that
But
I'm
where the
making. This the
money
point
was
that I'm
going,
making.
that's where the independent, make your own money thing. You don't, because you had Easy E and them, printing his own stuff and doing his own thing, making his own records down in Texas. You had Jay Prince and them,
Mm-hmm.
who hooked up with Master P, so it was putting out independent music and records and stuff like that now.
Yeah,
So
but
Which
that's where
but
the
you could
money
also
was
say
going.
hold
is a
on, hold on.
continuation from like R&B, right? So like
Right.
No,
Motown and
but
all
we
of that
missing.
information, right?
But we missing a whole aspect of this though.
What's that?
Some of these cats is really still heavy in the streets though,
No,
right?
yeah,
So
because
Yeah,
they
they're
gotta
so
getting
get
the
those
money.
loans, Pacho, to get their own businesses started.
and
No, I
I'm
know.
talking about,
And this is what
but I
I'm
mean
saying
like
where I'm
even
like, I feel how come that spirit didn't continue with you guys' generation in terms of, I'm not saying everybody had to basically go into rap in that way, but I'm like, the same way, for me, I could say that having eBay, right?
Hmm.
So yes, we had AOL and chat or whatever, but it's like I was outside and I have family members, like I was telling them earlier, like, I saw them in there first and I saw them do football numbers. You know what I mean? I saw them do a
Right,
lot of stuff. I've seen people,
right.
I've seen it up close. So my thing is, for me, I'm just kind of like, all right, I saw Master P, right? Obviously later in the 2000s. Then I saw, Dame and them. And I started to just pay attention. And I'll never forget when I can't remember, but I was like mid teenager, whatever. And I'm on my way to Rikers. So I must have been like maybe 17. And I remember going into the corner store and I'm going to Rikers to go visit one of my, my family. And I'm going into the corner store real quick to get stuff for the bus. And then who's on Hot 97 playing? Cameron. And I'll never forget, he starts talking about, yo, when you get your tax return, don't bother just tricking it off. Go get you a franchise. Go get you a da 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 da. And mind you, till then, I didn't really even understand a franchise. I understood McDonald's was a franchise, right? I understood
what
all of
year
this.
is
I'm
that?
like,
What
sorry?
year is that, Paco? What year was that?
Shit, when was Dipset big?
Like
This is 2000.
04, yeah, early 2000s.
Yeah, this is
So
2000s because I was on my way to Rikers, so I know I was at least 16 because I
so
don't
but
think
but even with that, like, so here's the point, right?
mm-hmm.
None of that stuff really permeated the culture in the sense that we think that it should, or in the sense that even it does now today. Like
I
it was
understand that, but I'm
it was a
saying if
completely, just hear me. It's a
mm-hmm.
completely different concept, right? So, like, even the cast that's like 5 years older than me, we talking about now a high school worth of difference, right? So a seventh grader versus a 12th grader, or somebody who's like a freshman in college, right?
Yeah,
So, like the socioeconomic perspective of it is that it didn't exist for a certain age group, for a certain age bracket. There's no concept of that, right? You just fell into this weird space, like this weird middle space of, I literally just gotta survive and I'm finna figure it out. And it's not until you got into your some early 30s, mid 30s, now you gotta undo all the damage that's done. And now a lot of cats is just now getting into a perspective or to a space where they can be viable for the community. And so that's the point that I was trying to make. And excuse me if you felt like you was getting cut off, but like we talked about before, you ain't nobody stepping on you, you don't feel that type of way. So
yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
just but I wanted to bring that home for you, because while I understand what you're saying about hip hop, even Master P is saying it. E40 was one of the biggest, legends in the Bay. And he would even tell cats, like, if you don't understand the industry, you wasting your time. You finna get played, right? And so
Mm-hmm.
that's the other thing you saw happening. All the other cats that's coming up, they didn't even understand the industry. They didn't understand how to properly get income from it. And so they would either sign horrible contracts or they would try to stay independent and maybe get a dope number one or a dope little single, make a couple dollars. But now they couldn't recoup. They owed the label if they did a distribution deal, whatever the situation was. Even when we look at a Master P, he still had to deal with some of the larger companies, but it was on a distribution level, right? I think Birdman kind of on the same joint. So there was just so many different aspects to it that to ask why didn't we learn from this? We in a completely different mind frame now as a culture where we are our focus is we got to learn. That wasn't really the case, especially 90s and the early 2000s. It just wasn't.
I know, because I
Plus,
saw a lot of
yeah,
y'all
Yeah,
partying.
but
I
the
saw a
thing
lot of
is, the good thing is now there's
y'all
nothing. The good thing about it now is nothing stopping us from building wealth. Right? We already know all the games that society go play on us and stuff like that. And now the avenues that's open, real estate, stocks, uh, dividend stocks and stuff like that. We can start stashing away a little bit at a time now, and just building on that. And then it's the main thing there. Like when I used to go to Atlanta back in the '90s and stuff like that. One of the biggest things they had because they had Morris Brown, Clark, and Spelman and Morehouse, I think it was. All that in it was in a college town. Similar to our Xavier and Dillard here, but that was all in one area, and they made a movement back a long time ago just to start supporting black businesses. That was the biggest thing. That's exactly why they blew up like they did outside of the strip club and BMF and shit.
Well, now, Kev, what you had was in addition to the AU Center, you had Georgia Tech right there. You had
Mhm.
UGA up the road. So it really was. But you had everybody because I moved there in '95 and lived in Atlanta for 20 years.
Yeah, that was nice.
And you had cats from the West Coast, obviously from the South. You had native Atlantans, but you really didn't see too much of that activity. But New York, everybody was coming there. And
Right.
because
Yeah.
the money was so good, cats just stayed and built
Yeah.
business. It wasn't even when I lived in Atlanta, like when I'm in Chicago now, I gotta be intentional about shopping black. In Atlanta, you could just walk 2 steps and you
Walk
shopping black.
outside. Yeah.
Yeah, you literally bump your head trying to shop black. So
Right. The
you
first
know,
thing, one of the first things I saw, when I went there, and it was one of the first Freakniks, is a lady walked into a little diner or something like that, and she said, "Somebody black on this restaurant?" And the lady said no. She said, "Okay, thank you," and walked out the door. I was like, "Okay, well that makes sense." And I was thinking, okay, we buying. That's what they do, and now they was on that, and it was
but
big, right? And they
yeah,
had a
but
lot
dig this.
of entrepreneurship,
Dig, yeah, but dig it though. Not even just the restaurants, right? Because we default to that all the time, right? You
Right.
had Atlanta Life Insurance, which was founded and owned by not Herman J. Russell. That's biggest construction company. I don't know what they're looking like now,
Right.
but you had construction, you had life insurance, you had 3 black-owned banks
Mhm.
in Atlanta when I was there.
Right.
Right. And so these people and shout out, I think it's Maynard Jackson, one of the historians up here can correct me if I'm wrong,
Mhm.
but Maynard Jackson made it a point to like minorities had to get a percentage of the city contract. So when you look at Herman J. Russell,
Right. Right. See,
that's that's
that's
largely where
what
he got his bread from. Yeah,
right.
because I don't want people thinking like, you
You
just
can't.
gotta do
We never
restaurants.
did that shit in New Orleans, man, and that's my biggest thing. Now we got another damn corrupt mayor. We could have easily put a tax, a service tax on tourism for black businesses, but they never did it. So you could have did that, or whatever casino in contribute to black business. But we so corrupt, we couldn't get it done. But that's what worked when he brought them in, and then they had a deal with the airport. I think it was right building the airport.
Hartsfield Airport. He
Yeah, so
laid he
many
laid
people
paper.
had to
Herman J. Russell, yep, laid
so
pavement for
many
the
people
airport.
had to be black. Those are middle class jobs. Then you drop in Coca-Cola right there.
Yep,
Okay, that's how you make a thriving area society.
yep. And I know people like to clown Marion Barry all the time, but if you listen to Don Peebles, he talks about that's how he largely became multimillionaire / billionaire, because Marion Barry did the same thing. Those city contracts had to go to a percentage of them had to be guaranteed to a minority, and Don people was able to benefit off of that.
Right. And see, like you speaking in that. See, we only have one major road construction company down here, Paco. So it's hard to get in on that. And that would be Bow Brothers, or something like that. Or you got to have so many millions backing you for insurance and stuff. They couldn't get that kind of loan. So they got Louisiana on lock. It's only one electric company, Entergy, that runs the whole thing. And so you can't really get in on that. And if they subcontract, they're gonna get from out the state. So that's every state is different, especially when you get to Mississippi and
Brother, I
Alabama.
know it's been a lot of conversation around the negative aspects of what it was like growing up during that time, but um I don't know, man. I think the messaging, because I think Generation X did learn, which is why millennials and Zs are largely on the path that they own, right? Some of the ideas that came out of Generation X, you guys may reject and say, oh, hey, I'm gonna do it a different way. I think Generation X is in the point right now where we're just babas and griots, right? We age, and I'm 51 now, so I tell these young bloods, hey, my job is to give you game, and you do with that what you gonna do with it. I'm gonna be in the corner
Let me ask
chill.
you this. Do you think first generational uh, born Americans, of other cultures or diaspora or Afro Americans or whatever, you think? See, I don't think they get this part of history before, from their parents. If
Wait, say
like
it
if your
again, Kevin
parents,
Kev. My what's the name went out.
if your parents are Caribbean and they moved here, then had you and you born American, I don't think their parents was able to teach them any kind of Black history on this level. I
Yeah,
think
and
that's
I
the problem, because a lot of people are lost when you start speaking of FBAs or anything like a lot of people come in missing things like they Black too, but okay, we get it. So I go to the point where your grandmama from.
Yeah, I
You know,
think Taz said it really good earlier though, right? He was just making the distinction between our experiences, right? Because I got a homeboy that I went to grammar school with. His family was Jamaican. That in that area we calling people African booty scratchers and da da da. Because we don't understand patois and all that. But hey, man, shout out to my guy, man. He had the same experiences I had. He traveled the streets of Chicago same way I did, and encountered police, encountered gangs, encountered dope dealing, all that stuff the same way I did.
right? And I
It's
hear
just
some brothers
it's
from the East Coast, like in New York, and talk to them brothers there, and you're like, well, yeah, Kevin, I understand what you're saying. You're right on some degree, like he grew up with his partners up there in Brooklyn and Queens or whatever, and he said, he grew with his friend. He had to fight with his friends and stuff like that, but at the same time, he couldn't go into his Puerto Rican friend's mama house.
oh yeah, no, I believe that was very real.
All right, okay, all right, okay. Well, damn, so.
Yeah,
I understand, but every environment different, So
yeah.
that's like we were talking about the N-word thing, and him and his friends use that amongst each other and stuff like that. I say, okay, well, that ain't gonna swing down here, that y'all get
Oh, I remember
along.
you telling that story.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah,
y'all get along like that,
yeah.
And when I come across friends like that, a partner from New York, I'm like, well, I'm not the nigga. That's the nigga. Right, that's your nigga. That's your partner right there. That's your nigga. Personal nigga right there, not me. So I stay out. But I get it. I respect it. It is.
One of the did my mic cut? One of the biggest surges that we saw for HBCU enrollment was the 90s. So a lot of the messages that was communicated to us from those of us who did have elders was go to school, get your diploma, get your degree, go raise a family. That's it. It was nothing else.
All right, I get that, but at a certain point, right? Because if we understand in the macroeconomics, right, and even if, again, I don't know what age you guys were when Chicago, when that message coming in, and like, okay, even some of y'all that did go to college or whatever, and because I remember watching a lot of Spike Lee movies, right, to kind of understand some of these nuances. I read a lot, history. I ask a lot of questions. So my thing is, I want to know, when did y'all see that college was not gonna actually get you where you wanted to be, right? Where, in terms of, get a job, get a degree first, basically, then get your corporate gig or whatever, and then have children, buy a house. That's it.
For
But then at
for
some,
Generation X.
yeah. This is all
When did
Generation
they
X.
learn that? Yeah. I could answer for you. Probably by the time cats start getting their first divorce.
Uh, so what age roughly is that?
Probably in their 30s.
30s? Okay.
He said their first divorce.
Okay. DJ
Be
Black Shark, you
30.
want to say anything? Or
I-
no, because someone else joined the panel, so I was just asking if they wanted to input on anything before I go on. But they're quiet. Okay. So, all right. Because my thing is, I get it, and like how you switched over and said, okay, it wasn't all just negative. Some of the positive that my generation was able to build upon. So my thing is, I want to ask, what do you think that is? Because I know Cam is Gen X, right? Cameron. So I was saying like Dipset when I went into the grocery store and I heard that, and it was like, okay, you know what? Let me do some research. And during that time, even though there was internet, I didn't use internet a lot for research at that point. It was mainly like teachers, or it was mainly like, let me see where else I could see this happening in real life, in real time, right? And let me ask some of these old heads who are still around or whatever, and just basically collect information, right? And a lot of the time, some of the places that I worked, because I ended up working in, because I'm from New York. And that's also something else that I take into account, that I grew up in New York. So I know my experience, and maybe what I was able to do may not be the same as a millennial who grew up somewhere else. That's not like a major city. So my thing is, I just want to understand, when did you guys start to realize that whatever you felt, so from getting into survival mode, that's what a lot of y'all said, and I can agree. I was in survival mode too, right? So we all agreed that we had the same kind of survival mentality, the same kind of raising to a degree. Maybe some of the conversation with parents or what we saw around was different, nuance, but I still got the same college talk. The way I realized college was not what it was cracked up to be, because like I said, I went to high school in Midway. There was a McDonald's I worked at, and literally two of my colleagues who are a little bit older than me, one already finished college and she already been out. She's a shift manager. The next one, she's a cashier and she's in college. And I hear them having a conversation where the younger one, Fabian, she's speaking to the older one who's a shift manager, and she's like, "Yo, what do you think I should do?" Da 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 da. Because I'm already hearing that college isn't working like how she thought. And the one who already graduated, who's 2 years out of college, she's working at McDonald's. So I'm like, I was able to pick up as I'm taking my PSATs, like, this ain't it. Like, this ain't working. Because if I'm about to now go to school and I got an offer from St. John's to pay for it because I was going to be a chemistry major, it's kind of like, wait, if these chicks are working at McDonald's and they're at least 4 years older than me, 4 to 6 or 8 years older than me, and they're stuck here, I knew, guess what? I need to figure something out because I need to pivot. Because these chicks are straight laced. They don't go outside. I've been outside. And I'm like, if they still went all the way straight laced and they are looking stuck where they're working at McDonald's, bro, that's not a choice for me.
Peace, y'all. What's up? What's up,
Peace.
everybody?
What's up?
Yeah, I'm gonna answer your question in a second, but I was just want to put a little perspective on it when you talk about the Atlanta thing. Like a lot of time most of the time when people came to Atlanta, like in the 90s, like the brother was saying, a lot of the stuff had already been gentrified. I know a lot of people, you know what I'm saying, like to salute Maynard Jackson or whatever. But if you look at what is now called Brookhaven and Downwood, that was a predominantly black neighborhood, like how people talk about Tulsa and Rosewood and all that other stuff. Maynard Jackson, he signed the bill, you know what I'm saying, for that railroad to go through that martyr train or whatever, and all those people lost their homes, all those black people. It's in history and stuff like that. Then he was talking about the name he was looking for was Alonzo Herndon. That's who had the Atlanta insurance. But also the gentrification with the Georgia Tech school being built, which had Techwood projects right across the street from it. And none of those people who lived in those projects was able to work on building that, getting none of those contracts. And a lot of those people, they stood outside. Like, I don't know if y'all know about people the Mexicans standing outside the Home Depot. A lot of those people stood outside trying to get signed on to help build that stuff. And then also when the Olympics came, they signed that bill in like 91 before before the Olympics came to Atlanta or whatever. So a lot of times we was being, as black people, you know what I'm saying, we had the idea, you know what I'm saying, from wanting to have better for ourselves and stuff like that, but we was being boxed out, you know what I'm saying, had degrees and all that stuff. Now the thing, what you was talking about as far as college, the thing that's good for to have that degree is when you put in your bid and somebody come to your office and you're able to you get a little more, you get a lot, not a little more, you get a lot more respect when somebody see that degree on your wall to know that you know what you're talking about. Now, if you go and get those degrees and you're not going for your dream, most of the time you're gonna end up working for somebody else's dream. And the thing is being able to invest in your dream. So when you go a lot, what we learned to get the degree, but some of us didn't have the information to once you get the degree to go forward with your dream, and to have a dream, you know what I'm saying, a lot of times it's sacrificing. You're going to be starving to make it happen. And then that's how you end up working back in the work field or whatever with all those, with all those accolades or whatever. And also what you're going to school for, if you're going to school for something that you can have, you can build on. But as for black people, we just, I wouldn't say that our backs were always against the wall. It's just we found other mediums, you know what I'm saying, to get our back up off the wall a little bit. And sometimes, you know what I'm saying, it led to a street hustle, and sometimes led to a white collar hustle. But and midst of it all, we had to figure out a hustle. We had to figure out a niche, in each one of these places, in each one of these spaces and stuff like that. But the
Hey, Black Charms.
gentrification all around. Excuse me, I'm gonna finish right quick. And the gentrification all around America happened to a number of us. You know what I'm saying? Like especially like people who live in places like California and Chicago and stuff like that. When they say they parents had grass and stuff, their grandparents had grass and stuff growing up in those places, and by the time they come around in the end of the 70s and 80s, that ain't no grass, it's all dirt, because it happened to all of us, and none of us, and a lot of us who had those degrees in the 60s and 70s couldn't get those. We couldn't bid on those contracts because we was boxed out. It ain't until the 2000s to where we start learning how to to where equipment started to be consumer based, meaning like you can actually go buy your own drill and hammers and have your have your own tool kit and stuff like that. Other than back then, it wasn't accessible like it is now. Like they didn't have a lot of Home Depot access, like they have now. So or the land to have warehouse space and stuff like they do now. So it more or less than us not knowing. It was the space of us being able to get those contracts. Like I put it like this: when my first studio in the '90s or whatever, I had to go through a whole lot of stuff as far as finding somebody who know how to do blueprints and stuff like that. And a lot of times, man, it was hard to find a black person who knew how to do the blueprints because a lot of the white boys wouldn't, you know what I'm saying, they wouldn't fuck with you on building the blueprint for you, you know. And that's a whole nother conversation. Like a lot of the cats that went to school to learn how to do the architect design and stuff like that, they ended up working for somebody else and they didn't have, it's like I could do it for you, but I have to do it when the doors are shut, you know what I'm saying? So my boss won't get on me. We can do some extra files for you at Kinko's, but we got to wait till the boss is gone so we could, I don't know if y'all remember Kinko's and stuff like that, but that's where you had to go to. Yeah, you had to go use their computers and stuff because they had the better technology that was, before it was consumer based, where you can buy a computer and start doing the stuff yourself.
Yeah, you can print out the whole format. They had the big printers.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying. But like when in the '80s and the '90s or whatever, it's like shit. You come to Kinko trying to do a blueprint, they take you through hell. You got to stand in line. You got to make an appointment. You had to do a whole lot of shit. They was taking you through so much red tape. By the time you got to get it done or whatever, it's off the table now. That land is off the table. Like Auburn Avenue, for an example. You know what I'm saying? Auburn Avenue. If y'all, they do the Auburn Fest over there where you get like 600,000-700,000 black people. Well, not just black people, but 600,000-700,000 people come every year to eat the Atlanta foods and buy the Atlanta clothes and all that stuff and just experience the South Pier from Atlanta to New Orleans or whatever. That's the experience of the South on Auburn Avenue. And they how Auburn Avenue was when Ray Charles and all those folk was walking up and down the street and spinning those clubs and owning those hotels and hospitals and stuff like that. Gentrification happened and it knocked the steam up out of black people from even wanting to have something like that, and to where a lot of those people in the 70s and 80s who had those degrees, shit, that's how your homegirl and the people you say older than you ended up working a regular job because they like, shit, man, I got these degrees, but the red tape on having my own business is real thick, so the only thing I could do is work at McDonald's and hopefully I can make enough money to invest into what I want to do. And by the time they make enough money, that building that they want is gone. You know what I'm saying? So it knocked steam up out you. But
so can I jump in here?
Go ahead.
All right. My question was, and I'm sure we could have critiques of like multiple mayors. Would you say, because I'm assuming you're speaking as a native Atlantan, and thank you for that edification. Yeah. I didn't know Brookhaven and Dunwoody was black communities at first, but that makes sense, right?
Yeah. It was called Linwood. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So would you say overall Maynard Jackson in the pantheon of Atlanta mayors, was he a net negative or a net positive?
He was negative. He was negative. He was positive in the fact that if you want to, if you have ambitions to be a politician and you could, be a part of that crew, that's the positive part. But the negative part was the people that was removed from their place, you know what I'm saying, that was pushed off their square because of his agreements, because of him signing off on a lot of stuff. That the highway and the highway and the railroad, crushed all those black people up there, and they was pretty much set apart. You know what I'm saying? It was pretty much set apart. So how we look at Metropolitan now, like as far as from Georgia Tech all the way down to Cleveland Avenue, and how people say it's so white over there now. When I came in the '90s, it wasn't that white. It's white now, but Brookhaven and Dunwoody was just as black as Stewart Avenue was. When they changed Stewart Avenue to Metropolitan, it changed. The reason why they changed that name is because back in the '90s. Yeah, before the Olympics, because you go to Stewart Avenue, you can find you any type of bag you want, from crack to heroin. You can find you some
Yeah,
prostitutes.
you had
You can
Nickies,
find
you
you
had
some
Club
strip
Chocolate.
clubs.
Yeah.
And they when they changed that name, you knew it was well, I ain't gonna say you knew, but a person like myself, because I grew up, I grew up pro-black, like Taz was saying. I grew up. The only difference between me and a lot of other cats is I paid attention, like I was in grown folk business, all in their mouth and stuff like that. So by the time I turned 18 and 19, like, other than being just the regular dude, I'm gonna start my own business. I'm gonna be like Alonzo Herndon, and you know what I'm saying, I'm gonna show these people. But little did I know that like I said, once I started going, I started seeing the red tape, like, damn, this is what they talking about. Damn, I can't even, and then you got, then they put the age thing on. You got to be 21 to get this, you got to be 25 to get, you know what I'm saying? Like, damn,
So
so it knocked
the
the thing up.
concessions. So the concessions that Maynard Jackson got for blacks, you think they would have got more under another mayor? Like, I would agree that I think that's a negative.
That's the thing. That's the thing. That's the catch-22. You know what I'm saying? To say if, because black people had a few things happen for them, but not the right things happen for them. That not. I mean, we was able, like, right. You can't get a loan for a barbershop or a studio. You know what I'm saying? You could get a loan to have a soul food place. You know what I'm saying? You could get a loan to maybe to start a hardware store. But a lot of the things, like to even have a body shop, you can't get. You know what I'm saying? You can't get that in Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of things
Wait, you
that
saying
we
Atlanta
did
now or Atlanta then?
Atlanta then.
Okay, so you couldn't get a
Now,
loan for. Okay.
right now, you still can't get a loan for a barbershop or a studio or a recording studio and stuff like that. Even with Tyler Perry building his studio and trying to break barriers for that, you still can't. They still don't consider that those businesses that that help the economy out. You know what I'm saying? So you still have to put your own money down. You still have to find private investors and stuff like that. And most of the
And
time,
that's
where them
is that a
investors gonna
city
come from.
ordinance? You saying the loan is a city ordinance that you couldn't get the loan for the barbershop, so they had to use private equity to get it. So, like, what's that
Right.
off the hook on in Castleberry? So all those shops around the
Yeah.
AUC, they had to get private investors to open those up.
Yeah. And
So
then think
what I'm
about what you
asking
just
is
said,
that through the bank?
Castleberry.
Yeah.
Yeah, through the bank. And think about what you just said, Castleberry. That's part of the gentrification. The apartments across from that university homes wiped out, boarded up, people kicked out. You know what I'm saying? Because right now it should be flattened. Right now, I haven't been over there in a couple of years. It should be flattened right now. But Castleberry, they put these esteemed condos in front of these projects. You know what that do to those people, Morel, that's living in those projects that can barely get Section 8, that the city don't come pick up their trash and stuff, and y'all build these nice apartments and stuff. You know what I'm saying? These people can't even go over there to get a job. You see all the foreigners over there doing all the work, building those places, cleaning those places, and all that stuff. That what, you know what I'm saying? Nigga can't get that contract for that. Even though, like the sister was saying, you got the degree to say, I know how to do asphalt. You have the degree to say, I know how to do welding. You got these credentials, but shit, you trying to find the foreman to say, hey, can I work for you? And like she was saying, well, damn, why the hell I go get a degree if I gotta go find the foreman to get a job?
I'm gonna say, as somebody outside looking in, that was not my experience in the A. And I was only there 20 years. So I was only there for 95. I left in 2015. I lived in every part. I'm a concede to you as a native. Like, I absolutely believe that existed. And I absolutely know a lot of the native Atlantans have huge gripes with the influx of people, outside the city that came in and kind of left they
They came in
imprint on
with
the
a whole
city.
nother knowledge. They came in with a
Yeah,
whole
yeah, yeah,
nother
yeah, yeah, yeah,
knowledge. Like
yeah. I
they
I
came in with a
I I,
whole
I
nother
concede
game.
that.
Like I put it like I always joke with Psycho about this. I don't just joke, but I be serious about it. Like the biggest strip club in the world is Magic City, and guess where the dude from Magic City come from? Psycho neighborhood. From Psycho, his whole block. The Magic come from New
Is he New
Jersey. He
Jersey?
come
Oh
from
yeah,
Newark. Yeah, he
yeah,
from Newark. But he
yeah,
came to Atlanta. He came to Atlanta with a whole nother understanding about
yeah.
how to run a club, how to run that type of business. And so not only that, his club is in the middle of Atlanta, right across from the police station, across from
The,
the train station, across from
the
the
train
Greyhound
station,
station. Like,
Greyhound. Yep,
yeah, it's
yep.
like how in the hell this nigga from New Jersey? How was he able to cut through the red tape and do this shit? And they can't shut him down. He been there forever,
Yeah.
He
But he
he
came from
grandfathered in,
he,
right? His joint is
but
grandfathered
he
in.
came from and he came from Newark with a whole nother understanding on how to run on how to
Yeah,
do
yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah. Shout
Yeah.
out to Magic. They
Yeah.
they tearing cheetahs down.
Jeez.
Nah, Cheetah's been it's been they redid it. They
Oh,
redid
okay.
it. So now
Oh, okay,
you
okay.
got you got black women able to dance in there. You got black men able to bartend in there. You got black men able to be the security and well, of course the Africans they got the parking lot. Africans got most of the parking lots
Man,
on deck around.
that's a
Yeah,
whole nother conversation. That's where
yeah,
AG started.
Can I get, yeah.
right, Alex,
Alex Gideon.
yeah,
Yeah.
they got the parking
Him
lots
and
on deck.
Abe Watson. Yeah.
Yeah, because they came to Atlanta with a whole nother like a lot of people say, well, y'all niggas in Atlanta don't know how to get it. Y'all just don't know. Y'all have a whole nother understanding on how to cut the red tape than we did. You know what I'm saying? Because of the understanding that we country because they left us out of the loop on how to do a lot of these things. Although we have Morris Brown and Morehouse and you know what I'm saying, they built Clark and Spelman and all that. They still didn't have us in the loop on how to cut through the red tape.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't want to cut y'all conversation, but old boy ran because I guess because you started giving the East Coast props. Shout out to you for not hating on the East Coast too, by the way, Charm. And shout out to all my Southern people out here who ain't East Coast haters, who don't get up on here lying, trying to slander the East Coast, talking about his motherfucking neck of the woods in the South. Don't let motherfucking Mexicans call them niggas, which is a complete lie. That's why he
Damn
ran.
lie.
That's why he ran, because I got about 10 sources right here to prove him wrong.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
snap. You
wonder,
talking
of
about
course.
Kevy Kev?
God, yeah, can I talk?
Yeah,
I just
man.
listened to y'all talk for 10 minutes and he ran because of it. Can I please get my statements out? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Now, like I was saying, that he completely ran. I got sources right here. I ain't just up on here talking a bunch of silly ass FBA Tariq talking points about Fat Joe and all these other little silly nonsense. You little East Coast hating weirdos, fake ass engines. Stop talking smack about my neck of the hood when you don't know nothing about my neck of the woods. I've been in your neck of the woods. I lived in Texas for quite a few years and saw niggas around Mexicans calling them niggas. Oh, what are we talking about? Matter of fact, I'll shoot you one better. You know what you don't see in the East Coast that I did see when I was in Texas? I saw people in Texas letting white boys calling them nigga. Now show me the white boys in the East Coast that East Coast people are allowing to call them nigga. You ain't going to find it. I can find you plenty of people in Texas that allows that. You want to play these little silly ass region games? That's right. Take off and run because you knew what it was. I done cooked you on this topic before. You East Coast hating weirdo. You really don't want to cook because you ain't never lived up here. I lived in your neck of the woods. I can talk about what the hell going on in your hood. I ain't just using talking points that Tariq gave me. Some fake ass talking points where they try to steal hip hop from the East Coast too. All you little weirdos. Stop it.
Nobody sit up here attacking the South. I come in here, y'all talking about generations. I'm talking about generations in the chat. Next thing I know, here he go with the same little stupid ass weird talking point that ain't true. That'll get cooked. Talk about the East Coast, the only people that let Latinos call them niggas up on the East Coast. It be them New York niggas. It be them Jersey niggas. It be them Philly niggas. Stop. Sound dumb. Everybody who says that stuff from outside my area, I find out exactly where they live at, and I pull up sources that is cap. The second you say that it only happens up here, I'm going to cook you on it. Anybody who believes that can get cooked. Just tell me where you're from. I'll cook you. It's weird. It's weird, dog.
He damn sure right, because Buford Highway up in
what platform he's on. He's taking shots to the East Coast. He's a clown. Come on, East Coast panels talking shit about the East Coast. Who does that? I'm not going to go on a person who lives in Cali's channel and just keep kicking the West Coast back in. Who does that? It's weird. My fault.
My boy, he say he been in Atlanta from 2000, from 95 to 2015. He know about Buford Highway. Them damn Mexicans off the chain. They say, and the white boy, they say, nigga. I mean, obviously when a black dude come around, they be like, man, I apologize and stuff like that. But they regular conversation is calling each other niggas and just saying niggas. And then you got black people who live up there who don't check them on it because that's what they grew up around. They grew up around Mexican and white boys saying that shit. You know what I'm saying? Who live up there
off of Buford Highway.
Yeah, so you know exactly what I'm talking about. They call that shit. Yeah. They call that shit Gwen Mexico.
Hey, the SA is definitely over there deep though. They definitely up through that deep. Yeah, what's that? Cross Keys? Cross Keys?
Yeah, Cross Keys, Shiloh, that stuff.
Yeah, I was over there.
Yeah. They over there real deep, man. And from they got regular apartments that they were nice apartments, but hell, the Mexicans and white boys turned them apartments into projects. Them shits is ran down straight dope holes now. If you go over there to Buford Highway, it's over by Tempo 2000. They changed the names to it got a whole lot of La Quinta, all them different Mexican names.
You talking about past North Druid, like past the Pink Pony, past over there by that Quick Trip.
When you go past that, all that shit is project style now. All that shit is just straight ran down trash. All that shit, you gonna find I ain't gonna just put it out there like that. But if you looking for Mexican prostitutes and white prostitutes and stuff like that, they Mexican prostitutes and white prostitutes and all that old stuff, they all up and down. I'm like, God dang, boy. Gwinnett is, that whole little part up there is just like trashed out now. But in late 80s and 90s, black people wanted to move over there. You know, they wanted to at least move closer to the Lenox area so you can feel kind of prestigious. You know what I'm saying? But shit, that shit so ran down. Like black people don't want to live up there.
Let me ask this dude. Man, I don't run from you, man.
All right, well then why'd you run when you make that? Why do you keep saying that lie? Why do you keep saying that lie?
Back, man.
Why do you keep saying that lie? It's a bold-faced lie. It is a lie. When you say the East Coast is the only motherfucker. Stop. When you say the East Coast is the only motherfucking region in this country that allows Latinos to say nigga, you're lying. You're fucking lying. In your own motherfucking neck of the woods, they do it. And they do it with white boys too. And I showed you this, and you still running around here espousing that nonsense. So why you keep trying to slander the East Coast with that dumbass talking point?
Okay, I'm gonna stop. That's good enough for you?
Yeah, stop lying.
All right.
Stop lying. Stand up. Stop being a liar. Stop being a liar up on here. That is supposed to show you a fucking hater because somebody showed me. I made a claim about the South That was not true. And somebody told me and showed me that claim I made that I keep making on every panel about the South is not true, and they proved this to me. I am not going to come back 2 months later still saying that lie about the South that they already proved is not true, unless I'm just trying to slander them because I hate the fucking South.
Okay. You finished?
Right.
You finished? All right. I'm gonna stop saying that because it seemed to hurt your feelings. For one.
It's a lie, motherfucker. Yeah, lies hurt my feelings. Yeah, lies hurt my feelings. That's what hurts my feelings. Lies. Lie. I want you to acknowledge you're lying. I'm gonna keep cooking you until you acknowledge you're a liar. Until you acknowledge you're a liar, I'm gonna keep cooking you. You keep espousing them lies, I'm gonna keep cooking you.
All right.
That's what I'm gonna do.
That's two different areas, man.
What's two different areas?
Texas and Louisiana.
Texas is right next door.
Yeah, I know. It is next door.
Yeah, you said it before. You told me you was claiming the whole South. Now you're not claiming the whole South no more. You're not claiming the whole. So wait. So your focus is a motherfucking area that is thousands of miles away from you. Thousands of miles away from you is your focus. But the motherfucking state that's right next door, you're going to ignore them and talk about the area that is thousands of miles away. Somebody please make this shit make sense. Somebody please make this shit make sense.
I was up here trading stocks. That's why I got off this.
I don't give a fuck about your stocks. I'm talking about your lies. I'm talking about your lies. Why are you trying to change the subject because you got caught? Now you want to change the subject. I'm not talking about stocks. I don't care about Wall Street right now. Wall Street is in the East Coast. Wall Street is in the East Coast. You wouldn't be speaking nothing without the East Coast. You wouldn't be trading nothing without the East Coast. The East Coast is where you're trading right now. Wall Street is on the East Coast. I literally live 20 minutes away from Wall Street. I live 20 minutes away from where you're trading. You are literally, you would not be making any money right now without the East Coast. Because you're talking shit about the East Coast. Make that shit make sense.
You might as well let everybody call you nigga then.
Go ahead.
If you're going to let that happen, what's the difference?
Why are you talking shit about East Coast when you're literally online making money on Wall Street? Make that make sense. What would you be making money off of without the East Coast? What would you be making money off of right now without the East Coast?
What would I be making money without the East Coast? I ain't got
you just told me you was on Wall Street. You just told me you was looking up stocks. Where's stocks motherfucking sitting around? Wall Street, nigga. It ain't motherfucking the South. The fuck is you talking about, weirdo? You don't even know where the fuck your trades is going to? You're dumb. Your stocks is going to Wall Street.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, right. Nigga. The hell is you talking about?
Wall Street.
You're dumb. You're dumb. You're dumb. You're dumb. You're dumb. You're dumb. And you're a liar. You're dumb and you're a liar. You're a dumb liar.
All right. You're right.
Yes.
I'm a dumb liar.
Now, like I was saying, why are you worried about an area thousands of miles away from you that you never go to? Don't even know you trade. I'm not done talking. I'm not done talking. Are you going to answer the question? Yes or no? Are you going to answer the question? Yes or no? Because I'm dying to know what your answer. I am dying to know what your answer is to this question. Why are you worried about an area? See, you're talking over me because you know you can't cook. So like I said, why are you focused? Why are you still talking? Why are you still talking?
That's what y'all do.
Why are you still talking? Right, yeah, right. Because you don't answer questions. You don't answer questions, right? You just say dumb shit and don't want to get pressed on it.
Right.
You keep saying dumb shit and don't want to get pressed on it.
That's sensitive,
right?
Man.
That's it, right? You don't want to stand on that dumb shit you say.
You so
don't want to stand on the lies you say. You don't want to expose you for the hating ass nigga you are, for the southern ass hating nigga you are. What East Coast nigga fuck your girl? What East Coast nigga fuck your girl? Because you don't want to answer the other question. Answer this question. Which East Coast nigga fuck your girl and pissed you off to the point where you got to get online and slander them all day long? You wake up in the morning mad at the East Coast all day. Which one of them East Coast niggas fuck your girl? Which one? Which area did it come from? Which state was it? Which state was it? Which one fucked your girl? Obviously somebody fucked your girl because that's what you're acting like. You acting like somebody fucked your girl. Which one did it?
I'm going by you.
Which state did they come from? Where's your animosity come? Was it Philly?
You said
was it Jersey?
You said
was it Brooklyn, the Bronx, Harlem, Queens?
I don't play that.
Where was it? Where was it at? Where that dude come from? Because he came from somewhere. He fucked your motherfucking head up. He fucked your head up because he took the love of your life. And now you up here angry as hell, mad at the motherfucking world on the East Coast. This is crazy. This is crazy.
What you talking about, man?
I'm talking about what the fuck you are.
You talking about your words.
I'm talking about what the fuck you are. I'm talking about a nigga who worries about the hell's going on thousands of miles away from him instead of the state that's right next door. Instead of the state that's right next door. He'd rather worry about the region thousands of miles away from him and slander them. And then slander them. We got a whole state right next door talking about we don't do this down here. You're a liar. You're a liar.
Right.
You are a liar.
Same thing.
You are a liar. Louisiana ain't no different. Louisiana ain't no different. I can pull it up in Louisiana too. It ain't no different. You dumb fuck. You dumb lying fuck.
I'll go live.
You dumb lying fuck. You are a liar.
People.
You are a liar. You're a bold-faced liar.
And we can put
now let everybody know why you lying. Now show proof that we the only motherfucking region to do it. We show proof that we the only region that does it.
We could put money on it.
You said we was the only region that does it, and then you turn around and say Texas hate us.
We could.
Are you shitting me?
Donations up, and I'm gonna be the first.
Louisiana and Texas right next door. That's the same region. That is the Gulf Coast. That is the Gulf Coast. That is the Gulf Coast. And the people in the Gulf Coast let Mexicans call them nigga. People in the Gulf Coast let Mexicans call them nigga. I've seen it. They let white boys call them nigga in the Gulf Coast. That's what the fuck happens. That's what happens. That's the truth. That's the goddamn truth. And I can back it up. Now you want to put money on it? You want to put money on it?
Right.
How much money you want to put on it?
You want to do it?
How much money you want to put on it? How much money you want to put on? How much money did you make this morning? How much money you want to put on it? How much money do you want to put on? So you want to talk about money? How much money you want to put on it? That niggas in the Gulf Coast let motherfucking Mexicans call them niggas. How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet? How much you want to make a bet?
We talking about Gulf Coast.
How much do you want to make a bet, nigga? You talking about the East Coast. I'm talking about the Gulf Coast. You talking about the East Coast. What's the point? What's your point? We talking about coast? Ain't we talking about coast? You're the Gulf Coast. You're the Gulf Coast. And people in the Gulf Coast let motherfucking Mexicans call them niggas. How much you want to make a bet? I can prove it. How much you want to make a bet? I can prove it.
That's what you saying.
Do you want to bet? Yes or no? Yes or no? Do you want to bet?
Is that what you're saying?
Do you want to bet? I'm telling you what I'm saying. Do you want to bet?
That's how this started, y'all.
Do you want to bet?
When I say now, we don't let our friends do
bet,
I don't care how.
Dog, do you want to bet? Do you want to put your money where your lying ass mouth is? Put your money where your lying ass mouth is. And do you want to bet? Do you want to bet, dog? Yes or no?
See that's.
Do you want to bet?
He don't even understand Chicago.
Hey, no, you don't understand. What do you want to bet?
Louisiana.
How much do money talks bullshit walks? Money talks bullshit walks. How much do you want to bet? I'm putting money down on what I'm saying. What you want to do? What you want to do? What do you want to
do? You said you want me to go. How you want me to do it? How we gonna get it done?
How we gonna get that? I can prove that. See, you want to bet yes or no? You want to bet yes or no, dog?
I can go live. Let me give you a suggestion how we can do it.
You go live and do what?
I can go live and walk through my area on your channel and ask whatever question you want about who can call them.
No, dog. I don't give a fuck about your motherfucking 50-year-old friends. You want to go to your 50-year-old motherfucker? No, dog. No. You ain't gonna go where I'm on the motherfucking show. You ain't gonna go where I'm gonna show. You ain't going to the motherfucking hood, nigga. What the hell you talking about?
Where you want me to go?
You ain't gonna leave your block, nigga. What the hell you talking about? I'm telling you, I can show. I'm telling you, I bet me money that I can show people in the Gulf Coast, including Louisiana, that let Mexicans and white boys call them nigga. Now, do you want to bet money? Do you want to bet money?
Let's go live with it.
Do you want to bet money? Do you want to bet money, nigga?
I can walk out the door in a minute.
Do you want to bet money? Do you want to bet money?
I already answered that.
Yeah, yes or no?
No,
I told you what my bet is. Are you going to take it? Yes or no?
I won't do it live. We ain't talking about some.
No, bro, you don't know. You don't. Why you just talking 15 dudes you know? I want to hear you talking 15 dudes you know that's going to answer the question you want to answer. No, motherfucker, you don't know everybody in Louisiana. You don't know everybody in Louisiana. Just like I don't know everybody on the East Coast. Just like I don't know everybody on the East Coast. I'm not saying what you're saying. I'm not saying what you're saying. What I'm saying is the shit you're complaining about is happening in your hood. What I'm saying is the motherfucking place. What I'm saying, I can go outside. I'm gonna tell you how this is false.
They call you
bro. Are you for real? Or you just talking shit? Are you for real? You
come here and call us niggas down here.
Are you for real? You just talking shit. If you just talking shit, I'll just cook you. Are you trying to have a real conversation? Yes or no?
I don't have a conversation.
Are you trying to have a real conversation? Yes or no?
I ain't trying to have no real conversation. The only conversation.
All right, well, you ain't trying to have no real conversation. Then I'll just keep cooking you. Then I'll just keep cooking you. I'm trying to get this bet down. I'm trying to get this money. I'm trying to get this stock money. I thought you were trying to give me some stock money. You trying to give me some stock money or no? Because like I said, I can go outside and say, yo, I can show you that motherfuckers out here do not let Puerto Ricans call them nigga. I'm going to go out here in my camera and go ask motherfuckers. I can go to motherfucking 25, 30 people that I know who do not let Puerto Ricans. I'm not done talking. I'm not done talking. I can go outside and find 20 or 30 motherfuckers that I know do not. Why are you still trying to talk over me? Why are you so triggered? 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 Like I said, shut up, I'm talking. Now, like I said, I can go outside. Why are you still talking?
I think you're funny.
Why are you still talking? Bro, why you can't talk and listen? You can't talk and listen at the same time. You can't talk and listen at the same time. Now, like I was saying, you still talking while I'm talking.
Go ahead, talk.
Thank you. Now, like I said, I can go outside and find 30 motherfucking niggas that I know do not let motherfucking Puerto Ricans call them nigga and say, do you let Puerto Ricans call them nigga? Hell no, fuck that. I can do that and then try to spin a narrative that Jersey does not do that. But that would be disingenuous because they are niggas out here who let motherfucking Puerto Ricans and this, that, and third call them nigga. But that would be disingenuous and I'm not dealing with your dumb shit either. So you telling me you could go out here and find 30 niggas or 50 or whoever that don't do it, don't mean that everybody in your motherfucking neck of the woods allows that to happen. So stop it. Stop it. You're making absolute claims. And I'm telling you, stop your nonsense. You're a liar. The Gulf Coast absolutely allows this shit to happen, and I can prove it, just like I said. Now talk.
You went from my neck of the woods from Texas to the Gulf Coast.
Yeah, that's the Gulf Coast. Is that not the Gulf Coast?
All right, bro. Hello, man.
Is that not the Gulf Coast? Am I lying on you?
You making me miss money, man.
Is that I'm making you miss money? I'm trying to win some of that. I'm trying to win some of that. I'm trying to win some of that. So you trying to put that money up? Are you trying to put that money up that you winning? Are you trying to put some of that money up that you make it off the East Coast? Are you ready? Are you trying to put some of that East Coast money up? Let me know if you trying to put some of that East Coast money up that you making.
No, I got Southern.
Yeah, let me know if you trying to put some of that East Coast money up that you making. Let me know. Let me know because I'll cook you and show that you're a liar. Wouldn't be the first time. Wouldn't be the first time.
You lose money, man. You right. I'm wrong, bro.
Yeah, I know you wrong, motherfucker. I know you wrong. And you're going to turn around and lie again. And you're going to lie again next time I see you on the panel. You're going to do the same shit again. You're going to lie again. Just like you always do. You're a fucking liar. A bold-faced liar because somebody fucked your girl from the East Coast and you mad. And you're mad. Now get mad. Get mad. I hope he's still busting her down. I hope he had 3 babies with her. That's what I hope. Get mad. Get mad. Get big mad.
Go ahead, man. Y'all, you good. He finished venting, y'all.
Lying ass niggas. Should be bugging me the fuck out. Stupid ass motherfucking shit. You want to have a problem with that shit? Look next door and stop looking at the East Coast. You never say nothing about Cali. Cali does the same shit. You never say nothing about Cali. It's always New York and East Coast motherfuckers. It's always that shit. So obviously you got some smoke up there and only up there. No, that's why you don't even really care about this topic.
I don't
even care about this topic, dog. It's disingenuous. It's just a way to talk shit about the East Coast.
Down on the same shit. I don't understand.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Then why you don't look like Thor? Why you ain't handling your business next door?
I talked to Cass. I talked to Gorilla. I talked to all
Did you talk to him about Texas?
They all know where I stand, brother.
Did you talk to him about
They
Cali?
all know where I
Did you talk to
stand,
Taz about Texas and Cali? Did you talk to Taz about Texas and Cali? Did you talk to him about New York? Exactly.
I never talked to Taz about New York.
Exactly.
I talked to Taz about Cali and South.
Right, exactly. You ain't say nothing about the East Coast saying nigga. You ain't say nothing about the East Coast saying nigga.
You, which I didn't even know you was on the damn East on the East Coast.
You're a liar, motherfucker. Everybody knows that shit, motherfucker. What are you talking about? You hear my accent? I wear it on my fucking sleeve. Everybody knows where the fuck I'm from. Even if you never knew, even if you didn't know what state I'm from, you hear it in my accent. I obviously ain't. I obviously do not have a country accent. I'm obviously not from Baltimore. I'm obviously not from Texas. I'm obviously not from Louisiana. All you gotta do is hear how I talk.
Not black.
Just like I can hear how you talk, and I know you not from fucking Philly. I can hear how you talk and know how you not from Philly. I know exactly where you're from. I know where you're not from. I know where you're not from.
And so you got mad. You can't get mad.
You don't know. Like this is the first time we had this conversation. You hear how this lying ass nigga just said? This lying ass nigga. This is not the first time me and him had this conversation. Now he gonna act like he don't know. He didn't know I was from the East Coast to the day. You hear this lying ass nigga? You hear this lying ass nigga who done had this conversation with me about 4 or 5 times? Now he's just finding out I'm from the East Coast. You's a lying ass nigga. You's a lying ass nigga, dog. You stay lying up on here. You stay lying up on here. That's all you do. That's all you do. You's a clown. You's a clown, nigga. Why you over here? Go back to the beef sector where you come from where those lies mean something. Over here, we source up. Over here, we actually source up. I can pull up footage of you on my channel. What you talking about how I'm an East Coast nigga? Now you don't know I'm an East Coast nigga? You are a liar. Don't make me cook you. Don't make me cook you. You're literally on my panel. On my channel talking about me being an East Coast nigga. Now you saying you didn't know I was an East Coast nigga. You are a liar, dog. You are a liar. Go back to Beef Tube. Go back to Beef Tube where that dumb shit flies. We source up over here. We saw you want to bet. Now you want to bet on that? Do you want to bet on that? That I can pull up footage of you talking about me being an East Coast nigga? You want to put money on that? Do you want to put money on that?
Yeah, I'll put money on it soon.
How much? How much you want to put money on that? How much you want to put on it? How much? How much? How much? I want to make this beneficial. How much?
Lift stock go back.
I want to make this beneficial. How much is that stock? How much? How much is it? I can't see. How much is it?
82, right? 83 right now.
2280. So at 2 racks, $2,280. That's what we betting. Answer the question. $2,282. Is that what we betting? Are we betting two?
You can learn while I'm teaching you at the same time.
Why can't you say yes or no? Why can't you say? I'm asking you simple yes or no questions.
I'm answering. See when it gets back up to here. Right there by that line.
I'm not asking, bro. How much are we betting? Just tell me the amount. I don't need to see your grab or none of that. How much are you? How much of that money is you trying to give me?
I missed out on it, bro.
How much money are you trying to give me, dog?
If it get back to $23, we gonna get back into what I'm gonna tell you.
So you trying to get $23? Come on, man. You cheap as shit. That's the best. That's the best you can do. Is $23.
I'm doing the New York thing.
$23. What are we talking about? I want to bet some real money, nigga. I want to bet some real money. Fuck that $23 shit.
I got to make it first, bro.
I got debaters I'm trying to pay. I got a $500 motherfucking cross for these debaters. I'm trying to pay that shit. I'm trying to use your money to do it. And I'm trying to use your money to pay these motherfuckers. So how much you want motherfucking pay? I'm trying to use some of that East Coast money that you winning right now to pay these goddamn debaters. So how much are you trying to lose? I got $500. I gotta give these motherfuckers. I'm trying to use some of that money. So how much? How much you want to bet?
250 more to go.
How much?
I got about 250 more to go, bro.
250 that okay, so the bet is that I can prove that you knew I was an East Coast nigga before the day. Is that the bet?
I thought the bet was the other thing, man, with the nigga stuff.
Oh, you want to bet that? We can bet that too. Which one do you want to bet?
Which one you betting, man? That's two different.
Whichever lie you want to give me money for. Which lie do you want to bet on? They both lies. Which one do you want to bet on?
You can't flame it like them like increments and shit like that. You go take
increments. Yeah, I want it all same time, same day, same every guy. I want all my motherfucking money. When I pay these debaters, I gotta pay them 500 straight up. I'm not paying them in increments. I'm not paying them 75 this week, another 75 next week. I pay them 500 straight up. So I'm trying to win some of this money.
You one sensitive ass dude, man.
So what are we doing?
All right, I'm gonna make this money back up first, and we gonna get back to that.
All right, that's what I thought. All right, man. Whatever.
All right,
my bad. Y'all go ahead and finish talking, man. He full of shit.
Charlie Kirk should have prayed for you, man.
You ain't gotta pray for me. I'm a whole heathen over here. That shit don't mean nothing to me.
Well, go ahead, brother DJ. You can finish up, man. He got to get that out of his system, man. And that's why he come up.
Yeah, I was just letting y'all go, man. But then another thing, I was just gonna say the other red line were the banks and the churches and stuff, like, you know what I'm saying, that they start establishing and stuff like that, which amounted to more police presence, you know what I'm saying, which caused a lot of, you know what I'm saying, like, I don't know if the sister familiar with, you know what I'm saying, like, a lot of black people, you know what I'm saying, got some kind of charge, whether it's a traffic charge, which is a misdemeanor or a felony and stuff like that. So it was a lot of things that caused us to stumble a little bit, you know what I'm saying. So we could, you know what I'm saying, keep up with how American finances were changing, and then now you already know we had inflation right now, you know what I'm saying. So we went through it so many different times, and like you were saying, as far as sharing meals and stuff like that, yeah, we constantly had to go through that kind of stuff. To where a little bit we're a little divided now, to where our families, we don't have neighborhood families like that anymore, to where, you know what I'm saying, people are sharing meals or having those type of center meetings. You know, they closed down a lot of parks, you know what I'm saying, so they can stop a lot of those, stop a lot of us from grouping up, you know what I'm saying, and building collectively like that, and starting businesses, putting our degrees together and creating those spaces and stuff like that. Like the brother was saying, who was saying he was here from 95 to 2015, he probably saw that at one time we had a bunch of parks, and then later on those parks just went. All those centers started closing. Boys clubs, YMCAs, you know what I'm saying, closed them down. But, you know what I'm saying, took the wrecking ball to them, put up a parking lot, put up some condos, you know. So yeah, we had a number done to us, to where even if just say, for instance, if all the black people from the 60s and 70s was trying to put us up on game, the government was still making a move as well. Not just with the crack stuff, you know what I'm saying? That's a big move that they made. But those for the people that was like impoverished, or, you know what I'm saying, or uneducated or whatever, they put that number on us. But for the people that did have some type of education and was kind of middle class, you know, they snatched the rug off and under them too by taking those centers away. You know what I'm saying? So say, for instance, if you went to school to be a physician and stuff like that, so if you didn't have some type of insurance and stuff, you could go down to the center, you know what I'm saying, and speak to some of those physicians who did that stuff in part-time on their own time or whatever, to look out and say, you need these kind of medicines and this kind of treatment, this kind of therapy or whatever, even with speech and all that stuff. They took that stuff away or whatever. They stopped, what I want to say, psycho sponsoring. You know what I'm saying? They started giving them those recreation centers the monies, you know what I'm saying, to be able to operate, you know. So it was a whole lot of things. It's so many things, you know what I'm saying, that stopped us from being to be able to meet them on the same playing field. Like, we all got the same plan for you know what I'm saying, being able to go to school and get a degree or whatever. But after that, you know what I'm saying, it's like that red tape, you know what I'm saying, it get like real murky, you know. Is she still there? Y'all still there? Anybody? I think they tapped out.
Yeah, I'm
They
still
tapped out.
No,
here.
I'm here. No, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay.
I was just gonna add on too. Hey, that run and shoot saved many lives. That run and shoot
It did.
on
It
Stewart
did.
Ave, man. Yeah, I
It
hate
did.
that.
But then you know what happened? You know what happened with
Mm,
run and shoot? They
mm.
created this league. They created this league called and one. And when
Oh
and one
yeah,
came around, it shut down. It shut down all
that's
the
a
run and
fact.
shoots around. Yeah, it shut down all the run and shoots. So all those
Shout
run
out
and
to
shoots
M1.
was. He said, "Shout out
I
to and
actually,
one."
no, seriously, shout out to M1, the motherfucker who helped start M1. I used to play with him, Wally Dixon, aka Main Event. M1 started
Yeah,
out here in
Yeah,
Jersey, out in Linden and shit. And he used to play on my team and shit, North Rams.
yeah. But when they
Hey,
took when they took that corporate dollar though, Psycho, the run and shoots and stuff. I don't know if y'all had run and shoot up there in Jersey,
tell them what the run and
but
shoot
yeah.
was.
Mm-hmm.
run and shoot was it was a center for athletes that didn't make the leagues. Whether they didn't make the league for football, basketball, baseball, they was able to go to the run and shoots to still be able to practice their craft and be able to make small leagues or whatever, so they can make their own little monies and stuff like that. But once the and ones took the corporate dollars, those places got shut down. They didn't have any more funding, and a lot of
And
those
one
people who was
was a company that was started by some white boys. It originally started with some white boys trying to sell a clothing line, shirts and stuff
T-shirts,
like
yeah.
that. And and then they attached themselves to the basketball tournament that they was already doing out here with Wally and them out in Linden or whatever. And they they have affiliations with the Rucker out in New York and all that. So they figured they could attach themselves to street ball coaches. So that's when they all linked up and got the deal, and then eventually the
Give it to
TV.
Malo and them boys, yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Hey, that run and shoot, people don't know, man. It was like 10 full courts. All the rails were good, the hardwoods were good, and it was 24/7. It never closed. So even when
they
you look
never
at the
closed.
documentary and you look at how they discovered hot sauce, and he would say like, "Yo, I would go upstairs and I'm practicing this." So yeah, you spot on. Like everybody started coming trying to audition for N1, but you could literally go in there and play pro, semi-pro. I think Dominique Wilkins and Gerald Wilkins been through that plenty. Damien, is it Damien? No, Gerald have been through that like plenty times, man. You catch so many good games at Karan, man, and that joint was open 24/7, unheard of.
Yeah, they shut it down and it became a skating ring. Yeah, it's a bowling alley skating ring now. I'm like, damn, man, that was a place where, like, if before the LA Fitness and Planet Fitnesses and all that stuff, you could go to run and shoot and pay 50 cents and be able to train all you wanted to train. You could take your kids there to train and stuff like that and get them prepared for high school, get them prepared for college and stuff like that. Yeah, run and shoot was a place to go, and especially for a lot of the college students that wanted to get a second chance.
1 second, A9 backstage, Deb, if you listening. My fault, right?
Yeah, the college students that wanted to get a second chance. So say for instance, if you went to a school like Clark, or you went to Georgia State and stuff like that, and the scouts didn't see you. They didn't have a chance to see you play, so you would go to run and shoot. And like my man was saying, especially those midnight league, those midnight games and stuff like that, you have a lot of scouts out there seeing those people. Like I give you an example. Like they pulled the white boy. He didn't play at the run and shoot from here in Atlanta, but he did play the amp. They called him White Chocolate. You know what I'm saying? He ended up making the league through those run and shoot midnight games. You know. those midnight games were getting people on, you know what I'm saying? Like if you sports and health and stuff like that, you ended up being able to work for the Falcons and the Braves and stuff like that because you was into athlete rehabilitation and stuff like that. So Run and Shoot had so many different, man. I just be looking at, you know what I'm saying, like when I hear the sister question about, you know what I'm saying, like what happened growing up through it, you know what I'm saying? Like me being 50 and growing up through those little arrows and stuff like that. Like I actually, my whole thing was, you know, like still to this day, everybody know, like I could produce music and rap and all that old stuff and sing and all that stuff, but I always was headstrong on having a studio. So on that was, I know I had to fund that myself. But on the outside looking in at everybody else and they professions and stuff like that, I watched, you know what I'm saying, how the rug got swept off and up under them as far as like cats who wanted to have dentistries and insurance companies. Like it was so many people that wanted to be like Alonzo Herndon. You know what I'm saying? Have a barbershop, insurance company, XYZ. You know what I'm saying? He had so many accolades up on his belt. And so, you know what I'm saying? But on the outside looking in, I'm like, man, y'all do that shit, but them white folk ain't gonna let y'all. Cause and folks say white folk ain't gonna let you. I'm like, boy, that red tape is a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? And
That's what I was
don't seem like it.
That's why I specifically came up to add. Peace to you, by the way. Peace to everybody else.
Peace.
You know what it is, OG. So like in the A or just around certain cities, how much of it just people not knowing how to navigate the red tape at this point?
So
because you was talking about people can't start.
I think right, because like you said that the actual school, a barber school, right?
Okay.
Yeah, so a lot of times you had to have somebody that had to have an actual school, like you know, like to have the instructors and stuff like that. It's just the even with the degrees and stuff like that, you still had to go through the city hall, which, you know what I'm saying? Well, first of all, you had to get the location and be approved of the location, which was one part of the red tape. And by the time you get approved of the location, it seemed like for some reason that, to me on the outside looking in, A9, it seemed like they didn't know about the location that was available until one of us went down there and say, I got I know a spot over here that I could do. Yeah, I want to start my business on. And then by the time you got all the proper paperwork to get cleared, the property is gone. And as far as like investing early and like, you know what, I'm gonna buy the property first and then go tell them this is what I want to do on the property. Like we didn't have the proper instructions on how to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like to do now we know to do that. Like, let me get the property before I go tell them for anything. You know what I'm saying? Because if I go tell them first, then they gon' for some reason when I go back down there to the city hall, they say the property is not available. Yeah.
Right. And so, but that's what I mean. Like, so when I'm talking about red tape, I ain't just talking about the city part. I'm talking about that as well, right? And then how much of it is it us actually need to become more educated on how it all works. So, like for instance, you know, you know what I do comes real estate and all of this. But now I'm trying to get into development, and
right,
I lost a piece of land, not knowing. And this one was my fault though, right? Like not knowing certain ins and outs. And so now I've partnered with somebody who's gonna make sure that we can do it. My thought process, because I thought Pacho brought up so many good points that now, at least to do her a good service, is to start to talk about what these solutions look like. And I think what some of the solutions are is just really becoming educated on how to implement all of these things and talking about that kind of ad nauseum, right? Like to the point where it becomes common knowledge and common practice on understanding if you do want to start a barber college or any type of trade school, it's best to at least have some type of contract to where you got control of that property. right? Just to show
Right.
that you have some
First.
type of control, to where you have controlling interest in the property, and then to also be able to show that you have either been doing this for a while or you partnering with somebody who's been doing this for a while. So that way that the accreditation is already set in place, and now you immediately zoom past a lot of the red tape that's necessary for these things to be put in place. I think just moving forward, there is so much possibility. There's so many possibilities and so much potential in all of these different spaces for us and for our people if we just understood the processes. Like it's gonna be pretty hard for you to start like a beauty salon unless you have enough money to do these certain things. But say like you're gonna start a marketing company and then use the proceeds that you gain from the marketing company to start the beauty salon. It's easier to get in that way. Like it's much easier to get loans right now for tech companies, even fintech companies and different things like that, and then use some of that money to then go start the whatever it is your real passion project.
Not to cut you off right now, but my one of my cousin's homegirls, I had DJ'd one of her events or whatever. So she in Clayton County, she trying this, and this just happened like maybe a month ago or whatever. So she spent she saved up all her money, bro, and got the spot, invested in the spot to do a hair salon and / school or whatever in Clayton County. Shut her down and told her she couldn't open. Yeah, all while, watch this. All while you got a Dominican got a braid shop, the Chinese got a nail shop, the Africans got they got all these other salons, but for some reason his sister, you know what I'm saying? She you know what I'm saying? They told her she couldn't do it on the same strip. They said they got they have enough salons already. When at first, and what she was putting it at is on the line of Clayton County, Fulton County, you know, and all the while, you know, they approved her first, and then once she tried to do a grand opening, the code enforcement came through and shut her down. Same thing with one of my partners in his restaurant. This in DeKalb County. It's in DeKalb County. His restaurant. It's supposed, so they had a law that you have to have it got to be, if you're gonna serve alcohol, it got to be 100 yards away from the church and stuff like that. But at first they approved them, you know what I'm saying, and then the code enforcement, you know what I'm saying, they somebody put a hair salon in, and the code enforcement they tried to come through and shut down. Well, he was able to maintain his license or whatever because he was able to show he was there before the hair salon, but they was like through hazards and stuff like that, you couldn't have both of those places next to the church and all that other stuff. But man, Atlanta, although it's a good place for people to have black businesses and stuff like that, boy, you got to go through a whole lot to maintain dealing with the government. Dealing with the government.
So that's the second part of running the business, right? So like the other thing, and I just had to pay some money to learn this part, right? The other thing that we are doing is prepping for the future. So like what these cats are doing, these cats who really stay in business, they map out their success 5-6 years in advance, meaning, okay, if I know it costs 60 bands to run the business, and then I take into account inflation and all of this, then I need to make 75 bands and to profit 75 bands this year, and I need to not touch that. So that way that money is set next year. So when it comes time to pay for any violations, because you know what's gonna happen, you're gonna get
they're gonna violate you.
Yeah, you're gonna get some type of violation. Yeah. So just be ready to pay whatever that red tape that's gonna come the following year, especially in Atlanta. You already know how it is. And we talking about
you can't have a screw missing on your freezer door. Yeah. So, but you go to Hartfield Jackson, it like right now I got a little gig over at the airport. You go through Hartsfield Jackson and you see all these violations or whatever, and these people still able to operate. I'm like, now why the city of Atlanta ain't coming through here shutting these businesses down? You know what I'm saying?
Right. So they're not going to, because that's generating money for the airport, and the airport and all of these different businesses have the ability to pay people to turn the other way. That's the cost of doing business.
Right.
So we either operate in that space, or we operate in a space where our business are completely above board, which is what I'm starting to suggest now, because we're starting to see an economic warfare that we are not prepared for when it comes to small businesses. I'm suggesting that we are so far ahead of the game and so far above board that they can't stop us, right? If we are properly in the proper spaces. That's not to say that they won't all the time. That's not to say we won't still end up with issues. But by and large, prep for these things. Like, for instance, perfect example, you know, my little cousin, he do the music and all of that. Like, he want to start a little business. We've been talking about it, and he want to get the building and all of that. And I had to tell him, because he was doing the same thing. Well, it's right on the limit. Like, it say 100 feet, and this 100 yards, we like 150. I said, just go get something that's 300, 400 yards away. Now you don't even got to worry about it, right? That's in the proper zone, so far away from it, so you don't got to worry about that. And then he was worried about the funding, and now I'm telling him, let's go get a funding for this type of company, and then use that company to give a loan to start the other business, right?
Right. Because if you say anything that's gonna make them bat their eyes, you know what I'm saying? No, you can't have
that was
it.
gonna
You
be a
know.
problem.
Yeah.
So for instance, if you're trying to start a trucking company, you would think that it's easy to go get a loan to start a trucking company. No, it's not. Right? The banks view trucking companies as high risk. So, and it's something as simple as, don't call it ABC Trucking, call it ABC Logistics. That simple thing, and then having your paperwork correct, is the difference between you getting a 50 bag and getting turned down. Right?
Because my brother was about to do a parking lot, and they wouldn't let him do a parking lot because of some type of diesel conflict. You know what I'm saying? With parking trucks, he's like, I just want to do the parking lot, and I, park like people when they get off the road, they can park their truck on my. They red flag. Like, damn, bro, you can't even do that. I mean, but you got other people who are able to do it.
Yeah. Like, they started one down in Clayco over there. I don't know if you know where this is though. I would talk about it. I'll tell you that offline. But they started one over there. It's in the middle of a neighborhood. It's crazy. It's in the middle of a neighborhood, but because it's off of 85, you can turn off of 85 and get back into that neighborhood, and then come right back to 85. They started over there, and it took them like a year. But it's some black cats
to get approved.
They had to go through all of the different regulations, and then they did it. And I helped the dude consult on it, and that's the only reason I knew about all the issues. But we gotta understand that they're gonna make it harder. And if you want to get in business, that's the cost of doing business now. Like, they changed a lot of investment.
You see that, Patrick?
Go ahead.
And you see that, Patrick? So you talk about going to school, having these degrees. Sometimes it takes, like, even after you finish school, you got the degree. It's going to get that business. You got to say, okay, after I get my degree, it's still going to take a year, 2 years, sometime maybe 3 to even be approved. But you can't give up on that dream. You know what I'm saying? You just got to know this is what they're going to take us through. That's it's going to happen.
But there's different ways to make money while you're in that process too, right? And so that's the other thing we got to understand. Like, just because you ain't approved for your first part of your dream. So, like, for instance, you want to start a trucking company, you can't get it popping, start a dispatch company. Right? Do dispatching at first, and then use that to parlay that into getting your first truck, second truck, so on and so forth. It's always a different way to come into the industry and get your foot in the door, right? I just think at this point in time, when you got 30-somethings, 35-somethings, 20-somethings asking us questions about why we didn't or why we haven't put certain things in place, I think it's a viable question. It's a viable, very logistic or what's the word I'm trying to say? Y'all forgive me, I've been driving and traveling and flying. A very logical question. And so the idea now becomes, those of us that are in our 40s and moving into their 50s, and we do have some of this knowledge and some of this access to the capital or just how to get to the capital, that is what we got to do. We have to move into a space of starting to create the conversations and creating the knowledge for what it takes to build up financial literacy and build up the economic base to where we can lend to each other even. Because the opportunity for business right now in different types of industries is at an all-time high simply because of AI, right? You're going to see, I think, in the next 5 or 10 years, $1 billion revenue AI-based company that's just using AI to do the majority of the work, right? And if you can understand that and understand what that means for business in terms of economics and profit, we owe it to ourselves to start to get active in all of these different industries.
So you saying like a cat that went to school to do blueprints and stuff like that, he got to be aware that AI gonna start doing the blueprints for you, so he got to be ahead of the curve.
Yeah, so either start using AI to pump out the blueprints, but also the one thing that the AI will never be able to regenerate or duplicate is that architect's ability to build the proper relationships with like the building inspectors and all of that stuff. See, that's like when it comes to really when it comes to really building, that's why you get certain architects, because they got a whole system, and so you don't mind paying them the $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 that it take, because you know when you give them the money, everything gonna come back, not just the plans, but they're gonna set you up with the proper building inspector. They're gonna set you up with everything on the proper timeline, and now it's just on you to go and get your contractors. So the entire concept or the entire thought process now becomes being educated in the entire process of whatever it is you're doing.
Okay, right? I'm gonna put one out there for you then. I'm gonna put one out there for you, A9. Now, how do you protect yourself from what it's the word psycho and like to use, the grifter, the coon, the nigga that say when you bring your idea to him, you know, that he don't take your idea and say, hey, white boy, I got one for you. You know what I'm saying? Like, how do you protect yourself from that person? How do you build a relationship with it? Because it's a lot of us that look like me and you, Psycho, Patrick, you know what I'm saying, Q and Dale, they on the other side, but, you know, they trying to maintain their job, get a raise, you know what I'm saying, be patted on the back, get another, you know, plaque on the wall, you know what I'm saying, like, bro, that was my idea. I brought that to you. I thought we was gonna go into business together, and you took my idea. They cut me out of it, and they started their own business on the same lot I wanted.
Yeah. So this is a great question, and I'm glad you asked this. I think because Pacho brought it up earlier. So let's think about how Dame basically. Some people say he got snaked out of Rockefeller, whatever. I don't like to say I wasn't in there. I don't know the ins and outs, right? But the concept is now you don't understand how upper level business works, right? If you put together a business or you putting things together, you should protect your intellectual property in different ways. So for instance, like I got another company where I kind of play the middleman between somebody who has funds to lend on a deal and then a wholesaler who actually goes and finds the property. Now, what I used to do was just link them up, say, okay, we're gonna go get the money. Now y'all work the deal. Give me my consulting fee, and then the next time y'all do a deal, you know, I'd love to help. But what would happen is it would be a one-off. I'd help them, and then they wouldn't come to me no more, because when that HUD statement come out, you can see the money and everything, and so now you're just gonna bypass me. So what I've done now is, one, create more value in my company to where I make sure I see the deal to the end, but also we sign contracts that say the next 5 deals you do with each other, I need to be involved and I get a certain percentage of it. So it comes down to understanding your worth and then putting your contracts together and having that verbiage correct in your contracts. We've gotten away for a long time in our community with not needing lawyers and not needing the right verbiage in our contracts. And now what we're learning is, even in our community, grifting is real. People will take advantage of you. They will take everything from you, right? So understanding that, and it really depends on the industry. Like, you got to know your stuff too. Like what we were just talking about. Like why would I, if I know I want to start a a barber college, or or I'm sorry, trade school is what I really should call it. If I want to start a trade school, where people are getting trained to be a barber, then why would I find a property and then just go to a certain cat and be like, yo, I want to work with you to get this done? No, I need to learn how to secure the property. Right? This is one of the things that made McDonald's franchise very profitable. They realized that they wasn't just in the business of burgers, they had to be in the business of real estate. So they would secure the properties and then move forward with the business of doing burgers. So
right. Because anybody who own that block, they owe McDonald's, because McDonald's got the whole block, not just that store. Yeah.
Right. However it works. And so the conversation now becomes, how educated are we in each avenue or each industry that we're moving in? And if you're not, then now you got to take the time and vet who you gonna rock with. And that person needs to come with sources and all of that. And if that person doesn't, that's not to say that they're a grifter. That's just to say that's not for you at first, when you first getting started. Like, I'm comfortable now to where I don't necessarily got to vet people. I can tell when you're talking, I can see certain things. I know how to go research if you're a good person, at least when it comes to real estate. So I don't really necessarily need to see a lot. It just depends on the deal. Like when it comes to RV parks and stuff like that, that's a little different. But if you active in that industry, you should know how to avoid being set up and being grifted. If it's your first endeavor, then you need to take your time and interview a ton of people. And what'll happen is certain names will keep coming up. And those names will either be bad people that you don't want to deal with, or good people that you do want to deal with. And then narrow it down in those names and kind of go out in that respect and figure out.
Man, you ain't never lied though, because man, I'll tell you what happened with my family. My cousin just put me up on game with my other cousin and his sister. So one of my cousins on the board over there in Stonecrest or whatever. So his sister was starting the business. She got the property, she secured the property, everything you saying, but he on the board, and because she didn't come to him for the funding or whatever, he red flag, you know what I'm saying? And because when she did her research, his name, you know what I'm saying, it was like Montalban, you know what I'm saying? Disapproved of it. You're like, who? You know what I'm saying? And then, and then she did her research, she was like, my fucking brother. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
and
because he didn't come to her, she didn't come to him for the money. She went to another family member for the bread, and because he on the board with Stonecrest, disapproved of business. I was like, man, that's gonna cause a rift in the family, and it did. You know what I'm saying? And it did. I mean, to where they talking crazy about each other. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But
you also gotta think for our people, man. If they feel like they were supposed to be let in on the deal or whatever, you gotta know who you doing.
But other than him saying, I ain't gonna prove, I'm gonna get you shut down before you even open. Like, he didn't have that conversation. Like, he should have, like, man, put me in on the whole, you know what I'm saying? But she like, you got your own money, I want to make my own money, And so she went to another family member for the, you know what I'm saying? And he, like, God dang, man, that's cold blooded. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, that cold blooded, cause he was like, I ain't had nothing to do with it. I ain't had it. But your name, when she reached out to the city of Stonecrest, that they put his name, either they threw him under the bus or he actually, you know what I'm saying, didn't sign off on it.
Yeah. And so that, all of that happened. All that's the cost of doing business. Right. But I want to point out, and I'm gonna jump off because I noticed when we really start talking solutions, the numbers drop, and I don't like to see that. The other thing is Black people, we gotta get more excited and invested with learning how to do these things.
Right. That's for one.
Like,
that's for one. We have to have a thrill to be on that top.
Yeah.
I know we're excited about landing a gig. You know what I'm saying? I got a gig that paying 25, 35, 55 an hour and stuff like that. And that kind of knock our knock our enthusiasm out of our own dream, but you working for somebody else's dream. You know what I'm saying? At that space, you know.
But I say this too. I never knock nobody for getting a job, right? Like if you want to work for somebody,
I ain't knocking them. I'm just saying that's it kind of stop your momentum on having your own on pursuing your thing, because you're like, man, I'd rather just, you know, I got the degrees, like she was saying, I went to school, you know what I'm saying? Why go to school to get all these degrees and end up working for, you know what I'm saying? Even though I'm the GM over churches, I own I'm the regional manager over all the TGI Fridays, but I don't have my own store. You know,
It also come down to that's not for everybody, because all of the ins and outs of what it takes to own your own store and to build up all the marketing and to run the day to day, whereas the general manager don't have to worry about all of that extra. Maybe you don't need to own your own store. So everybody got to make the right decision for them. Some of us are just pure entrepreneurs through and through. I promise you, I'm just unemployable. Not because I'll be a bad employee. Not because I'll be a bad employee. I just been working for myself since 2012. I don't even know what it means to work for someone else. But I do get exhausted.
Man, me neither, man. And me starting to work for these people. So I got this new gig or whatever. So I talked to the region person. And she was like, you know, I'm like, why these people keeping me away from, you know what I'm saying? So when I talked to her yesterday, she said, you know, you're above all these people. You should tell them what to do, not them tell you what to do. I'm like, you know what? So my cousin was like, cause he like, I'm like, man, I don't want to show my hand. He said, don't show your hand. Don't show your hand. You know what I'm saying? Let them keep on thinking. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, man, they be pissing me off so much to what, you know what I'm saying? Because at first I was gonna quit, you know what I'm saying? But then she put me up on game that I'm above all these people. He was like, "Don't show your hand." I'm like, I don't know how not to now that I know I'm above them. You know what I'm saying? You know, because at first I was going in for, you know, I filled out my application, my accolades, and all that other stuff, and I got the position. But I'm letting them tell me what to do because I'm fish out of water. You know what I'm saying? You know, just flapping, not knowing what's going on. And she was like, well, you know, your position, you supposed to be able to run all these sky clubs. You over all the sky clubs. I'm like, oh shit, I ain't know that. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, damn. So Delta, you know, like, she's like, Delta is talking very highly of you, Brooks. And I'm like, oh, okay then, okay, shit, let me you know, because like, man, don't show them your hand, because you know what I'm saying, because then they'll be going, you know what I'm saying, going to the board against you.
But it's a way that you can do it without it being contradictory, right? And so now we start talking about, once again, collaboration over competition, right? The people who are the most successful are the people who figure out how to work with people instead of always having to boss people around and try to take over and
right, because that's what I don't want to do. That's what I don't want to do. I don't want to just come in. I'm your boss. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Type shit.
And this
because that'll get me boxed out.
But this is where reading comes in, especially when you're in these spaces like books, and you know, if you're gonna work in corporate America, certain books you should read, like what's it, Dale Carnegie's like How to Win Friends and Influence People. Like books like that.
Put me on.
Yeah, read that book. How to Win
Friends. Because I really don't want to be in corporate America, but I need to get my bank account back where it was. So you know what I'm saying?
Right. Like I said, I worked in corporate America for a minute. Like I said, they agreed with me. I'm unemployable, right? Because I just my mindset is just, you know, I got better things to do, and luckily, you know, I got good at real estate and found something that really worked for me, and just business building. Period. I love just building businesses. But the goal is in anything. If you're gonna work in corporate America, you don't want to sell out, right? You don't want to sell out and not be who you are, not be true to yourself. But you also got to get to your bag. So you got to walk a fine line between being your own man, being true to yourself, but also not creating enemies, because they will get your butt up out of there real fast, right?
What you talking about? That's what, and I'm like, I just got in, but they didn't put me up on the knowledge of that I'm the head I'm the head person. You know what I'm saying? They didn't put me up on that knowledge. I'm like, where does go? What is, you know what I'm saying? So they like, go here, go there, go there. You ain't on time. I'm like, all right, let me get up on top of, you know what I'm saying? And then the lady was like, they double working you. They shouldn't double work you because you're above them. You need to tell them what to do. You need to tell them what they need to have. I'm like, oh shit, I didn't know that. Yeah. So yeah, because I'm trying to get all the benefits that Delta allows and all that old stuff. And so I'm really just, like I say, a fish out of water. But how you saying? Yeah, I need to read a lot of these books so I can learn how to win them over without them knowing, not knowing the right hand know what the left hand doing, or vice versa.
Just simple stuff like how to motivate people to do stuff without having to punk them. So if you in charge of a group of people and you trying to get them to meet the quota or trying to get stuff accomplished, one of the suggestions is, rather than continue to yell and complain, put challenges on the table, right? Use a reward system. Reward people for doing great. Put challenges on the table and say, okay, if we hit this, the first 2 people that hit this, y'all get days off, or whatever it is, whatever is in your capacity to use as rewards. Use those things rather than always trying to fight and argue. And now you'll have an army of different people who run whatever they run, and they'll be fighting and they'll be your mouthpiece because you actually putting everybody in the positions to get more days off or work more hours or get a little pay raise or pay bump, whatever it is. If your brain can work from that aspect, whatever it is, right?
Because that's what I've been thinking for since she said that. I've been like, she's like, the reason why you can't get a raise is because they using too much product. If they didn't use so much product, then they said that's your money. You know what I'm saying? If they didn't use so much product, so you have to consolidate on how they're using the product. I'm like, damn, I'm just giving them product because I thought that's what I'm supposed to do. Not be the, what I'm saying, not be their overseer, their master, and tell them, no, y'all can't have that. Use what you got already. So I'm still not gonna go with that approach, but I got to figure out how to come with that approach. Like, you got this, you know what I'm saying? And so me and my cousin, he was like, we're gonna sit down and come with a strategy. Yeah.
Because think about your bonus is gonna come from how much money you save when it comes time to order all them products. It's the same thing like when people that are retail managers, they bonuses are coming from how much you save and stop loss, right? If you ordering too much product and then you got to throw it away, that's coming out of your bonus, right?
That's what she said too. That's exactly what she said yesterday. She was like, every time they toss this stuff out, that's coming out of that's your money that they tossing out. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, hold on, man. Nobody ain't tell me that. She said, I'm telling you that, but she said, she said, I'm not gonna use your name, but I'm gonna do my own investigation. I'm not gonna use your name on what's going on, but that's your money. I'm like, oh shit.
Right. And then the other way you can do it is just make it seem like you took the hit for everybody. They came down on me, such and such, so we got to tighten up on how much product we're using, right? If you don't want to be the guy, because if there's no way for you to go to them and say, okay, if y'all don't use this much product, or if you only use this much, I'll give you a kickback here. If you don't got that ability, then the next thing you do is come and say, they getting on me about how much we're using, how much product we're using. And then now you ingratiate yourself with them on that level. But the last thing you
I need to write that down. They getting on me because how much product. I need to write that down. Yeah.
But the last thing you want to do is start trying to come down on them because this is the way that they do. This is the way that they work. But also, they may not even realize, damn, we're using too much product. You know what I'm saying? They just going through their process because they dealing with customers all the time.
Right. Because I don't deal with none of it. Like the people that come in the Sky Club, I don't deal with none of them. You know what I'm saying? I just bring the product, you know what I'm saying, and make sure that it's stocked up so the people can be accommodated for us. From the food to the alcohol, they make sure they accommodated. But it's like, boy, if y'all done ran through 5-6 bottles of Dom Perignon, and that's my money, boy. Y'all don't need to, you know what I'm saying? Better put some water in this. I don't know what to tell them, but I don't know how. I don't know how to approach it because it's, you know what I'm saying? Hell, I just filled out the application. It was like, You hired, yeah.
You know how it is,
Like
like
we want
especially
this
with them
nigga.
Delta and them Delta joints. You know what I'm saying? Like if I'm flying Delta, I want my luxury, bro. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah, right. But
right,
yeah,
and so
right. So
that's how
and
the
that I
customer.
do understand that. Yeah, and so
Yeah,
the people they
that's how
looked
the
at my
customer is
application, they
thinking.
was like,
Right?
"Shit, I want this nigga. We need this nigga on our team." And shit, I'm like,
Yeah,
"Shit, y'all need me? Okay, I'm there." But
yeah.
not knowing that what I was going for was really to be overall that shit, and I'm like, "Come on, man, how y'all?" I know a lot of these folk ain't like us, and how we into the Most High and stuff. I'm like, I prayed for a certain thing, and God done put this thing on my lap like this, man. Golly.
Yeah. So be careful what you ask for. Right, but this is just all
Right.
about this is all about
That's a real be careful what you ask for a moment right there.
but it's the law of attraction too as well, right? Like you're gonna attract the type of situations if you stay positive and consistent. Not so much like some spooky energy is like
Right.
if you're consistently chasing certain things, that's the thing, that's the results you're gonna get. And so you got to put your mindset into a position of causation. You want to be the cause of whatever it is that you're trying to get. So now you remove the mindset of lack and the mindset of being under the yoke or the thumb of everybody else. Because I can see, because I know you, I know what you do for a living. I know what you did before this. You
Mm-hmm.
trying to get all the way back up, but until you do that, like you got to be great at this because that's going to be a huge tool that you can use financially to put yourself in the position that you want to be in. So yeah, you just got to start
Right.
reading books, corporate America, Brody, and then maintaining who you are, right? Maintain who you are, but just read on the different tools and the different ways of dealing, especially if you're dealing with some millennials or different, a different type of generation. They don't think the same way as you, so you got to learn how to deal with them and speak their language, and encourage them to work with you, so all y'all can be successful. And that's
Right.
what anything, right?
Can I ask a
Because
question?
That's true.
Can I ask
what
a
you got,
question?
Pacho? You always can ask a question, Pacho. What's up?
So what you just said, right? I'm like, as I've been listening this whole time, I'm just like, how many of y'all kind of looked at millennials like, yo, let me see what they know, right?
I do.
Because you do, okay. Because my thing is,
I
I feel
definitely
like as I've been listening, I feel like that's kind of what's been missing too, that teamwork in terms of,
do. Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't know if because when y'all saying like all of the things that you guys were going through, and then when you start to realize certain things, I keep wondering like, did y'all have any millennials around you who were kind of like going through things where kind of like you're able to just have certain conversation and like
yeah,
peep game? Because for
yeah,
me, when I think about a lot of the stuff, and I know a lot of people think, again, millennials, we just had it's like, nah, the internet was not popping with all this information like it is to a certain degree. I think
yeah.
for
It
us,
depends on how old you are as a millennial, right?
yeah,
Like if you are a mid-90s baby or whatever, yeah, you don't remember a time before the internet.
yeah,
If
that's
you're
true.
born in the early '80s, though, you're going to remember when the internet first hit. You're going to remember what
Yeah,
it was like before the internet.
yeah. That's
See,
real.
okay, I was in the middle. So for me, it's like there's a lot of things where I was just seeing it in terms of I would speak to a lot of older people. So I remember when I was in high school, one of my other high schools that I went to, um, my history teacher, he's an Italian dude. And me and him used to have conversations outside of class or whatever. And I would just ask him about certain like real life shit. So one day he asked me, like, what do you want to do when you get out of high school? And I was like, I want to be a lawyer. And he was like, all right, you know what? He said, let me put it to you like this. My wife, she's Italian, and she's still trying to she went to law school, she did her bar, but she's still trying to get on through like a firm cuz she's trying to find somewhere to do her tutelage. And he's like, I need you to start thinking what happens if, law does not happen for you. And I think
Mm-hmm.
that was his soft way of trying to tell me like she's a white woman and she still can't get into the boys club, right? Because he was saying other things like, look, it's very who you know heavy type thing. And he was like,
Yep.
do you know firms that would take you? You have to start thinking about this now. So for
Yep.
me, it's like I was always not always looking for answers, but I think I know how to have conversations. And then even when like I'm around other people who are older, I'm able to just pick up from what they're saying and bring it to like my perspective and what's going on with me. So I'm just like, some of the things that you guys were saying that you didn't realize, I'm like, there's a lot of millennials that were going through certain things, going through certain phases, and I'm pretty sure you, even if you had contact with them, or if we thought more in a collaborative perspective, because I hear like you guys followed rules a lot, right? And I'm like, sometimes I don't hear any adapting, right? So for me,
I just literally gave them suggestions on how to adapt. And I
no,
told them
I
at the
get it.
end to speak to whoever they are. Like, so if they are millennials, learn how to speak their language. So yeah, like
Yeah. No, I understand for this. Sorry. I was just meaning like from before when you guys were speaking more about kind of like what was like you guys' limitations, right? Or things in terms of your reality when you guys were younger and what you had to deal with, right? So I'm just saying from like maybe you guys past 25, I guess I'm just thinking like, did you guys really like chop it up with millennials? Or is it kind of like you guys kind of, I don't know, I don't want to sound facetious when I say like forgot what it was like to be young, right?
nah.
To be
So
a
I'll say
teenager.
speak for me. I can't speak for everybody else. I'm always surrounded by young people because I start businesses. I try to employ people. So and that's usually who I'm hiring. So I understand what you're saying. I think for you moving forward, try to take into account the questions that you're asking because those questions are asking about a specific time period or specific time frame, but it's not speaking to the entire experience of a person or of a thing. I would say a lot of the Gen Xers that I know are not only, especially in our communities, are not only good at talking to millennials, they seek out talking to millennials. One, they want to stay young, but two, we actually have a desire to want to give back. We have a desire to want to influence, but also we understand that we got to learn what y'all going through, right? Like I spend a lot of time with my younger cousins, nephews, learning a lot of little stuff, and that's what really got me to understand a lot of young millennial black men. They just want to be able to have somebody a little older to chop it up with, right? Like they're really not know-it-alls. They feel like we've abandoned them, so they like we abandoned you, right? And so
Yeah. I
and
think,
so
oh, sorry, go ahead.
no, you got it. Go ahead.
So I would say that I would agree with a lot of the, millennial dudes you was talking to, because for me, it was like I was outside. So, I was around Gen X. And for me, it was just kind of like, I've done what I needed to do, right? And a lot of the time, like, I just be on some like, for me, I don't want to be that whack ass old head that don't even stretch back or don't
Yeah,
know how to be like, yo, you trying to do this? Like, bro, just
yeah,
turn this way and do that, and you
yeah,
save your, like, give them strategy. And I think a lot of the time in that thing of like abandonment with like Gen X, it's just kind of like, bro, I see what you're doing. Yo, you ever thought about, kind of like putting your stuff on eBay, or you ever thought about da 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 da? Like, I seen so many, because all right, for me growing up in New York, you go through, you see every phase of like conscious niggas, right? That y'all probably call pseudo or whatever. And my thing is, you grow up with that in New York, and you see, and you also grow up with the hustlers, you grow up with everybody. You get like a full just mix of every aspect of like black thought, like evolving in a person. So my thing is, I would see like a lot of like Gen X trying to do shit by themselves, and it's like you trying to support, but then it's like you bring your people around, and then it's like, yo, these niggas is still doing things like niggas is back in the 80s, right?
yeah,
And it's like,
yeah.
what the fuck? Step it up. And it's like, not even on no disrespect. It's like, yo, let me help you figure that shit out. Like, let me do it for you. Because for me, I was using Photoshop off LimeWire and shit like that, like early. Because for me,
Mm-hmm.
it was like, when I was in junior high school, my mom had a fax machine. So from there, I mean, I just took it, and I used to make money by forging people's signatures. So when we would get,
Paso, women found out you a whole criminal out here.
listen, because we, as a kid, obviously as a kid, I'm just looking at it as like, I'm not trying to get in trouble. Like my mom is a whole whatever, and she don't understand. So I'm gonna learn how to write her signature. So basically, when it comes to me getting, like, what's the call? When you get kind of like not kicked out of school, but you don't go to school for like 2 weeks. Then it's like, all right. But I'm saying, yes, suspended. So my thing
I'm gonna tell
is,
you funny. I missed my first football game as a freshman because of that.
see, so for me,
I
it was
missed
just
my
kind of
first
like,
football. I never did it again.
all right, well, I was the same. I got into a lot of fights. So my thing is, what would save me is because I had really good grades. So they could never kick me out. So my thing was, when someone realized I could do it, yo, give me $5 and I'll
Let's
do
go.
it for
Yeah,
you.
let's go get
Yeah,
this
you
bag.
say
Right.
and that's how I started making some little, just a little bit of money. But then it's like that kind of got my mind when Photoshop came out. No one taught me how to use Photoshop. I just did it, right? I just kind of reverse engine and just learn how to do it. So when I see these dudes out here, and I think that happened a lot, and I'm not trying to say no one in Gen X helped me, because there was a dude that I know who was doing like clothing line, right? He was a yardie, and he actually like was setting his stuff up and like making it in-house. And he was telling me and my boyfriend at the time, like, yo, if y'all gonna be doing clothes, like it's a lot of like, it's a lot of inventory work. You got to understand, you have to now invest in machines, this. So for me, I'm looking at that and I'm like, all right, cool. What I'm going to do now is, I didn't have enough money to get a franchise for Mickey D's. My tax return check is not going to be big because I'm still on my mom's thing. But when it came to like just adapting to different things and learning and having that discernment. So I heard some of what Charm was saying about, dealing with people and understanding who to do business with. And I think sometimes we have to know when it's our fear and when it's actually your intuition, right? And I don't know if people, because there is such thing as somatic intelligence, right? So if we're talking epigenetics and PTSD, this is where somatic intelligence comes in. And y'all could read the book, The Body Keeps the Score. This isn't just some pseudo, airy fairy shit. This is for real. So I'm just kind of like,
airy fairy is a wild word.
yeah, like learning the language. And I feel like reverse engineering. So if I'm gonna use someone like Dame, right? He knew certain things to a degree because it's like his older cousins were getting into the music industry. And then he didn't have this complex, I don't think, as much as other people, about being around white boys that went to like private schools, right? So I think because of that, that helped him have a certain attitude where when he's getting into the game and being around these people, he's like, Lear Cohen ain't some God Almighty. Like, this dude was a roadie, and yeah, he may come from a little bit of money, but it's not the kind of bread y'all think, right? Because I went to these dudes.
Would you suggest that Lior, that he underestimated Lior though?
I think not that he underestimated Lior. I think he believed too much in what he wanted to think about Jay, because Jay showed him who he was more than once.
I could agree with that. But what I mean is, Jay couldn't do a lot of that without Lior though.
Yes, but this is the thing. He expected Lior to do what he was doing, right? I think he didn't.
I disagree though.
Okay, my thing is this. I think he didn't expect Jay to turn on him.
To run with Lior. I got you. But that's what I'm saying. But if you know you got a snake in your garden, shouldn't you put the proper things in place now to keep the snake from messing up the garden? So in other words, you being a person that understands, I'm assuming you understand corporate structure, corporate infrastructure, right?
Yeah.
Shouldn't he have put the proper board in place? Shouldn't he have put the proper things in the operating agreement, the different clauses in the operating agreement, to make sure that he couldn't be voted out? And so then when we do start to see those things being enacted, he don't got to come at Jay. He can actually get rid of Lior. Like, why aren't those things put in place? Instead, he got mad and just started running a Dipset play when he should have really attacked Lior off rip.
Okay. For
corporate,
me,
from a corporate,
I understand from a corporate, and this is what I'm gonna say. I think because when it came down to it, it was he understood business the most when it became in terms of corporate structure, when it was between him, Jay, and Biggs. I feel that when they signed the deal again, he did it as they did it as the 50-50 partnership, right? And they are now somewhat a subsidiary of who is it? Was it Def Jam? No, it's not.
Say Def Jam. It was Def Jam at first, wasn't it? Psycho. Wasn't that first rock deal, wasn't that with Def Jam?
Or was it
the very first one was with Def Jam, and then they moved over to but Def Jam is signed to Columbia.
Yeah, but it was straight with Def Jam, and then so they got an imprint basically. I want to say through Def Jam, but yeah, keep going.
Yeah. So my thing is, okay, we could say how we were talking before, right? So we could say they had their own business, and we could say it was a small business, and let's just put the stamp of a family-run business. So it's a private business, right? And then they merged with a bigger company in terms of, okay, we need capital, right? Because we need to start doing global distribution, and we need
distribution, you get expansion.
Yeah, so we need to integrate to use their vertical and use all of their inroads and everything that they have, and basically we will split our deal 50-50 down in terms of revenue, right? So it's the same kind of model when people use like Amazon and KDP. It's just that, and when I say KDP, I mean like when you want to print something, like publish your own book. Okay, so with that, it's kind of like there's a certain, I know you can't dissolve partnerships as quickly as you can dissolve a regular LTD, right? So with that, I think this is just my can we say assumption or presumption, whichever one?
Yeah, presumption.
So this is me just like basically looking at how things played out. I feel he thought, I can never get voted out, right? Because us three.
Right.
Huh?
He thought that, and that's what I'm gonna talk to you when you're done. Go ahead.
Okay. So, and I agree in terms of he was slipping, but I don't think he was slipping in terms of the corporate side. He was slipping in terms of he didn't expect Biggs to turn on him. So basically, he didn't expect Jay to flip, right?
And he didn't expect Biggs,
that Biggs will flip on behalf of Jay, right?
Right.
Where it's kind of like he was the one running interference because Biggs never wanted to put money in to back Jay. He was like, Jay is whack. Like, fuck that Brooklyn nigga. Like, no one cares about this old nigga. And he's like, with this fast rapping shit. But Dame was like, nah, there's something.
But you talking about early. You talking about early. As we move further, like, I think Jay more than brought the money back. So I agree with you though.
Exactly.
So,
but then guess what? Jay wanted to cut out, but then Jay started to want to cut out Biggs. He didn't want to pay him no more.
So now we going to the main point that I was making, right? We're going to the main point that I was making was Dame didn't.
Right. I just think it's Jay.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you. This is more for audience perspective, and so people can understand how to structure businesses moving forward, right?
Yes.
The best way they really should have did it was everybody had their own LLC, and then it comes together to form Rockefeller, right? So now they have an actual stake, and now they know how to properly shoot and attack each other corporately if they need to. And so then what would have happened is they would have had to dissolve the Rock. Everyone would have got their proper payout, and then now Jay is free to move forward. But instead, because they did it, right, they were able to basically oust Dame. And some of that is also on Dame because he's coming to the building yelling and cussing everybody out and doing all of this, right? And people you make enemies doing that, right? I'm not mad at him for being a solid, a businessman that's trying to run interference and trying to do certain things, because he had the assumption that they had a certain level of camaraderie. But this is the lesson that we all need to learn and how we avoid being grifted. Paperwork is king, right? It's always facts over feelings when it comes to this. The facts of the matter is, if the contracts were set up correctly, they would at least had to pay him out in order to do what they did. But instead, they was able to maneuver and do certain things. And I think a lot of that comes from underestimating Lior, who is the representation of the conglomerate that you integrate with, right? That person is always one of the biggest potential risks when it comes to mergers and acquisitions, which is a whole other business in itself, right?
Yeah, it's bust down work.
Right, you dig what I'm saying? So when you understand that, those contracts have to be rock solid. And moving forward, I would suggest anybody, when you go into business with your friends and whatnot, the way that I've watched all of these other successful people do it, don't matter black, white, purple, everybody has their own individual LLC. And that individual LLC is not their only business, right? So let's say they got a family trust, and then they got holding companies, and then the holding company starts just a throwaway LLC. That LLC partners with 123 LLC and ABC LLC to create getthismoney.com, right? And so now getthismoney.com is a business that is a conglomerate. It represents a conglomerate of 3 different individual businesses, and that operating agreement has to state how these things work. So that way, when you do snake, if somebody does snake, now we can go to court, right? Even if we look at somebody like what Jay Morrison did, and he took all these people's money.
Oh God.
Right.
But that was easy though. That was sorry. Go ahead. I'll say it.
No, you're right. No, you're good. But like that's the point though, right? Like we're so eager to get into business that we don't do the study, and then from there we say we're risk averse or we're fearful of losing our money when the solution isn't either. The solution is becoming more educated on how these things look and what we should do.
Yes. So all right, I'm gonna speak on 2 points, right? So with Dame, definitely in terms of, and I think that's what he learned too late in terms of how to shell his money, right? And I think it's interesting because we could say that Dame had a Pan-Africanist perspective. You could see how the way he was brought up, where obviously Harlem became Harlem, and niggas is like, yo, Harlem sticks with Harlem, Brooklyn sticks with Brooklyn, and like Queens gets the money. Everybody knows every borough sticks together, right? And it takes a certain type of level to be able to come together and be like, yo, my nigga is from Harlem, but nigga, I'm from Brooklyn, and
he's trying to unite under a New York banner. And
yes,
it shows that separation. Yeah.
Exactly. And then at the end of the day, we niggas, when we coming against these corporates, right? Like these are a whole bunch of white boys, like fuck that. All boroughs coming together to go against these corporate white boys who thinking they on something, but nigga, we take the hits. We know just as much. It's because we ain't go to no fucking Wharton and shit like that. We was outside.
Even expanded and eventually expanded outside New York. They started messing with Philly and Chicago.
Exactly. And bringing the rest. Exactly. So that's that whole basically scaling, right? From like that mom and pop thing into becoming an SME, right? Or because I don't want to say Fortune 500 company because they were still like in the small aspect.
Yeah, they're still small aspect, right?
Yeah. So for me,
we find out you know what you talk about out here, we're gonna get some money. Sis, stop playing with me.
Yeah, I do. And I'm trying to get Black people to make money. And this is why I'm asking the questions that I ask, because I've been trying to do it for a while now. And I'm trying to understand what's up. You understand what I mean? Like, I'm really trying to understand to like the fine detail of like, yo, I know I pay attention and I got pattern recognition and I could get shit done. What's the problem, right? What's the problem with some of these old heads? Because I'm just kind of like, bro, is it that you niggas don't want to move into the cycle that y'all in? Like y'all in a, you know what I mean? Like if you in your winter, like why you mad? Like go, like embrace being an older nigga, right? Like don't try and compete with a millennial because it's kind of like, yo, we crowd in space where what we all gonna be in the E quadrant, we all gonna be employees trying to fight for like, you know, trying to flip on some like self-employment kind of shit. Like who's gonna get into the
your 40s? You should either be you should either be in the founder space or at least in that C-suite space, right? So
or investing. You know what I mean? Like even if you do like Can you see like, all right, cool, like let's actually like invest in some of these young ones, because while I'm doing my research, while I'm doing some of my side hustle, I can see that this youngin, they ain't got as much risk or overheads as I do. So let me see if they got their mind right enough to basically do 50-50 with me, and it'd be like, or even 25%, be like, yo, if you get somebody else to get 25%, you got 50, I put in 25. Then so even in terms of like seeing discernment, because all business, there's going to be some risk, right? I think people don't know how to take calculated risk, that in terms of statistics, you are going to fail 9 out of 10 ventures, right? So if we just say, all right, cool. If we just say 9 out of 10 ventures, no one's saying like spend crazy money, but a kid coming up, you could put 5 G's down, or even maybe a stack alone, and be like, yo, what you gonna do with this? Because if you invest right now with that young nigga, then it's like, what do they become as they get older, right? This is where we start doing that compound interesting, right?
I agree.
And it's like,
a great book for that, by the way, is a book called Slight Edge to Understand Compound Interest. Let me just tap in with you real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think, though, the issue is that all millennials don't think like you? Because I can readily admit that a lot of Gen X don't think like me. I don't think most millennials think. I should say most. I don't think a lot of millennials think like you. I will admit that they about the bag, right? But they don't. They also don't understand. Here come this old nigga talking to such and such. I ain't trying to hear such, right? That happens a lot as well. Now it don't happen with me, because I know how to talk to people. I know how to build with people. But I know a lot of cats that are my age that are trying to work with millennials, trying to bring them into their business, trying to do certain things, and it seems to go left a lot of times.
All right. So what I'll say is, I think more millennials are predisposed to business thinking, and at least I think the key crux is, I could say, I know most millennials don't think to the depth that I do, because I have associates that I'm just kind of like, God damn, I've been telling you everything I've done the past 13 years, and you niggas didn't do shit. You niggas thinking you gonna be an influencer or some shit like that. And I'm telling you how to work this influencer money, or how to actually build this shit properly like a business. And y'all just looking at brand sponsorship. So I just know there's surface level. But I think even still, because of the way we grew up, we were able to leverage certain advantage. And because, so kind of like listening to Charm and all of the redlining and this and that, and the contracts and this, and getting all of that, true. But then I think we had some of the same kind of stuff, not on that level, on a smaller scale.
You just ignored it. You ignored it and went through it. I agree.
Yes, we learned how to adapt. I think based off of the economy that we were in, and this is what I'm saying, whether we knew how to verbalize it, we could feel the effects. And it's like, bro, you can't sit here calling, nah, nigga, if you ain't got no job, what the fuck is you gonna do, right? And again, I always say, I know I'm from New York, so my spirit is gonna be different, right? I know that for a fact. So it's gonna add a little bit more in terms of what I know. But I'm saying millennials on a whole scale at least understand the benefit of collaboration more so, right? And I think
I agree with that. I do agree with that. I think Gen X is more about competition over collaboration, whereas Millennial sees collaboration over competition. I do agree with that.
So for me, that's
now I'm gonna pick your brain. I'm gonna pick your brain. I'm gonna see what you got. You know what I mean?
Okay, wait, but let me just say, let me just finish this Dame thing, right? Because I feel like he gets a lot of flack, but that nigga really did business like a black man.
I agree.
Meaning in terms of, and I just think like, I think what makes him his best is also his weakness. And I think it's a Gen X thing too, right? Because like he said, he was part of that Gen X generation, or maybe he's a little older. No, he's not a boomer. He's Gen X. So it's like he's so
he's Gen X, yeah.
Okay, cool. So I think he's part of that segment where he started making more money than his parents due to the crack,
early,
right?
Yeah. Early.
So I think
I did that too.
So it's kind of giving him a certain perspective. And then again, Harlem niggas is always like My nigga, for them, their shit and flossing, like for them cracking on each other is like, yo, I got this new car. Nigga, I
Yeah,
bet you don't got the dapper
Yeah.
dare
that's
thing.
That's the fashion sector of New York.
Yeah. And I think that kind of, so he has that bully energy because I mean, you can't be in New York and not have a certain level of bully energy to you, right? And I think for him as well, I think he tried to lift the block up too much, right? And I think he wasn't as, because it's that whole Harlem sticks together, right? And I think every borough does that, right? We all say, yo, we stick together. And then when it becomes, yo, who, if we all got a common enemy, then it's like, all right, New York sticks together against whoever this is, right? So I think he was practicing a lot of Pan-Africanist principles, but a lot of these niggas was not coming from that same level of integrity. And I think a lot of his old heads who did, you know what I mean?
It was the Brooklyn niggas. Let's keep it a buck. It was the
Let's
Brooklyn
keep it a buck.
Yes.
I'm gonna keep it a stack, yeah, I'm gonna keep it a stack. Like it was the Brooklyn niggas. Like Jay wasn't cool with Cameron and them getting on board, especially when Cameron was announcing that he was a part CEO and everything else. When he went on the radio and started making these wild announcements, how he runs the Harlem section or whatever the case may be, whatever claims.
Didn't he get an office? Hey, didn't he get an office in there too, man? Like,
Jay was feeling some type of way, and him and Dame relationship wasn't the same sense.
Yeah, and it's, you know, it's crazy, but it's like at the same time, it's like, yeah, Brooklyn nigga shit. And I do feel, I know, like we
but
say,
this
we
is
can't
why.
prove it.
No, I agree with you though, right? But this is why actual financial literacy trumps all that nonsense, right? Because then if we know, and I think I was talking about this last night on the channel with you, Psycho, we can't ignore the diversity in our community.
Yeah.
Right? Like, so like I'm from the Bay. The Bay kind of work the same way, like East Bay cats. Like so you got like San Francisco, Oakland, Richmond, Vallejo, all them cats is completely different worlds. They'll ride, and then in those areas you got different factions, right? It's tribal as hell. So to act like a Harlem cat is always gonna get along with a cat from Brooklyn and whatnot, and so on and so forth, I think, in my opinion, is romanticizing what it is that we have to do. And if Dame would have came into that understanding that and still wanting to take care of his people,
yeah, he would have.
Everybody would have had everybody would have had their same piece of the pie, and then there's principles set in place. So if it does break down, you already know what the punishment is. Right?
Yeah, it started becoming very territorial because Dame brought in Cam and the Dipset, Jay brought in MOP and all this other stuff, his Brooklyn Boys and everything, and it started. Yeah, so it became a power struggle thing, and it was the boroughs had a lot to do with it, because like I said, Jay felt like, you know, these Harlem niggas over here getting too much control. You know, first I was cool working with Dame, but now Cam's here and he's a CEO and all this stuff. Like he calling shots and everything. Like, okay, it's a problem.
Right.
But I feel like that was Dame trying to insulate because he saw Leo circling and he saw Jay having these C-suite executive dreams or whatever, right? And I feel like, you know, and again, I'm from Brooklyn, so I know how shiesty Brooklyn niggas can get, but I'm like, for us, and I don't know if other boroughs understood so much, but my thing was, if he did D-Haven the way he did him, and, you know, again,
that's a good point.
It's kind of like
you doing a lot.
This is why
and so you said Dame should have seen it, but that's what I'm saying. I agree. He should have seen it.
And it's because,
and so he should have put the proper things in place. That's my issue. Because Dame understood this at that point in time. He understood how to put together a conglomerate like that. Like he understood that at that point, right? So all he had to do was put the proper things in place and give everybody their own little piece. That's the thing I think everybody missed. Like, okay, once you're dealing with them amount of egos, give everybody their own little piece. Right?
Yeah.
Now everybody comes sit
that integrity thing. Sorry.
No, you got it. Keep going. You got it.
I think it's that integrity piece. I think he was thinking like, yo, we kind of like, kind of like on a syndicate, right? like 5 family. You know what I mean? Like he was really on that. And I'm like,
but do you understand? But do you understand what makes the 5 family conversation stick? Those families are all recognized, and so it really is a round table. It's not a square or a rectangular table. So in other words, everybody comes to the table and they got their slice of the pie, and within that slice, they are the head of that slice. But as it pertains to the table, we all work together, and now we have mutually assured destruction. To where if I take out my piece, it falls apart. If you take out your piece, it falls apart. Let's figure out how to make this thing work. And so in business, in high level business, you understand this, a lot of the negotiations, nobody really ever feels like they completely won, right? The best deals are the deals where everybody is at least getting the majority of what they want. Yeah. And I think, like I said, I feel like Dame got too comfortable, like what you're saying, in the role of almost a Pan-African thought. I don't want to say that because I don't want to put that on him without knowing his entire ideology on it. But just this, we can all coexist without having the proper rules and the proper structure in place. That's just not going to happen. We're too diverse as a people.
He did it with, I think they did it with reasonable doubt, because like that was the main asset, right? That all of them kind of like, they all owned a third each. And I feel like
once everybody start eating, though, it's over, right?
Yeah, and that's why I'm just saying, like, for that perspective, yeah, it is what it is. Like, Dame definitely, he underestimated what he saw already. And that's the thing in business. It's like, look how niggas do other niggas that they've been in business with. So it's cool that, oh, he got Emery under him. He got Tata. Oh, yeah, da-da-da-da. He's been with them forever. But what about D Haven, right? Let's really talk about that. What about D Haven? Because to me, it's like, if you do one nigga wrong out of your whole crew that's been with you from fucking Marcy, like y'all niggas been there together, like as kids, nigga. Like, and I understand, like, everybody you grow up with, it don't mean like y'all gonna be friends.
Hey, you hear this? She's dumbass Brooklyn. Since kids, nigga.
But it's kind of like, you know, these are the things, and I feel like this is part of what I've seen and I paid attention to growing up, where I seen all of this fallout, right? And it's like, for me, I was part of that generation coming up where, you know, the next part of it, shit, what did you say before? Because we spoke about Dame, and then you said you pivoted to something else that was important. I don't know if it was the Leo conversation. Man, I forgot.
I'm just talking. But I think it was the not being aware of how when these mergers happen, that whoever that contact is from that acquiring or merging company, like if you sleep on that person, that's the snake in your camp. Like, and I think Dame underestimated Leo's desire to be the guy in this hip hop space and to maneuver and just give Jay whatever he wanted so he could do more.
Yeah, Jay had that ambition too.
Okay. Yeah, and speaking on something that you spoke on before about Gen X's having a disconnect with the millennials, you know, as far as like putting them on the game and stuff. And I wouldn't even necessarily disagree with you on some levels. It's nuances to that though. A lot of it was we didn't have a lot of games put on to us. You know, like, you know, we grew up. Yeah, we grew up with the boomers was fucked up when we was growing up. You know, they was the ones, they was the crackheads, right? Like they were the ones that got swept into the whole crack era thing and this, that, and third. And we saw the boomers affected severely from it, and a lot of them didn't really have a whole lot to pass down to us when we came of age. A lot of, and that includes knowledge, right? Because a lot of them got hooked on this stuff early, and you know, so they didn't know a whole lot of game that really be throwing down to us. We was growing up smarter than them, just like I feel like the millennials grew up smarter than us. I feel like millennials in their 20s is way smarter than we was in our 20s, you know, and a lot of that got to do with the internet and just the evolution of knowledge being distributed and everything. But but they didn't really have it. Like a lot of Gen X's really didn't get their shit together to their 30s. You know, they spent most of their 20s trying to figure shit out, but they also was having kids in their 20s and as teens and stuff. We were still having kids early. And you know, like I said, we raised a lot of Gen X's raised themselves. We was the first generation that kind of did that.
Yep.
You know, we was the latchkey kids. You know, we the first latchkey kid generation. You know, we had to lock the door when we left to go to school. We had to open up the door when we came back and wait for our parents to come home. Whatever the case, like we was those kids. So we pretty much raised ourselves for the most part. So it took some time for us to figure it out.
Yeah, I get that. And for me, that's why I just feel like, that's what I was saying before. Like, I don't want to sound facetious to be like, did y'all forget y'all childhood? Because I feel like us millennials did the same kind of thing, right? Maybe not the younger ones. And
we didn't forget it. It was just we're literally living it, right? And now we're just expanding from it, like he was saying. Like, and I know you understand.
You identify something. What? When you
what?
say you say forget the childhood. Was it something about childhood that you're trying to reference?
No. So what? I'm just riffing off what Psycho was saying, like how y'all raised yourselves, and I'm like, we did the same thing too, right? It's kind of like
you're the first generation that was born with a TV in the house. Like seriously, the boomers, they didn't have TVs. And then even if you did, government job, military, you know, some form of push, they'll say, "Oh, okay, you got a TV."
We ain't just had TVs in the house. We was the first generation that had TVs in our rooms.
Yeah, period.
In our own bedroom, right?
Yeah, yeah. So I'm from down south. They talking from northeast corner.
Yeah.
There is no black Baptist church going kid with a TV in his house. None in the 70s, and I would make that money most of the 80s.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I feel you. I feel you, Devin. I get it.
So information, because like I said, for me, the TV was only used for a babysitter. It was to keep me still and going from outside in the street. That's it.
Yeah.
So
like
news,
you're literally
information.
Yeah, that's a good ass point,
you know, news, information, and other things that were being specifically pushed in terms of propaganda. For a kid in the South, it was kind of limited.
Yeah.
In Chicago, urban cities with bigger markets.
Yeah, you got
you have more channels. You know, you had access to events and people. My mom and dad, all they had was an AM radio. Not in the car either. Only in the house. That's it. AM. No FM. That's it.
I feel you. I get that. I get that. And this is why I'm just like, the conversation, like I get the different aspects of like, depending where you were, what was happening, right? And this I always preface it, like I know I was in New York, so please let me know like if what I'm saying didn't reach where you were, And you know, listening to y'all, I truly get how much you guys had to do for self. And then I'm just looking at it as the cycle repeated again, because my generation had to do for self in the same way, right? And, you know, we took a lot of shorts, right? And it was a thing of looking like, yo, y'all not that far ahead of us, and why can't we team up now, right? And then it's like seeing shit like Dame and them happening, and
we didn't know
how.
We didn't know how. That's the simplest way I could put it.
You guys didn't know how to collab.
Like think about it, bro. When Psycho, like he's making an amazing point. Like we collab on the sense of we walking down the street, ain't nobody finna jump me and my partners. We try to get a couple dollars together, we can. But there was also this thing, like once you got mobile, you got your vehicle, you gonna go run a couple plays yourself. You finna go bust your own plays, and then if you can, come back, break some sit down with the team if you got that type of team. But a lot of people, it wasn't like that. And I would say that's where y'all got us beat, in the sense of, like, I know some of my younger cousins got partners that they are like still like a whole group of them, 9, 10, 15, 20 deep still now, right? Like for me and my partners, like 4 or 5 of us that we really considered still solid, like that didn't end up being a weirdo or something. We just had to get them up out the way. So like y'all are much different in that respect. And so it's not us forgetting our childhood. It's even our form of being outside was just different from y'all form of being outside. Like Psycho just reminded me, there was no OG. All the old heads was trying to steal bikes and trying to break it because they trying to get high off of crack, and like it's raw. I'm not playing. Or they really bang it, so at least they trying to protect neighborhoods. So they'll tell the little crackhead, don't break into them people's house, such and such. But they still finna probably go do some dirt later that night too. So
yeah, I get it. And the dudes who were more enterprising that took the chances, they ended up doing football numbers. So then it's like, there you go.
Or they really got busy and they disappeared. Right? They really got busy. They got to the back and they just disappeared.
Yeah.
And you didn't see them no more. Right? Yeah. So it's like,
so we're seeing that more in the South, 70s and 80s. Like soon as you got out of school, like the second you walk across the stage, looking back for what? You know, my old
ain't nothing there.
Like straight the fuck up.
Yeah. No, and I get that because I had the same energy. I left early and I got busy. Like, to me, it was like, because I seen the stuff happening, I definitely was looking on both sides of the field, like education and being outside, right? And I was just kind of like, where the streets failed, where's education going to work at, right? And where education is failing, the streets is teaching me at least something like, this shit is whack, right? So even though I had good grades, I was finished with school by the time I finished 10th grade, right? I had all my credits. I just had to come for 11th grade because of I was too young, right, legally to not be in school, right? I had certain shit lined up to go to college, but then I had to make a certain strategic decision where it's kind of like, I know most of the kids my age weren't even having to make the decision I had to make, but I had to do it in terms of listening to these conversations where I'm working at Mickey D's. My school, literally the high school I'm in, it matriculates to Brooklyn College, so I can go there if I want. But then there's St. John saying, we'll pay for you if this, and this, and this. And I'm looking at it as like, what's really good? Like, this is a deal right now, right? What am I gonna do? What's actually gonna happen? I hear two chicks talking, and I think my conversation with my 9th grade history teacher kind of made me start putting things into this kind of perspective where you may have your certain dream, but what does that mean outside of just you, right? How feasible is it in terms of like the way some of these structures are already set up, right? Can you really jump in and be like, kind of like with Dame, I think he also underestimated just how much everybody in these rooms, even though Def Jam is a black, right? That's how it's marketed. This is what it is.
I can hear the air quotes. We can hear the air quotes.
It's like a black business. It's just kind of like, son, let's be for real. Most of these people in here who work here, even though they got the same color as me and you, it's like, bro, they ain't ready to take the same kind of risk. Nigga, you came off the block. These niggas never did that. They just went straight lace. And I think that gives a certain risk tolerance. Also, if we're going to say like, if you put yourself into a certain industry, understand everybody may not be made the same way as you. And what got you here because you have street intelligence and you were able to leverage it to now see like, the streets and the boardroom ain't really that different, right? It's just that there's a certain level of like, we will do each other dirty, and we know that and when so it comes to like the boardroom.
Right, but that was my point. But that's the whole point, right? And I've learned this from watching Dame, just to be honest. Like, even when it comes to my family, right? And we got family businesses, whatnot. There's no way that I'm doing this stuff without the proper contracts. It's just not. There's no way I'm doing anything. Like, so even for me, like, so with especially our big business, we have what's called like key personnel insurance, right? So let's say, God forbid, something happens to me, they need to be able to go hire somebody that can come in and duplicate all the things that I mean to the company, right? I'm gonna keep it a stack. It took us 2 years to negotiate it because I felt like they was trying to pop me. You know what I'm saying? Like just keeping it a buck, right? Like, he's trying to get me, bro. You're not finna get me, right? That's how our brain works. But it wasn't until I talked to another. What's up, Psych? What you want to say?
No. I was agreeing with what you just said. That's all.
Yeah, like I felt like and this is family, right? Like, so. And I'm gonna keep it a buck. It wasn't like they did something profound to make me change. No, what it was I met other people who had this same thing, and they showed me how to structure the deals and structure the contract.
Yeah.
Because really, what my fear was if something happened to me, what's gonna happen with my kids and all of that. And so once you know you got that out the way, now you kind of move in a different way. I ain't gonna say you fearless, but you just okay, there's certain risks that I can take.
Yeah, it alleviates the stress, definitely.
Yeah, and another advantage that the millennials had that Gen X's did not have, and this is self-inflicted wound, is we had kids early. We was the last generation to really have kids like that, period. Like most Gen X's had at least one kid by the age of 30. At least one kid by the age of 30. Most Gen X's had multiple kids by the age of 30. Like if you're a millennial, there's a very good chance your parents was either in their 20s, possibly even a teenager when they had you. There's a very good chance. But millennials, though, most millennials, if you talk to that have kids, most of them do not have kids until after 30. That's the common consensus. What I see millennials, most of them did not have kids in their 20s and this, that, and third. Most of them did not have kids until their 30s or better.
That's
and that's the advantage that they also had because they didn't have to, they didn't have a family to take care of at an early age. So they were more mobile at an early age.
Yeah, that's true. I hear that. That's definitely true. And what you were saying about, setting up the paperwork, that is real because that's the other part of this where it's like, I'm gonna use Nipsey as an example, right? Because this is like
this is a good point. Yeah, this is gonna be a good point. No, this is gonna be a good point. Bring it out. Yeah.
Okay, so it's kind of like I think his case it's kind of like you can see that he was paying attention too, right, to a degree. And I don't know if he had the paperwork, how we're saying that Dame and them should have had it, right? And I guess you could kind of see like with him and his brother, I feel like his brother sees him so much like his own son that there's a certain level that wouldn't get crossed. So like not having to have certain paperwork done. And even now after he's passed, you don't really hear like his real core team like fighting, right? And I'm using him as a point because in terms of, let's just say family wise, family business, and this is what I'm seeing in terms of like keeping the generational money going, right? If someone figures how to get one flywheel, one cash flow looping, right? It's kind of like, how do we start to basically irrigate that into different verticals or even irrigate that into like another business that somebody else in the family wants to do or second generation. Or like take care of, right? So my thing is with him partnering with was it Atlantic? I think it's Atlantic, right? That's who he did the deal with. It's like I always say like that's a family business because when he did the whole marathon thing with the store and and they kept going no matter how many times they got raided, shut down, bop, they kept moving in terms of like, all right, we're gonna do like this whole merch vertical play, right? And then I feel like moving with Atlantic, that was like now getting startup capital, right? So we could say like Marathon or All Money In was turning into a startup because now, and I feel like that's the same thing we could say now in hindsight for like Rockefeller.
Yeah, that's the point. I agree 100%.
So it's like that where we now have to start doing that startup transition a little earlier. But then I think we also, with what you're saying, is making me now see and put this pairing as well. We need to now take care of the familial structure, right? And how we actually set that shit up too. Because I know a lot of people don't really understand the trusting or like.
Man, I was just gonna get into it. Let's run it. Let's run the play right now. Let's talk about it. Go.
Okay, so with the trust, being able to set up so like how you would set up a limited liability company, but you're doing this now when it comes to your family, think of it as the same thing. But then I'm also saying, how much of us understand that with the bank, right? So off of an insurance policy, you can now create a bank for like your kids, right? Where they now have, or for your family. I think Cedric the Entertainer said something like this, where he said that he doesn't even deal with his family asking him for money. He just basically has set up somewhat of like a family bank, and they all have to go there. And it's the same way, kind of, but like a trust, but it's like, you don't have to have all your family members listed as the beneficiary. It's just that, you know, the trustee, or with this insurance policy, any one part of your family, you give the okay, and it's like, yeah, y'all could just go directly there to this, you know. A lot of people use accountants, but then if you really want to do it properly, you should set up a family office. And that's something I think that Dame maybe just now started to understand, which is why
So
I'm now
let's,
bringing in Nipsey and a graduation of like, Nipsey took
yeah,
care of things properly
yeah.
in terms of his crew. Um, with it like staying intact, and then also when it came to working with Atlantic, where I feel he was able to pay attention to all of the stuff that happened, right? And I think that's something, again, I don't take for granted as a millennial, where I was able to see niggas who was getting money on the block, and the next day niggas is shooting at each other, kill, like, you know, you see
Yeah,
all of that. So
yeah. So let's go high level with it, right?
okay.
Like, so when you talk about the trust, like, I mean, we agree. So some type of irrevocable trust, that's the main trust, right? And
Mm-hmm.
then you're putting, you know, my suggestion is you have a holding company at the top, and then that
Yeah.
holding company owns the family office, and that family office is the one that does all of the consulting and sets
Yeah.
everything up for every other conglomerate that is within that holding company, or if you want to have multiple holding companies. I think
Mm-hmm.
the family office part, right, is the thing that a lot of us over the last 5, maybe 10 years have just started to get comfortable with. And so I can't even be mad at Dame about that, right? The concept of
Yeah.
the family office, that our family or our people need to understand, this family office literally can run your house, and you get tax
Yeah.
write-offs for it. It is something that you put in place to run your house, to run all of your businesses. And by initiating that, and then turning around and creating all of these other LLCs, and if you're going to go holding structure, and then
Yeah.
put the
Subsidiaries.
conglomerate right within there, however you want to set it up, that's how we have it. You can do this for every child and every member of your family, right?
Yeah.
And simply go buy an income producing asset like a trucking company. And it doesn't even have to be a trucking company. You can go buy a trucking route like a FedEx. You can go buy FedEx routes that are already active, and pay and keep the management team in place and have them run that, and then use that money to go get something else. And then what you was talking about with the infinite banking play, right?
Yeah.
This life insurance play is something that we all have got to start to get comfortable with. Even if you just go get a whole life policy that you can borrow against for the family, and then put
Yeah.
money back into it. And it doesn't have to be your main life insurance policy. This can be something that everybody is putting into as a family, and you can borrow against it, go start a business, and then turn right back around, pay it back, and keep doing this in perpetuity. Right?
Yeah.
This is literally how you create generational wealth.
And how you
Uh,
stop your kids being in debt, you know what I mean,
yeah,
unnecessarily, because I feel like that's another thing. Like, a lot of us may start out as kids with debt that we don't even fucking know we got, right? Because
yeah,
maybe your parent, being immature, just basically use your name on some dumb shit. But if we set this kind of stuff up, like when you have a child, you take out an insurance policy. By the time they're freaking 16, you know, anything that they want, you can now have that start paying for it, and you start teaching them how to manage and allocate their own
I
funds.
agree.
And
I
someone
agree.
said, explain a family office, right? A family
You want
office
it,
is,
or you want me to do it?
I'll say it, and then if you want to add on, where it's literally just having a dedicated network of financial advisors and accountants dedicated to your family. They work for your family 24/7. So you have to think of it that way, right? I think that's the easiest way I can explain it. Jedi, if you want to.
So let's start from a smaller standpoint, right? Because she's talking about once your family is to the point where you really need accountants and things of that nature, then yeah. But just from a small perspective, if you have a dedicated set of people who are focused on running the day-to-day activities of everything in your family, you can take that and start an LLC. It's just all it is a simple LLC, right? That is under your holding company, right? So you have your trust, you have your holding company. This holding company then starts a regular LLC, and that LLC operates as the brain, as the main hub for everything that your family is going to do, right? All of your meetings, anything that you're doing is going through there, right? It even distributes your payments if you want, right? So if money comes in, it goes to the main holding company, and then that family office makes a request from your holding company to get some funds and distribute it, right? So the day-to-day activities are like this. Great question. The day-to-day activities are like this. And I'll tell you simply how we started it, and then I'll tell you what we did to get to the level that she's talking about. So when we first started, it was just me and my sister. And every day we're having meetings about all of the different family businesses and all of the ventures, even the different GMs that are in place, even if it was just me, the GM over all of this crap at first, until the business became viable, and then we put somebody in place. That family office also took care of the day-to-day activities of different family stuff. It's paying the bills. It's doing all of the different things that an accountant, a bookkeeper,
and like a personal assistant.
Yeah, a personal assistant. So, like, especially during COVID, this is when it really got big for us. One, I was spending too much money ordering groceries, right? So we had to get an assistant, and it ended up being a lot cheaper to just go and run and do little errands for us because I was really working a lot. I'm doing the homeschool with the kids. My then wife at the time, she working a lot. So the family office governed all of it. It set the structure, and it did it under the guise of the holding company. So the holding company tells you what to do, then the family office basically runs all the structure. Now the way it looks is it's more we have meetings. So we have meetings with the accountant, we have meetings with the bookkeeper, we have meetings with the CPA. Those are the main, right? Later, now as we're expanding and getting the different business stuff, it's either different meetings with different consultants or different meetings with different business attorneys, tax attorneys, real estate attorneys, things like that. So whatever you're doing, and as you grow, that whole thing works. I can't stand Q. I can't stand Q.
What do you say?
Q. He's saying y'all rich. Ain't nobody rich, fam. So the way it works, though, I'm super broke, fam. So, but the way it works is you have an actual company that oversees the day-to-day establishment and running of all of your assets. That's the basic ideology of a family office. And I can't tell each one of you how to do it. I can give you parameters and structures because each one of your situations is going to be ran a little bit different. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're heavy in real estate. We're heavy into like logistics and travel and funding, different stuff like that. And my parents, like, they really like car dealerships. So I don't know what that's about. That ends up falling on me a lot. But it depends on what you into and what that looks like. And you're not gonna move to the accounting space and all of that at first. Now, I strongly suggest you do it once you got a lot of moving parts and you got a lot of people in the building. You got a lot of different companies and a lot of people that are on different operating agreements. I strongly suggest you have accountants and CPAs. But at first, you don't necessarily need it, man. Like, because if you barely cracking 6 figures a year, y'all should be able to figure that out. If you can't, though, then definitely go pay at least a bookkeeper to put things in place. But a family office within the trust is just something that I think we need to start looking at as a necessity, simply because it works as a day-to-day alternative and a deterrent from effing up the money.
Yes. And I also, I know, like, for people that I've spoken to, it's a thing where a lot of people think that, oh, you should start thinking about it once you start making some money. And I'm like, you should have it pre-planned. Even if you
That's
don't
dope.
go and incorporate everything,
That's dope.
just have the templates and everything
Yeah.
there. And as you
That's dope.
continue to grow, it's like understand, like, you know, the same way you do a cash flow projection. For me, I feel that this is part of your company projection as well. Where do you guys want to be in 2 years,
Yeah.
3 years, 4 years,
Yeah.
5? And it's kind of
Yeah.
like, well, if you're trying to make it to the 5th year, in your first year, you better have
Yeah.
a thingy, a template for a family office, because you're not going to get
Yeah.
to your 5th year successfully if
Yeah.
you don't.
Especially when you're dealing with family, right? So I'm just gonna give y'all, you know, just a small glimpse of it. So as the person that do what I do in my family, I'm on the road right now and I'm traveling. And I'm doing all of this stuff because everybody went by RV parks and we done made these decisions and all of this. So I'm going back and forth from Savannah to Atlanta, and it's crazy, right? And then when I'm tired and I'm like, look, you know, we need to allocate a little bit more money, brother need a little time, whatever. Don't nobody want to do that. So now we got to argue about all of this other little stuff. But because we got certain things in place and certain ways of doing it when it comes to the family office and how it works, yeah, they got to come up off a little something because the brother tired. So the goal is not to use it as a deterrent. The goal is to use it as something that keeps your family together. Because once you really start making a couple dollars, y'all will fight, y'all will argue, and y'all will mess everything up. Like she said, you won't make it to year 5. You'd be lucky to make it to year 3.
100%. And I like what someone wrote, reverse affirmations, but also in terms of like, my memory came back, the Jay Morrison thing, because
Right.
what we're talking about kind of is kind of in the same lane. And I feel like a lot of people fell for that, not just because, oh, he's a grifter, because it's like, if you were just paying attention, like he said everything he was going to do.
Yeah.
And if you really paid attention,
He
he
told
really
you he
didn't
was gonna grift you. He told
yeah,
you he was gonna
it was
grift you.
in
That's what
it was in the paperwork that he said, oh, make sure you read da 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 da. A lot of people were blinded by their own greed and ambition. And that's one thing I always say, like a lot of these people that we say, oh, they're grifters, they're this, they're that. A lot of our people themselves are projecting on them, and they're also blinded by their own greed. This is why you're trauma bonding with this little con artist.
I
It's not
disagree.
necessarily he just getting you, huh?
I disagree. I put him in like he's a predator. And predators prey on people who are looking for opportunities to help them with life. Like buy here, pay here. Like, you know what I mean? People that take a bad car loan, they need a car. And it's not really greed, and they don't have any opportunities because of their financial situation. I do understand the get rich part. I feel like a lot of people want to get rich, and they have this view. Like mad parents who send their kids in my program, their kids are like, yeah, I want to own a business. I'm like, you have to know how to do something to own a business. You just don't say you're going to open a business. You have to have a skill set. Like, if not, you just got to have a good skill set.
Talk that shit, you.
There's no business without a skill set. Like, it's just what it is.
I'm gonna start this business. What you gonna do? You know, business.
Yeah, they be like, yeah, the LLC. I'm like, yeah, the LLC, you have to pick a business. So if you don't know what business to pick, choose general service, y'all. General service, you can put anything underneath general service damn there. I have a
When
general
he's talking
service.
about general service, he's talking about your designation. So when you go to get your EIN, they know what you do at the bank.
Yeah, try general service, y'all. And then don't be scared to fail.
The
You know what I'm
NIAX.
saying? Own some money and shit.
Designation. It's a NIAX. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro.
No, I was just listening to that one part. Cause I felt what she was saying with it, but I was like, I remember that era too. When he was saying he was like, yo, 500 get in. I was like,
$500, and that's why I was mad. So let me explain y'all, right? 500 ain't really getting it done for you in real estate unless you join something like a REIT, like a real estate investment trust, and then that money is going to bubble over time. And the reason that is dope is because it is on the stock market, so there's a lot of federal regulations for it. Other than that, only reason $500 is going to help you is if you going in on somebody to get a big turnaround on an earnest money deposit, right? So the way earnest money work is people do transactions, and if you want to, you trying to buy a house as a real estate investor, you need $2,000-$3,000, and you can say, okay, I'll lend you this $3,000. I want you to give me a 20% return and if it don't close by this date, I want you to cancel the contract, and you need to know that title company is going to cancel that contract so that way you can get your money back, right? That's the proper way to do it. It's much more complicated than that, so don't just run out there and do it. That's the basic way that you can flip $500, $1,000, $3,000 is on like earnest money investing. Other than that, do not think that you're going to invest $500 on an apartment complex and now you finna make $4,000 a month. Like that's not.
If you talking $500, I don't know what state y'all live in, but $500 and real estate don't go together unless you buying like bandos and shit from the state.
Yeah,
like that
go to the. But even now, you gotta go to the land bank.
I was looking at all these professionals. I'm like, don't y'all know about property? Like $500, you better off with just investing to yourself.
Yeah,
go get a certificate in something. Learn how to do something. Like $500 is personal investment into education.
Take a course, right?
Yeah, take a course and get a certificate, then you can make more money doing something. Or you can start a business with the certificate you got. And that ROI will be greater than what you would have on them. Then you can pass that information to your kid.
But you see, that's why I was saying is to me, it's that entitlement and greed that coincide, where it's like, however, I have to ask, what is really giving you that lapse in judgment to think that 500 you're about to flip it and make like 100x? Like, how does that work? If you understand the bare minimum of just balancing an account book, understanding interest rates, like I'm not even trying to say you got to be a whole G in like the real estate game and understand that. It's just kind of like making money is it's a pattern, right? It's starting a business is a pattern. None of this shit, it's math, right? This is math. So it's kind of like I just have to look at it like a lot of
hella sense. I hate saying it like that though. That's so true.
They just rocking out on greed, and they didn't want to do much for the return, and they just thinking, oh yeah, cool, I want what he has, so let me throw in the 500. And for me, there's a big part of these people screaming, oh, he tricked me, or it's a grift. It's like, bro, to me, and this is another thing for me in terms of discernment, a lot of people who put their money into that, I'm not saying all, right? Because there's always a caveat. I'm not saying all, but there's a good amount where basically they were looking at their reflection. And they're like, okay, yeah, I want to get in on the scheme too.
I can't. Jay Morrison grifted. Like he literally put on the outfit. He did the tour, and he used the language. Like I was doing credit repair at the time, and I was helping people for free. And I was telling people like, yo, the word investment is a very, like on YouTube, when people be like, donate to my channel, I'm like, yo, y'all know that's technically embezzlement. Like you're not a nonprofit. The only people that use the word donation are nonprofits. You're not supposed to say donation. I don't care what you think you're saying. That is called income. It's going to go under your 1040. You're going to get a 990. You're going to get a fucking 1099. And YouTube is going to tell you, you received this much from us as income. That's not a donation. You're going to have to pay taxes on it. I think the level of ignorance in the community is really high. And I think that's just like the financial literacy component. Because I hear people mad times. Like people come to me like, yo, Q, I want to invest. Like, yo, so when I'm getting my money back, that's not an investment. That's a loan.
That's not an investment, right? And so you got to understand in real estate, family, there are ways to protect your money. Like I think who just put it in the joint. Somebody put it in the joint. It had trifling. There was literally language in the agreement that's saying like basically he not on the hook for paying you back.
It was
the worst,
bro. Like it's the
worst, right? It's the worst type of deal to enter into, right? We teach people, especially in the different stuff that we do, about like first and second position lending in real estate, right? Anything after that is risky as hell anyway, right? So like first position is usually like a bank, right? And then second position would be like a private money lender. So let's say the deal went south. The bank is going to collect either the property or they're going to get their percentage of the money once they sell the property. So let's say, the bank invested, they lent like 100,000. The total investment like 150, right? And the property is worth 200,000, whatever, right? The bank is going to get their 100, 150 back, whatever their interest is. Then that private money lender is going to get their 50 or their 30,000 back. If you in third position, the likelihood of you getting all your money back is slim to none. So you probably don't even want to lend in that position, right? These are the nuances you should understand when it comes to putting money in. You're not just playing around investing. No, you're lending. You just made this. This is why they have private money lenders and hard money lenders. If you're not in that space, then you need to go, like I said, and learn and understand a REIT, a real estate investment trust, right?
Exactly. And
Yo,
you have
y'all
to
know
be
Max B, right?
licensed for that shit. Huh?
Y'all know Max B?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
The
the
rapper?
studio I used to, yeah, this rapper, right? When he got locked
Yeah.
up, the studio I used to rent from the space I had in Harlem, the woman who owned the building,
The
she's the one
wavy
that was
nigga, right? Just want to make
yeah, the
sure.
rapping dude. Yeah.
Yeah. That's not clear.
Rest in peace,
Yeah.
Jalay.
Yeah.
She used to manage him. And the white dudes beat her in the head and it's fucked up. We had a fallout.
Oh,
Crazy.
wow.
I ain't never really told this story, but they beat her in the head and she took a hard money loan and didn't realize they attached it to the property. And they knew she was gonna default. They was like, nah, you good. For 80 to get him his bail, I think it was 80,000 she borrowed to bail him out. And she lost 2 properties worth $4 million off of that. And technically it would be illegal. And it's crazy. I feel bad because her and I had a wild fallout. And at the time I was trying to tell her, like, I can help you, but you violating. So I just watched the situation. They ended up paying me to leave. But yo, reading is fundamental, bro. Like that but Jay Morrison also, the state law, like in New York, you can't publicly state something and have a contract that says something different. You still are held accountable to your explicit description of what the agreement was. And that would be considered
But technically he didn't though. Technically he just told him you can get in as little as $500, and then he said we're gonna go do the whole Black Wall.
He stated multiple times that it was a real estate investment fund. That's enough in New York to be held accountable for fraud. Now in Georgia, I don't know, but in New York, you can't state for investment and then have a contract that says you're not going to get a return back. That's immediate, like that's super fed time.
Well, the way he worded it though, look, that's why I tell y'all lawyers is crazy, bro. How your lawyers look at stuff. The way he worded it, it kind of weaseled him out. But that's why you have cats like Tony the Closer, like pressing him. So
Let me Can I quickly just say, like, in terms of like, he had the management fee at 5%, right? Which is already high, right? Then he's saying that in the filing, he's also saying that it's not based on performance, right? And it's not taken from profits. So no matter how much is invested, right? If it's the total amount in the pot, he's getting his 5% off top, whether it's positive or negative balance at the end of the day. So this is what I'm saying, where it's like
he
the
did
stuff
the
was not.
fund.
Yeah, it was
He
not.
did the
It was,
fund and said the fund underperformed, and he still took his management fee.
and it's like I'm just like,
which was technically legal.
yeah, but it's like it's not even really, it's not even like some kind of language that the average layperson does not understand. This is why I'm just kind of like, we got to take a certain level of responsibility, right? I'm not saying he ain't on his sleaziness, right? I'm not saying that, but
No,
I'm
you right though.
saying,
You damn sure right on that. Can't disagree
yeah,
on
it's
that.
like, bro, like what needs to, it's all third grade
I will
level
also, you know what though,
reading.
too, on top of that though, it was the black love thing. Like we really we really want to see black, and that's the part that bothers me because I think a lot of people just ignored all that other stuff with the hope of just seeing black do something good. And the way he pushed himself,
That's what I'm saying. Niggas wanted to be him. Niggas wanted what he had. We gotta
I won't
admit
even just
that.
say he had, because it was like Umar Johnson. Like people
What
really
he
bought in
projected, yeah,
what he
just the
projected,
idea,
and that's
yeah.
the idea of it. Because it's like, because I also take accountability myself, but I know that because I'm like, I don't want to jump out the window like that. And it's anybody can throw on a suit and jump on Fox News and then play the game. And then black folks, once you go on Fox News, black folks think you in. Once you get interviewed by a white person, you in.
Nigga, it
Like
was
that's
Breakfast Club that did that. That
it wasn't just
solidified that
Breakfast
name.
Club. No, New Jersey. You forgot he did the corner tour for credit repair. That's what got him up. And he was doing the corner tour and he went around doing the corner stuff, and then he got pulled on the news in New York, and I think in Philly, and in New Jersey. That's what made him people get confident in him. Then he started doing a little corner investment. It went from credit repair to corner investment tours.
I hear you, but that nigga didn't even really sell one house, did he? I think when people act like when you actually did the research, he didn't even have a license. He was barred. Like that nigga didn't sell shit. I'm just like, that's why I'm just kind of like, I get it, Q, but
that's the crazy part. Like, even
bruh,
with that,
like,
you don't need a
son,
real
like,
estate license to be a real estate investor, right? I mean, it's
no, I
it
know,
helps.
but it's like what Q's saying where he started at, right? With the corner tour and stuff like that, which is a good look, right? He's giving away all this information for free. Oh yeah, everybody come listen. We on the corner. I'm breaking it down. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, that's cool. But then what happened? What house you sell, nigga? Who bought a house from you? I want to see who that person is. Where's your whole portfolio of that shit, right? I want to see. And even if you're going to be honest and be like, yo, I've only sold 5 houses, right? But I understand this shit like that because basically you're literally doing a pitch, right? For people to invest low key in your business idea or in this deal structure, right? And this is you doing a deal structure like, yo, who's going to come in? No problem. I can respect that. But I'm saying there's a big part of it where there's a lot of people who put that money in and they just like that nigga. They just as shiesty as that nigga. And they saw themselves in him. And a lot of people, again, because it's like they use that whole once he got on the Breakfast Club, that nigga switched the way he started dressing, right? And then he started moving on some what? Lifestyle porn. That's what the fuck he was doing. He was selling all of that. It was just lifestyle shit. And niggas got caught up in that. So I understand people say like the black dream. Yeah, but let's be real. It's some of that consumerism shit. Niggas wanted that too. They wanted to be part of the crew. A lot of people, and I say this because it's like I've spoken to a lot. And when I say a lot of people, different walks of life, different black people, different part, and it's like, yo, there is a segment that's on some like, as long as I'm in on the play, I'm good. Fuck everybody else. Why is a thief gonna be honest with you? Simple as that.
Again, I'm a little sided on it because I was there while it was going on, and that was like I understand with it. Because that was a lot for me to figure out. It's like, yo, why would y'all people be paying people for credit repair? And people was calling me names for calling people out for charging for credit repair. And it was like, what are we doing right now, y'all? But I also understand like we're brought into the whole culture, and American culture is aligned with certain things like that's just blatant. Like it's how do you look when you have money? How do you dress? How is your haircut? You know what I mean? Like how do you all of those things where like the country is acclimated to seeing stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like that's just.
But that's why I get mad at these cats that be trying to get everybody to invest in their little stuff. Like if you really get into the bag like that, it's nothing for you to teach people how to do a couple of deals and then say, if you really want to do something else, let's partner, right? And then here, you got enough money, go find a lawyer and come to the table and be ready to talk and to work, right? That's the one thing I do admire about Nick. He would literally tell niggas like, we could work, but go get your lawyer, get your money right so we could work together and actually have a business conversation. Like, even all of these gurus, and I don't get it twisted, I've paid to be in a lot of different like mentorships and groups because those groups give me access to different deals and all of this. But none of that is necessary if you're really trying to get involved in real estate. You need to take the time to learn how real estate investing works. There is no magic tool. There is no get rich quick. There is a bunch of education, a little trial and error, and then you can start making some money. And you don't got to spend a bunch of money to do it. You got to spend a bunch of time to do it, right? Real estate investing is one thing that you got to spend a ton of time to learn, become proficient at it, and then you can pull the trigger and go get some bread. So it's kind of hard because I don't want to agree with what she's saying, but she's making a point of like, how could you read that agreement and not think that this dude is finna run off with your bread?
And then cry later on talking about
Did y'all see the report though? The American population is highly ignorant and illiterate.
yeah, but then I get that, but then it's like, what do we do from that? So what, that
We got to
excuses
increase
everything?
literacy. It's not an excuse. It's literally the reason why. So, for example, when they rewrote the credit laws in 2008, part of the rewriting of the credit laws was the fact that people were stating, we don't understand the credit. So they made them rewrite it in fifth grade language because it was written in 12th grade in high school level. And most people don't understand that language.
And maybe you shouldn't be trying to get whatever credit you're
Invest,
trying to
yeah.
get and learn how to read at 12th grade first. Because there's a
It's
lot
not.
of
It doesn't work like that. To be real, like you got people that like dropped out of school and they're making thousands of dollars driving trucks. People that might have just ended up being a state worker. You know what I mean? Doing like parole.
So they trying to get out of their 9 to 5. Yeah.
But there's plenty of 9 to 5s that don't require fifth grade education. You're just functioning.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, Q. I'm gonna tell you right now, bro. I blame you. You know, I be sharing that little that retarded Americans or whatever the Association for Retarded Americans or something like that you said with the little white chick. Hey, bro, I stand on that. I stand on that wholeheartedly. At this, hey, I hate you for introducing me to that. I be sharing that with people when they get on my nerves.
It just makes it easier for them to understand how we're having this conversation.
Yeah. You ain't right though. You weren't supposed to introduce me to that, bro. That's wild work. As always, man, I done got up here and spent more time than I was planning once y'all start talking this good talk. Good job, Pacho. I didn't know you was out here, you know what I'm saying, getting busy like this.
It's necessary. That's why I said I paid attention to y'all generation and everybody else, and I was like, all right, this is what I got to do. I'm gonna do it.
What industries are you in right now?
Me? I creative. So the creative industry.
Okay.
So a lot of the strategy and venture capital, I did that. I retired in 2018, 2019. And then yeah, give us free now, but niggas don't want to be free.
You should think about starting like a content creation agency. I think you'd be good.
Well, my thing is that plan is a bit more like I don't know, me and you need to talk probably. Like there's a lot that I did do while I was working. So I don't know if you've heard of like Havis, Saatchi Gallery, like these are media agencies and art houses in London. So I did a lot of work, but on the back end. So a lot of the C-suite people, which I ended up finding out, a lot of the people who are running these things, they're not creative at all. And the creators are just being treated like slaves. So for me, that's where I put a lot of what I learned growing up, and I was just able to flip it like all the way through. And yeah, so that's what I do in terms of I'm trying to resurrect a lot of artists. That's my thing right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's dope. No, it's real dope. Yeah, I hear you. I know that people don't talk about family offices, so I know somebody getting some bread. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I want to create more Nipseys, more Dolphs. I need them to live to like old age. So that's like my whole thing.
Your thought process then on like their necessity to get like better security then. Like I think that should be one of their first investments if that's the case.
Yeah, the family office would have took care of that because you would have been seen as an asset, right? And that's one thing I want artists to understand. The work that they do, they are basically building an asset portfolio. Once you get your provenance to the right perspective and you know how to do deal structure, you know what I mean? Then it's like you got no choice but to walk around with security and have your shit. Like it's not just your homeboys or your brother, my nigga. Nah. It's niggas that's licensed to carry.
Yeah. And there's a difference between like somebody who taking a bullet and somebody who's gonna spit back for you. Like, all security agencies aren't created the same. We'll just say that. So yeah, no, I think that's dope. I think we definitely build,
Yeah.
and we'll go from here.
Yeah.
You
Thank you
should
very
you
much
should
for your time.
no, I appreciate you for doing this. I think you should spark these off a lot more when you get a chance. If I ever see you doing it, I'll jump on and I'll we'll just shoot. I think these type of conversations they're necessary, and people can then go and make this caveat. None of this has been no financial advice. None of us are financial planners. A lot of this going left. Like, this is just to get you started. And now you go do your own research. Definitely, if you can't afford it, get a lawyer and talk to people and figure out the best moves. But more than anything, I think Q said it best. If you're going to start a business, actually have a business, actually have a skill set to be able to do something that's going to generate income, and then take that income and continue to build whatever it is that you see the vision for your family. And a template is necessary. AI is amazing at this. If you can't figure it out on your own, AI can help you plan out a ton of different things. Now you're gonna have to do more than just, looking at that plan. You're gonna have to get more in depth. But basic Chat GPT can get you a solid foundational template of what you want to do with your life, and then reverse engineer it, like the sister said. So
100%. We'll even lay out a mean
Also, you got
business plan.
associated skills too.
Say
So
what?
some people,
yeah,
yeah. So
associated
like,
skills.
yeah, like things that are associated to the skills you have. You could be a service seller. You could be a product seller within that field. Like y'all nurses, y'all could be selling like the materials to the hospital. You can get a contract
This
in
is
there.
this is this is vertical integration. So this is what Q was talking
Yep.
about this week. Sister was talking about. This is how you understand vertical integration, right? So perfect example. If you are a nurse, you can sell different. If you want to sell the scrubs, if you want to go deeper into that and sell different stuff, or if you want to even take that knowledge and get into assisted care living facilities, right? All of those. You got to understand the different plays in every industry that you got, right? The different services. Let me speak layman's terms. The different services that are involved with whatever industry you're in, and then get great at integrating in all of those areas, right? And now you have a vertical. Now you don't have to start, a trucking business, a tax business, and this, that, and the other. If you're good at something, do 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different things in that same field. And that will give you the same type of income as you would make if you're trying to make, $1 million a year off of running 5, 6, 7 different businesses.
Honey, I co-sign that.
Now, I'm just a maniac. I like to do verticals in multiple industries, but that takes a lot of people, right? So y'all kind of understand. I be hearing some people talk, well, I got this business and that business, this. You're gonna go crazy. And you can't be making money in all those industries if you don't have the proper teams in place. So either you're a frustrated person or you broke.
Yeah, having a plethora of professionals around you help make it easier too. I think that's
Facts.
something that I kind of noticed with the credit repair when I was doing it. Like, and don't be so forthgiving, y'all. I think that was what I think Jay Morrison got hit with that. Like when I was doing the credit repair, like people were just open and just giving me. I'm like, my rule was like, do not give me your social. Don't give any. You don't need somebody's social to do credit repair. Like you just need your credit report. Don't like that's crazy. Like how are you giving your social to people that you're giving to help you with your credit? Who are these going to scam you first? The credit repair people. They gave me your social and you gave them your ID. I'm like, I don't know. I don't want your ID. Like, what are you doing? You giving me ID? I'm like, I can imagine what they said to Jay Morrison. They like, look, I got 400. People were telling me they bank accounts. Like, look, I got 60,000 in the account. My credit score is this. What could I do? I'm like, yo, bro, you don't start no conversation. Maybe I'm
It's
used to
not
being around
right.
that's real. Yeah, I'm not used to people just starting off telling you how much money like that. I don't want to know. I don't want to be the
It's
person that you
not.
could think like that might be thinking about robbing you. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
let me put that
This
down.
nigga said
No, you're
instant.
right. Even thinking about it. Like especially in the credit repair joint, because you can just go to one of these tri-ident or these tri-report groups like Identity IQ or something like that. Print the report off and send it to your friendly neighborhood credit repair person, and they can help you fix it, right? Like I look,
And I'll even say before then, because I fuck with lawyers, but it's your duty to know the law before you go to a lawyer. And you got to cross-reference your lawyer and know what the lawyer talking about, depending on how that lawyer is your friend.
Good point.
Yeah, you
But
need a
some lawyers
lawyer for
friends.
your lawyer, and you need an accountant for your accountant. I go by the rule of three, based off of how many M's you got rolling. You better start having checks and balances. And
Facts. You
make,
got to know the law. People be telling their lawyer everything.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So you gotta have due diligence on all fronts, and that's where the responsibility of being in leadership position is very real.
Yeah, I
No,
love
this is
business
dope.
schools. So I don't like all that other try to get rich scheme shit. I'm like, you gonna fail sometime, y'all. On one corporation, I owe New York City like 30,000 in taxes, and I still ain't get that corporation up. I'm gonna figure it out.
Bro,
Right.
you feel me? Like, hey, when I first really got good, the first year I did good in real estate, hey, them taxes was
Hey man, ain't the
crazy.
whole world in debt for about
Bro,
77 trillion?
them taxes was crazy though, fam. I was hurt. I was hurt. But I learned a
Yeah,
lot.
you gotta learn. Cost to learn, man.
Yeah, yeah,
That's what
yeah.
it is.
We call it the ignorant tax, right? You gotta pay for what you don't know.
And fight at all times, y'all. Even if you
Facts.
scared, even if you nervous, fight. Like I can't tell you how many times like I almost did not show up. I got sued by New York City for like 20,000. It was in the news and stuff. I put flyers all over the city for my studio, and these niggas find I'm talking about on one light pole.
Yeah, dog.
They gave me $1,100 for one light pole, son. I'm talking about they fined me up. I was like 75. Yo, they kicked my ass, and I showed them in
Hey,
court. And I looked up everything I can look up, and I lost in court. It was like, look, at the end of the day, that was you, right? And I'm like, yeah, but I'm like, don't y'all gotta, if you see me committing the crime, the nigga just told me he saw me commit the crime. Why would he not tell me to stop? You can't do that. Like, how are you an officer of the law and gonna let me commit the crime and then charge me after that? Then I'm like, if you saw me do it and my name is on the business, why you just ain't call me? Why would you wait and set up an investigation past the time of this? If I did not show up and ask those two questions, then I'm like, if you saw me do it and my name is on the business, the whole next judge got the case, and threw out the whole shit and was like, hell no, you can't do that. Like, I think I wound up owing like $1,000.
hey, this how you know. This how you know. I'm definitely afraid of courts. Like I just don't like it.
Yeah,
So
that shit's
in real
scary. Like,
estate, you put out
it's
the
scary.
bandit signs, right? I was putting out the we buy houses signs, right? And so we just go out, put them out overnight, and then I got a call from code enforcement, and they was like, they said we took all your signs down. If you put them back up again, we're gonna take you to court. And he said, dude, we're gonna start at like 20,000. We're just gonna work our way up. Bro, I changed my whole business model. Like I never put out another bandit sign in my life, man. Like never. I would never do it again. I know people that live by that and they eat off of it. I ain't taking, bro. I'm not taking no chances with going to court over putting out no signs. Feel them straight. Yeah, see, it works out either way. Yeah, yeah. No, he right. So if you do get taxes, like you said, that means you making money. So now you can use that to go get a loan. Like it's so much stuff I
You
want
gotta
to
put it
talk to
on the
y'all
net.
about. Yeah,
Yeah, like listen, we should, like you said, we should do it more often. Because my thing
yeah,
is just getting in on this. It's just like for me, and something you said earlier, where I think a lot of time when you give people information for free, like, and then like you said, like, yo, come back to me. I just gave you all of this to set your shit up. Come back to me when you ready to actually, you know, you got something, some kind of legal protection in place. Niggas look at you like you the fraud. And I'm like, how many times I tell people, like, niggas who really got it will give you everything you need to start to see, yo, are you really gonna do this shit? Because then I can take you seriously, right? Because then you ain't gonna jump out the window looking for somebody to blame because you're what did they say? Your eyes are bigger than your stomach.
Your
Like,
eyes are bigger than your stomach. But it's more like I want to see your investment, right? I used to get mad when I first started doing so. Like I finally moved into fix and flips, you know, at one point, and I used to get mad because you go to these hard money lenders, you got to put 20, you know, it depends, but you know, most of them 20% down, stuff like this, right? And I'm mad, like, why you got to put so much money down? They're like, bro, think about it. I'm giving you, you know, $200,000, and you're not gonna put no skin in the game. Like, no, like that's what when people are giving you free game and they telling you to come back with your business set up, you know, have it spoke to an attorney and stuff. Now I know you're invested, right? Now I know that you're serious about working and doing some business. Let's figure out how to eat. All the rest of it is like I'm just giving you free game, fam. Like that doesn't mean that I'm obligated to do business with you. Because the first time something goes wrong, you're not gonna understand.
It's a risk. Investments is a risk.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Right. So it's to go to real estate school. I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. I mean, you can get your real estate license online. I don't necessarily suggest people go to real estate school unless you want to like manage construction. I think realtors have been grifted the most out of everybody in the country as it pertains to real estate, unless you understand how to be a realtor and work with real estate investors, right? The average realtor doesn't really make any money. They're doing it part-time because they don't really understand how the interactions of real estate really works, right? By the time a house comes on the market, it's already touched investors, right? By the time you see a house,
that's a fact.
Yeah, like whether it was new construction or somebody bought it and rehabbed it, it's somebody that me or my friends that was involved with it, right? They either got it from somebody off a contract flip and then they did the rehab, or they were the person that did the contract flip and made a little money, or they were the transaction coordinator. Like it's a lot of other things that are happening behind the scenes that really make the deal go by. The only reason we'll involve a realtor is if it was a person who put the house on the market, right? That's really the only reason I even deal with realtors at this point. Now, if you want to have that, and I'm not saying you don't, I'm not telling you don't do it, right? But you can just go online and get your realtor's license. And then now it gives you access to the MLS. It gives you an ability to go out into the market. But even then, you better damn sure understand that if you're trying to buy it as an investment property, you have to tell that person that you're a realtor and you're trying to buy this now.
Fact, the realtors are just the middleman. They ain't really making money like that.
Yeah, they don't understand. Most realtors don't understand the concept of what investors have to do to bring these properties to market, right? So I say you're much better off spent learning how to really be a real estate investor. If you really want to, quote unquote, get into real estate, you need to learn what it means to be a real estate investor. You need to know what a purchase and sales agreement is. You need to learn what an assignment agreement is. You need to understand the 1% rule. You definitely need to understand how to raise capital and not to mess people's money off, right? If I go into a real estate investment deal and I'm borrowing money, I'll take an L before one of my partners do, right? That just has to be the rule of thumb, right? Your name is going to be everything. And that's not to say you can't overcome bad deals. They're bad deals, right? You do a fix and flip, open it up, and it's infested with termites and carpenter ants and all of this stuff. Okay, you're probably going to blow that 10% overage that you estimated. But That's also a part of the game. So understand, like you said, get a skill set. Whatever it is, get a skill set. I love real estate, and I spend a lot of time learning it. So, but if you really want to be a realtor, just so you can feel safer and more educated and more official, I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. Like, they're all the same. Just take the curriculum, whichever one you feel is gonna be the best for your pocket. Take the curriculum, and if you need a certain, like, if you're if you have a certain type of learning style, so if you need to see the videos and you need to see the written work, then make sure that the course offers that. If you're somebody who can just read it, then do it that way. Take it online. Same thing like with your insurance license. All of these things can help you and further you in wherever you're going, and it does add a level of professionalism.
There's 6 bands for that real estate license though online.
Yeah, that's why I don't necessarily suggest it, bro. But if somebody wants it,
yeah.
Right. But I know realtors that have been caught scamming and went to jail for mortgage fraud.
Research, yeah.
Just as much. So it's all about first having your head on straight, making sure that you don't want to scam nobody, that you're not doing this for the wrong reason, and then putting your head down and figuring out what to do. But I never tell people not to get a realtor's license. Just understand what you're getting. If you get a realtor's license, you still didn't learn how to invest in real estate. You just learn certain things about the transaction. You didn't learn the ins and outs of 20% versus 80%. What's a hard money lender? What's a portfolio lender? How to talk to private money lenders? How to avoid being scammed by quote unquote wholesalers? What states are wholesaler friendly versus what states aren't? What's a title company? What's a double close? What's a single close? What's a HUD-1 statement? What's the 1% rule? How do I underwrite a property? And we just keep going down the list on and on and on and on and on.
You on that underwriting? Like,
What's the 1% rule, if you don't mind me asking?
all right, explain that, and then I'm gonna ask you something about underwriting.
What you want to ask me about underwriting? I don't like giving my own definitions because I'll confuse you guys.
No, I don't really do real estate. Like, I don't really fuck with it like that as an industry, but it's just basically the practice of underwriting, because that's something where, for me, in terms of like where I feel like artists need to be, creatives, period, they need to start understanding some of the underwriting principle. And I think us as Black folk, in terms of up-leveling our financial literacy, being able to underwrite a market, that's where I'm kind of trying to like get us to start understanding the power and leverage that comes with underwriting your own economy and how to actually flip that, right?
Gotcha. Yep.
Yeah, so that's
All
what
right. I deal with that. So 1% rule basically works like this. Your investment into a property basically should not exceed 1%, or like a guideline basically saying your monthly rent should be at least 1% of the purchase price. So like if I'm buying an apartment complex, that apartment complex, let's say I'm spending $100,000, that rent should at least bring in $1,000, right? If you're going to buy a single family home, I should say apartment complex. If I'm buying a single family home for $100,000, that rent should at least be $1,000 a month in order to help you increase your cap rate or your net rate of return or your cash on cash return, depending upon how you invest, right? Because there's multiple ways to invest in a property. For us at this point, I'm really more concerned about ROI, like overall 10, 12, 15%, because we're moving into more spaces about lending. And then when we do now, because I am moving to the space of RV parks, that 1% rule is decent. But now we're looking more at cap rate and our net operating return, or our net operating income, I should say. Those things become more important when we're buying this type of stuff. But the 1% rule basically is your rent should be at least, so that rental income should at least be 1% of whatever your purchase price is. Make sense? Y'all with me?
Yep. Yep.
All right. Underwriting.
Yeah, that makes
So
sense.
underwriting is extremely complicated. I'm
That's
not
right.
gonna lie to y'all, right? And there's a skill set to it, and you really got to take the time to learn a lot of different stuff. I think what the sister is talking about, and we'll talk about that in a second, just underwriting your economy or underwriting even different businesses.
Yep,
But just
economy. That's where I'm coming
yeah,
from.
okay. I'll deal with that like we deal with EBITDA in a second. But let's just deal with like a let's just deal with like a real estate perspective. Basically, it's really dependent on what your overall outcome is. Like if you're trying to get a rental property, right, and your goal is to get back what you are initially investing within the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years, then you want to make sure that that rent is going to produce a certain percentage of what you already invested, right? Everybody got different numbers that they like to see. Everybody got different things like that. But the way you do it is the first thing, if it's a rental property, you want to look at how much rent it's going to produce a month, right? Let's say it's producing $3,000 a month, but your mortgage on it with your what we call pity, right? So your primary mortgage, your interest, your taxes, all these things combined. Um, if you're at 2,000 and then you're only making 3,000, it's probably not a good property, right? But if you wanted to take a single family home and do what's co-living, meaning like a pad split, which is really big in like Georgia and a few other states, and you basically renting out each room, now that house could probably benefit you and bring you $5,000 to $6,000 a month. And if your total pity is $2,000 to $2,500 a month, now you profiting, right? So when we talk about underwriting, we want to know all the ins and outs of what it's going to take to be profitable on that property. And there's a whole, I can sit here for an hour and a half and just really break this down for you. But it's also dependent upon what the goal is, right? So the way I would underwrite for a fix and flip is completely different from the way that I would underwrite for a buy and hold, right? With a fix and flip, I'm more concerned about the ARV and then what I have to put into it, right? So with a fix and flip, let's say ARV or after repair value is $300,000. I'm going to times that by 70%. I'm going to subtract how much work or estimated rehab I need to do. And if I want to make money on the front end, if I want to make 10 or 15,000 on the front end, I'm also going to subtract that, right? And the reason we do that times about 70%, because that other 30% is what you're going to spend on the back end, probably in realtor fees and all of these different things on both sides of the sale, right? So, and then you're looking at how much you're going to spend, and your what we call MAO, your maximum allowable offer, would be at that 70% range. Now, obviously, we like to buy 60, 50, 40% on the dollar if we're doing a fix and flip, and it ends up working really well. But when it comes to underwriting, you want to evaluate what the end result is, right? What the end result is, and then go from there. And as I said, it is sorry, I got a text. It is dependent upon what your goal is, what your outcome is, and the different asset classes, right? From apartment buildings to RV parks to mobile home parks, single family homes, portfolios. What's the other one? I was duplexes, triplexes, things like that. And then what your strategy is. So if you're getting a rental, if you want to do co-living, or if you want to do Section 8, all of these different things, they all play a key role in the underwriting, right? Am I making sense to y'all? Or am I just talking French right now?
No, I mean you make sense to me. I don't know if anybody else,
Okay.
the chat.
Now,
I'm listening. I'm listening.
Now, when the sister is talking about income underwriting, like economic underwriting, let's just deal with a business. And I try to do this with anything, right? When we talk about business, earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization, right? Or what we call EBITDA, right? How much money are you earning before you're gonna get hit with your interest, whatever your taxes are, a depreciation on a thing, and amateurization. Basically, what you're paying monthly for whatever money it costs you to borrow it, whatever it costs you to borrow that money. You need to analyze all of that, and then that's really what your quote unquote net is, right? So, in other words, let's say I want to make $100,000 a year, right? I don't even like that's too low. Let's say I want to make $100,000 a month, right? And I'm thinking because I'm generating $100,000 a month, that's what I'm making. No, right? That's not your earnings. So when it comes to evaluating a business or even evaluating your brand, you have to look at what it costs monthly to produce the thing that you are producing, and then look at the separation of what I earn, what I'm able to keep after I pay for all of that, right? And this goes to anything, right? Now, when it comes to evaluating, like what the sister's talking about, when it comes to creatives and when it comes to talking about different things like that, there are so many different variables now that we got to look at, right? Merchandise, the actual brand, right? Is this brand viable? And then what are our KPIs? Like, what are our key point indicators? Like, what are the things that we know we have to do to bring back money? I'm huge on KPIs when it comes to anything that we're doing, right? So like in real estate, I know I got to make 100 calls. And after those 100 calls, I'm probably going to talk to 10 people. This is off a fresh batch of leads. Out of those 10, I'm probably going to close 2 or 3 of them. And then after that, we can just keep working and circulating that lead list over and over and over again, right? It should kind of be the same concept with whatever industry you're in, but specifically in economic growth, you need to be able to understand what does it cost to produce a thing, right? So a cost per acquisition, a cost per action, right? A CPA, not to be confused with a CPA that actually does taxes and things like this, right? But what does it cost to produce a thing as opposed to what you earn after you produce said thing? So if it costs me $100 to produce a widget, and then that widget produces me $150, that means I make $50 off of each widget that I produce. Now, the way we make more money is to either sell in volume or to lower your cost per creation or your cost per acquisition, right? And when I say cost per acquisition, now we can talk about acquiring a product or acquiring a customer. So if you're in a service-based business, then we're talking about a cost per acquisition. Clear, KPI is a key point indicator, right? What are the indicators that you use to determine how your business makes money? How many calls does it take? How many impressions does it take? If I'm building a widget, how long does it take? Right? What are the key point indicators that tells me, okay, I got to do this thing so many times to make this much money? This is how you will start to understand what something is worth, what something's value is. We oftentimes just so gung-ho about going into business that we don't understand the value of a thing. I think when Charm was just talking up here, he was talking about the service industry and like they're telling him, well, you got to tell these people to stop using up so much of the resources because that's where your profit is coming out of, right? Your profit is indicative of what you have remaining after you do the thing that you do. So start to study what's called EBITDA, EBITDA, right? Earnings before interest, tax, depreciation, and amortization. Okay, and amortization is just a fancy way of saying your loan schedule payback, right? So if you borrow $100,000 and you got to pay $1,000 a month, that's your amortization schedule. And it costs money to produce these things, so you're gonna have to borrow money, or you can just raise the capital. But now your amortization is your time. How much time did it take you to raise the money or to gather the donations? All of those things become immensely important. Pacho, is that good? You want me to go deeper? I'm trying to keep it surface level.
Nah, that was good. Yeah, that was good. It was just because for me, it's just like I do it from the flip side of when it comes to creatives, right? In terms of them actually making their market, and then us now starting to understand the pattern. So I want to
Excellent.
say it in terms of real estate, and then because like I said, all of this shit is simple. Once you understand the formula, which is essentially the pattern, you can now scale it, right? This is where it's like what a lot of the time we think we need to know so much, but the first step is really understanding the infrastructure and like the mathematics behind holding that infrastructure together. You know what I mean? Because it's
Let me
like
go. You gotta be ready now. Because when you said talk about, I'm sorry, finish. Yeah, I got you. Go ahead. I'm talking about setting the
business.
market. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like this is the other aspect, and this is why a lot of our people stay stuck in self-employment or entrepreneurship where they're still doing it like a hustle because they're not digging deep enough to put the foundation down to start to build their market, right? And a lot of the time when we're thinking about branding, so what I'm saying is I'm going to talk about these things and I'm going to just correlate it, right? I'm talking about underwriting from an economic standpoint. I'm going to speak about what a lot of people know about entrepreneurship. So let's just say, okay, well, you have a brand. Everyone's saying, oh, I'm a brand, I'm a brand, I'm a brand. That's really, if we're going to be real about it and break it down, it's narrative plus symbol, right? Because a brand is literally what is the symbol and what with the symbol that I'm creating, meaning the image, the picture, whatever, what narrative am I pegging to that symbol? Which is the same way money, confidence in the US dollar, what narrative are we pegging to the US dollar, right? That everyone, so the US dollar stands for what? It stands for power, right? It stands for the American dream. These are all the things that make a piece of paper, right? Or a piece of cotton, whatever people want to call it. That's what actually gives it its power. The underwriting, the economy that's built off of the idea. It's no different to Manifest Destiny, right? They needed Manifest Destiny to get a whole bunch of European poor people to come over and be like, all right, cool. We want to set up shop here. We want to do this. So this is how, so everything Black Jedi said 100% when you're looking at that same pattern in real estate. Now, when you're going to do it as a creative, because our people, we are in the
Find
creative
the ARV. Yes, ma'am. Talk your talk.
So for me, I'm going to talk about it from the point of like, let's just say these fashion houses, right? These luxury houses. So someone like LVMH, it's owned by Arnault. And if you're like, into hip hop and stuff like that, you've probably heard
Louis Vuitton.
him. Yeah. So it's Louis Vuitton, Moet Hennessy. Now, the thing is, he actually comes from construction, right? He comes from a family business of construction, and he wanted to deviate, and he saw the opportunity because he started to buy a lot of these luxury houses, or more so contemporary brands. Before he got into the luxury houses, he got contemporary brands, and he stepped in from a merger and acquisition level, meaning I'm going to give y'all some money, because he saw it all as an asset portfolio, right? And when people look at LVMH, it's a whole look at each fashion house or each quote unquote brand that they own. It is literally a micro economy. And that's the whole point of what he's doing. And when you're underwriting from like as a creative, you have to think from this perspective. So the best person I can talk about that from a micro level of an LVMH, let's take Kanye West, right? When he started to get into fashion, and even his precursor before that, he kind of was able to validate what Nipsey was in process of doing, which is he was able to become a startup and actually start to underwrite his own economy. And he was able to do so. When I'm saying underwrite his own economy, he leveraged more than just his brand. Now, as an artist, you have provenance, meaning that your narrative, right? So you will hear narrative or market narrative when it comes to stock, right? When it comes to stocks and how a company is perceived. So someone like Tesla, This is why public perception is such a big thing with a lot of these larger corporations and things of that nature, because they don't want to weaken people's confidence in what the company can actually do.
This is
right?
why marketing is so important.
Exactly. So we have to now start to understand that, right? And whether you're creative or not, but even if you're just in entrepreneurship, when you're able to see the patterns in what I'm talking about, and you can see the correlations, this will now make you a better business, right? This will make you a better business founder, because you now have to get into a startup mindset. You now have to start understanding venture capital, and for you to not get got, meaning what happened to Dane, right? Getting squeezed out. What happened to a lot of, let's just say Berry Gordy, or a lot of the times what happens to all of the industries that us as Black people have gotten into, even the hair care, right? Hairline business, and Koreans just squeezed us out. This is all because we didn't really understand the economic aspect of underwriting the markets that we create, and how we can basically hedge against inflation, how we can hedge against mergers and acquisitions, where people will literally just step on your work and take it from you, right? They'll put in some money and then basically yank that shit from underneath you. So what I'm saying is, taking someone like Kanye, he started to understand how to leverage his quote unquote celebrity. And I'm going to say provenance because he's more of an artist, right? And you use that word, you usually hear that word associated with fine artists, right? He was able to do it to a degree, but he fell short because Kanye was able to solidify himself as a startup, right? Just him on his own was a startup. Now, he kept seeking more money and he wanted to grow his business. And this is what he was doing foolishly with Adidas. And who was his first? His deal was with Nike. And then he learned from Nike. And then he did what he did with Adidas, right? Where he had more ownership based off of what he created.
I feel like he didn't know his worth, though, just for the record.
No, he didn't. And this is the thing where I was with Kanye.
He was at 7 billion though. I mean, shit. Richard
Yeah,
Black.
but what he's worth is actually more. So it's kind of like artists need to start seeing themselves once they pass. So when Anon is talking about key performance indicators, right? KPIs. Literally, Kanye in his career started to prove or hit certain KPIs, but he wasn't aware of it because those KPIs in hip hop, right, or in the music industry is like, yo, I got a Grammy, yo, I did da 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 da. That's how he verbalizes the KPIs that niggas who know how to underwrite markets. So this is the mergers and acquisitions. This is the epithet. This is the conversations you start having when you're moving on a venture capital level, meaning that Kanye has proved he is a worthy investment that still has so much room to grow based off of different market cycles and not just verticals, right? So this is something where him not understanding that language
Killing. Let me just. So when she's talking about verticals, because you're gonna lose them.
Mm-hmm.
When she's talking about market cycles versus not just verticals. So remember, we talked about verticals are like, if you're a rapper, your merch, your record sales, your tour sales. But then when we talk about market cycles, we talking about his impact to break out of just a certain market and go into different markets as well as different industries and become valuable, what we call crossover appeal.
Yes.
Right? This is what you're talking about when you're talking about a brand now. Your ability to have a crossover appeal, and now you're selling widgets, right? Now you're selling spoons and napkins or whatever the hell they was going marketing, right? i.e. Adidas. Right? He went from music and now he's able to sell shoes and clothes and all of these things. And it's not just merch, like specifically Kanye West merch, but now it's like you're licensing his brand.
But then more than that, from an artist perspective, he now jumped into a different remit of art, right? So he
Yeah.
basically stretched
Yeah.
his work, but not without diluting it, right? So his capacity as
Yeah,
an
he was real
artist,
creative. That's dope.
and how he was basically being able to be interpreted by the market, meaning the consumer, he was now able to go from rapper to full-fledged respected designer, right? And the thing is, not just in terms of designing, he was also able to basically command a design team, right? Which is very important for any creative who is now going to scale their work, right? This is like an atelier if you are a craftsman and if you do fashion design. But then also, if you take someone like Andy Warhol, where he started to systemize, because he had his own atelier, which you would call it the factory. Right. This is what he had downtown, where he had other people, other artists working for him to create, because he did screen printing. So that was his medium and that was his technique. So because of that, he was able to replicate it a lot quicker and a lot faster, where he had the concept and now he can entrust his understudies, right, or his mentees to now basically do the production for him. But that is all his work. And this is where creative direction comes in, right?
Do
So
y'all understand what an atelier is? Since you're killing them, do y'all understand what an atelier is? I kind of want to just treat this like a class, but it's too much. It's just a workspace, and so that's why she's explaining about now his ability to produce, right?
yes, and it's to produce and create the same quality. So this is about quality control, right? Where you are able to systemize what it is that is your artistic signature. So Kanye, he was able to say, I can take my artistic signature, which again, like I said, when we're talking about a brand, we are talking about narrative and we are talking about symbol. So then Kanye was able to say, look, my brand or my signature, my artist signature, right? I can take it from rap music, hip hop, and I can come all the way out of music and go into um a, how can I word it? A crossover um a crossover industry that is also related, right?
Yeah.
And he was able to do it and he was able to be respected at the highest level, right? Without necessarily doing all the years in fashion school and slaving his way. But he was showing, so this is where it's like when you're an artist, you have a different level of how you can basically prove, and this is where your provenance comes in, right? This is how you can prove the depth of your artist's mind, where you don't have to do quote unquote the same linear pathway of, oh, I went to school and I had to do 5 years to get this degree. This is where artists have more leeway in terms of the decentralization of, you can actually be a polymath, right? And this is where we say Renaissance man. That's where that,
Mm-hmm.
title comes from. Polymath means being skilled in many, well, you've become a master at different skills, right? And you can utilize them. And this is the thing about
You're giving out
artists.
too much game, sis. I'm gonna charge this. You're giving out too much game.
Now you
So,
got to do it. Uh-huh.
but but the reason that this is important, and I hate saying this, but this is something that I've worked very hard to become, and that's why I laugh at people. Like, to become someone who can operate as a quote unquote modern day Renaissance man, it's not just knowing a bunch of things. We're talking about mastery in multiple areas so as to produce. Now we're talking about producing legacy, right? You move beyond producing income and producing legacy. And because of that legacy, you do set a new market. And it's important in today's level of business to understand, especially with the value of intellectual property and
Mhm.
what corporations will invest and put behind that. It is important to understand that if you move into a level of mastery and your intellectual property is something that can move the masses, you become almost invaluable. We just need to go out there and see what the market's worth. This is what Nipsey was starting to realize. This is why he tried to charge so much money for the album. Let's see what I'm worth.
And that was him underwriting. When he sold that mixtape for $100, he thought it was a marketing ploy, which it was to a degree, but on a deeper level, he was now solidifying and underwriting. And when I say solidifying, I mean he was underwriting, right? So basically, when you're going to put together an economy or an actual like stock option or something like that, the people who actually put these things together, the deal structure, you need an underwriter who understands how to crunch the numbers, right? How to crunch the numbers and basically forecast what this actual market, when it becomes an economy, what it can actually proliferate, right? So when Nipsey did that, he just thought he was reading, Jonah Berger, right? How to use spectacle to market. But what he was actually doing was starting to underwrite his own economy as Nipsey, right? So Kanye felt he had to do that because and he did it in his own way. So he had his own journey, but he felt he had to do that by I know in the 2000s he went and did his internship, right, with the fashion house. And that was his way of getting the fashion industry at the higher tier
to take
the
them
luxury.
serious.
Yes, because it's gatekept. So it's kind of like, look, even as a big musician that I am, I'm going to do this because I want y'all to see how serious I am about what? Craftsmanship. Now, Nipsey was able to do it in his way of, I'm going to use economics, this mixtape. I'm going to show y'all that I can peg $100 to my brand and my artist signature and my name, right? It is no different from Hermes when they sell a Birkin. And this is how you know a luxury house. A luxury house never goes on sale. Why? Because everything you buy from a luxury house is basically an asset, right? It is a
It
cultural
should, yeah.
asset.
It should even increase in value. Yes.
And that's the exactly. So they don't do sales or nothing. Why? Because you are going to disrupt their actual economy, because every price tag is an underwriting. And if you look at every piece of merchandise that they have, they've moved away from being merchandise and they've elevated themselves to being cultural artifact.
Okay,
This is
sis,
where
hold on.
narrative
You
comes
killing.
into
You
play.
killing. You killing. You gotta let them breathe. Hold on. Woo! Hey, and she gave y'all a real upper level education. So I see some questions.
Okay.
Let me just. I think Goldmine asked a good one. He's basically saying of what street money, and I think what he's
He
talking
said
about is
what?
like how do we of what street money. So he's asking like how to basically how are we determining the value of a thing, and so when we talk about underwriting or ARV or the after repair value of a house or what the product is and what its worth is going to be, yes, you have to test the market, right? And so with people like Kanye, when you're talking about these creatives, what they're learning is if they can create, especially a high-end lifestyle brand, we can hit the market, $3,000, $4,000, $30,000 for a purse, right? Because that purse is not going to lose its value because one, we're not going to put it on sale. There's a limited amount of them produced. It's very difficult to get access to said item. It's the same thing with your brand. And so she's explaining to you how your brand becomes intellectual property. And even when that brand starts to create offsets of the brand, if it's creating a product, it's still a part of your brand. So I
So
want
then
to
let
take
me say
this.
it like this. So think about it that when you have, let's say, a bag, right? Like the Birkin bag, right? Because that's kind of in popular culture. Look at that as the original stock. And then when they make smaller bags, or if there are even quote unquote knockoffs, these are derivatives, right? So then let me say it like this. You have to be able to recognize this because underwriting means you can now create an economy. And if you can now create an economy, your IP, right? As Jedi is saying, when I'm mentioning these different pieces, and this is where artists are very different and have a different level of leverage than any other skill set because your work is IP off the gate. So then that means there is no choice but a derivatives market to be created off of the first imprint of IP. Am I making sense?
Explain derivatives to them, sis.
So let's say derivatives would be what, let's use 50 Cent and Dipset, right? And even DJ Clue. So when I'm talking about derivatives, it is literally, we know that all of these people, they make albums, right? But then when they started to push mixtapes, those were the derivatives of whatever album they were going to release. They created the derivatives market for it so that it basically created, right, and reinforced the album that was going to come.
So, just to tap in, treat it like gentrification. When you think of a derivative, think about gentrification. If I want to buy the block and I want to raise the property value, I'm going to buy a bunch of properties, right? And let's say originally these houses were worth 50,000, right? I'm going to do enough work to where now every house on this block can have a proper comparable, and now they'll go from being worth $50,000 to $200,000, right? And so this is how you set the market, because now every house that comes after that is a derivative of what I said, and it will have to be viewed under that same process. You can do this in any market. This is why customer service and your ability to add value in whatever you're doing is necessary. It has to be at it's a premium, right? Your ability to interact and create something that people will pay for and continue to pay for that same thing over and over is what separates you from your competition. So when she's talking about the ability to have a workspace that creates the thing, whatever the thing is, that becomes imperative as well. And so this is why creatives are always saying, you need to get me set up somewhere where I can go work. What an author will tell a publishing house, rent this villa so I can go write. True music artists, send me to Italy so I can go create this dope project. Directors of movies, we need to be able to go and create the movie here so it creates the proper ambiance. There's no difference between music artists, actual artists like Warhol, right? The concept is, I need my space to create my vision, and now that vision can be sold at a premium, and then everything else after that is a derivative. And that's how you set the market.
And that's what he taught, let's say, Basquiat, right? He taught Basquiat how to play the game of public perception, right? But what he was actually teaching at a deeper level was setting your own economy. Usually for fine artists, they would get with a gallery, and the gallery now becomes the peg for what you can now associate. So this is no different to, when you're learning marketing and they tell you positioning, right? You have to learn how to position your product within the market. This is literally the same speak, right? Just take it as double speak. It is the same thing, right? This is the same thing as now being able to evaluate your product in the market and you setting the price. This is what Nipsey was able to do with his mixtape. This is what Kanye was able to do when he started selling the sneakers, right? And then let me even give it another way, where Kanye, when he set up his website to start selling his stuff for $20, that was him crashing the valuation, right? He was crashing it in order to liquidate. Am I making sense? So basically, all his stuff, I don't remember his price point, but let's just say it was about 1,000 for each piece, right? That's the least amount you'll pay for anything Kanye has created. He was seeing that he was being canceled in the market, right? By all of these bigger corporations that he worked with. What he was doing was basically taking his power back, saying, I'm going to crash the stock, right? Meaning I'm going to do a reverse pump and dump, where I'm going to crash the stock, where you guys think you're canceling me. I'm going any piece of stuff, because they were canceling him and they were freezing his bank account, but they were still selling his product at full price, right? But he just wouldn't be allowed to get any. So he's saying, guess what? I'm going to do one better. I'm going to crash it. and I'm going to bring the price value back to $20, right? And then from there, I'm going to be able to get a certain amount of liquidity because you guys have now X'd me out of getting my own money from my bank account.
Now, why would you do this? And y'all need to understand the reason for doing this is for market correction.
Yes.
Right? Right? It's no different than in real estate when you feel like properties are being overvalued. And then now you say, oh, there's a real estate crash. It's not a crash. There's a market correction because something was going wrong with how we were evaluating the product, right? Or something was going wrong with how you were taking advantage of the product.
Yes.
And so when it comes to a creative, you're taking advantage of the product. Well, let's crash it. So now I can show you my true power, right?
Yes.
And so when she's talking about Kanye, people thought it was a crazy play or whatever. No, he's showing you his true power, right? Because now we crashed the market, we reset, and then I show you that my brand is strong enough that no matter what you do, I'll be able to overcome it.
So
Right?
he was showing that he was the true underwriter, right? Because he signed a deal, right? So if we even going back to Dame and all of that stuff, it's like this is another. We're seeing this happen again, but this time, and around that time, I'm pretty sure he was speaking with Dame, right? I think they were. I think Dame was like one of the only people who was actually talking to him on a level. So obviously, Dame has gone through that already. So now he's probably telling him, "Yo, crash your stock, my nigga. Show them who actually has the power." And when he did that, he now became the underwriter. So anything that they have in terms of stock becomes dead stock. They have to now liquidate it just as fast as Kanye has liquidated with the 20. You know what I mean? And he sold
because the last thing a company like this wants to do is take a L, right?
Yep.
This is why, like in real estate, it's great to buy REOs or bank-owned properties, right? Because the banks are not in a position to sell real estate. So when they foreclose or repossess your house, they're selling it just to kind of almost break even and maybe make a little bit more because they are not equipped to hold on to real estate. It's the same thing if you are a creative and you get your merchandise in a store, you get it out here, and then you were to do something like Kanye did and crash the stock, they got to liquidate that. They got to get rid of that because they're not in the business of holding on to merchandise.
Exactly. And someone said kind of like what Virgil Elway. Yes, that is exactly what Virgil was doing. But he was going about it more like measured and manipulation of the market. Yes. But when I say yes, because obviously you can do so this is using this principle is like using a gun. It's a tool, right? And when you understand how to set up a market, you also know how to manipulate it. That's just the rule, right? This is cause and effect. You can't have one without the other. So being able to manipulate the market is what someone like BlackRock, right, is doing. So when Jedi was talking about gentrification and using that as an example to now explain what I was meaning, right? Now I'm going to use that again and say, look, this is market manipulation, right? Because now you the strong arm bully and you are now setting the new stat for the block, right? This is no different if like niggas is selling weight and pushing it and then niggas come from like out of town. So like, let's just say New York, right?
And I got a better product. I'm finna come step on you.
Exactly. But even sometimes it's not even a better product. They just got better marketing, right?
Yeah.
They're willing to like flood the market. So this is the same way when 50, when basically he got shelved, what did he do? He flooded the market with the mixtapes. That's how.
And then what did Jay tell niggas? Jay told niggas, hey, Beans, all you niggas better get active because 50 Cent is coming.
He's ready.
This nigga comes, you ain't finna get it back for another 2, 3, 4 years, right?
Exactly. Because back then, so now perfect alley-oop. Because now this goes back to market cycle, right? Jay could see, and back then we would say at least a crew, because 50 just wasn't one person. He came in first, but then he knew the whole crew setup. Because when you have a crew, you can extend the market cycle. So when you have a crew, you have about 5 years, let's say, right? And we can even say, let's stretch it to about 8. So you got about 5 to 8 years to just basically, you like y'all just basically dominating for a full 5 years, and then the latter 3 years for 8, you guys are somewhat not forgotten. Maybe someone can inch in a little bit, and then basically they got a little play, but y'all still got motion. Y'all still in rotation, right? So this is that the cash flow is still moving. So when I say BlackRock, right? BlackRock was able to do what they did because now they are manipulating the market. This is why they keep buying up blocks, they keep buying up houses, because real estate, you are able to play a game of economy. You are able to set what the market.
Can I explain them?
Mm-hmm.
So I'll tell you from a real estate perspective, you have 4 phases of the market, right? You have the recovery cycle, the expansion cycle, the hyper supply cycle, and the recession cycle, right? And at each cycle, there's a different investment strategy. So in the recovery strategy, it's more like long-term investors. We acquire properties and we wait for them to kind of grow, right? In the expansion cycle, it's like development, right? Because you're thinking about expanding, right? In the hyper supply capital or cycle, like this is more like kind of long-term investments, but you're trying to liquidate things, right? Because now it's hyper supply. I'm going to be able to sell at a higher price. And then the recession cycle, right? Yep. So now we're going to go buy up everything, right? And so if you can understand the market cycles in whatever industry you're in, it makes you very, very dangerous, right? And along with you being a creative, right? And this is why the sister is saying, if you are going to get on here and be a creative and do all of this other stuff, then you need to know how a market's right, how to underwrite your brand, and then know where you are in the market cycle. And you can even be in a different market cycle than what it looks like the rest of your competition is. This happens in real estate. Yeah, this happens in real estate all the time. You'll think it's a recession in real estate, but then you go look at somewhere like Memphis and it's booming. You go look at North Carolina, it's booming. But then you go to Ohio, in different parts of Ohio, and it's trash, right? So Kanye figured out that at that point in time, he was at a different level, a different height. And so he was at a different portion in his own personal brand's market cycle. This is why she's telling you a creative is probably one of, if not the most dangerous, powerful things that exist, right?
Yeah. And we as Black people, we're sleeping on it. Why? Because we've allowed other people to undervalue the very thing that makes us the greatest competition to anybody on the planet. When it comes to our ingenuity, when it comes to our creativity, this is the never ending well. Like once you know how to tap into your creativity, you're never like, your IP is forever. And I feel, this is what I tell a lot of the people that I have worked with in the past, is that thought is the only thing that should be manipulated. We've been taught to look at manipulating money and, watching a lot of these Anglos basically manipulate markets, manipulate stocks, have to do all of that. Why? Because they don't really have the capacity to now do what? Have a different level of reach when it comes to cross market. They have to play the same game over and over and over and over and over again. Whereas if you are a creative, you can take one thought and you can basically spin that shit for the rest of your fucking life if you are willing to do what? Master your craft. You can't sleep on your shit. You understand what I'm saying? This is why it's like, the best investment you will ever have is your fucking self. Nothing else. You, my nigga, once you know what your purpose is, what you know what your skill set is, that shit will feed you for life. And not just in terms of like only utility, right? Only being a utility, meaning in service. You can start out like that, but then you can also get it to a different perspective, right? So you can now get it to a point of, what are the IP verticals that I can create from this skill set that I have? Let's start thinking from a place of IP, because you are now selling what? You're selling thought. You're selling narrative, and you are now pegging it based off of your. So when I say provenance is what we use in the the art and culture market to now say, basically the artist or creator's resume, everything that they have done, right? And the oeuvre is
your face card, right?
yeah,
If we talking
exactly.
about, yeah,
Yeah.
what's your face card, right?
What's your resume? What's your
Yeah,
reputation? And
yeah.
it's a thing of, it is a standardized, right? It is a standardized signature that continues to do what role every single market cycle.
So
And this is why
now,
mm-hmm.
no, keep going, and then we're gonna go into just
No,
a
no, no,
quick
go ahead.
understanding. I'm just gonna say, let's just do a quick breakdown so everybody can understand how you actually evaluate or underwrite your value, right? Especially if you're a creative, right? Um, so just I don't want to get too confusing. We would just say a simple means or a simple market test, right? If you're not sure what you're worth or what the products that you're creating is worth, you can make an offering, right? Put a product out there. And I always say start high, right?
Yep.
Because if anything, you can always adjust the product to make it come up and meet the value once you get the feedback, right? Or worst case scenario, you can lower the price. I never like to do it because, like she said, if you become a brand where you're offering sales and you're capitulating on your worth, that's what your customer is going to expect, right? But once you get into the space, if you're a rapper, you're trying to be a mogul, you're a lifestyle brand or anything like that, the way you want to enter the market is at a high enough price to where your fans or whoever it is that you're trying to interact with are dying to pay this price because they see the value in it, right? And once you start to do that, you now understand your market value. You understand your impact on this particular thing. But now what becomes important is to figure out what it is that they love. Was it you? Was it the product? Was it a combination of both? And that's where you start to you need a person like Pacho or someone who's going to help you identify your brand and identify your key point indicators, identify specifically what it is that the market loves about you. And then now that's how you manipulate the market, right?
Yeah. And then
This is the,
go
go
ahead.
ahead. No, you got it. You cooking.
So I was saying, like, so this is where when you're a creative and an artist, you supersede a brand and you can continue to create so many, right? And now this becomes your era or this becomes your collection, right? So we all know, let's just say Janet Jackson, she's had different evolutions, right? With each album, we could say it's a different collection, right? Because that's the same word you would use when you're talking about fine artists. This will be, so Van Gogh, he had his blue period, right? And then we could say, oh, Basquiat, they haven't given him a certain period, but even let's just say Kerry James Marshall, which is another like great, he only started now to get paid at the level that he's supposed to. But this is where if you are a creative, you supersede the very market you create, because now you can essentially go and create so many that cross reference and reinforce each other, right? So someone said, why manipulate? It started. So when
I
I
was
say,
just going to address that. I'm going to tell you why I like the term manipulate. I know you don't want to say it, but I'm going to tell you why I like the term, right? There's several reasons to manipulate the market. One is, what if you got partners that are coming in and maybe their brand is not as luxurious as yours, and now you see a space to raise your pricing, right? Now we maybe want to think about manipulating it. Or if you're going through a hostile corporate situation like Kanye West was, manipulate the market, right? There are different reasons to manipulate the market. The market is there for that. This is why I get mad when people don't understand the competition that should exist within the market. If everything stays the same and everything stays bland, now you make way for people to come in and try to find a way for monopolization, as well as to destroy or deter other people's brands, destroy other people from being able to get involved in creative activities. I know it sucks to hear the word manipulate, but manipulate doesn't always exist from a
in a
bad
negative
perspective,
connotation,
right? Think about when I'm forging a sword, or if I was making something, I'm manipulating this steel, I'm manipulating this actual item in order to give me the result that I want. right? We could use pliability. Are you pliable, right? Is this brand pliable? The market is pliable. It's always moving, it's always shifting. And there are times where you have to adjust. We'll say shift if you don't like the word manipulate, but there has to be a shift in the market at times, especially if you are able to evaluate the market and you are destroying your competition.
There we go.
Why should I continue to stay at this price and something that I'm offering is providing 10 times the value?
Which is why Jay said, what did you say? What the fuck is 50 cent? I'm about $1.
Yeah, it said, I'm about $1. What the fuck is 50 cents, right?
Yeah.
So, same concept, right? Now, that's still a win for 50 because where he was at the time, Jay shouldn't have even been worried about it.
Exactly.
You dig what I'm saying? So, it's a win for both. And that's what I'm saying. Sometimes it's a win-win. But the concept, manipulation is understanding. Yes, exactly.
What is she?
Right.
But she said something beforehand. Is writing independent considered manipulation? Well, to the current. So if we're gonna say writing independent, meaning based off of the current underwriting of the music industry, yes, because what you are now able to do is basically create a market outside of the
Yes.
main market, and due to
Right.
be able to, because you understand what we're saying in terms of you are now no longer afraid to manipulate, because you now understand, hey, manipulation means forging and creating my own market outside of popular culture, right? So that is your right. You're an independent thinker. You're a creative. This is your IP. You should. It is necessary for you to manipulate, because also, if we're talking about this underwriting, right, and we're speaking about it from the place of creating the standard for your economy, manipulation also becomes what's the word? It just slipped out of my mind. Manipulation also becomes stimulation. It is no different.
Dope. Because I was going to
Yeah.
explain it, but you used the perfect word. That is dope.
Yeah.
Man,
So
please
it's
let me
like,
just land me back off this real quick and I'll
go
bring it
ahead, go
right back
ahead.
to you. So when you think about independent artists like E40, Master P, whoever who was getting it out the trunk, and they would tell you selling 100,000 independents like selling 1 million on a label.
Yes.
They're not BSing, because when you think how much money you're paying to the label, how much you're paying in distribution, how much you're paying in all of this, and it costs you a fraction of that to actually create it yourself and put it on the market, and then you could go out there and move it, and now you can move and maneuver in that same market year after year. Take an artist like Tech Nine, right, who not a lot of people may know, but it's like eating hand over fist, or like Joyner Lucas, right? These type of artists who have owned their craft, but like Tech Nine is, in my opinion, is like one of the best
He's
examples
the
of this.
godfather of that shit. Yeah.
Like, it's nuts, bro.
He's stable the whole, let's just say, like, the wider. So basically, what I'm gonna say this, right? I'm gonna give it right back. It's
No, you got
basically
it.
what he did. He now stabilized the economy of independence. And what I'm saying this is, you can see this in the book, I think 21 Immutable Laws of Marketing, where
I like that book. Yeah.
they now talk about, when it comes to they use the Diamond District, right, in New York. So if you're not familiar, the Diamond District, as you hear, it's a district, meaning that there are a whole bunch of different jewelers, different people with different skill sets within the jewelry industry, and they're all in one district. You have so many different jewelers sitting next to each other, and you could be like, wait, but I ain't gonna get no business. I'm not gonna. That's not true, right? Because guess what? They all know that they set a price. There's a set level price. And even if you get a discount, it will not go below what? When they say the market price. Now, this is industry. So let me correct what I said. Tech Nine set an industry standard for an independent rapper to now create their own market within this industry. So whether he knew he was doing, I forgot what the law is called, but when y'all read the book, it will just come out. Literally, you are now creating a district, right? And everyone with every artist that comes into an independent mindset and it's like, all right, cool, I'm gonna set my market, I'm gonna set my shit up right here, because guess what, Tech 9 has done that. This now reinforces the industry of being independent. So even when we go back to Master P, E40, all of them doing what they were doing, that's the earlier version of direct to consumer. Niggas did it out the trunk. They're selling it straight to people in their neighborhood, their city. They may go maybe over to like the next I don't know down south like that, like the next I just want to say borough. That's what I'm used to. So they go over to the next borough, right? It's like being a Brooklyn nigga and then you go over to Queens to sell your shit. And it's like there's not that much competition now. It's just basically you going next door. And this is how you can say someone can go from their town to their city, and now their state starts to rep them, where now they've cornered that market. What they did was make us devalue that power and think you only have power unless you go global. But a lot of these independent artists are showing you that, guess what? You can actually make global money being a regional success. So even someone like Currency, that's a more, modern day that we can look into some of his stuff. And if you're an artist, so clear, you said that you want to do painting, but you need something solid to fall on. What I say is you got to get into a level of understanding cash flow, right? Because that's usually where a lot of creatives get stuck. You get stuck into a transactional perspective in terms of your business. And when
all you want to do is just create art, and you're not
yeah,
thinking about the money aspect of it.
the market, you're not thinking about the market making aspect. And what I think will help you get into that is you don't have to totally go into a whole nother industry unless you can cross pollinate that, meaning that since you're an artist, if you go into carpentry, how will what you make reflect on the art that you already paint, right? How does this now basically show an extension, right, of your paintings? That's how I would say you can, because now that carpentry that you do, and even in property, so this is how, you can
I was
even,
going to just take it entrepreneurship period as a whole, right?
yes.
Like you're right on point. Go.
No, go ahead.
So just in anything that you're doing, right? You have the ability to manipulate these things, right? But you have to view yourself as an artist, especially in the world of entrepreneurship, right? In college, they treat it like industrial, like, so you can be an industrial psychologist, right? Somebody who honestly works on like building up and creating the psychology of different businesses. When it comes to industry, right? As an entrepreneur, you owe it not only to yourself but to the other entrepreneurs in your space to understand how to press, set, and expand the market, right? Scalability is the key. And so your ability or inability to recognize all of these things she's talking about, the market cycle, your actual worth and your actual value are the things that become tantamount. They become foundational to who you are as a business owner and as somebody who interacts. Now let's make it more practical as it pertains to our community, right? When we treat ourselves with the proper value from here on out and start to deal with IP and your intellectual property, what it is that you created from your brain, and then take it and market it and put it on paper and then put it out to the masses, this is now setting a market for the rest of your counterparts, for the rest of your family, your black brothers and sisters, right? However you look at it, you're now setting a market that we can go out and engage in, and then in turn, honestly, participate in economic warfare. So when you're asking about how and why and when do we manipulate the market, these are some of the bigger tools, right? Because we are at war, whether you like it or not. And it's a cold war, right? I'm not talking about killing people, but I am talking about fighting for the market share. There is nobody out here. I'm watching my little cousins create these new little sweatsuits and all this crap that they create out here in Atlanta. I leave and come back, and all of a sudden they got it popping. I'm like, wait, what? How? Right? Because they're understanding their market share. right? Proud of them, just from them, just from us having these type of conversations. Then they take it and run with it. If
Exactly.
you,
And sorry, this is what I'm just saying. Like you saying, we're practicing our form of economic warfare. This is fucking paramount. This is what we have, right? Where we can basically do this from a level. And I rock with policy and I understand its importance, but I'm like, if we don't have economic warfare in the way in which we can do it, right, then what the fuck is policy? We're gonna have to wait, beg, do all of this shit that we've been doing, and it does not move the needle for the next couple of generations that are coming after us, because it's what they're going to do, the same thing, picket signs and shit like that.
right.
Like,
But if
fuck out
we
of
do
here.
practice, economic dominance, now we go out and shape policy. Now we go out and create a new sustainable economic policy in this country that actually looks like something that stands for us and fights for us, right? Now you can remove monopolization on certain industries, or at least compete with it. Now you can make sure that we have the ability to open up doors and set the new standard for what it looks like to really be a creative, or what it looks like to be an entrepreneur, or what it looks like to actually be a content creator, right? The ability to understand these markets from whatever perspective that you're in, and to actually get in there and fight. That's why, and I'm stuck on this manipulation of the market thing because it is so brilliant the way you broke it down. This is why we fight. This is why we do it. Because we want to set the price, and we want to set the price for us. We want to start to sway the numbers and sway these things towards our way. Because then we have the ability to fight in a new position. We have the ability to, just how people started to fight for big tobacco or big pharma and tobacco, we can fight for all of the different industries that are important to us.
Yeah. And Kimberly, you're saying, is this about tunes or war? It's the thing is,
It's
there is no
both.
separation. Yeah, there's
It's
no
both.
separation. When you understand the principle in which we're talking, you now have no choice but to
Right.
express it in every facet of your life, right?
Right.
Because it becomes a thought. A thought now becomes what? A way of life. So
Yeah.
we need to get to this level of thinking, right? Where we're
Yeah.
no
Yeah.
longer in a thing of
Yeah.
separation, where when you understand financial literacy, right, you also now understand a certain level of policy. You now understand a certain level of economy. So the decisions you now make in terms of, let's just say, for example, where am I going to buy a house for me and my family to live? Where, hey, let me look at the market cycle. Hey, let me look at, my financial literacy is here. Let me see, what's this market looking like? Do I need to enter another market to be able to afford the house? And now I can now use that to now do what? Offset anything else I want to do, where I don't need a bank. I can liquidate my own stock. Like, this is how we need to start thinking and moving. And this conversation, we're having it on so many different levels because this shit is apparent. When you can understand it on one level, if you can understand it on music, you just keep moving in the music, right? But then you will start to see, the more you get comfortable with recognizing the principles that we're talking about in music, the more you're going to be able to see it everywhere. Literally, right? It's no different to like some graphic design students I've had, right? Where they didn't know how to, the basic tenets, because graphic design is communicating through visuals. Now, when they're going now, just riding the bus, they're like, yo, I used to just look at like the outside the window, see the streets. Now I'm looking at the signage everywhere. And I can see all the shapes that make up the sign. You have no choice but to now see this way, right? So it is very important that we don't limit none of what me and Jedi are saying. Don't limit it to just one lane. That's the problem, right?
Let
Because
me
this
break
is
it down. I'll add to this then. So this is, and I even teach my kids this. This is literally what I teach at the home, right? Whether people like Nelly Fuller Jr. or not, I just like to give him and Francis Cress Welsing credit because this is why I learned. This is where I learned it from, right? I'm not telling you gotta agree with everything they're saying, but this part is true, right? White supremacy has permeated and taken over culture and dominated in what we call the areas of people activity. Now, originally they laid out 10, right? So economics, education, entertainment. So that's your music and all these things. Labor, law, politics, religion, sex. Really, sex is family, right? This is how you should view sex, but family, war, and health. I've added 2 now since we moved, and that's agriculture and STEM, right? So when you understand what she's saying, eventually you understand that we are active in all these areas of people activity all day, every day, right? And so the more people that we can get that are active, at least from an entrepreneurial standpoint in all of these spaces, obviously the better, right? But if you're understanding, okay, I'm moving heavy in education, like Q, shout out to Q, right? I'm moving heavy in entertainment, like some of these other brothers, right? And especially with you in terms of what you're trying to do, and I can see this now, right? This is dope. Once you become proficient in that area, you're either going to expand or you're going to help and assist those that you know that are proficient in these other areas, right? And so the overall concept is we are always, and I don't want to use the term war because people get nervous, but we're always at competition with our counterparts. We should always be at competition for trying to get us to a different level of upward mobility. It's just not resonating with me when the sister's been saying, damn, I grew up the same way y'all grew up, and y'all is 10 years older than me, 7 years older than me. Man, either somebody missing it or we finally getting to the point where it's starting to resonate, and now we're going to see this point of change, right? When we talk about critical mass, this is why it's important to have these conversations at a high level on a consistent basis. So now these thought processes start to permeate at a level of critical mass, where we're more of a position or a higher percentage of the population in our community is talking like this and thinking like this than not. And once we get to that, now we see what we call the snowball effect. We see the overflow. All right. And once that happens, we can communicate and exchange commerce through all of these different areas of people activity. Right. And everything else that you see possible becomes an actual living, breathing thing. This, to me, is why financial literacy is extremely important. We've had several competitions and conversations about cultural identity, right? You can go look at that everywhere and find out where you fit in. But at some point in time, the rubber has to meet the road, and that happens when it comes to financial literacy.
And what I'm going to say off the back of that is the same way you say competition, we could also say evolution, right? Because for the sperm to meet the egg, there's like over 1 million that shoots out.
They racing, yeah.
Exactly. And only one gets to fertilize it. But all of that sperm, it's all from the same gene pool, right? But only one gets to fertilize, and the rest, see y'all mañana, like try again, or basically you get absorbed by the womb and you even feed, right? So it's literally we have to get to seeing in a point of nuance and duality, right? And I think we have been taught on purpose how to only see from a polarity perspective. And what's it called? Jihad, you said that we are active in almost every industry, but the question is, do we have enough power and influence to get these institutions to benefit us? Now, this is where we can say, in terms of America being somewhat a free market, we have more access to benefit than most people if we now come out of a certain identity when we try and get these institutions to benefit us. And also, when you know how to underwrite your own economy and market, more than not, these institutions will come to you to now basically do what make money. And I'm going to go a step further. Yeah, I'm going to go a step further, and I'm going to say, this is why I'm a heavy advocate for understanding the power of blockchain and a lot of the legislation and policy going in.
Hey man,
this is
stop!
More
You're too
than
powerful. You're doing too.
You
finna get us shut down now. See?
This is more than just rug pulls. This is more than just basically, market options and doing all this kind of this is a bigger thing where you now actually can take on the reins of becoming an institution on a economic level. So what I'm saying is the precursor to get you prepared to start to see how to utilize a lot of the policy that's going in. This is more than just buying the right, token or altcoin or da 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 da, because you're still playing within the stock market and you're still playing. And I'm not saying you can't do it, but I'm like, if you understand the levers that make what you're buying worth anything, you now understand the power that is going into legislation right now to allow you to do this for yourself, where you now start to basically do what? When you know how to underwrite an economy, blockchain becomes the only institution which is decentralized, right? That you basically can now stand on. You don't need none of the institutions that has kept our ancestors and previous generations like Gen X, boomers, all of this kept them at a standstill. This is why I'm saying that at a certain point, certain things start to coalesce and certain industries, certain markets starts to become decentralized, where we now are able to get our foot into. You understand what I'm saying? So when I speak about blockchain and I speak about crypto, I'm speaking about it from that perspective, because it is showing you what a decentralized stock market looks like, where when we're talking about venture capital and taking your company public, right? We now, and if you understand what I'm saying about blockchain from an economic utility, you now do not have to go through the 10 to 15 years of having to do all the work that previous generations had to do to take their company public, because now you can essentially do that by utilizing blockchain. I'm good, Hebrew. You could go.
Man, I'm excited that other people are having these conversations. Yeah, bro. Like I get on Damo nerve trying to have these conversations like this all the time. I know it. I don't want to keep belaboring the point, or just like stand here. I can't stress enough the need to understand your worth, right? And why, just to bring it all back kind of full circle. When Q was talking about take that $500 that you was trying to invest on a get rich quick scheme and invest it in yourself and become more of a asset, not only to yourself and to your family, but to the community as a whole, right? The things that you can learn and the things that you should be doing as it pertains to investing in yourself and making yourself more of a commodity are like I can't stress it enough. I can't put a number on it, right? 14 years ago, 15 years ago, I could tell you about real estate because I studied it for a long time, but I couldn't talk to you about market cycles and all of this other crap. Now I talk about this stuff just off the top, right? Sis didn't just wake up being this proficient at underwriting and understanding your worth from a creative standpoint, right? The economic understanding from a creative standpoint. This is years and years of investment. We need for our people to go out and invest in yourself in terms of becoming more and more educated as to how these different industries work. Like Kimberly said, she's gonna attack health. That's outstanding. Like, yes, right? All of that, right? Find your lane and then become valuable in those spaces. The conversations that we had, although we focused, it seemed like only on real estate and creatives. The same principles apply across the board, right? When it comes to starting businesses. So I've done this a lot with people, like consulting on starting LLCs. And I'm teaching you, like, you got 3 different phases. You got the initial startup phase, the expansion phase, and then the funding phase, right? And they can kind of interchange, right? You can go funding and then expand, or you can expand and then you need more funding. And you kind of keep rotating around those a lot. And I used to call it the amendment phase and the expansion phase, but it's not, because you don't always have to make amendments. Sometimes you're just ready to expand. If you understand that, that translates into any industry, and then it can even translate into any brand, because every brand is going to go through those, right? So when it comes time to actually be effective and be an actual asset in the marketplace, you have to understand where you are, right? Am I in the initial startup? Am I expanding? Do I need more funding? And then from there, now you learn the market phase of whatever industry you're in and attack it with all out abandon, right? Reckless abandon. Just attack it, because now you can move in confidence because you took the time to learn and hone your craft. That's what we need. We need for us to become more proficient at learning and honing our craft, so as to be better assets when we're able to sit at the table. Me and the sister have never had a conversation before, to the best of my knowledge.
No,
right?
we haven't.
Right? And work in completely different industries. But the concepts are the same. EBITDA is the same, right? Market cycles are the same. The concept of underwriting is the same. The concept of educating yourself and being proficient at your craft is the same across the board. This is why I say financial literacy is the key to unifying our people, because we've moved beyond the space of our reckless sectarian ideology, no matter what it is. I got my own sectarian thought process, right? I'm called the anonymous Hebrew, for God's sake, right? Now I don't go around Bible thumping, and I definitely don't teach One West and all of that stuff. I'm definitely a different type of believer, right? I don't even bring that into these conversations. I don't need to. What me and my family do on Saturdays is what we do. But best believe, Sunday through Saturday, I'm working these financial economic principles to try to get them to permeate and seed into the actual core of our community. Because once that happens, we move beyond a lot of these other arguments. I'd rather argue about this stuff and argue about the best ways to do it. Should we manipulate the market? Should we not? Is that a bad thing? Then whether or not Jesus is the Most High.
Exactly. We ain't got to agree on them facts or whatever. It's like, bro, our shit is, my nigga, we got bigger fish to fry than what that nigga was born in fucking Palestine, Iraq, or fucking the Levant. I don't give two fucks about that nigga right now. Fuck, I
like
do give
when it comes to what we gotta do,
black
right,
baby.
bro?
That's
Right,
all.
bro. Right, bro. Right. And so when it comes time to our ability to grow and move, these are the conversations that I want to see. These are the type of things that need to happen. Why? And then now let's bring it full circle. So then when someone does lynch our people, we have the ability to go shut down that entire state, because we don't got to wake up and go work for somebody and clock in tomorrow, right? Or we've had enough economic cohesion that we've started a group whose goal it is to travel the country and to actually bring insight and bring and shed light on these type of things, right? Because the only thing that allows these things to keep happening and get swept under the rug is because there is not a major fuss being made about it. That there are not groups and boots on the ground able to spend days, weeks, and months in these areas, forcing them to give us an answer and not sweeping it under the rug once we finally get to the bottom of it. You want to protect your people, one of the biggest things we have to do is create economic growth.
Word. So then we start stimulating our own economy. So in a position like this, there's enough of us to hedge black people, period. You understand what I'm saying? So when there's a engineered recession, we have enough to now say, yo, we got our people for the next 2 market cycles. Niggas don't have to go doing crazy shit, man. We got shit that these niggas can do, right? We could hold everybody down. This ain't just a thing about, yo, one nigga on the block runs the whole thing. He get knocked, he get popped. We done, and we have to start at we have to start again at 0? Nah. We can't be doing, like, we don't have the time to do that. And this is why I will sit here for hours on end and speak on this shit because it matters. This is the shit that matters. This is what's going to basically get us to do what? Yo, what would take 4 generations? Understanding these principles that we're talking about today, you can do that shit in just one. You can do that shit. Literally, give yourself 5 years. Do like my nigga, understand what we're saying. Give yourself 5 years and watch what the fuck happens.
Facts. Quote the great Neely Fuller, I'm still learning.
Still learning. Facts. Facts. Yeah, no, that's dope, man. This is amazing conversation. As I done sat here in Savannah texted.
Did y'all catch that Dame Dash interview?
Which one?
On Breakfast Club?
Breakfast Club.
I didn't get to see it yet.
Yeah, I saw
I
it.
see it.
Yes. Yes.
What y'all think of it?
I ain't
All
seen
right.
it yet.
Oh, you haven't seen all right. For me, again, Dame, oh man, this is what I'm talking about. Like when I was talking about Gen X from the beginning, where
And
I'm
you
like,
don't stop making him the representative of Gen X. That's crazy.
It's a certain archetype. No, I love Dame to death, right? I love him to death, but I love him enough to be like, bro, you slipping, right? And the thing about Dame is one play he should have capitalized on instead of basically trying, because they blackballed him, right? So this is why he could basically give Kanye, right, the game that he gave Kanye in order for Kanye to save his whole fucking catalog, his whole, like, so that his own stock didn't plummet due to what? Being crucified in the public eye. Dame should have taken, because when he did the Rockefeller thing and then he got, he went into the clothing because he was being antagonized through Lior, right? Then he went into the clothing arm and was just like, listen, I'm going to just set this shit up and make my money from here. And when we get ready to sell, because that's one thing all three of them agree on, they were always going to sell it, right? So this is where this is where Jedi was talking about, you grow things in order to sell it as well, right? And flip it into another industry or another project. The thing is, Dame, he should have, when he did Rachel Roy, which is a contemporary fashion brand, he actually,
which is what he acts like he was doing it for. No, go ahead. This is me off, like, bro.
I know. See, he's his own worst enemy, and it's some of that Harlem, it's some of that Gen X, it's some of that epigenetics, it's some of that PTSD. He is like a walk-in contradiction, dichotomy of everything, right? Because it's like the very thing, like I said, the very thing that makes Dame what he is, unfortunately, can be his undoing because he hasn't learned how to balance, right? And this is
Bosses
where,
take losses, though.
yeah, and it's like bosses take, exactly. But it's like with Dame, he should have taken the Rachel Roy when he actually sold that company, because what he was trying to do was now go into film, right? Dame wanted to now really be an artist. And there's no problem because when he did Paid in Full, that was a very good look. But what Dame didn't understand, it's that he should have now done the Rachel Roy, made his money, and then instead of trying to launch his own streaming service, because he's been trying to do this since like the mid 2010s, and he was building infrastructure, but it was too capital heavy. What he should have done is now, guess what? If I was around him, micro education, because around this point, the fashion industry on an education level was being decentralized. Why? Because now people are able to make their own t-shirt brands. People are able to make their own merch lines, right? Not totally at the same level we're able to make it now, where it's like super easy, but this is the evolution of technology and how we can leverage it. Dame not having the money that he should have, in terms of nobody else was able to fund him like he was able to fund other people. And then he has to understand most of the people around you, they didn't evolve. They didn't evolve at the same rate. And then even then, he also, with his evolution, he started to get stagnant. And with that stagnancy came bitterness. And I hate it because now it's like he should have taken his time when he's on YouTube talking and he's doing the culture vulture. That was important for him to do. But then with the Rachel Roy, he missed the mark where he could have sold the education for that, how he put together that deal, how he set up that company. Do you know how much people have made with lesser resumes in terms of just micro education period around that time? People were charging 10 racks and people were paying because now guess what? Millennials understood my degree is not worth what I thought it would be in the market. So now I have to now think about, some of us who didn't go to college, right? Because there are some millennials who didn't go to college. They're like, I've made some money. I kind of went my own way. I did what I'm going to do. And basically, guess what? I understand I need a side hustle or I need a quote unquote trade, right? Let me educate myself in this regard where guess what? I see I can make some money. I see I can have my own business. He could have made so much fucking money. That shit could still exist right now today, and people will still be enrolling to understand how he did what he did with Rockefeller, how he did what he did with Rockaway, and then how he leveled all of that shit up to do Rachel Roy. And I say it with such passion because for him to be able to do what he did with that contemporary brand and build it from scratch, Rachel Roy is a nobody. Even if you say she's a model, don't nobody know what the fuck she was modeling or what runway she was on. She is not a supermodel, so she don't have no provenance. But he was able to make her name mean something based off of design and based off of what? Designing deal structure and infrastructure behind the idea and the narrative. That's where Dame went wrong. He did all this other shit where if he just did that, he would still be making money where he can now do his own streaming shit, have the money, do whatever he needs to do. But in that interview, I was upset because he just kept devaluing himself through theatrics. He's making a mockery of his own legacy, right? And it's like you are playing into people like Envy and Charlemagne, who, like he said, they could never walk a mile in his shoes. So why are you arguing with these niggas? Don't argue with them. Do not bring yourself down to that level. Yes, you know that niggas want to laugh at you, want to clown you. My nigga, file your fucking bankruptcy. 50 did it. You think they would ever clown 50 in front of his face talking about, oh, you broke because you filed for chapter 11? My nigga, why the fuck do you care what these niggas think? They have never done what you did. They can't ever do it. This is why they're still sitting there, and they will basically lie. When guess what? When he did his interview with them the first time, the next time he came on, all of them had businesses and side hustles that they were doing that they now were leveraging to make themselves money. But they will all front and act as if him being there, he didn't basically spark that in their mind. He did a culture shift for Black people, period. And niggas can like Dame or they can hate him, but we can't say he didn't have an impact on financial literacy. Whether that was his goal or not, he literally did. That nigga did a lot. But he's now undoing that same legacy by doing what Harlem niggas do, which is that flexing shit. And it's just like, my nigga, you stepping on your own work. And I'm sad. Sorry, I just went on a rant, but nigga,
They was too Harlem.
Yeah, I'm mad. I'm like, this is what I don't like about Harlem niggas. Like, this is why Harlem fell the way Harlem fell. Niggas started doing all of this petty shit. Nah, I'm serious. And the thing is, it's like it had a knock-on effect on New York. So when we're talking about markets and industry, Harlem really held a lot of shit together because a lot, I don't know if you're familiar with like New York, but we call Harlem Mecca, right? And then it's like Brooklyn is the Medina. So it's like when it came to getting real information, understanding real fucking money moves, Harlem was like the epicenter. Nigga, whatever fucking information you want to get on whatever level, go to Harlem, nigga. You gonna get it. Whatever you're looking for, even if it's on some pseudo shit, my nigga, you are going to get it. Information Central. That shit was like Timbuktu. And it's like niggas knew how to get money. Niggas understood how to get money. You stand on a Harlem corner, listen, long enough, you gonna pick up some shit that's gonna help you put some money in your pocket. And now, look at fucking Harlem.
Right,
Harlem
right,
is
right.
shit now.
It's crazy. Yeah, you should have been on some. I only debate my equals. All others I teach. You know, you should have been on that type of timing with that because you already did that ranting and shit.
Yeah,
It
it
was like
became
that part two.
it's
Yeah.
like, bro, you're not Charleston White, man. You Damon Dash, nigga. Dead ass. I'm mad. I'm from New York. I'm mad seeing my heads go out like this. I'm just like, and then the white girl, like, no disrespect, because I know white girls that could fucking rap and hang or whatever. But it's like, bro, I actually went to go look up her shit. I'm like, dang, you smoking on some shit I ain't never seen before. Like, this nigga's on some zombie juice or some shit, because it's like that girl and that video as a diss to Cam and 50. Yo, man, sit down. Like, you blind for real, like blind and deaf. It's horrible. It's horrible. It's horrible. It's horrible. Like, my nigga, you fucking broke Kanye West.
Man.
Fuck out of here. Sorry, y'all.
Yeah,
I just
he
got...
did. He did. He broke Kanye West too, right?
Yeah. This nigga, like, when we talk
And
about
Kevin.
creative,
Yeah.
yes, he broke Kanye. He fucking put, what's his name on? The comedian guy, the short one.
Kevin Hart.
From Philly.
Kevin Hart. Yeah.
Yes, Kevin Hart. Who else? He fucking gave Lee Daniels money for the
Oh
Woodsman.
yeah, he did the Soul Train joint, huh? I forgot all about that joint.
This nigga put so many people on, and it's like, bro, you arguing with fucking Envy and Charlemagne? Nigga, they trying to copy what the fuck you did. Like, what are you doing? And this is why I'm just like, bro, this is that emotional intelligence that needs to come through. And it's like, my nigga, nah, this nigga's pissing me off. Like, it's getting me tight, because it's just like, this is not how New York niggas do. Like, I grew up on these niggas.
Calm down, son. Calm down, B.
This is why.
B, relax. Don't relax.
No, you see, this is so you see how I even started this whole conversation? It's because I had to see this shit in real life, real time. And you see niggas that you're just kind of like, what the fuck? Like, since when niggas start doing this? You understand what I'm saying? Since y'all niggas was telling niggas like how to really move. Y'all was really telling niggas like what the fuck we gotta look out for. Y'all niggas was like putting like, yo, get off the block, go back to school. Like, I don't care if you're done. I don't care if you fit. Like, take your ass back to school. You ain't standing out here. You ain't da-da-da. And if you want, yo, here's some money. Go do what you want to do, but you ain't doing it here. Like, get the fuck, like, this is the kind of niggas I grew up around, where it's like, yo, they really teaching you real shit. And now I gotta see you embarrass yourself on fucking Breakfast Club. Like, come on, man. How far a nigga gotta fall to really understand? Like, you the one stepping on your back, nobody else. I'm done.
Well, it's a fact, though. It's a fact. Shit done changed. Since the streaming era, shit done changed. Hey, niggas gotta adapt. Because if you can't swim, you bound to just out.
Look, talking about adapting, right? So one of the things we're doing now is taking our rentals and turning them into like co-living. And I just got a call. My partner, like they went and researched what it takes to take one of the properties that we're trying to acquire now, and like all the furnishings and everything, and can we do it for like under 10 bands? And so they gave me 2 printouts, one for like 5 and then one for like 7, and that includes all the utilities for the kitchen stuff. and then putting a TV and a bed and like different stuff in each room. Like
Right.
this is the very epitome of collaboration over competition, because this person has another business and normally we would be competitors, right? But we're both going to profit off this deal because I don't have time to go get all the numbers and then come in and set the property up. So they're going to come in and set the property up. I'm going to go get the funding, and we're going to go and purchase this, and then we're going to go and revamp a lot of our rentals and turn them into co-living, like where we rent out each joint by the room, right? This is the epitome of partnering with someone and changing something essential in your brand that now is going to take you to the point where you go from profiting, 20% to 70% off of each one of your products, each one of your widgets, whatever it is. It just so happens that mine is real estate. So, and like I didn't see it. Like I just checked the email. It's a dope breakdown, right? Like it's something I can easily see. I know how much the pricing is. I can take that and include that when I go talk to my money people, and it just speeds up the process. In other words, get good at the role you play, and everything else that you need, you can go collaborate with other people and let them be great in their space as well.
Facts. That's a big part of it. Playing your role, you know.
We lit, man. I ain't gonna hold y'all. I had no idea. This is just right here. Y'all don't know. Now think about it, bro. Like, so if you get a single family home and you're looking at, people think one rental, I need one or two rentals. No, you do not. Right? You lucky to profit $300-400 a month off of one rental if you're just doing it like a traditional rental. Right? Whereas if you take that same rental and do co-living where, you can rent it out by the room, now you go from profiting 200 or 300 per property to 2,000 or 3,000 per property.
For real.
Right? That's an immediate economic shift.
Yep.
Understanding the market, bro. Understanding the market. Pacho, you had it lit.
Thank you. Well, yeah, like
Had it lit up here. If I'd have known that this is what you was trying to do earlier, we'd have just ran right into this. Stop picking on Gen X. Dang it. What's wrong with
I
Nah,
you?
got to. I
she was
gotta.
dropping some gems, man.
I
Stop
have
picking
to.
on Gen
Like
X and
I
just
was
get on here
straight.
with me and start talking about financial
Listen,
literacy.
listen. I just wish my
Look,
OGs could get
bully,
it
fam.
together, man. I just wish my OGs to get it together. That's all. Like I want
Ain't
y'all
no,
niggas to
ain't no
come. Like
Brooklyn
yo,
bullies around here, fam. Cut it out. You know what I'm saying?
For
listen.
real.
I need y'all to get it. Like my nigga, I'm telling you. Like this is what I'm just saying. Like there's so much, and I'm like, I understand my generation and some of the younger ones don't get exactly what I get, but I know, like, yo, y'all niggas lived it. Even though you can't put, some of y'all cannot put the words that I'm putting to it. Y'all niggas got lived experience. And I'm like, yo, OG, let me tell you how to fucking utilize what the fuck you went through right now. You understand? Like that's the only reason why I pick on Gen X. Cause I'm just kind of like, my nigga, what's up?
You're a bully. You're a bully,
What's up?
fam.
Come back
You're
home,
a bully.
y'all. Like, wake up.
You're a bully.
Get the
You
money.
prejudice. You prejudice against old heads. You gotta stop it.
Well, guess what? It is what it is, man. And then guess what? The ones under me, they gonna be telling me the same thing, right? But
Hey,
my
wait,
thing is,
give it
I
10
was just
years.
like,
10 years, they're gonna
listen,
be on
Just
your
telling it like
line.
it is,
yeah,
man.
I'm gonna be
10
the
years,
old
they're
head.
gonna be on
You
your
need
line.
that.
See,
Yeah.
the problem, Pacho, dead ass. You didn't give a damn about us, B. When we was
Nah,
trying to get it, when we
you
was
know
trying to
what?
get it, and you had all this information on your
Nah,
timeline, talking about all of this marketing and stuff. Where was the marketing school, B? Dead ass, son.
nah, listen, because guess what? I'm ready to hit my winner. Like, I'm dead ass. Like, I am so ready. And for me, like, finding Q, when I tell you, I didn't even know Q existed. And I'm like, in Brownsville, nigga, I come from there. Like, what? You know what I mean? So for me, it's like I have now found, like, I've done stuff over here in London, and like for me, this is why I work behind the scenes in the creative industry, because over here in London, it's when I first came back here, it was like, yo, they were so behind in terms of like what we know in the 2000s. They were like so behind, and they weren't like they didn't have access to nothing. When I tell you this country is like both classist and on a listen, freedom of information, even with the internet, you're right. Like you really gotta know where to look. You really gotta know where to dig over
That's
here.
what I was saying earlier. Hold on, fam. You tell me all I had to do was go to the library. That's what Yodi was saying. That ain't true. I didn't even know where to go to find this stuff, man.
I get it, but I think for y'all, it was a thing of y'all had outside. Y'all literally were in it, right? As the market was being made, y'all were outside. Nah, you guys had the first-hand experience of all of that happening. I'm listening to them.
You know what my experience was? My experience was I gotta eat. My experience was they trying to throw me in somebody's trunk. I wasn't learning about upper level business companies. I didn't know nothing about market cycles. I was ducking bullets.
You guys were learning it in real time.
She's saying that's the experience. I heard.
You guys were doing the practical in real time.
My experience was what set you claim, homie. That's what my experience was. It's happening.
But yeah, like, nah, I just want y'all to like for us to all come together and break bread, because it's like, even if y'all don't understand, and I know every Gen X is not going to understand everything we just spoke about right now, right? But I'm saying,
I don't know.
Recognize y'all lived
generations don't understand.
Y'all went through it. Listen, so now I got Q Butter with the school, and I'm like, yo, any way I can help, I'm gonna do it. This channel speaking for this long, and it's like I got other shit to do, but for me, it's like this is important. While we got ears, I don't care if it's 10 and niggas is on it, my nigga, I'ma talk until it's like, yo, all right, cool. We did what we needed to do, because it's like, my nigga, this is the shit we need to be talking about, right? And someone was saying in the chat, I just wanted to address it right quick. Let me go back up. They said that, I think they were saying like all of this sounds good, but they don't know where to place themselves.
Well,
so sounds like y'all need to start a class or a group where your group is living that and benefiting from that knowledge. You can't expect people with no idea about how to think like that to actually be it. I don't know what y'all talking about, but it sounds good, LOL. And that is my point. Sounds like something to be down with, but I don't truly understand nor know how to play my part, right? And that's that's valid.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's valid. I mean, that's his name. Black man is fair.
Is it really?
Yeah. So
it ain't valid no more. So.
Nah, it is. See, who's being the bully now?
I'm just playing. I swear, I'm just playing. No, I'm just joking.
But yeah, so I hear that. I'm not even gonna dismiss it. Where I get it, but this is why I'm saying the fact that it sounds good to you, it means that you've already planted the seed, or someone, something, some experience planted the seed already. You just need to keep hearing it, because now the more that you hear it is the more that you're going to express it. This is how we need to start being able to tap into our innate ability, right? And this is where neuroplasticity for me comes in. And it may sound woo to some of y'all, but it's not. It is literally, take it like when you doing a piano, right? And something called resonance. This is the same thing that happens with your neuroplasticity. You may not know how to connect the dots, but because this is why they say, oh, the seed's been planted. Because when the seed is planted, you're actually setting up the framework for the neural network to catch up, right? You are now setting that up in your own brain. So the more you listen to what we're saying, you don't have to try and be like, oh, I need to understand it. I need to understand. That's the conscious mind. Leave that alone. As long as it sounds good to you, it means that you are tapping into something somewhere that understands what is being spoken about. This is why it's like when you're learning something new, they say what's more important is to just immerse yourself in it, especially when you're speaking another language. Don't even try and understand the structure and, you know, how to compose. Nah, just listen and talk. Listen and talk. Listen, mimic. That's it. And when the more you do that, you're going to be inclined to now go pick up these books and you're going to be like, oh, you know what? That makes sense because when I experience this, da 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 da, and it now becomes what? A compounding effect that's happening in your mind. And this is how you build your own neural network. This is how you actually learn. This is how you actually reprogram your mind yourself. So the fact that it sounds good, nigga, you right where you need to be. And at some point, it is going to start to tell you how to play your part. That's it.
All right, next time we're gonna teach y'all how to get funding. Y'all better know what to do with it then.
Word.
Yeah, I love having that conversation, bro. Like I love having the conversation of telling people how to get funding. But you gotta really know what to do with it. Like it's not even a game. Like, cause you'll go get a bag and fumble it and you'll ruin your whole life.
Niggas go buy a fur and a couple of Cubans.
We up, nigga.
Or they go get what? What is it? A Hellcat?
Yeah.
They go get a Hellcat, go lease a Hellcat and go,
get it,
you know,
get it wrapped
or,
and everything. Yeah. Like all of this craziness, right? Like,
but you know
talk,
what?
man.
The Mac Mizzle show. What did you think about Dame? Sorry, I just went off on that whole fucking rant. What did you think?
I mean, Dame's a very smart guy, you know. He knew what he was going up there to do, you know. He tried to do a part 2 of the last interview he did, and I didn't think it came off as impactful as the first time, you know. But you know, he did his thing. I mean, shit. But yeah, I'm with you on that. He needs to get up to date, man. You know what I'm saying?
He needs to change his circle, and he needs to realize that he might be getting a little senile. I don't know what is going on. Dame acting like he done lost his damn mind, bro. Like, I ain't even got to watch that episode to know what Dame we got.
Yeah, you know what? It's PTSD, man. Like Dame,
I was gonna say he hurt, and this is the response. This is the only way he know how to respond to it at this point. He hurt, and he feel like he out here by himself, and he feel like he preaching at everybody listening. But he would get way more traction if he just monetized his experience from Walkerware, and it would be cathartic for him. Like it would literally exercise his little personal demons.
Yeah. Well, he did do the CEO thing, but
he need to really like play off of what he did, because that's what's hurting.
Poppington or something.
Like that's what's hurting him though mentally, not being able to really capitalize off of whatever happened, and talk about it and do this stuff. Crazy.
Yeah, sorry for chomping in y'all ears, man. But
so we doing B.
It's funny because they were saying I sound like, who was it? GQ. GQ was saying I sounded like Alexa, like a black Alexa. And I was like, where? I sound like a black Alexa. He said, you sound like AI. Like,
Alexa, what time is it? Word the mother, it's 9:47, B.
Yeah. Oh my God. But yeah. Dame, and you know, I think it's also a good lesson because who he's around right now, he's insulated by people he feels, you know, they can't hurt him. And it's sad because it's like, damn, like it's really sad. Like it's kind of like that paranoia. And it's like you were saying, like the only thing he knows how to do to respond is just like do that Harlem, you know, deflect, like Harlem, like, oh, I'm a flex on you, oh, I'm a snap, I'm a da 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 da, and it's like, damn, get a better coping mechanism now. Like
but this is where what you're talking about, your neuroplasticity. Like if you have not been influenced and educated in that space, you're not even trying to hear that. Like, he don't even realize that this is a trauma-based response. He don't.
Oh man,
Like, he don't even
you do my
realize
dude
that.
damn like that.
Hold on,
He was,
like,
I
so
think
look.
he thought he was composed. I think he's like,
No,
yo,
listen, bro.
oh,
Like I said, I ain't gotta watch it. I already know what dang we got. So when you understand psychology, you understand people's responses to certain stimuli. He's gonna come across defensive. He's gonna come across angry. He's gonna come
right.
across protective, and it's gonna seem petty, right? Why? Because he's constantly putting himself in a position where he has to explain himself when everybody knows his worth and his value and what he's done and what he's meant to a certain generation of people. But because he has not figured out a way to cope with that, she just talked about the greatest thing about coping mechanisms. So this is what happens when you have PTSD, right? If you actually go get help, they're teaching you the proper coping mechanisms to deal with the stressors. You're gonna get stressed out. You're gonna have some type of trigger that's gonna remind you of what you went through. And if you don't have the proper coping skills, you're gonna revert back to whatever your original coping mechanism was when you were younger that helped you get through that thing. But what he doesn't understand is this is 2025, not 1995. Those coping skills were great then, but 30 years later, you have to evolve.
Yeah.
I'm
He
gonna give him.
went to fight them. Yeah, he did just a little bit too much.
Yeah, like he did, to give him credit in the beginning when Charlemagne was like starting with the bullshit. He
Yeah,
did
he
say, like,
snapped
yo,
on him.
yeah, he just said, but he before he snapped, he said, look, I think you're triggering me on purpose. You're really trying to get, he was
Now,
trying to
wait,
use
time out.
this therapy.
Now,
Yeah.
I literally just told you that I didn't see the joint, right?
Yeah.
I told you, I promise you, dead ass ain't seen the joint. And he literally says he got tricked. Come on, man.
But you could tell
I'm
with his
listening. I know
other
what game we got.
interviews and
I
shit.
watched game enough to know what game we got, bro. That's wild. I'm sorry, Paco.
Oh man.
Nah,
Paco,
it's all good. It's all good. But it's like,
damn.
This is the part of making the kind of money, right? And this is what I say to a lot of people, like, when we talk about generational wealth, it's more than just acquiring certain things that say, okay, it looks like it.
Well,
What about
when he talks about the family office, I get him on that one. I feel what he's saying on that one.
yeah,
Like
and
having a family office,
he's trying to drop game
putting
again
everything
as
in the
to like
family.
what he was doing, and I'm just kind of like, dang, just leave it alone, right?
So Dame was talking about a family office?
Yeah, he kept throwing it out there like, y'all niggas think I'm broke. You see, if you had a family office, so now he's styling with that. And I'm like, dang, just be quiet, right? Just be quiet and maybe teach this on your American New channel or some shit, or like whatever other channels you go on. But it's like, dang.
He got to let him know, he got to put the word out that he's not broke because that's how you get the bread.
Thank you.
Hey, what up, that's how you get the bread. Long as they don't think you need the money, they'll give you the money. When they think you need it, they don't want to give it to you.
Right.
It's just
true,
crazy.
right? That's why it's life, baby.
I had that conversation yesterday with somebody. That's wild.
Yeah. So that's why he got to press, the issue that he's not broke. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That ain't fuck up a lot of money, man. That's that's his problem. He literally fucks up a lot of money, man. He want to put his hands in more than one, too many pots, man. Sometimes you got to focus, like Aiden was saying. You got, get what you're good at and focus on that.
But didn't he call himself the cakeaholic?
Throw money on art, and throw money on this, and throw money on, you feel like anything you're attached to gonna make some money, but it ain't always that way.
That ain't how it works, bro. That
Right.
ain't how it works. And if you spread yourself too thin, this is what I learned. It's so hard to find good talent, right?
It was popping tags, in the late 90s.
Good management talent. And so even if you are a master duplicator, like the ability to duplicate yourself, the odds of you finding people that are going to be able to manage something in the way you would, especially at the clip that he's starting businesses, is slim to none.
You got to be a good money manager on top of everything, and have money managers around you. That's really good with managing money, because
He said an accountant stole his money and told him, or didn't pay his taxes. Told him after. So I'm like, how'd that happen?
you're not watching your money.
Like, you should be paying capital gains taxes every quarter, fam. Like
that happens a lot. That happens a lot to creators, and this is why it's kind of like he should have created that family office a long time ago. And this is what I'm saying. Like, when you start out knowing that you are going to do more than basically be an employee or be self-employed, and you want to go into business or be an investor, before year 5, you need to start establishing some level of a family office, because accountants will take your money. These people are going to start being, if like, I think he said his tax bill was like, what, 20 mil? What? So, yeah. So what kind of money is he rolling in? What kind of, so really think about that, right? And if that's your tax liability for the company,
20 million? Like, what we doing, bro?
Yeah. So then that dude is probably thinking, oh, I could take some, oh, I could do this, oh, da da da. And that's why I was saying, like, yo, you need to have an accountant for your accountant for another accountant. Like, you need to have 3. When you start making a certain amount
because,
of
they're auditing each other.
Have more. Yeah. It's necessary. And you need to get a forensic accountant. Let's be real. Like, you need to get a forensic.
You touching that type of money, like you operate like a small GDP at that point, bro. Like,
there we go. See, now we go in to GDP. Now you're about to take this.
I'm trying. Look, I've been trying not to go all over the place.
On a whole nother level. GDPs though, okay.
I mean, think about it though. Like, there's more money than certain countries are making. So, like, hey, bro. You moving around, you touching that much money, you got to have an oversight for the oversight, right? Because you will catch the Shohei Ohtani out here. They will play with your millions, right? And then you sitting there stuck with the bag, and especially in this country, bro, ain't nobody trying to hear that. Nah, Mr. Dash, you were supposed to such and such and such. Aren't you the cake up man? Well, we want you to get your cake up and give us our cake back. That's how they're going to talk to you.
And that's exactly that's sad. It's like, even though he's the accountant and he stole, they don't go to prison. Or if he filed late, or if he didn't handle it properly, it now becomes a lien against you, the person, right? So this is why, again, you don't have stuff with your name.
Okay, let's talk about this. This is my favorite topic ever. All right. So what she is talking about, not having stuff in your name. Wyoming is an amazing state. You understand? All right. Start your trust. You need different companies that start your trust for you, right? You don't want your name attached to this stuff, but the reason Wyoming is great, because even if you first getting started, you got to put your name in a few things. You have anonymity. And as long as you're not doing the wrong thing, they can't pierce the corporate veil. But I strongly suggest once you start making that bag, you get all of this stuff transferred out of your name, and all these things should be in business names, like legit, literally in business names. And then that's why you actually have managers and things like this that run your family office, so that way they can become the actual responsible party as a manager over certain things, right? You should have nothing in your name. Hey, now you got some money? I'm broke. But you riding this, you did that. I'm broke. These companies got money, but I ain't got nothing, fam. I don't have anything. It's gonna be that way till I die. I promise you, right? You should not have, like, once you start touching money, there should be nothing. So if something owes money, it's going to be a company that owes money. In worst case scenario, we'll just shut that joint down. I hate shutting down companies, but we'll shut that joint down and work on paying back whatever that's owed, or however we got to work it out, right? This country is set up a certain way for you to be successful. Why are you running around here making $200 million and you have a tax liability in your personal name? For real?
That's crazy. Sounds like he's new to this. Not true to this? I don't know.
Nah, he ain't new to this. He just
But he knows what he's
arrogant, bro.
doing.
Like he's arrogant. That's the only reason you do something like that, right? Or you're
Right.
trusting the wrong people, right? It's quite possible you trust the wrong people. This is a level of arrogance once we get to that point. Like
He said
you
I'm an
start,
accountant and they didn't pay my taxes. That's why I owe. I'm like, golly, to the tune of $20 million? That's kind of
even if it's 20 over like a course of a period of time, whatever, like that's just that's just crazy. First year, cool. Like the first year I touched a little bit of money, I was like, oh wow, okay. Yeah, we need to that's what those notices are every 3 months. hey, hey,
But you
Pacho,
know,
that's those
didn't Jay Z
notices
have
are every 90 days. You know what I'm saying? Oh, okay.
Jay Z had a famous line where he said, "Pay your taxes, you're hustling backwards." I remember when Jay Z said that. It's so
Like
true.
it's just too easy to get that out the way, fam. Because now you know how much you really made. And think about it,
Right.
okay? Like if I went out,
Exactly.
here to make this type of money and I had to pay a certain amount of taxes or whatever it is. Now I just gotta duplicate this process 3 or 4 times over in order to make what I wanted to keep in my pocket and be able to pay my taxes. But here's the other reason. Here's the other thing though. If if you got that type of money, there's no reason you had that type of tax liability. Go buy some assets. Go buy a
Yeah,
couple of
that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
go,
yeah. You
go
would already
buy
have
your
a
portfolio, bro. At 20
yeah.
million, go
You have
buy 5 or 6
assets.
rental portfolios and write off the depreciation, the real estate depreciation alone will eat up the majority of that tax debt. Like this is like who is advising you at that point? Like I don't I don't understand. And then if you don't want to keep that, then do a 1031 the next year, right? Or the year after. Do a 1031 exchange, liquidate the asset, and then you can move into a different type of asset class even if you want to. But there's no reason that you should owe 20 million if you're paying the right people. And I know it sounds like, well, you ain't touched that type of money, you don't know. Oh, there's a standard principle that you should know and operate under once you move past a certain amount of money. And that's just what it is. That's crazy work. That's
And
wild.
it's the sad part again because who does he talk to now? Right?
Yeah.
Outside of a therapist, this is the thing about making a certain amount of money, the isolation. Who do you now talk to? Who do you talk to? Who like, we talking about it like this is the psychological aspect, right? The more deeper emotional aspect in terms of intelligence when it comes to touching the kind of money that we all like, oh, I want to make this, I want to da da da. And it's like, yo, if you start touching the kind of money you want to touch, you gravitate more and more away from the very people you've been around. And most of the time, it's not even due to you, beefing like Dame or anything, or you're arrogant. But I'm telling you, people will change around you.
It's
It's not
proximity
even
too.
you.
It's
Yeah.
proximity as well. Like
Hmm.
so you're gonna
That's a
spend the
fact.
majority of time dealing with people who are operating in these same spaces. And so no matter how much you trying to get back to home, get back to your people. Time just don't allow it, right? Um, the necessity, and this is why I tell women, even especially, be careful. You say you want a man to make this type of money, he ain't even gonna be cheating. He just gonna be busy. Like, and you don't understand
Yep.
how much
Time is of the
time.
essence.
Yeah, you don't understand how much time it takes to
Hmm.
create these things and to push these things forward and to oversee these things. And you just see him in the jacuzzi and you think, oh, this is what his life is. That's probably the first time the man done rested in 3 4 months, right? So
For real.
you got to take these things into an account and surround yourself with the best people you can possibly. But understand, isolation comes with this. Either you built for it or you're not. There is a level of isolation that comes when you start to really pursue and chase wealth.
That's why Jay had to separate himself. I get it, man. It was like, at a
Boy,
certain point, he outgrew the bullshit. I mean,
let's not get into Jay. Like, I'm glad Psycho's not here because me and him probably start fighting.
So
Because
Jay
Jay,
support Psycho support Jay. I assume you can't stand Jay.
you know what? My thing is, as an artist, I love Jay, right? Within reason. I think he is that pen, like, is gangster. I'm not even going front. Like, that nigga can write. But
what?
when it comes to him as an individual and him and his PTSD and like all of his shit, that nigga's a snake. I don't care what nobody says. Like,
Oh.
that nigga, like, people no, like,
What?
he, like, let's be real,
Cold as
because it's
ice,
like,
How?
because that dude will, like, I'm just like, nah, son. Like, you see, he's willing to
He's still
do.
around all his close friends, though, so I don't know. Not
You
Dame,
see, we could say close friends,
Brooklyn.
yeah, but I'm like, are you just insulated by yes men? Are you insulated by people who have certain ties to you? So it's kind of like we got to make the best of what it is. Or are you surrounded by people who basically without you they wouldn't be where they're at? So they kind of have no choice but to be quote unquote loyal. And I'm not, this ain't no disrespect to anybody who wants to play their position and understand, but it's like, let's just be real here. Like, like, my thing is, who are his friends who are truly his equal, right? And don't even get me started in terms of this dude being a billionaire. A lot of niggas swore Puff was a billionaire, and then we see that shit is Puff the Magic Dragon. Like, my
I don't
nigga,
know. He was a couple hundred millionaire though. I mean, he was,
yeah, but you ain't a
Puff,
billionaire. There's
Puff
a
is still
difference.
up, though. He's still up. That's the thing.
No, he is, but I'm saying in terms of, like, again, the narrative, right? The
Don't
perception.
sue everybody.
Ain't no billionaire really no billionaire
Like,
though. You
yeah,
know
he's not a billionaire. So it's kind of like
Right.
with Jay, my thing is when it comes to quote unquote business, he ain't really too much of a successful businessman. And I know people gonna be like, what? What do you
that.
mean? I'm like, you ain't never taken the company public, right? Let's be for real. In terms of for his age, right? What he's done, what business has he actually created from scratch? And then he now either took it public to the point where now you own this as a cash flow type collateral asset. That's what I'm saying. When people call people billionaires, it's like, eh, eh, eh. Like, he's not really that successful. He's not. Like, let's really be real. Like, when it comes to his albums and projects of work, he's not. Even on an artist level, he just knew how to position himself to what just kind of play that role and like be seen a certain way. And again, like, people bought into that. They bought into that. And I'm just kind of like, I see clearly he's a very good writer. Yes. He has talent. Yes. But as a businessman, nah, not really. I mean, title, I'll wait. You need a Jack Dorsey to bail you out. I'll wait. Like, let's be for real. Without
What's
Beyonce,
going
which we just
on?
had this conversation, I'll wait.
All this anger towards Jay.
It
What is
ain't, it
that?
ain't, it ain't, it ain't anger. It's facts, man. Gen
It's
X, like,
facts, B.
y'all be
It's
wildin',
facts,
like,
B.
yo, like, let them make,
Yo,
like, yo, y'all gotta
crazy
get off his
word.
nuts. Like, Jay
Whoa,
is
pause.
like, nah,
Pause.
nah.
Ain't nobody right. Nobody wigglies around here. Chill out.
I mean, he's like, I mean, how can y'all idolize? Like, he got a whole Desiree Perez next to him. Word. And y'all really looking at this dude like, yeah, he's okay. All right. I never knew informants with Trump. Like, come on. Like, are we really just gonna ignore all of that too? Like, come on. What are we talking about? And are we talking about
Talk.
like what? Black excellence? That nigga knows how to market. Him and Puff, they both know how to market. That's it. They both know how to market. Go get a bag. Look what he did to Colin Cape. What's Kaepernick? Whatever. Nigga said we passed kneeling so he could get that Live Nation money. Like, come on, that nigga been a snake. He fucking did it at DMX when he was sitting there on that Def Jam. Ooh, what was he the exact like? My nigga, please, what the fuck did you do for Def Jam? What did you do? What did you do other than do what? Step on other niggas. That's it. And I'm from Brooklyn. I know a shiesty nigga when I see one. Jay
Didn't he
is
pay DMX's taxes? They said something like that. Yeah. Or he
yeah,
did something like that. I don't know.
yeah,
But
yeah. Hmm.
I don't know, man.
Yo,
Jay.
you mad angry right now, B.
I know. For the most part of the day, I was kind of hoping the link could get pinned, but I'm actually glad it didn't. I was putting down some information. But we're going to put a stop on the representative for Gen X because you never heard me put the person you was talking about in some sort of influence that would be progressive to the regular person. That's conversation, part of the nuance of the collaborative of what y'all was talking about.
Yeah.
Invest in yourself. Um, Buying a pair of Jordans, getting some nails, a BBL. To them, they're investing in themselves. You damn well.
You know, that's
Generation Z.
He kind of got you. Yeah, he got you.
I
He got
listen,
you,
I ain't
see?
going front. Listen, that was a good one. That I'm not going front. I'm not going duck and hide. Yes, a lot of chicks think that's an investment. Listen, Godspeed. Like when that ass drop and you can't walk no more, that's on you. I listen. Listen, yes, plastic surgery is definitely a problem for my generation. And being deluded on a different level with this whole social media shit, yeah. Millennials, they got issues. They on some what's that? What's that? There was some movie. I think it shit with this girl. I think they were showing like how she was supposed to be like part of Beyonce's like stan group.
Oh,
I
okay, I
forgot
get
the
you.
name of the movie. Yeah, but I'm like, it's true. I'm not listen. Y'all could give me all the millennial slander if it's real and if it's facts. I'm
No, it's
gonna be
not
like,
slander. Saying most of what y'all are facing, a lot
yeah,
of it is rollover from
yes,
G and us.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Not, it's not no brand new thing. So a lot of people like to say, "Oh, we didn't have the internet." The internet was physical streets. The internet consisted of U.S. Post Office letter with stamps. The
Word.
internet was not as okay. I got it. I got everything in the palm of my hand, but there was, you know, bits and pieces of network depending on your, dynamics. So, like I said earlier, I was the first generation in my entire family that was born while a TV was in the house. My mom and dad, they didn't even grow up with a telephone, landline. Like they didn't get a phone till late, like middle school, straight up. And then only two or three motherfuckers had phones. So there was no talking on the phone. There was no watching TV, even for me early. So I guess the communication and the vibe, what is going on? What are your needs? What is the need of my community? Those who weren't being read or sent, those were actual, a little bit experiences or instances in some cases, incidents. I think the dynamics, it kind of be disingenuous to broad brush it, but uh, Dame J, they made decisions to make sure that their personal pockets were lined. I don't know if in
Mhm.
the beginning. Now, when I get on, All my homies, I'm gonna put all my homies on. I don't know if that was in their head. I know it don't have nothing to do with where they come from either. So you're gonna have some niggas from Harlem, Brooklyn, Bronx. You're gonna have all them coming in later, clean up their their name, but
For real.
and I get it. It's not only New York. People from various areas, they love to represent what's known to the public. So people know Harlem, know Brooklyn, people know LA, people know O Block. That's all you got to say. They automatically know it's Chicago. They know it's the South Side. You know,
For
so
real.
but obviously, the products that come from those regions, the products that come between certain dates, it's not all the same. Not streamlined. Some of it is, but
A
there's a
lot of it
lot
is.
of people made decisions that took them in an entirely different direction, and they were either in the same building, if not under the same roof, for at least a decade or two coming up. So, what made the difference from this black boy and this black boy over here? One decided for the streets, the other one decided for academics. They both had two parents in the house working, no poverty, equal access, equal education, pretty much similar environments, that different interests. That's it.
Yep.
No, that's real. I get no, that's real. That's real. That's real.
Different interests.
But this is why we need to have the conversations, so y'all could school me on the nuance and the differences. Because I've seen them, and I'm like, I need to get real first-hand account so that I'm not looking through my own blind spot, right?
Nah, you still gonna stay the same way because you got old people hate. That's all. You just...
No, listen, I love old people. The people I hang out with, they're mostly older than me. When I say
What's the age
older,
that you get
I mean
old?
old, huh?
Since you're the generation expert, what is the one age? Okay, so like the night that I go to bed, and then when I wake up in the morning, I'm old. What age is that?
I would say that's 65.
What?
Yeah, you old.
God damn.
You start getting old at
The
65.
latest I've ever
maybe.
heard.
Yeah,
That's
like I think
crazy.
old.
I mean,
When I
hey,
say old,
everybody on here young. Just stop talking. Hey, then hold on, family. Stop talking to us like we old as hell. And
no,
understand.
I kept saying Gen X. I never said, and I call y'all old heads.
Well,
I call y'all
you've been talking about Gen X like we old as hell. So I'm thinking you like 27. You 37.
Yeah, I never told y'all. I said I'm a millennial, and I said I'm the middle one. I didn't tell y'all.
I got a daughter that'll call you old, B.
But listen, she should. I'm not mad because in context, I am older to her, and I'm proud of it. You know why? Because I have accrued experience, and I could give her some wisdom that she could apply right now.
So what you trying?
I'm a walking archive. I have no problem. I recognize
she
that.
just took a shot. She just took a shot right now, low key, right? When she
Nah.
talking about giving out knowledge, she taking a shot because she trying to say y'all didn't hand out no knowledge, son.
Listen, like there's a candle.
I heard
know? I'm trying to understand. That's what, and for real, I am really happy we had this conversation because when I tell y'all literally helped me really understand, and we took it to a level where it's like, all right, cool, like the understanding is there, and now we could build on this shit for real. So it's like, nah, I'm happy about today, man. And if I got y'all a little hot, like it's part and parcel.
I'm saying as far as game or knowledge to pass down, that conversation was not the same for me as it was for my for my parents' peers' children. My parents' peers' children, same town in the South, not rich or anything, whatever. They were taught to get an education, be loyal to the Bible, and be available to take over the family business. That's it. Me, get an education, loyal to the Bible, and decide on where you want to live and raise a family other than right here. Like completely opposite.
Mm.
While my grandparents were still in the same area. So there was a lot of uncertainty, if you will. Implying or expecting a certain climate or dynamic to be available. Like there was no running into the law or getting in trouble coming up till I got out of school. But my first 10 years in Chicago ended up having me visiting a courthouse every single month from 1991 to about 2000.
Damn.
Not major, not no murder or anything like that, but just enough to disrupt concentrating on, other things that could progress. Can't miss this court date.
Chicago way.
You know what I'm saying? That's my introduction. Corrupt state trooper, not even a local PD or county sheriff. That was my first hello, welcome to Illinois. I'm corrupt, and I'm going to throw this charge on you and put a F for felony in front of your file, even though I don't really have any evidence. And that's what it took.
It was an agenda, Shit. Same way with me when I came back to the city, 95. By 97, I caught my first case. I had 3 felonies in this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? But by 97, I had my first case. But that's, it's by design, man. They gonna keep your case around this motherfucker.
As some of y'all niggas criminals, man. I'm just saying, damn, GQ, what you doing?
I go with man. Like I say, man, you grew up in this motherfucker, bro.
Hey, bro, I'm just talking shit.
You can't go to private school.
You know where I come from, bro. I just don't talk about my shit, bro. We straight.
No, I know, ain't none. You nigga, shit. I ain't gonna even. Well, I know. Your ass something else around here, motherfucker. You gotta straighten up, but I still be hearing that Mackie shit in your voice, goddamn.
I'm saying, Brody.
Hey. But they gonna make sure if you hit 32, 33, that's around the time it stops. But if you make it to 32, 33 without a felony in Chicago, man, and the police pull you over, they can't believe it. It's like
that's crazy.
You like a walking miracle to them. Like, how the fuck you ain't got where you from? I'm from Chicago. Where in Chicago? Why they can't believe you ain't got no case by the time they run your name at 33 and you ain't got no case on you? The motherfuckers is appalled. They damn near ready to throw one on you then, but by that time they target the youth. They target 17 to 28, 29. They on your ass, bro.
Niggas say they gonna throw you away and sprinkle some crack on them, babe. They wanna sprinkle some crack on them.
Court date, like Dale said, bro. Court date every fucking month for 7-8 years, bro. You steady. You so tired of going to the fucking county, you don't know what the fuck to do or bridge through. You just I'm so sick of these motherfuckers, man.
Yeah.
It's all a trap. Then they trap you. You don't have to go to Bridgeview to court. You damn near catch a case every time you go out there to go to court.
Oh no! See, just for pulling up. Yeah,
Pulling up.
Going to court one morning.
Well, I dealt with that as a kid. That's all I would say.
Motherfucker pull you over in the courtroom.
Yeah, in the courtroom.
In the court parking lot.
Parking lot.
I did that too. I went to court with a bus pass, and during the arraignment, I was in handcuffs for an upgraded charge from misdemeanor to the felony, straight like that.
Hey, wait a minute.
No job though. No employment after that.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, bro. At that point, they just gonna have to catch me, bro. Like, I ain't gonna hold you. Like, once I get out after that and I ever did something again, like, I'm taking them on the high speed. So I couldn't. Nah,
man,
bro.
I just spoke on that so many times. Every time I went to jail is when I didn't run.
Yeah, bro, that's what I'm saying. No, dead ass. That's what I've been trying to tell people.
I done like, how did you high speed chases? I done did, man. Them motherfuckers got to the point they already knew I was gonna take off on their ass.
Hey, bro. They didn't ask my partners, like, how come he didn't get, on this one? They was like, because he ran.
I done came from a funeral. I'm in a 3-piece suit, got motherfucking ostrich boots on
the move, bro.
Dogs hat on. Police get behind me. We leave the funeral. We going to the repast. We stop at the liquor store. I pull off from the liquor store. They just sitting in front of there. They looking at me come out the store. They see me dressed. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I get in the car. God damn it, they pulling me over. I pull over. Man, I'm like, now this motherfucker just watched me walk to the car with this fucking suit on. What do you think I'm about to? What the fuck is he thinking I'm doing? And I'm in a Cutlass 442. I pull over. The motherfucker, he get out the car, he walk up to the window, he said, license and insurance. Boy, I burned rubber for about 2 blocks.
I'm telling you right now, bro, I'm gone. I'm not playing.
I'm gone, nigga. Fuck you. Fucking wrong.
That's not happening, fam. You get the fuck up out of here, bro. I'm not. Look.
Yeah, I'm gone.
By the
time he got back to his car, I was parked. By the time he got back to the police car, I done got out my car and walking in the repast.
Yeah,
it was a black cat.
That's the one thing.
Black cop. GQ.
White cop.
Oh, okay.
White boy.
Yeah.
Straight up white boy out of Calumet Park.
Everybody I know, bro. We getting
that's
up.
That's what it was from. APD, Calumet.
Yeah, Calumet Park. Because that's what, you know the border right there between Halsted and Calumet Park, right there on Halsted. I'm at the liquor store in Calumet Park, right there on Halsted. But he pulled me over on Chicago side.
Yeah, he still got jurisdiction, I think.
Yeah. As long as he followed me out of Cal Park, he's straight. You know what I'm saying? He can still fuck with me. But he wasn't fucking with me because
I didn't like those districts. They just made this one where I'm at now, where you have your city police department, your sheriff, then your city / park district, and they all got jurisdiction. Yeah,
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, man, I make that motherfucker eat concrete that day, though. Nigga, you got me fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll talk about it offline, bro. That's what I'm known for. That's what I'm known for. You taking them on one, bro, immediately.
Yeah, I learned that in Mississippi, though. That's what I learned. High speed chases in Mississippi. That's just commonplace down there, motherfucker.
Yeah, bro.
Like the Duke boys.
Just the good old boys. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm getting up
my older partners in Mississippi, they taught me how to take the motherfucker, and I brought it right with me to Chicago. Shit.
You gotta learn how to hit them corners. Next thing you know, they mad as hell, bro.
The key is let them get out the car first and walk up to the car. Don't let them just get behind you and take off. Your ass gonna get caught.
Yeah. They gonna call the bird on you, bro. Like even if you take off on them, they finna call the bird on you. But if you get them out the whip,
like, you got their ass.
Get it close. Even if you just get close to the car. Hey, look, I'm not advising y'all on how to break the law. By the way,
right.
We're just talking about We just talking about
sometimes you got to get away, man, like Harriet Tubman. You feel me?
Bro, because I'm not going
You
to tell you right now.
My mama used to always tell me, Dale, that catching come before the hanging.
That's wild.
No. Anytime, especially now, never consider you just hearing it.
I learned that from my mama used to say, you know it that your mama tell you catch it come before the hanging, goddamn.
You got a heater, fuck it.
Listen, man, I've been doing that since I was like young, before I was even old enough. Get caught doing something where we was taking. Now I didn't even know this was wrong, bro. We was taking the kickballs from the school, like on the day off from school. You know what I'm saying? But they was up on the roof. They was like up on the roof. So we went to the school, went on the roof, got the kickballs. It was like called the police on us. We got moving. Got up out of there.
I was the only one that knew them. They was up there.
Yeah. So we went up there, climbed up there, and got them. And you know what I'm saying? We probably was gonna take them home just to keep it a stack, but it was kickballs. You know what I'm saying? Bro, they was on us. We running and
they called the police.
They called the police on us. No, this in Cali. This in the Bay. They called the police on us, bro.
Cali.
So we took off and we running and we on the bikes. So we know the little dip offs we hit through the park. I swear to God, how they knew what apartment we lived in and everything. Came to the apartments and my mama cussed them out. You gonna come to my house over some goddamn kickballs? But that's when I knew, bro. You gotta run real good and you don't run home. That's when I learned. You gotta run real good and you don't run home, GQ. You know what I'm saying? That was the last time I ran home. Not saying I did it a lot. You know what I mean? That's I'm not advising y'all to do that. But yeah, they've been dealing with us like that since we was kids. That's what they do. LA and the Bay, the most like craziest police in California. Like it's not a game, bro. They will catch you and beat the brakes off your ass.
Y'all were having your all's business plan discussion earlier. I'm kind of okay with the general message, and like you said, even y'all and some others that I know that do it full time on a professional basis, like they ain't saying shit unless they got the minimum fee that they're asking for.
Yes,
they ain't
sir.
no hints, nothing. They ain't opening their mouth, hints, nothing.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, that's real, man. That's bogus though to me, man. I always gave it away to my detriment. Sometimes I always been criticized about it. Even my lady, like, why you telling them where you get that at? Where you? But I always get a game away, man, because I just want to see my people make it, man. It's because I don't feel like it's competition. Whatever the case may be, I'm gonna give you the game on how to get this for the low price, how to go do this, how to do that. Because it's only one me. You gonna do it. I mean, I don't mind you doing it, but I don't think you're gonna be able to do it like I do it.
Yeah, it's true. You perfected your craft.
Yeah, so I don't mind giving it to you, giving you the game, letting you know how to go get it, where to go get it at for the low price. You know what I'm saying? Do everything you got to do because I just want to see my people make it, man. I feel like my competition.
Hold on. So the overall was that. The time that's spent, like specific information that they was dropping. Hey, this, not that. Don't do that. Like there are people. It may not be live. Maybe they may be catching the tape later. They gonna pick up. It may not be them. They may live with somebody. They may work with somebody. They may go to schools. You know what I'm saying? You never can get the true. I just said that shit for nothing because didn't nobody jump on the panel. No, not in this type of dynamic. But at the same time, in terms of the overall numbers, history, the market, our people in general, we know the consumers, the customers, the guy, he just want to make it to the next day. He just wants to make sure, hey, he's got enough of this, this, and if my child or if my partner wants to go off, cool. I'm just trying to see, was there like a medium point, like, because there are times when maybe only one motherfucker that's really serious about the shit, but other people are in the crowd have some sort of interest, but they're not gonna get into this shit. They're asking questions, some relevant, some not, but there's a lot of time being spent, and the interest level may not, it may not peel off. So in a venue of 100 people, it may be 3 people that's really serious, got the capacity and the desire to take up your product
right away. And then there's another 5 that may procrastinate and finally do it 3 years down the line. But they still kept it in their notes. They kept it in the back of their head.
What's up, son?
You know what I'm saying? Because that's what a lot of us suffer from, that anxiety, that procrastination, and that be that's what hurt a lot of us. But like I say, man, I teach anybody, any of the youngins around me, man. We want to learn, financial literacy, how to work on a car, or where to go buy the cars at for cheap, or what. I just let them know, man. I'm like, man, here, this what you do. This how you go get it. You know what I'm saying? This how you fill out this. A lot. Sometimes it comes back around full circle to me. Sometimes it don't, but it don't matter, because I'm not looking for it like that. I'm just trying to help my younger brothers out, because I understand the anxiety of I might not make it, and what I'm gonna do, and how I'm gonna feed my little shorty, and you know what I'm saying. I understand that type of shit, man. So I try to help them out the best I can, man. Give them jobs, you know what I'm saying. Put them to work, you know what I'm saying, and help them get jobs.
I didn't run into any barriers when speaking with boomers or older exes in terms of, hey, what's this all about? What's gonna happen?
I didn't either, Dave. I didn't either.
Yeah.
I didn't either, bro. That's another reason. That's another reason motivates me to do it, because my old heads, and the like you say, the boomers and stuff. They was willy-nilly with it. They was giving it to you. You know what I'm saying? The knowledge.
They had it.
And I will press on you and double back on you and check to see if you did it.
I told you what to do. You do what I told you to do, youngster.
No, that's it.
Yeah, you keep on bullshitting if you want to, then, boy. They gonna let you know.
But it was few and far in between, though, right? And that was like, for me, that wasn't until I got like in my teens, and I'm already out there, and I'm moving around for myself. That's when it, especially because I was playing ball, and so you know how it is. If you're good at ball, somebody finna pull up and try to give you some type of game. But it
Send a
wasn't.
message. Yeah,
but it wasn't nothing like this. It was just, don't get no girls pregnant, stay out of trouble, do your practices.
That was worth $1 million worth.
That's $1 million worth of game, though, right? So we ain't go front. But nah, Dev, I say what's most important, I guess, if you gotta pick anything, one, you gotta invest in yourself. I would say
invest.
You need to be taking a percentage of everything that you own and put it towards getting some type of education on whatever aspect you want to pursue. And then networking. You got to be around people who are actively doing the thing that you want to do. You cannot do this on an island. You are not the 1% person that you've seen that just heard this one time and took it off and ran with it. I would love to say that you are, but the likelihood of you being that person is slim to none. You need a network and you need the skill set. And then from there, you can pretty much accomplish anything you want to.
Yeah, you're gonna have to be able to judge that too. And that's what I was about to ask Pato in terms of what was it that was not given, or were certain people expecting in terms of, okay, communication with the older generation, speaking about what? Because you talk about this entertainment industry, brand new. There were no experts in hip hop, nor sports celebrity coming out in my generation. Jordan, um, Penny Hardaway, Shaq, all them motherfuckers, they ain't know nothing about trying to blend business with uh separating business based on what they was doing, how to blend dealing with the public, dealing with corporate, dealing with the government. That was all new. But yeah, I would have loved to have
You go
um
back before them though, Dev. You had Jim Brown and Muhammad Ali. You had the real ones.
O.J. Simpson was the first sponsor, wasn't it? He doing right guard deodorant.
Yeah, I'm just saying, as far as trying to pass the knowledge down, and that was pro-black and for the neighborhood and advocating for us. We had Jim Brown, we had Muhammad Ali, we had who was the other? Kareem.
Oh yeah, I was talking about that. I was talking about generating revenue that
Yeah, he
wasn't
talking about
related.
experts behind the scenes, like that's really.
Yeah, that wasn't related to what he was doing.
Yeah,
Hey man, I gotta jump off here, man. It's close of business on the West Coast soon. I gotta finish a couple things.
All right,
I'm
no,
already finished
appreciate it,
up on
bro.
the East
Appreciate
Coast.
it a lot, man.
I appreciate
Yeah,
y'all.
good looking
Appreciate you
out.
letting me on. You know what it is, Pacho. I didn't know you had this type of knowledge, man. We could do some real damage out here, bro. Like I'm gonna be honest, like I rock with you. You solid. Just stop going hard on these Gen Xers. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, it's gonna be a problem,
Now,
B.
I know that only applies to Dame Dash now. Whenever she's I'm mad.
Nah,
Going in
good
on these.
looking out. And listen, I'm gonna hold
Yeah,
you to
they
your
ain't
word.
pissed
Like
off.
yo, we
They
gotta
ain't
bring
pissed
back
off
for
years
real.
ago. Yeah.
Yeah, no, we good. They'll tell you. I do this a lot. Like, and I did it a lot more in years past. You know what I'm saying? I had a few things I needed to take care of these last couple of years to really get moving and some other stuff. So I'm back. I'm back. I would do this all day as long as I got the time. I'll sit up and I'll talk. And if I don't know, I'll say I don't know. I've just been blessed to know a lot about it because I done made enough errors and had some success in some stuff. So, but yeah, no, at your age to have all that knowledge, like you are a treasure. We need to get you out here so you can talk more to these, especially to these creatives. So don't be
Yeah.
afraid to, you know what I'm saying, shoot your voice out, and we need to figure out something. I don't know, a show or something, because I think we could help a lot of people. So
Nah,
You
I'm
gotta
down. I'm
you
down.
gotta have it written down somewhere or recorded in a journal or something. It ain't gotta be a notebook or nothing, but
oh
Nah,
yeah,
I
no, like
got info.
yeah,
Like
at this point, yeah, I
listen, I
got
got
info. Like, yeah, like I was
info.
just about to say, like at this point, I got tons and tons of information that we can just get out. Like I'm almost finished creating this website with a lot of this on there. So um, there's just a ton of there's a wealth of knowledge that I think you acquire, and I think she'll speak to this once I jump off. You acquire so much over time that you need to go back and look at it. So it's already there. Like it's nothing to share it and put it out.
refresher, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Nah, thank you. Thank you for holding it down today too. Like, word. For real, for real.
Yeah, no,
You
it was
solid.
lit. It
You
was a good
you a
topic.
good Gen X. Don't worry. You a good Gen X.
Yeah, I'm repping for it, fam. You know what I mean?
Yeah, look at you, though. You know, yeah,
Where's that
yeah,
country
not
going?
doing good. But to answer Dev's question, it wasn't necessarily expertise. For me, it was more so like connecting. You know what I mean? It was more so like seeing like, yo, like
Was
your
it a gap
younger,
that was
huh?
expected? You
Say
saying
that
connect
again?
that so for me, coming up in the South, the Christian Southern Baptist,
Yeah.
there was from birth all the way till I'm 18, there was never any disconnection from immediate blood on both sides. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm saying that dynamic was, even though it was expected, it's not automatic. And the older I got, that that disconnection just from mother, father, grandmother, grandfather, brother, sister, even own child in some instances, that disconnection was quick. Sometimes it was tragedy, sometimes it was legal court, addiction to whatever it was. That it just was rare, and if it did occur, it had to been very serious, and sometimes it was never repaired.
Hmm.
But did you have that for your parents' peers or older people in general? Or I'm not.
Like for me, it was like you had that connection, but like I think I did have a bit of a, because like my mom liked to move a lot, so it was a thing
Oh,
of,
not in one spot.
yeah, but then it's like I also went to like school in different countries.
Yeah,
So there's that layer, you know what I mean? And then it was like when I did stay the longest, like I grew up in East New York. So for me, it was like I got that I got that solidarity with like, all the kids that I grew up with. Like I still like all my friends from like, not all, but the main core that I
yeah,
was hanging out with from school, it was like junior high school. Like I still talk
yeah.
to them today. Like, you know what I mean? Like we still check for each other, like for real, for real. So my thing is being a part, I think for me, I can say in my experience, I didn't have like the closest relationship with like my siblings or like my mom even, right? And my pops was like all the way on the other side in LA. And it's like, for me, it was just like you got to just deal with it. But it was like I had a close relationship with my grandmother, and for me, I always liked like old people. Like it's always been a thing where old people, like you'll just catch me sitting down talking to them all the time. I don't know. I think probably with because of my grandma, but even still, it was still a thing of like my mom didn't pass off no game like that. Like she would talk in certain ways where I just started to learn. This chick will tell me something like in 2024. She won't finish that conversation until 2025. Like literally, she'll say bits and pieces. So I got
Yeah.
so good over the years of just piecing things together. And it's like, taking time to paint a picture. And then for me, why I say the whole thing with Gen X is because boomers were going to do what they're going to do, right? But I was like, just looking back at it, like Gen X to me, I was like, there was something like really pivotal that I just feel like y'all miss. And I understand all the limitations, but I'm saying that when I was young and I was outside still, like I went New York 125th. I went to like, the 5%ers, like they put me on certain game. Then it was like, yo, Nation of Islam. I was like, Then it was like the Moors. And it was like, okay, I'm listening. And then, I'm around all of these older, right? Y'all, Gen X. But then it was like, all right, yo, let's do something for real. Let's build for real. These niggas is like, why y'all stopping and starting or like don't even get started? And then the thing is like I grew up around a lot of niggas in the street because my uncle, especially when I became of like, age to kind of know what was going on, he was like running our complex. So it was like, you know, off of that, I'm just like around certain kind of people. And then it's like they're teaching me certain stuff. And it's like, all right, I'm paying attention, I'm soaking it up. And then when I'm around like older chicks, like older girls, Gen X as well. Like, yo, go to the store and get me this, and then they'll give you $1, right? Go to the store, get me that. Then it's like, yo, you braiding their hair, yo, come help me do my hair or help me take it out. And then that's how you making money. But you know, while you're doing their hair, they're talking about all this shit going down and you're listening, right? At least I was. So for me, it was like I was used to that and not necessarily relying on my mom to like give me any kind of real true guidance, because it was like some of the shit she said, I was just like, yeah, this chick is capping, like whatever. Or like it don't make a whole 100% sense. So then I would speak to my teachers a lot, right? Certain ones that I liked, or we had just kind of like, like we could talk. So it just be like, yo, what y'all think about X, Y, and Z, right? And then we'll have like real life conversation. So that helped me kind of like gauge a lot of stuff. So my thing with Gen X was, why did y'all not pull back in terms of, for me, I know, and I was part of like a crew in New York where I was like the street team for like Dipset for like a couple weeks. And I would always be out there like trying new stuff. But it was just kind of like to connect with y'all, because it's like I have an age barrier. But if I'm like, yo, I'm willing to do like internship work for y'all, I'm not even expecting pay. I just want to basically see this shit happen. But it was like everywhere I turned, nobody was like open to building like that. And I was just kind of like, yo, that shit is whack. Unless a nigga is trying to exploit you or some shit. And it's like, you ain't gonna exploit me because I already know the game. Like I've been around it. So that's what I was looking for. More so collaboration and teamwork. And it was like they wasn't trying to do it. Them niggas was trying to party and bullshit. Or like them niggas is like, I don't know, like gave up. Yeah.
I get you. And like I said, for the people that had upbringings in, Northeast corner, Midwest, Detroit, Cleveland, Chicago, some of the inner cities, y'all were dealing with, various dynamics. But in the South, um, the primarily, I think the church probably was like no question about that early on. Then like education, basic education, and then your family business. Now, if your family didn't have a farm, uh, you were a part of some sort of organization that had some sort of ties with the community, whether it was volunteer for passing out meals or different community events. It wasn't no just laying up on the block and all you did was just go to work and come back and then fuck with nobody. I mean, I didn't grow up in that type of environment. Everybody was involved in everything. But yeah, I certainly am not going to sit here and be naive in terms of the various gaps in communication, not just in generation, but within the generations. There's a lot more pretend or acknowledgement that, hey, are you really okay? Tell me what's going on. Are you leaving something out this story that you're telling me? What is it that you really want? Uh, other things come into play, but it's all good.
Yeah, like and that whole community thing, I think the older I got, the more I started to see it like just evaporate, right?
Yeah.
So, and the thing is, it's like I'm good at being like independent, but my thing was I started to realize how we were so not interdependent. And I think for me, that's always been like my thing of like, what's the issue, right? Because one thing I know that I said to myself when I was a kid, like this is just junior high school, I was on some like, yo, I'm never gonna be like these old niggas like that don't actually keep their word, right? Especially when I got around like the conscious community and shit like that. It was like, yo, these niggas is clowns. How the fuck you saying all of this, that, and the third? And like, my nigga, y'all don't even like have real business. Like, y'all don't even really do shit proper. Like, I seen niggas in the street like handle business way better. And some of them may know, like, one thing I can say is like the 5%ers, they really, if I'm gonna say for like New York, my era growing up, like they really put work down in terms of, I don't know the lessons and I can't say the days and all of that kind of shit, like what's the mathematics, but like really understanding like principle and being able to do like pattern recognition. I can't front. A lot of what I got came from that. And then also, like just school, right? I had really good middle school teachers. And I'm like, when I was coming up in East New York, that shit was crazy. So like my teachers really prepared us for like what we had to deal with. Like I had my English teacher, I remember her teaching us about Gordon Parks. I remember her like Xeroxing, like making mad copies of like this book, Down These Mean Streets by Perry Thomas, like some dude, and she made us read it. We thought it was like, because during our time, that's when like certain kinds of like after Sister Soldier, you started getting like other books like that, like Fly Girl, and then like people started making all of these like hood type, novels.
Yeah.
So she tricked us and we read it and she was like, who wrote that and how old are they and da 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 da. And she said, what time are they talking about? And we're like, yo, talking about right now, da 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 da. Yo, this book is written way back when. So those things kind of woke me up and kept me on swivel, like, all right, cool. So for me, it was just like the more that I got older, it was just like you got to keep the lines of communication open. And just like GQ was saying, it's just like, yo, any kind of information I could pass to anybody who got their ear open, I'm going to do it. Right. And it's like, it's been to my detriment a lot of the time, just like GQ said. So I feel him on that. But it was just kind of like, even when you did step up, especially in New York, it was like with solutions, these niggas would be looking at you like, I don't know. It was just like, what the fuck y'all waiting for? So I don't know if it was kind of like they didn't want to take it on because it's a younger person saying it. I don't know. But I wasn't the only one feeling that way. And I think that's why a lot of us ended up like setting up crews by ourselves. And, in New York, we did a lot of shit. Like I ended up just getting into the whole creative scene, but I was not going to be no dust head. So this is when you just around like Soho in New York, right? So you're around a lot of like the yuppies that y'all was talking about way back. And you just start seeing like the creative scene. And if you're gifted in that, like you just pick things up. And I'm just kind of like, why does Soho look like this? And 125th looks like that. You know what I mean? I'm like,
Yeah.
nah, fuck that. I'm getting Soho money. Like, you know what I mean? And I did. And that's what a lot of us millennials did. And like we use Tumblr. So a lot of the social media that people are like Instagram, even Facebook, Tumblr, that's what we was using. And we was creating like whole like we was selling direct to consumer. Like we would take pictures. I remember I took over like food trucks or like a stall, take a picture and be like, yo, y'all need to come here at this time and come get like the t-shirts and like we threw parties. So we just kept that money circling around us. And yeah, some of us didn't make it because they got in with like a lot of these rich white kids and started using certain type of shit. But yeah, some of us did.
So you still think it was not wanting to collaborate with the younger generation, or really didn't have the knowledge to carry out what they said they was talking about? Like they really didn't know.
I think it's that, but I'm like, I feel like when you young, like I don't think we ever really try to embarrass none of our old heads like that, or like seeing like, yo, they don't know that. Like, let me do it for you. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, yo, let me do that for you. Like, I'll fix that shit up on Photoshop. Yo, what's that? Oh, yo, that's that. Da 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 da. Yo, where you get that? So it's like you would give, and you'd be like, yo, I'ma actually help you do it, and then you may do it, and then it's like them niggas don't move, right? They don't move with the right speed. Yeah, so it's just kind of like that shit became whack. Like you see these niggas, and that was a thing I think for a lot of us who like to get a certain level of knowledge, it was like you would have to go around different neighborhoods or different kind of sections. So like, you know, the yardies on like in Flatbush, like that's just a section in Brooklyn where like so different Caribbeans and like the rosters, they would kind of like preach to you on like, yo, you got to eat healthy and da 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 and all of this kind of stuff. And then, you know, you just pick up things from different groups, but you just learn you can't stick with just one group because none of these niggas move. As much as they talk, they gonna keep talking this shit forever. They ain't gonna build nothing. So for me, it was like, nigga, I know how these white people is getting this money over here in Soho. I see how they like actually setting shit up. I'm working in some of these stores. You know what I mean? And it's like I could peep game and I know how to peep a pattern. And it's like, all right. So when it comes to not losing myself in those environments, all of the different groups that I was around, you know what I mean? Like I just kept that in my head. Plus all of this shit. Like there's no way I'm turning into no fucking junkie or drinking lean or none of that shit.
Yeah.
Like it's just not in me. So yeah, that's just how a certain segment of us got down. Cause not all of my friends got down like this. A lot of my friends, like one's a assistant principal. You know what I mean? Like another one is like a lobbyist. So you know, there's a mix of, but I'm the only one who basically did it the way I did it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how it play out. All right, 6 o'clock on the East Coast.
All right.
This
Peace.
is over. We got a few hours for I think Psycho going a little bit later.
Yeah. No,
We
I'm
definitely
good, man.
yeah.
It's like 11 where I'm at, so I'm like, I gotta
Yes.
start. And but nah, thank you, Mac, Mizzle, everybody who held it down. Like, thank you very much. Like, y'all really helped me answer a lot of the missing gaps and stuff like that. So nah, it was good building with y'all for like 12 hours straight. And I'll see y'all in a couple of weeks. But nah, thank you, Dev, as well.
All right. Appreciate it.
All right.
Keep us posted. All right. What up, Joe? Definitely don't mind listening to some feedback. That doesn't involve ratchet stuff, basically. So y'all want to put another tape on, or well, that's how I started the last stream. No, that's all good. I knew nobody wasn't gonna talk about the lynching. I kind of been scaling back on the Charlie Kirk montage. That name might be on my screen till 2028. Where it's going. But nah, it's just definitely gonna be another event to overtake that. Yeah, I see some pseudos trying to have some logical discussions. Somewhat. Yeah, I think one of the time I was typing the little points thing didn't even pop up. So thought I seen Q pop in earlier for a sec. Now, I've been had the same two tabs open the whole time. Student's body found hanging from a tree in Mississippi. And then it's a little bit far out from some prominent elections, so still gonna have to wait a bit to see. Republican or Democrat. Are they both gonna be avoided? I don't think it's enough interest to either form or align with an established nationwide political party. Gonna do your own thing, just go independent. Is that Harrisburg? York County, Pennsylvania? It says school, but 3 dead police officers. 2 others shot. Oh, y'all said that earlier. Yeah. Initially, the Breakfast Club seemed like a nice format for radio, but I couldn't gravitate to it. Censorship restrictions. I understand some of the conversations a bit difficult. Oh, the court date was today. That's crazy. Got him starch naked with a bulletproof vest on. That's crazy. Hope my algorithm don't get sidetracked. Damn, if I known it was his video, I would have clicked it. What is it? Oh, Shapiro. Damn, he got a quote too. I gotta redo my filters. Who came up with the term "You're just too black"?
Yo, yo.
What's up, bro?
Living
Good.
life, care business, yeah, man. You know, that's all, man. What's going on with you, Jeff?
Nah, I just holding it down. They was talking about business earlier. And that info out. Kind of on the even kill. Somewhat calm in the wake of lynching black men and getting shamed for not praising a racist. Seems to be the two headlines so far. Well, the lynching is never a headline, but yeah, I'm actually waiting on that autopsy report come out.
So I was reading this article, and there's a direct link to a child's there's a direct link to a child resembling their father. Basically, there's a link that's a parental. So whenever a father is directly involved into the child's life, not only does that have a healthier outcome for the child's overall life, but it actually it plays a direct role in the child. So yeah, so basically the engagement or being directly involved in your child's life plays a role on their phenotype, not phenotype, but their like the way they look. Like the child would let me mix up. So basically, look, so the babies who look like their dads had fathers who were more engaged in the parenting process. So like, see what I mean? Like how there's a direct link between engaging in your child's well-being and their overall health. So look, so the babies who had looked like their dads had fathers who were more encouraged, who were more engaged in the parenting process. So they had fewer emergency room visits and were less likely to suffer from asthma and illness, according to the findings. So I just think that this is very interesting. This is boy or girl. This is not relegated to only it's both genders. It's both genders and boy or girl. So
Well, who did the study? I'm not sure what the study is.
So
what were you were saying that the parents that are closely engaged with their child and nothing else plays a direct impact on appearance.
Yeah.
But
So
if they're not engaged, they won't look like the parents.
It's a sense. So basically, so babies who resemble their fathers at birth are more likely to enjoy quality time with their dads. In turn, those kids who spend more time together with their fathers end up healthier by the time they reach their first birthday. Researchers at Binghamton University found. So basically, so why is
Binghamton? Is that, are you saying
Binghamton,
Binghamton, New York?
Binghamton, Bing. This is the primary leaders of the study, but it's more than one university, but the primary leader is Binghamton University. No, Binghamton.
Yeah, they pronounce it Binghamton up there in upstate New York. If that's the one you're talking about, I'm just.
I think it is. So look, so basically, so like I said, this is what's his mind is crazy. Is so why is there a correlation between resemblance and well-being? The researchers have one theory: frequent contact likely provides more parental time to supervise his children, managing harmful exposures, gathering information, and attend to their health needs, and share parenting tasks. The study authors write, fathers are more important in raising. Fathers are important, not more important. Fathers are important in raising a child, and it manifests itself in the health of the child, says lead researcher Solomon Polchek. And so look, his team looked at it. His team looked at the interaction between babies and fathers who did not live in the same household. They discovered that fathers whose infants looked like them spent an average of 2.5 more days per month with their kids than those dads who didn't perceive a resemblance to their child. So, pardon me, it's not surprising that researchers identified a link between parental involvement and improved child health. So the direct linkage between parental involvement and a child's overall well-being. So, a 2016 infant and child development study by Michigan State University, researchers found that fathers play a large role in a child's cognitive and language development during the toddler phase. In a separate study released that year, those same researchers also discovered a father's mental health can have a tremendous impact on their kids' social skills and behavior. So this is emphasizing the father, not to discredit the mother, but it's highlighting the significance of a father's role in the child's cognitive health. Pardon me. So researchers from Imperial College of London came to a similar. So this is what I mean by this. It's not just a U.S. The United States did not only partake in the study. So London, researchers from Imperial College of London came to a similar conclusion, according to the study published in Infant Mental Health Journal last year. Dads who were more engaged and active with their babies in the first few months had a positive impact on their little one's cognitive development. So this is deep. This is deep. But like I said, boy or girl, so it debunks the dad and father time myth. So more significantly, researchers found that all babies, boy or girl, perform better on cognitive tests at 2 years old, debunking the idea that dad-son time is more important. Dad-son time is more important. Interesting. In the end, the positive outcomes of dad-baby bonds aren't the result of looking like dad. They're the result of having an engaged and present parent. That role can certainly be filled by a father who sees himself in his child, but it can also belong to a dad who doesn't see the resemblance, or to a mom, or even a grandparent. So overall, it's like I said, the article is highlighting, dads, talking about dads. There are major health benefits when babies look just like dad, says study, but it's not limited to only the father, because like I said, that role can certainly be filled by a father who sees himself in his child, but it can also belong to a dad who doesn't see the resemblance, or to a mom, or like I said, or so not just only it's not only isolated or limited to the father, but it's specifically talking about the significance of fathers in you know, playing an active engagement. It's very interesting how, like I said, just the direct linkage to, you know, a father engaging 2.5 more times likely, you know, just basically just allocating 2.5 more times. I want to say, am I reciting that correct? Am I saying so? 2.5 more days per month. 2.5 more days per month. You know, just allocating that much time, you know, has a tremendous effect on a child's, you know, cognition, their like I said, their health. It's just very, I just find that interesting, you know, that's all. I just find it interesting. And I think about the most some people try to say that study is outdated, whatever.
Yeah, just post it up when you get a chance, bro.
Okay, go ahead. My bad. Yeah, go ahead.
See what the overall study was, but at least in the South, you know, the various communities that I was with, unless it was a jail or a severe illness or something extreme, the father situation, it was kind of automatic. Yeah.
Now I want to find out if this is true, because I was on here that day with the sister, and I've been seeing the only person who told me, try to say that the study about black dads being more involved in children's lives and other groups, trying to say that that's not true. But like I said, I just looked it up, and CDC did a study. So, but I don't know. But it's true that black men are the most engaged group, you know, in comparison to other.
Yeah. So in terms of quantification, if the black father gets off work, he ends his shift at 3. So he's able to get home at 4 to bedtime, whatever it is. The Latino father gets to work until 8. So he only gets 30 minutes with his kids. But the overtime, the wages, save up, whatever. The Latino child is able to provide whatever. But the black father is just enough to keep the roof over their heads, keep the bills stable, and, you know, prevent catastrophe. But, you know, there's no Jordans, you know, Tommy Hilfiger designer clothes, iPhone. There's none of that. So what's the measure for more involved, I guess? Because I only heard that on the internet. I never, when I was on the street, either you was or you wasn't. And I wasn't paying attention.
Yo, what's goody?
What's up? You came back after Pacho threw the whole generation under the bus?
Who?
Pacho, she cool, man. Down all afternoon.
Nah, I don't know. I being cool, but I don't know.
That's all good, bro. I was
Yo,
trying to
Diddy,
get
what's goody?
earlier, but you went in the link because the conversation would probably went left.
All right, your coffee. So, Kari, what time your pops coming, Dave?
Probably like 8.
So, can y'all find the thing that's free to print?
Yeah.
Just got the file? It might be on one of these already. Or if not, it's on one of the other Macs.
What is file the open up drive?
Black Power, my parents, man. You feel me? Black Power, baby.
We got to do a documentary on you, bro.
Wait till I'm dead. You feel me?
One documentary? That's crazy.
Nah, them flowers look better when they pushing out the dirt. Flowers look better when they pushing out the dirt. You ain't talking to let you focus on your work. You know what I'm saying?
Ain't nobody got no time for no flower talk.
Nah, we gotta let the world know, man.
Got the world knowing, but it's I'm respecting the invisible.
You opened up a school, and it's not about black power. It's about
That's the homie right. This big homie right here. He go to Brooklyn, y'all know.
What's up, Kay?
What's up with it?
What's happening with you? Like this, like what you doing? Like this don't get done. We celebrate dudes that's hustling. I got more celebration being in the streets doing dumb shit.
It's tight-ish, you know what I'm saying? But it makes it easier to do it. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody's paying attention to the noise.
They paying attention to bull crap.
And that's cool. That means everybody over there.
But to open up a school and actually have children and giving them a better view on the future and how giving them importance to their value in themselves, it means a whole lot, bro. I got 2 daughters in here, man. 2 girls.
No, yeah, he got his daughters in here. His daughters in here 3 years.
I try to debate all the time. I always trying to debate, argue.
Yeah, that's what's up.
Nah, that's the things would be a lot different if it was a lot more notoriety.
Things would be a lot different if you had more help.
Yeah, but if you think about how much help I have compared to people with money, like I had to remind people sometimes, like, you
we stronger together, bro.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just come together when it comes down to ignorance and stupidity.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about you come together.
I'm always on the pot. You know what it is? Like I was telling the students for engineering design, the problems create the intelligence.
Matter of fact, forget the document. Let me have somebody write a movie and let's do the movie.
Hell no, bro. That's nervous talk, man.
Hollywood?
Nah, that's nervous talk. You try, nah. I gotta be dead first, man. This shit right here. These white folks find out what we doing on here. These kids, these white folks coming in.
They don't know who you are.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's cool.
I asked it just to be a film, and people be like, "Yo."
Ella G was supposed to do it.
And we said,
Ella G had wrote something, and he had me doing it, and I was like, nah, Ella.
Based on true events, they won't know who it is.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, get your bag and stuff. Come on.
Like, I don't know, jeez.
Come on, I'm telling you.
I'm with the happy story and all that, but yeah.
They be out here running it up, especially with everything going right now.
They don't know who the fuck.
I'm like, we get a couple more inches in this staircase. We standing in the skies. You feel me, right, Princess? You gonna give us some ideas to make it better? Cause right now I'm finished with ideas. Only thing we need to do to make it better is y'all ideas. Whatever y'all saying to make the institute better, that's what I'm focused on. All that other stuff.
This is my first movie. Part 2 to my first movie.
Yeah, when he said he make movies, don't get it to my son make movies for real.
Yeah.
This shit on Tubi too, huh? Yeah, this is on Amazon Prime right here, y'all.
Profit the reason I got into boxing in the first place, man. Yeah, everybody thinks I'm dead, right? So, use that to our advantage. Figure out how to pay Luca. I figure out who the fuck shot me, and we get our territory back. He got PTSD. I seen it in combat.
Yeah, I told you, that's the homie right here, sir. Y'all come to Brooklyn and ask about my son. Like, oh, they be like, hold on, oh, that's the homie right there.
John Singleton around this joint, huh?
Huh?
I said John Singleton 2.0, huh?
Nah. I'm getting there though. I'm getting there.
That's what's up, bro. I mean, you gotta start somewhere.
I got three films out there now.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Right in front of me. I got shot in the head. Mike said, yo, what else does it take? Who else? Who's next? We got 4 days before you come looking for us. It said Thiago trying to finish the show.
I'm doing a video on comments.
What?
Product for your lady. Help.
My God,
You know what he like? To lose somebody in love.
You weren't about the movie. I'm focused on the edits. I'm like, I can edit this in my sleep. You know we show Booming all them how to do all their edits, right?
For real?
That's what's up.
I ain't no joke with the editing and shit. I just don't like doing. You got to concentrate too much for video. I don't like locking up.
Do the video for Kyle?
I've been told Kyle do a video. I do.
No, I'm talking about you edit the video for him?
You know, music video. It's just locking in on the video. I mean, let me see the footage now. And I see what's up.
So he got a song.
Like what you just showed me editing, I can do that in no time.
Oh, come on. He have a video. Well, he have a song in a movie. So we dropping that as the trail, as the
When he doing it?
Next week I'm doing it.
I'll pop out.
So check it. So it's gonna be Kyle on a cobblestone, and you know, I'm gonna put him on some fly shit, and he gonna be just rapping what he rapping. And I'm gonna have a drone, everything going around him, all fly shit going around. So, but I'm a film, like a short film, like a 2-minute film of young boys getting together, getting ready to get some bread. And the two dudes that one of the dudes bring in, they gonna try to backdoor him. But he peeped it, so he stashed the real shit, and they gonna shoot him though. It's like they killed him, but he have a vest on. They gonna hit him all in the chest and take the bag, but it's gonna be a dummy bag.
You got
dummy bag.
It's gonna be the dummy bag, yeah.
So once they think he gone, they ain't gonna have shit, nothing. So they gonna be right back on the block. So I'm gonna have an old dude walk up to the dudes like an old man, right, and say, "Excuse me, young man, that guy right there wants you," because this really happened. Somebody calling y'all when they turn to look across the street. Shorty gonna pull his hood off, but the old man gonna murk both of them.
Gangster. I ain't to be director, so I need a director. So I gotta send you. You know,
I got the red camera. I got the red at my crib.
What?
Look, just bought it.
That's a different cam right there.
Yeah, I got it.
It's 35 millimeter.
Nah, that's about 35,000.
No, I got the red. We got the red, nigga. Fuck all that. I got.
Nah, it's like, you know Eugene too, right? My son Eugene, from the style. He do bike life.
I heard of that.
He not bike life, but he bike life here. He be with Gentleman's Factory.
I know who that is. Gentleman's Factory.
I was trying to say. He said he's gonna bring the bikes out for the video. I gotta. You never heard none of my shit.
Look.
Oh yeah, what's up, son? I gotta get a video shot, son.
You can get whatever. I just brought that over.
Oh, this is mean. Yeah, I need a video shot, son. Hell yeah. He's supposed to bring the bikes out. I need a white person though. I want to rob a white person in the video. I want him to be like a dirty cop, and I want to rob a dirty cop.
Q as well, right? Yeah.
Nah, because the song I got is black in the motherfucker. I let him know. So I'm supposed to be Robin Hood. So I want the white dude to be extorting the black people in the hood. And I want to tie the cracker up, bring him in the basement, and be torturing in the whole video.
What about what's the name?
You feel me?
What about taking
black as a motherfucker? Yeah, let him know. Flame torturing and shit. White boy tied up and shit. Like,
I'm tired of cracker.
Why don't you do it like he robbing dudes? He's selling guns in our neighborhood like on strap.
All of that. No, all of that. He's selling guns. He's plugging the drugs.
Treat him like straps.
Yeah, he doing all of that. Yeah.
And I reach out to Fredro. You can get Fredro on the joint and all that.
I'm with that. Yeah. I'm even with them, like even having them dropping guns off in the hood. That whole shit they do in Chicago. Let him be that person because that's who we want to rock. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, let that white, you feel me, son? Let that white boy be all of that.
Make it calculated.
Yeah, make it calculated so when they see it like, yeah, black as a mother, let them know. Cops ain't friendly, yeah, them niggas is the fool. Yeah, I gotta get that one, son. You gotta text me an email, I'll send you that shit.
You in
That's
New York
City?
Jefferson Jules is trying to figure out how to get some book bags.
I gotta let him know.
You, some book bags, you can email us. We need some more books though to give away. If y'all got books in your house that's not doing nothing, we need books.
A bunch of books.
Bring if you want to give them away, because you see how much people love the book.
I like no Google Gaga type books, right?
Listen, we gotta.
You talking about like just books, right? Just like
yeah, just regular books, like books that y'all not to say care about, but books that you're willing to part with.
How many of them in the high school class?
In the buildings, like
no, I'm talking about in the high school class.
All together, it's like 40.
40 in the high school class?
35, 40.
I'm talking about physically. Yeah.
In the building, 20.
20?
15, 20.
15, 20?
Yeah, I'm gonna hit you up.
Young men in here.
I'm with it.
It's called As a Man Thinketh.
I know that book.
James Allen.
I got that book. As a man, by James Allen. As a man thinketh. That's a great
he
book.
said it right there. Yeah, I had that book somewhere.
Tell them these young dudes that these young men need it, right?
As a man thinketh, so shall he sow, correct?
So shall he sow, and shall he become it.
Precisely, yeah. That's a great book. Yeah.
James Allen, yeah, that's
Allen, yep.
That's my joint right there, yo.
He got a collection of like a big old big book with there's a whole bunch of literature by him and all that. Yeah, I rock with him.
Yeah, hell yeah. My man gifted me that book. I think all of us should have that book, man.
Facts.
Big dad moments. Yeah, TNT, when you were saying about the dads here, we got number super dads in our program. So they be sucking that stuff online, like, I don't know. I don't even know no dead. I'll be like, yo, I don't even know a deadbeat. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's foreign to us. Like,
yeah, I don't know where they get that. I'm like, son,
like,
deadbeats.
look at all the single mothers. I be like, damn.
I'm like, bro, like they ain't nothing but. I don't be want to throw y'all out there. But I'm like, son, there ain't nothing but dads in here. Like, if you want, I can literally do a video and you'll see dad after dad after dad after dad after dad walking here picking it. I'm like, son, what do y'all? What kind of friends y'all got?
The mothers that they talking about is them females that just out here reckless.
Yeah, they got bozos out here, but it ain't the 80s and 90s. I be like, yo, son, y'all be reliving the past that's gone. Princess, 17 in college, right? Minimum. Come on, Ken. You already know, Ken. High five. Make sure you finish my work. Zuri, good work, Princess. Yo, Dave, Takari, I'll be right back. I'm going for a coffee break. So you got to find that. It's probably on the other computer.
Which one?
One of the Big Macs. The one in the room. I think the Big Mac in there, the new one got all of the files on it. On that one over there. The one in the environmental lab.
Okay, back.
Euro. Yo, mommy, somebody sent $40 to you on Concept. Somebody on my channel was like, yo, send this to one of the teachers at $40 for one of the teachers in the building. So I'm like, that's it don't be bro, you be holding it down, bro. Like, I ain't gonna lie. I meant to do that. I don't know how we gotta do that, but we gotta do like a community support. Like, don't even worry about Institute needs support, but the Institute is supported by dope people. And so I ain't really got it all the time to, hold it down with the people. So y'all can send that right to the people directly. That's even better. That makes sure that they know there's a community. I'm like, wow, look at that wall. Look at this hallway, though. I ain't gonna lie. Like, I love the old location. But this one right here, son, look at that hallway, man. Oh, goodness. That hallway just inspires me. I don't know, son. Shit I've been through. This ain't, I ain't nowhere near yet. This ain't started. I don't.
Corner. He went around the corner.
All the way down there, son. All right. You feel me? Deep in the Ville.
Yeah. I'm gonna be donating a lot of books to Zyax. It's gonna be about over 100 from them. I'm gonna donate a lot of books. That's the thing, shows.
Nah, they loving the books over here, son. Y'all was on the stream when we decided, yo, let me just put the books outside. Yo, 2 people came by like yesterday, like, yo, when y'all putting the books back out, where the hell did I park at? Is that my car? That's my car, right? Why can't? Oh, I got the glasses on. Yo, I'm bugging, bro. I'm like, why my car black? I forgot to have. Yo, he looking at me. I'm looking at my car. Like, is that my car? I'm like, dumbass, you got glasses on. That's why you can't see, dumbass. I got my glasses on. I couldn't see. I'm like, why my car look black? Big projects, you see? So this weekend, y'all, I'm about to go viral in the hood. And I got the posters coming. I'm gonna go each project. This is the most gangster projects in this. Look, y'all, I want to be clear. This the Ville. You see that? Brownsville. This is the big Brownsville project. Not the little small ones. You see all of this? This all projects.
Is that where Mike Tyson from?
Huh?
Is that where Mike Tyson from?
Yep, Mike Tyson from up the corner.
Yeah.
Hey, this is the Ville. Sean P. Right there. What's the homeboy that just got the other rapper that just got sent up? The one that
Chef
did the
G.
picture with
Not Chef G.
what the hell is his name? The young boy. But it's the hood. This the this where they don't come out at. Like they be like, yo, son, you in the Ville. Well, we was at before. Well, this over here.
Jets.
Yo, Joe, you said you stupid. He said Q love the hallway. That's how you know he a Fibio Crip. Yo, son, I'm gonna throw my phone away. Yo, Joe, you ain't shit. And I brought the wrong charger.
Pull up on Q, man. Black as a move. I let him know.
Yeah, phone dead as hell.
Oh, bet. I think this might be the. Are these see these? Testing. Sure. Excuse me, black people. How y'all doing today? I got a quick question, brother. Y'all damn, Boys and Girls Club, right? No, we're okay, so y'all ever heard of the Circle Keepers? Circle Keeper? Okay, yep. I used to be one down at the Boys and Girls Club, man. I thought y'all was representing them. Yeah, we know them. Okay. Bet, brother. Good seeing y'all, bro. Black Power. Yep, bet. This is me. Is that you? This is me. Is that you? Who are you? Who are me? You feel me? When I say something, it's true. It's law. You feel me? Yeah, we ain't capping around these motherfuckers. We work with the babies, man. Feel me? For real. From the city to the Seattle, man. You know. I don't like to broadcast everything, but man, sometimes you gotta let these motherfuckers know who you is. When I say I was a circle keeper at the Boys and Girls Club, no, that was the truth. You feel me? And my racist ass PO got me fired. He called down and was like, "Oh, you don't know he's nigga. They know, nigga. Fuck is you calling, nigga? I can be around kids, nigga. The fuck, nigga. I was mad as fuck, nigga. The hell, I was hella mad, nigga. The fuck, mad as a motherfucker, nigga. I was hot. The fuck, got his ass fired. Like, yeah. We did that. Oh, yeah, I need to speak to your boss. Man, listen, let him know. Look, listen, I'm not gonna be interfacing with this cracker. So you finna find me somebody else to you feel me, temporarily oversee me while I'm on these goddamn papers. But no, this cracker, you think I'm gonna continue seeing him knowing he got me fired from my job? A job that I for me that I would you feel me? Straight cracker move. Yeah. Yep. I was hot.
It's a after school program.
It's a part of the Boys and Girls Club, and it's specifically focused on like dealing with the youth and creating an environment where they can come and de-stress, decompress, and nobody, we don't cast judgment on them and all that. So it's under it's a subdivision that's under the Boys and Girls Club, and it basically working with at-risk youth in the community. Because where I'm at, this is the quote-unquote hood, so it's black people all throughout here. I mean, fine sister walking by right now. It's black people walking all through this area. So, but yeah. So it's like I said, it's working with kids at the Boys and kids at the kids at the kids at the Boys and Girls Club, and working with at-risk youth who attend the Boys and Girls Club. So that's what it is. So they come from schools all throughout Seattle, you know, ranging from what I would say middle school to high school. Yeah. So yeah, man, that was yeah. That was hot. But what's crazy is the director recently of the program been charged with like federal money laundering and racketeering, and like that was like she was quote unquote my supervisor. I don't say boss. I don't call nobody boss. Ain't no boss. My boss? My boss? No, we don't do that. No, supervisor. Ain't no boss. You ain't bossing me around, none of that. You feel me? I'm gonna adhere to the job. You feel me? You know, but I ain't no bossing. But yeah, she got charged with like I said, with some serious federal charges as of recently. So that was very like, yeah. So yeah, but the program's still active and all that. But they, you know, and we walk around the community. That's what it is too. We walk around the community. You know, yep. So during certain hours when the kids is out and all that. So I seen them. They had the blue on, the same color that same type of class we were at work and all that. So I was like, that. Yep. Yeah, man. Man, me reminiscing, man. Reminiscing.
My bad. I'm still trying to figure out these
me.
three dead police officers, two others shot.
Where at?
York County, Pennsylvania, just south of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
that's the capital. That's in the middle.
Yeah, that's too many black folks out there, right? That's like Maine. Is that close to Maine?
No, the other way.
I'm tripping. Okay. Yeah, the other way. The other way. Pennsylvania. Okay, yes, Pittsburgh, right? No, my close. My bad.
Yeah, Pittsburgh is the farthest to the left on the map.
Okay.
So that place would be to the right and down a little bit. If you got a map. Okay. It's a perfect square, just like you're looking at it. Yeah. So that's why they said York County, because I guess the actual place of the incident is an unincorporated, probably an Amish, not really a city of limits. May not even be an address, but wherever it was, 3 dead police officers.
Damn.
Yeah.
Cause of death? Does it say gunshot wound or?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what they use on. What he used on.
Was they ambushed?
Ain't no telling how this shit started, bro. Pennsylvania.
Got me some tuna today, man. We eating tuna and crackers today, y'all. We eating some crackers today. Yeah. Yeah, you know, some good old tuna with that avocado chopped up in that joint. Gotta have that avocado in there. Seasoned with that garlic powder, that paprika. A little bit of that plant-based mayonnaise. Some of that mustard in there. Hit it with that. With a little bit of honey. Not too much, not hella. I don't hella sweet, but just a little bit.
Yeah, they already had a press conference. So, according to their NBC News affiliate, three law enforcement officers were killed, along with two others wounded in a shooting in York County, apparently serving as a warrant, I guess. So SWAT, a warrant, Cordoris Township.
I love your hair, sister. Uh-huh. Sister has some beautiful hair. Natural? I can spot that natural. Yeah. It's something about them sisters when they wear that natural hair. You know? And every time I say it, you know, it's just a compliment. I ain't trying to get at everyone. It's okay, I love your hair. I really I was driving out to sister. I just want to tell you, I love your hair. Her hair was just out everywhere. I knew it was natural. I'm like, God damn. I was mesmerized. I was like, God damn. You know, I didn't say all that. I just told her that I loved her hair. And, you know, she said, thank you. You know, and that's it. It ain't, you know, be always trying to get at him. What's your name? What's your number? What's your number? You feel me? You know, a lot of them, you know, presume that, but no, I just be says I love your hair, you know, and just keep it pushing, you know.
So the shooter is dead also. I don't know why that's not in the headline.
And also to reinstill that, to let them know, black men, we prefer natural hair, not to, you know, we love you, you know, irregardless, but just don't get it twisted. Like we love, you know, black men, you know, it's just to reinstill that, like I love your hair, I love your, you know, like, you know, to know that Kenny, because I didn't hear back them say, no black man ever told me he loved my hair. And when I heard that, all right, yep. Cause that way, ain't no black woman gonna ever say, ain't gonna walk by me and you know. So, not saying that I don't salute black women, regardless of the, you know. I'm just saying I typically, yeah. Okay, this is 3 officers fatally shot, 2 wounded in Pennsylvania.
I'm actually looking at the red at the top. Can you read the red at the top?
Breaking: Disney ABC pulls Jimmy Kimmel live after FCC chair slams host Charlie Kirk comments.
No more show.
Ooh, are they scrapping shows? They scrapped
Over
Jimmy
Captain
Kimmel
Kirk?
over Captain Kirk. All right, mate.
Is there any talk show host that's bigger in prime time than Jimmy Kimmel? Who's bigger than him?
But you know, he's very controversial though, quote unquote. He's known for you know, what's I want to say, for not, I ain't gonna say pushing a hard line, but cause no, I ain't gonna say pushing, no. He's known for like being, what's a term? What is it, like? Not just provocative, but
controversial.
Yeah, controversial,
At best.
riveting. Riveting.
I
But
ain't
yeah,
never heard him say anything like totally unorthodox. I mean, he a comedian, so the joke's gonna come out. Has he made you know, trans and, you know, homosexual jokes? Probably. But nothing to the point where it's like a major disruption. I don't know, man.
Damn, he's starting to get
Come on, Kelly. This ain't his first beef with Trump.
this cracker,
He
man.
actually threatened Trump. He said, "Try it again and see if they fire me." I forgot what he said last time. I think it was after that first shooting. But for them to make the decision not to suspend, but we're gonna take a chance and getting a brand new host for another late night show with a different name. We don't know what they're gonna do. I'm telling you, they're trying to George Floyd, Kirk. They're trying to George Floyd him.
Definitely eulogize this man.
Did they ban Charleston White off of YouTube for his Kirk video?
I don't know.
I don't watch his page, but I seen somebody made a title of it. He was at the fight over the weekend, Kim. It's a lot of black people in York County. Yeah, I saw it. It's a little bit south than when I first was looking at it. York.
Yeah, they might have took his channel down because yeah, you I don't even see it. Yeah, they definitely they scrapped that joint.
Over Charlie Kirk. That was the last video, wasn't it?
I'm presuming that's definitely that's gotta be it. I feel like they might have.
We getting kicked out of school. We getting court dates. We getting TV shows that's been on the air 20 years taking off, and YouTube pages snatched. Behind Charlie Kirk? Yeah, I just got some pictures and stuff. I'm not active, like going live and stuff, but Q must have went back to the house with a dead cell phone battery. Suspicious things. Yeah, you got my post your channel, Truth Lady. Yeah, we actually promote entrepreneurship, awareness, community involvement. So whatever it is. Okay, that's cool. But you got free hot butter on your channel? Why they go viral on your channel? You got some over there that ain't on nobody else's channel, huh? You make other people's videos go viral? It's all good. Oh, damn.
Shout out to Alonzo Mourning. That brother opened up a $37 million community, senior community in Miami. So that yeah, man, I didn't know this. So yeah, he started the project after seeing how many others, especially in underserved Black communities, were struggling with rising housing costs, with rent starting at just $322. His goal is to give seniors dignity, stability, and a safe place to call home. Yeah, that's what's up, man. That's what's up.
Yeah, shout out to Zoe. I'm gonna come in on my other device. Cause I was trying to go outside when Q came on, but his phone went dead as soon as he got in the car.
I know that's right. Somebody said make sure our Black folks can get up in there for real. For real. I always read the comments. I'm that type of person. I read the comments too. I go in, I read the comments, see what the people say, what they talking about up in here, man. Make sure, yeah, for real. Make sure our Black folks can get up in there. You damn Skippy. Shit, I'm about to reply to that. We are, yes, yes, like precisely so. I'm gonna say unequivocally accurate. Like, like, come on, man. Unequivocally accurate. We are the most. Don't do that. Don't do the oppression Olympics. The oppression Olympics. No, it's what the data says. It's not oppression Olympics when you spew out empirical, verifiable, truthful data that is pertinent to the plight of the descendants of the chattel in this goddamn region. The hell? No goddamn oppression Olympics, goddamn it. Yeah. Hell, we're just going past this goddamn Kirk, Captain Crunch Kirk video, him lying talking about Trayvon Martin stock down and hunted. Man, get your minty Sido ass up out of here. Sit your minty Sido out. But yeah. So we are the most. I'm saying this. Because we have been we have been displaced. Ain't no goddamn. We've been displaced. Respectfully. I'm gonna comment on that. Yeah, I'm going. You damn right. Unequivocally accurate. We are the most displaced. Yeah. God damn it. we've been, what's the word? Deposed. We've been deposed, you know? We've been deposed through tyranny, systematic, structural. Come on, man. Like, just, yeah, for real, man. We've been deposed, man. And deposed, I don't mean being deposed at a deposition. I mean deposed forcibly, you know, being expelled by force and through tyranny, through eminent domain, through goddamn, you know, highway, highway acts and the freeway act. You know what's going on, man? We've been deposed, man. Forcibly kicked out. You know, not even now. It's I don't even want to define it by the textbook definitions. More so like just, you know. Don't get me started, man. Let me see something. And y'all missed the whole point. Talking about correlation is that you missed the whole point. Fathers are important in raising a child, and it manifests itself in the health of the child, says lead researcher. Says lead researcher Solomon Pochek. Boom, like they have fewer emergency room visits and were less likely to suffer from asthma plus illness according to findings. So y'all missing the whole spectrum, the whole scope. It's not just like it's just really talking about just the literal act of engaging, you know, having a constant level of healthy engagement with your child is advantageous to the salubriousness of your child's well-being, you know. Salubrious is another word to be healthy. It's just healthy. So it's not surprising that researchers identified a link between parental involvement and improved child health. Right, you know? And like I said, this is not only relegated to the father, but this article is specifically highlighting the father. But it's applicable to, you know, mother, the maternal, grandparents, etc. Any type of healthy what is it? What's the word? Custodian. Is it custodian? Child is come on, that's what I'm saying. So a 2016 infant child and child development study by Michigan State University found that fathers play a large role in a child's cognitive and language development during the toddler phase. So like I said, it's specifically highlighting fatherhood right now, though. So that's why you can pair this with black men being the most engaged group in comparison to other ethnic groups, just male ethnic groups. So in a separate study released that year, those same researchers also discovered a father's mental health can have a tremendous impact on their kids' social skills and behavior. It's interesting. See, and we're talking about engaging. We ain't talking about, of course, we know the phenomenon of, a non-active father. They're not saying that basically a active father, because I've seen that. Matter of fact, I actually seen that. You're right, though. too, because I actually seen that it was on the daily wrap ups post, and they put that it was misinformation. See, and I actually had to go on there and correct them. Like, it's not saying that a father that's engaged with the child looks more like the child, or no, they get their good genes or something. Matter of fact, let me go to that. Let me see. It's right here. I'm just keep saying so I can stop saying something. It's right here. I got the boom. According to a study, kids usually get their good looks from their dad. That's not, you know, that was on their post. And I'm like, nah, that's not the case. Not really the case. It's not the case. Their good looks, nah. So, because this article that I'm reading actually dispels that. Let me see. Let me see. Exactly. In the end, the positive outcomes of dad-baby bonds aren't the result of looking like dad. They're the result of having an engaged and present parent. So that role can certainly be filled by a father who sees himself in his child, but it can also belong to a dad who doesn't see the resemblance, or to a mom, or even, like I said, yada, yada, yada. So it's not, you know, whether a child has your nose or not matters. Whether a child has your nose or not matters a lot less than whether they have your attention. That's deep.
Sorry, I hadn't been able to come off mute for the last fucking 10 minutes. He just did that shit to get through the fucking life, man. Yeah, I saw the earlier comment. I'm gonna refrain from my Charlie Kirk comment for further notice. Straight up.
Trying to see if I want to eat again. Do I want to roll me up another blunt, then smoke? I had a nice good workout today. That avocado, man. If y'all don't like, I'm telling you, you can start liking them, man. They good for you. Avocados is where they at, man. I don't know nobody who don't like avocados. I love me some avocados, man. What? I'll tell avocados. Ugh. Some chips, crackers or something, some bread, something, you know. Chop it up, put it in some beans.
So chips and cookies, is that flour or wheat?
What you talking about? What as far as
any type of cracker or cookie?
That's flour. That's definitely
Flour.
Yes, definitely. See,
Oh,
that's
okay.
definitely got some type of you said wheat though too, so it's dead wheat. So it's yeah, wheat, flour, yeah. Yeah, but avocados is healthy for you though. That's like the best. Man, I might have to do some. I think we don't really understand the significance of how I look at research influence is healthy for you, man. As far as the fiber, the healthy fats, the protein, it's and vitamin. It's pardon me, but I like I said, it has a wide array of a wide array of health benefits, man. That's why they're so goddamn expensive in the store.
What up, Afro? Nah, I'm with the diet talk, man. We talk diet all day, yo.
What's up, Afro? Are we honoring who? We ain't honoring no God. No, we ain't. Who is this? What made you think we honoring?
Yeah, I think them two white people that made them comments.
Yeah. Hate filled with lies. For real. Like my own, man. We gonna, you know. Y'all see that video of them dudes?
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Q was playing some videos last night. I mean, I'd already heard about the Charleston White page like right before I clicked on. I was like, what? But as long as he's check with him and whenever he gets battery charger back, make sure he ain't got no emails.
Yes, indeed, man. Okay.
Yeah, keep posting up your videos, Truth Lady. It's all good.
Excuse me. But yeah, man, it's these old. Health is wealth. Health is wealth. Yeah, man, I don't want to hear that. I might have to revitalize that joint or something because that's not a myth. Like I said, I didn't see too many articles on that. My black man, black father being the most engaged. And then you pair that with that article about, like I said, just the engagement, perpetual levels of engagement is conducive to your child's cognition and overall health. Just to keep it brief. But yeah, it's
Yeah, we gotta apply that to the community as well.
Huh? Oh, as far as like apply to the community, you from as far as like in a community, like when you say apply to the community, can you elaborate that? Like you mean as far as like doing it, like going beyond
No, I mean
the
like
child, or I'm trying to understand.
like the same type of not the same type, obviously, but the I guess anti-canceling or no involvement at all, unless in extreme cases. So, motherfuckers like polite, Dr. York. You know what I'm saying? Not like no matter what, if they black, embrace them and support them.
Oh no.
But especially the youth, if the youth have a clear track record or signs of, hey, going in this direction, unprotected sex, street violence, disinformation. You know what I'm saying? Instead of cutting them off, disassociate, because that's what was done. I wouldn't say primarily, but the steering back to the right path. Sometimes punishment can do even to the level of law enforcement, and you can speak to this. The incarceration, it's not automatic. So we definitely want to try to save them before the incarceration or prevent incarceration. But we definitely don't want to disown them if the incarceration can't be avoided.
Okay, so that's what you mean by applying that to the community, but also, like you said, but also being mindful of of not just supporting any and everybody just because they black when you have the facts. That's
Yes, it's obvious.
right
Yeah,
there, letting you know, that these people is got a track record from, because even before he was uh known as a pedophile,
yeah,
as somebody who violated children.
yeah,
I'm talking about polite, because I know York through through the grapevine, but I've heard this transcript, I heard I seen that, so that's something I
yeah,
actually witness and conclude and all that. But basically, before that, he was scamming people with the fake this and sovereign. So he should have been deaded, quote
yeah,
unquote, alive, or whatever. But or that should have been, cease and desist when that
yeah,
was true. So I see what you mean as far as that, like the support, the unwavering or just the unyielding, undying support for people that shouldn't be, we shouldn't be extending our support for them when they, but yeah, that's like Umar though. I mean, I think that's another example of that could be with Umar, as far as just to, what is it, can do no wrong type of like what the, like no matter what, he can still.
yeah. I've been observing some of the Umar rhetoric, and like I said, more than one on this panel, other platforms. Some motherfuckers had been and is still donating their money since 14, 15, whatever, and they just on some everybody got problems, nobody's perfect, and I'm gonna keep donating until I get something. Like, they just hell bent on people like that. The church, the Baptist church is another example.
That is a staple when it can. Sadly to say,
Everybody in the church doing wrong, from the pastor on down. But that collection plate ain't never empty, no matter what. But yeah, anybody that's out here on the grip tip, if something's being offered, I mean, there's plenty of people that been trying to say, hey, I'm a contractor, I'm a construction worker. I think somebody even did a video this year saying how Umar pushed them away because he wanted to get the school up and running for free. He wasn't even looking for no cash. He was just like, hey man, let me just wire this up, or fix them holes up and get this going. And then, you know what I'm saying, if you want to do some luxury shit, call somebody else. He was like, nope. So what? I mean, what is a motherfucker supposed to do after that? You can't even volunteer to help. Yeah.
That right there is
Now that's going out your way, like you were saying, going out your way. Now that's some. You can't go no more out your way than that. If a motherfucker say, hey,
for real,
we don't want your free labor services volunteered.
for real.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like I said, I don't even tune in to dude. I don't even, you know, it's I don't get that dude none of my energy, which is my currency. I don't give him none of my energetic currency.
Whenever I hear that cricket, that means it's time to get it's time for it to get dark. Yep.
Yep, the old daylight saving time from the end. I think what was it? I want to say when is it? I think at the end of this month. I want to say or
Nah,
I
they
thought
pushed that back. They pushed that all the way back.
they push it all the way back. I'm talking about when it's gonna start getting darker soon. Like it's gonna start getting darker like around like I think like 6.
Nah, that don't
Next one.
a few more weeks for that actually.
Okay, yeah.
But yeah, it's getting close though. But October really when you start paying attention to it. The celestial fall is actually September 22nd, I think. That's officially when the shorter days start.
Hmm. You hear about? Actually, no, I ain't gonna do that because nah, that's not really important. Nah, it's not important. It's not important. Not that important. I'd rather talk about the Dana White trying to repeal the Muhammad Ali Act, which is problematic because it potentially strips more power away from the fighter, you know, as far as like provisions, protect is just to sum it up, keep it curt, nice and brief, is repealing the Muhammad Ali Act, which was instituted in 2000. It like I said, is problematic. It's not advantageous for the fighter. It doesn't benefit the fighter, you know, at all. So, yeah. Old Dana White trying to colonize, but yeah, and actually his grandson called him out. Muhammad Ali grandson called him out in regards to the repealing, revising, attempting to.
Yeah, after he was caught on video beating it, putting his fist to his wife back in, what was that, 2020?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, hard for
Very minimal coverage on that too. It wasn't a whole bunch of
right.
you know, wasn't it? Hey, wasn't no, so just showed it quick and was out there, in and out like a bank job.
In and out. So the Ukrainian girl in Charlotte video ain't gaining enough traction. So is there a consensus to just target media and social media, or including social media platforms for quote unquote talking bad about Charlie Kirk?
They applying that work. They said they ain't sparing nobody. They ain't sparing nobody about Captain Crunch Kirk. Mate. You want me Lucky Charms line. Oh, Pinocchio. What was that? I think when is it? I gotta find that now. Yeah, I forgot the concept behind Pinocchio. When something is rated as it's I ain't missing it now. I'm thinking now, but yeah, this dude's a liar though. It's in relation to that what I just said. Pinocchio pertains to.
Yeah, if you're talking to somebody in the chat, Tuesday, they gotta be a mod to post.
She's trying to campaign. Sister like campaign. I'm trying to campaign right now.
Yeah, I'm not subscribed to Candace Owens, but her name been popping up lately.
Yeah, she's a joke. Straight joke. A walking oxymoron. No racism ever. I've never experienced. But you sure did too, though. You sure did tether yourself. See the word tether? Meaning you tied yourself. Meaning tether, I mean she tied herself to a Black American quote-unquote organization known as the NAACP. Oh, let's talk about it though. You know, so you sure did run to them to get that check. You know, when you experience that anti-Black racism though. So yeah, she's not credible at all. I would not even have a conversation with her because that fact alone, just that right there, her on record saying she never experienced discrimination is enough, and to blatantly lie about it is all I need to know about you. Like, yeah. That's where the whole concept of you know, I only debate my equals. All others I teach. I'm not debating you. I would never debate you.
She was talking to a white man when she said it.
I don't really recall the medium in which she said it at, but I know it's on many publications. You know.
No, I remember when everybody was talking about it.
But it's on record, like it's verifiable that she said that she never experienced discrimination. But she filed a lawsuit though, you know, like that's all verifiable. So once you lie about that, you have no credibility. You don't have. I'm not going to give you the latitude for any discourse, especially any legitimate discourse pertaining to the plight of Black Americans. Yeah, you don't. You've already. You know. Yeah.
Yeah, after she never decided to run for any type of office, I kind of didn't really give her any credibility for anything other than gossip.
Her husband is heavily invested in Black Rock / Plant. Yeah, she's goofy. Is she? I'm trying to see. Hold on. Let me see something. Hold on. Wait. Let me see something. I don't think. Did she? Hold on. Wait. Did she graduate from college? I think she might have dropped out. If I'm not mistaken, I could be mistaken. Purportedly, don't quote me on it. Let me see something. Hold on. I say that because the way she parades herself around, like she's just better than, you know, like she's better than the average Black layman or layperson. Let me see something.
Yeah, her name don't come up whenever I'm going through Black Power.
She did not graduate. Pardon me. She did not. I was right in my presumption. She attended the University of Rhode Island but dropped out during her junior year because of problems with her student loan. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Sit your ass now. Yeah.
They flip the coin. What the coin do? Stand straight up in the air? But
Yeah, y'all see how Dame Dash treated old Charlemagne.
nah, I don't watch that show. I heard y'all talking about it earlier.
Okay, yeah, he gave me that treatment, that good old treatment, like yeah, that good old treatment. I kind of agree. Shit, I do agree. I don't like Charlemagne. Don't like Charlemagne, dude. Somebody's there to push an agenda and to, he cool. I ain't gonna say. Nah, I ain't gonna say. Actually, I ain't gonna say. He actually got some funny charges. He got some funny charges. Yeah, I don't forget nothing. Nigga he got them funny charges, boy. He got the case reduced to something, reduced down to something or something. But yeah, he got some funny charges though. It's not allegedly either. Ain't no allegedly. It's yeah. That's all I'm gonna say. He got some funny charges. You know, you know. She came back to the surface. Swept it under the rug though. Folks got that bag, and he got envy over here scamming the community. These. Hey, come on, man. All these goddamn. I'm so tired of these goddamn scam artists and fake fraudulent and charlatans. So tired of these frauds. Goddamn charlatans. Mm-hmm. Let me see.
I thought my mic was muted. Yeah, Q must have left his other phone and Wherever you going, yeah. Battery dead.
You hear about that digital wallet fraud loophole? Warnings of digital wallet fraud. You know how everything is digital. I might probably have to share. You gonna have to. They got some type of new scam out here, man. A new scam. Just a beautiful lot, man. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What, like Bitcoin or crypto?
I'm gonna share it to my phone.
Or
News. I mean, I'm gonna share it to my laptop. I mean, but something going on with the digital. Like, you know, when you use your card at the store.
yeah, online. Yeah.
Everything going on.
So it's just ATM. I think all the major banks have been hit at one point or the other in the last 10, 15 years. Bank of America, Chase, Wells Fargo, PNC, BMO. They all reported being hacked. Customers' information, card numbers.
Scammy shit going on. Let me check my motherfucker. Whole bunch of scam shit going on, man. Scam this, scam that. Goddamn banks, goddamn PT. I got institutionalized PTSD. Shit. I'm sharing my screen, Dev. Let's see what's going on.
Yeah, click that.
A lot of us use our digital wallet.
Fair use right here.
Wallets on our phones. It's considered a safe way to tap and pay when you're checking out at stores. But some researchers say there's a loophole that can let a thief go shopping with your credit card, even if you've reported it stolen. Fox's Heather Sullivan has information on how to protect yourself.
You know how it goes. Tap to pay and go. Digital wallets are considered a safe way to pay because credit card information isn't actually stored in the digital wallet. Instead, tokenization creates a unique code for each transaction. But some researchers say they have uncovered a loophole that lets thieves continue to use a credit card after it's been reported lost or stolen. How? Because they say some banks and credit cards will automatically update the new card information in a digital wallet.
Report your card stolen, it's actually considered a feature or a benefit that token automatically stays with your Google Pay or stays with your Apple Pay. So it continues to work for you even after the card has been reported stolen.
Researchers at the University of Massachusetts Amherst and Pennsylvania State University say they discovered a loophole. Cybersecurity expert Bruce McCauley says he tested his digital wallet, telling his bank his credit card had been compromised and received a new one. He said his digital wallet was automatically updated.
I went ahead and tested it just to see, and my credit card still continued to work.
Experts say this can happen either by a thief stealing your cell phone that has your digital wallet on it, or by stealing your credit card and personal information through some form of identity theft and setting it up in a digital wallet on a phone that they control. You report your credit card is lost or stolen to your bank, you think you're safe, right?
Not so fast. If the criminal has it in their digital wallet, that token gets updated and the criminal's still charging on your credit card.
So what can you do? If your credit card is lost or stolen, McCauley says you need to ask your bank to issue a new card and a new token. And in case your phone is stolen, Lisa Gill with Consumer Reports says make sure you set up a password, fingerprint, or face scan, both to access your phone and to use the digital wallet.
When you go to use the digital wallet, also require another point of authentication. You can pick a different code. That's usually the best. You can also use facial identification.
I don't have any of those problems with my regular old wallet. Different banks and digital wallet providers have different policies on how they respond to these issues. The National Bankers Association says it's best to check with your bank and monitor your accounts regularly.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I know about 85 South, Miss Star. That's where you at? Charlotte, Atlanta. Yeah, electronic devices, kind of an ongoing process. Ain't no really one particular method that's gonna say, hey, if I do this, no matter what, I'm totally safe. If a thief want to get you, boy, they will figure out a way how to do it.
For real.
That's why I try to keep my contention down, especially when dealing with random public people in the public.
Yeah.
But yeah, I always been like that. Try to minimize any type of situation that can open the door to come back and have to deal with it later. Did they shut down 85 today? It seems like it's not shut down. It's all 4 lanes of traffic, like a parking lot every time I went through there. The only time I like being on 85 is when I'm leaving Atlanta. Nah, ATL cool. I know they're supposed to be doing some construction near the border.
Oh, Atlanta,
Yeah, the ATL.
I heard traffic bad in Atlanta.
Yeah, they try to crunch everything in that downtown circle. Just you can't turn Atlanta into New York City. I mean, they try to push everything so people won't have to go far for the airport. Then when everybody's scattered out, that kind of loosen up any type of continuity because you had motherfuckers in Decatur, up there where Chris Hill is at, down by where Charm is at,
Yeah.
Five-Chain be all over the place.
100% natural. Yeah, it's still tobacco, but it ain't got none of that bullshit.
Yeah, anybody from New York or New Jersey, they're not gonna feel better if they go to Ohio or Michigan. If ain't no money involved, they go down there and get a bag. Oh, okay. Nice quiet area from what last time I saw. Just vaguely. That might have been a Sunday night. It was a late evening when I went through that town. $85, I think. Yeah, 85. So the jury's still out on the what to and what not to say about Charlie Kirk, and we're still pending autopsy report from the medical examiner's office from the black man that found lynched at Delta State University, Cleveland, Mississippi, down there on 61, Highway 61. Another quiet area, close knit. Everybody know everybody, especially who going to school or not. So it's definitely too many people in the area for a black man to make his way to the middle of event area on campus. Damn, I don't know if I was gonna get hit or not. So this gonna end up being kumbaya. Uh, we're gonna avoid. Well, I really don't care about the Charlie Kirk topic, but definitely the lynching topic. I see a few more channels are featuring it and covering it, trying to get the word out and awareness along with the family. Not enough attention to make mainstream. But like I said, we had our own media now.
Miss Star, you said she was raised in Oregon. How was that experience being that Oregon has a a very minimal black population, like even even smaller than Seattle or Washington as a whole. So she was raised in Oregon. I don't think that means she ain't from Oregon, but I mean, born in Oregon, though? You wasn't born there, you was raised.
Oregon and Atlanta, that don't match up.
Hell no.
That's what's more to that story, I guess.
Oregon's in the top 5 states. The top 5 worst states to live in. Oregon was I want to say Oregon was in there. Yep, number 4, number 5. But yeah, Oregon. Yep, Oregon. Yep. Pull that up. Let me see. Yeah, Oregon is that's not a good place to live. Top 5. Let's be talking about geography. Okay, let me see.
You said open the link.
Let me see.
I think I got it.
They done pulled old Jimmy, huh?
That's like pulling Don Cornelius off the Soul Train, yo. Like
Arsenio Hall type of move.
Dude, Jimmy Kimmel does the New Year's Eve, all types of corporate shit. I mean, you got one of them last names where you just say Kimmel, everybody know who you talking about. I mean, like he just didn't he not no backup comedian, just got lucky and got a show spot. I mean, he established his, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I'm just saying over Charlie Kirk. Now, if he did something else, got caught in a scandal, okay, boom, okay, you got to do something with the show. But I know a lot of people trying to say it's not that you said nothing bad about Charlie Kirk. It's you said something about Charlie Kirk, and you said something about Charlie Kirk that was bad against Israel. Now I can believe that. I putting them together, but I'm not going to buy Jimmy Kimmel with his, you know what I'm saying? Like some people in Hollywood don't need a resume. He's one of them. To make a joke, make a comment, a post even about Charlie Kirk, especially if it's in contention or disagreement, I'm gonna snap your show. You're snatching sponsors. You don't make Jimmy Kimmel's career go bad. You force your entire network to have to come up with something to fill that goddamn spot. I mean, that's like battling for viewers and views on TV. Crazy. I think Wale said he'd be watching the show sometime. I don't watch it. Like I was telling no girl, I'm the first person in my family generation to be born with a TV in the house. So I was the first one to have access to TV, in single digit ages, first grade, second grade, third grade. My mom picked cotton. My dad didn't work in the field. I think he worked at like a slaughterhouse or something. So both my parents, they never had TV while they were in grade school, all the way up to they met in high school. And then and still couldn't watch the TV then, even after I was born. So the news, any type of information, whether it was Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, President Nixon, you had to wait till 5:00 p.m., 10:00 p.m., or 7:00 a.m. Them the only time that you would be able to find out what happened that was not in your town. The newspapers, that's what it was. And now you can find out if a mouse passed gas in Okinawa, Japan, 6 seconds after he did it.
In a millisecond.
I know, right? Y'all got up to the date, live traffic cameras. Y'all can see, just in case you think a motherfucker lying. Let me see. Is it raining in Philly or wherever the fuck? Yeah, it took a long time to get information when I was coming up, man. We had to wait on the postman. We was writing letters, postage stamps, all types of long delays, processes, just to say hello or I don't want this or anything beyond that was months. The phone was not free. There was no picking up the call and just any number I feel like calling. I can just talk. However, even local calls were that was an extra money on your telephone bill. If your landline phone was talking to somebody in the same town, for longer than 5-10 minutes, it still wasn't free. So I think we value the voice communication a little different. I'm not gonna say more, but if you know that it's gonna cost either you or the person that's talking to you, if you know for a fact that hey, if I maintain this call or this communication, I'm gonna have to pay 20, 25, whatever the amount is. my message, my communication, whatever we talking about, it's gonna get straight to the point. It's gonna be detailed. I'm trying to remember the last time somebody called me before cell phone. I'm just say that somebody called me, and the information that they was giving me, I thought that it wasn't true. My entire life. So we talking about 18 years really of landline phone usage. I can count one or two. Most of the time, motherfuckers would call me. It was pretty much true, factual, important, detailed information. To the next call. That's it. But coupling that with having access to bogus information, I'm not gonna conflate the two. Because a motherfucker will pay money to lie if he know he's gonna get an end result.
Sound like Charlie.
All right, Miss Star. Yeah, I was actually waiting on Q to get back. I mean, he was literally getting in the car and just realized that his phone was gonna be dead till he get to wherever he got a charger at. You moved to Tacoma when you was 21.
Share my screen real fast, Jay, please.
Yeah, I went to the what they got up. What kind of grocery store they got up there? I think it's Albert. I think they got an Albertson up there in Yakima.
Mm-hmm.
You ever been to Yakima?
Yeah, I've been there. Yep.
Up on the hill?
Eastern Washington.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Go up that hill.
Drove there. I've been there.
Yeah, the natives they got their own uniforms, and all the police officers native. It's separate. It's separate from the Yakima police.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You come with that reservation.
Yeah. I'm saying, shit, when I was up there, shit, they ran down on some motherfuckers.
Ran down on somebody. What you doing?
Yeah. I mean, the regular police came later, but shit, they was the initial. I wasn't that nosy to find out, oh, hey, why are you Native Indians running down on these white folks? I wasn't that nosy, man, so I don't know what happened, y'all.
I don't know.
It just busted the myth that motherfuckers had been telling me for all my life. All the Native Indians in the United States on the West Coast, including where I was at, supposed to be surrounded by some fence, like they in some concentration camp. Motherfuckers got their own nation, their own police, their own court. The signs up in this one nation up in the Oneida Nation up here in Wisconsin, it's the same shit.
Tribal law.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Tribal court. Mm-hmm.
The only reservations I really saw with my own eye, like I saw the fence. The only time I really seen that was when I was in New Mexico, south of Santa Fe. I never saw an Indian reservation the entire times that I went all over the state of Washington, Spokane, Kent, Redmond, Yakima, the Susquehanna Pass that I got. They cut it off because it snowed so bad I was trapped.
Yeah.
If I didn't have internet, boy, I probably would have
Snap. Oh, you timed somebody out, big ups by mistake? I can't see on my YouTube. Yeah, I just took my phone out of my pocket. You was raised by the Nation of Islam in the state of Oregon. I know there's more to that story. I'm gonna wait till she get back and spill the beans, I guess.
Mhm.
I just asked to get on the turn too. I remember that name though.
Well,
Yeah, yeah. Q gonna have to take him off. Man, Iric dude. Big ups. Don't worry about it, man. Mistakes happen. He the only one that can take him off though. If he come back before we end it.
yeah. Mhm.
Yeah. But the people that's catching heat for the Charlie Kirk, I think he trying to tie that to the Patriot. Uh, whatever he signed for burning the flag or something like that. I think that's what he's trying to tie it to.
Somebody pulled them, man. Whoever pulled old Kimmel, yeah, they must have really felt some type of way about that.
That's what I'm saying. It's got to be some Jewish stuff. I just Ain't no way in hell he just said something about Charlie Kirk and his whole stuff just yank. All the shit he done said on this damn show.
I mean, it is believable though. I mean, they've been folks been getting fired and expelled from school. We gotta delve more into that though. I'm curious now. So.
No, not saying it didn't happen. I was looking for one of them press release from ABC or Disney, the same people that own YouTube. YouTube is the biggest general media, but also has the most restrictions for censorship. Now with that NFL contract, they definitely ain't gonna let no type of questionable, or controversial statements or material run through. They can claim sponsor or advertiser. So if the government, like the Marines, if the Marines buy a commercial spot on YouTube, and then somebody bashing the Marines, you got to deal with that. But I'm definitely not going to risk anything, white man. I was going to try to play a press conference from the Mississippi. Get back upstairs. Nah, it's cool. Big ups. From what I remember, he'll try to get back on the panel. He'll be able to come back next time we go live too. If that's the right guy. My memory getting biased. So I've been out the news loop. Y'all want to post y'all news events up? Let us know what happened. It says a lot of black people in York County, Pennsylvania, but I don't know. Don't know about that. All right, dude. Damn, they coming after me? That's a military helicopter. You selected him as your king? Hmm. Absolute monarch. What happened? The Manosphere and Red Pillars ran out of gender banging content. What happened? What happened to the Passport Bros? Their passports got revoked due to federal cuts. Yeah, I was on that globalization women for a while, boy. Winning what? It's sad y'all can't even have a conversation with the opposite sex in your own country. I thought I seen Goldmine earlier. JC. You think Jay-Z don't have enough access to resources to build a more traditional museum that will honor civil rights in one building, and then in another building have a place where people go smoke and drink, watch the fight, and gamble their money? Not a regular everyday worker now. Foreign. Third world country. That's what you're telling young people over there in the UK. Go get you a woman from a third world country, and your life is better. Oh, okay, yeah. I think it's 8 minutes. But y'all definitely don't want to deal with black men being lynching. I'll see if some more comments and posts and videos are made by Black people regarding Charlie Kirk. See how long that's going to be priority. I think those two still probably top two stories across the nation so far. I don't know, Big Us. Would you want to go to a casino that's in the next room is the Civil Rights Museum? I mean, do you want to go to a Civil Rights Museum? Knowing people are smoking and drinking and throwing money around in the next room? That's a heavy, heavy, heavy task. Yeah, we was talking about that earlier. So what about that, Big Ups? You cool with going to a Civil Rights Museum, knowing right in the next room over on the other side of the wall there's somebody drinking up their rent money, getting shit faced and sinning? Doing so much sin, uh, his Bible caught on fire. Yeah, it's kind of, I don't know, man. Like he from the area, so he should know what's gonna get approved or not. You know, you got approved for a gambling establishment. You approve. All right, cool. Well, just get another building or something, man. Damn. You've been on the Forbes list for at least 20 years. And the last thing that Black people need to see is your name against not able to get a building. regardless of what it's for. So keep us posted on that. All right, I think Psycho just hit the button. Y'all ain't gonna come up. So y'all can I was gonna go up and play some videos, but I don't feel like it now. So Q don't come back in I guess 15 minutes. We can go ahead and wind this down. Y'all wanna come up, y'all one last chance for the link. All right. Last call, last call for crash outs. Yeah, it did pretty good. We haven't been really having crash outs on the panel. I know Domo was kind of a little bit heated after hearing the story yesterday, but for the most part, we've been kind of cool on the crash outs. FBAs, flat earthers, Israelites, abos, pseudo. I think they're gonna get scared of that Charlie Kirk topic and go back to regular scheduled programming. So we should see them pop back up. But we definitely want to keep pushing Black Power forward over here, networking, promoting Black businesses, opportunity, education, access, network. At least had that available. So shout out to Pacho and A9 earlier today, laying out some networking activities, different dynamics. Economic and financial literacy topics. Much appreciated. Yeah, make sure y'all bang the school gas app and the website and the link. Not sure if the GoFundMe is still active. I think it's active. But make sure y'all fill out the feedback part if y'all see anything on the website for the Zayx Institute. Anything that's not on there that you would like, suggestions, contributions, whether it's economic, financial, physical, virtual. Scrolling at the bottom of your screen. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna start doing. I'm gonna start playing the Zayx commercial. Some new ones up. So I'm still trying to set everything up. Hopefully I can have everything together where we'll be able to do the activities, the Black History trivia. As soon as possible. Got a lot of stuff happening. Q is supposed to go back down to North Carolina next week, I think. So I'm gonna go ahead and end this. So Psycho is live. I'm gonna go ahead and end this. Let everybody get set up, get their stuff together, cause oh, okay, I didn't know you was there. You wanna hit the panel, go ahead. Q was in his car and his battery went dead. He ain't got no charger. I was trying to wait on him to get wherever he's going. I'm finna be in the kitchen in less than 5 minutes. Did you get the I thought I had put the link in there earlier. Oh yeah, there it is. If you're not able to speak though, it's all good. People still got a lot of noise in the background at 9 o'clock on the East Coast. But we got two back to back full streams, so we'll put something together tomorrow. I don't know if Charlie Kirk name gonna be in the title or not. Yeah, it's gonna be up. Yeah, I probably ain't gonna never stop talking about the lynching though, because I mean that's where my mom went to school at. I mean I've been to the college, so for me to go 12 hours and not even mention it one time, it's got to be a lot of shit happening for the rest of my life. So, his name almost like Trayvon. I think I even got a admission form one time when I went over there. I know it's not Trayvon. I'm saying the last 5 letters, like one or two letters off. So the spot where I got my first ever laptop in my life on my birthday in 2016 was down the street from where the Trayvon shit happened. Sanford, Florida. Sanford. We definitely got to get more information. What's up, Mac Miss?
Salute, duh. Yo, you see, they're trying to cancel people.
Trying?
But it's trying. Well, trying, yeah. They are canceling people. Firing people from their jobs because of this guy.
Yeah, we ran that the other day.
That's crazy.
So did ABC Media release a statement about Jimmy Kimmel?
Jimmy Kimmel? Wow, what happened to him?
He said something too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He's a closet bigot.
No more show.
What? Oh shit.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't know what Charlie Kirk said about Israel before or after.
But nobody from Israel killed. So they're trying to say that this kid was an agent, or he's a patsy, like what?
Everything that happens, no matter what it is, the Jews did it. So according to that crowd,
Like I don't get it.
the Jews did everything, man. You didn't heard that shit before.
The Jews, right?
Something about
Which Jews?
the right to Israel exists or some shit. But like I said, I never heard anything from the tapes that I was exposed to. And ain't nowhere in hell there's not enough interest for me on any of my devices to type that name in to see.
You know?
Yeah.
Yo, to tell you the truth, Dev, I never heard of Charlie Kirk before.
That's how it go, man. Yeah.
And then I'm like, oh,
I know people that are like public servants, like clerks, aldermen, people that upstanding in the community, in the city. They don't know who Candace Owens is. Straight up.
That's what I'm saying. Is like, if you ain't online in these certain pockets and sectors, you ain't gonna know these people. They ain't got no boots
Nah,
on
but
the
dude got portrait and photos shaking hand with Trump.
Oh, okay.
So
yeah,
as soon as he put some on the internet and used the word assassinated, he made sure if you did know him, you damn sure know him now. After that assassination word then put next to his name, you definitely know all about his goddamn fucking ass. Whoever wants to be in the, I ain't never heard of him before. You definitely know. Will never forget him now. He made sure everybody did that. At
We gonna
least in the
forget
United
about
States.
his ass like a one-hit wonder.
Yeah.
Forget about his ass. Watch. Cause this heat getting too hot for them boys. They gonna start talking about him in a minute. They gonna start talking about him in a minute.
About the ones that are supporting him?
Oh yeah, they gonna start talking about him in a minute. Cause they gonna get what they asking for. You keep on campaigning long enough, you gonna get what you're asking for. They done got them boys acting retarded. Them boys done went out to LA with that bullshit. Went and they didn't go downtown. Oh, they went to the hood. They gonna get what they asking for. They gonna wish they never got gassed up for this shit in a minute. Shit.
Yeah,
I
they
know.
don't care. Shit. LA
I
gonna
know.
stomp them out. Stop a mud hole, no.
Stuff, man. They better hope that's what they do, cause these little boys, they don't like to fight. They don't like to fight. They better hope. They better hope they fight them. They better hope they get a fight. Why you think they trying to catch motherfuckers one by one type shit?
In the
They already know.
UK on Saturday they had a vigil. Oh my god.
What happened?
The UK had a vigil. You see that? They're on cold with the
UK?
Yeah.
Man, yeah. Okay. Okay. They keep on playing. I'm just waiting on the fire to get hot enough. I'm coming in with the embers.
You know?
No pun intended. But I'm coming in with the embers.
So you think it's gonna be a racial conflict versus a political conflict?
I mean, it ain't never stopped being a racial conflict in America. I don't know about no other countries. They always be trying to gas it
Look
up
how
like
they
it's going. It ain't never stopped being racial. Like, I
they
don't know how
rallying
we
the
can live in
troops
America.
all the way in UK, like
All right. But in America, I'm just saying in America, it ain't never stopped being racial. Like,
Yeah.
on no level.
Yep.
They might not talk about it, but since they want to talk about it at this point, and they firing people mamas and shit, like, yeah, it's gonna get bad for they
It's always racial, man. No matter where it is, where it's at.
They firing black officials and you know what I'm saying? And they was doing this before this. But now they starting to fire people just for even talking about it. Like, yeah, they gonna get what they asking for. They better quit playing. I'm just gonna take it for the right people to go broke.
Mm-hmm.
We was too comfortable, you know, after the Civil War or the Civil Rights Movement. Shit, they started giving people jobs. That's the only thing
No,
that
but how
calmed that
could they
shit down.
force this guy out onto the public? Like, oh, you got assassinated. He's an
Man.
American hero. He's like Martin Luther. Like, first of all,
Like,
Martin Luther
bro.
King was a PhD. He was a doctor several times over. He was a minister. Like,
And he slick was for everybody. He said an injustice anywhere is an injustice everywhere. He ain't, you know what I'm saying? It
yeah,
just so
you know what I
happened that
mean?
he
Like,
was born black. You feel me?
he wasn't going to debate college campus kids. He was talking to a whole nation. Like, I don't get it. What's the? Is they that desperate for a Messiah? Or?
Oh yeah. You know, Martin Luther King was one of their messiahs. It's ironic you brought that up. Martin Luther King was definitely one of their messiahs.
Crazy.
Yeah. And then after Canelo got his ass whooped, they ain't like that shit.
Oh yeah. They took an L off of that.
Yeah. You know, y'all like to separate it. Nah, that's them
Even though he's
Spaniards.
Mexican, they still think of him like
Nah, I
a
wouldn't even give him Mexican, you know. I mean, even with that, you know, when it gets to them Spanish countries, you got separations too, though. You know what I mean? You got the darker ones, and you got the pale complected ones, and they treat the darker ones dirty, even though they grandmama dark. They still be on some bullshit. I be noticing how a lot of them. I can't really tell the difference between some of them, between some of the Spanish people and the so-called Caucasians. I can't tell the difference half the time. I swear. So, and then, you know, just like some of our people, you know, they be like, if it ain't black, you know, it ain't right or whatever. A lot of them feel the same way. And it's just enough of them to pop some shit off. Like, we don't need everybody, just like with us. We don't need everybody to do shit. But just enough of us do some shit, they start blaming us for everything.
Right.
What
My
you
bad.
said? What you said was happening in L.A.?
Oh yeah, the gang called the Woods. They pulled up on Figueroa. They pulled up on Figueroa and started, you know, caught themselves putting their hands on folks and shit. Yeah, they gonna get what they asking for. You starting to mess with the wrong people money. You know what going on Figueroa. That's a track. That ain't even the place to go. Like, I wouldn't even go over there messing with them folks' money. Because I had a family member that I'm trying to save or some shit. But other than that, nigga, I'm minding my own damn business. I won't go over there. Shit. Them folks done started a grill in front of the stove. What the
They finna
fuck?
get down, boy.
That is not playing. And I don't even think this is a grill. Let me see what they got burning. Jeez. My OGs don't give a fuck.
Hell no, somebody starving like a motherfucker.
You hear me?
9 o'clock. I mean 9:30 on the east.
Say you don't give a fuck. What's up with it, OG? I ain't mad at you. Gotta make it do what it do. This our neighborhood anyway. They just renting in the motherfucking way. Hey, I got your back. Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. They over here selling cigarettes to kids in the goddamn way. Can't get mad at you for starting a fire. Over here selling vapes and everything to the little kids. Like, bro, shit out of hand. Damn, man, it's a whole snake in front of the stove. Oh, yeah, it's going down. We got a sidewinder at the stove. What's up with it, King? Man, you got
Damn.
it. It's a sign of the times.
It's a
Right.
Arab. It's an
I was
Arab
finna say,
stuff.
I ought to pick that mud up and bring it in the stove. There's a whole ass sidewinder.
Damn.
I would take it home. My mama would be like, I'm in Nashville visiting. She'll be like, get that shit out of my house. That shit out of my house. What do I want to drink? Let's see. Nah, dude, we gotta find us a new topic, man.
Mm.
We gotta find us a new topic. We done beat that Ouch Charlie to death.
I know, right?
Ouch Charlie that hard. I wouldn't be surprised if they ain't, man. I'm about ready to get on my conspiracy shit. I wouldn't be surprised if that shit was fake. I would not be surprised. That man wasn't finna be no politician or nobody in the damn way. He was not finna be nobody. They over there acting like they lost a good one. Shit. At least Trayvon was in the yeah, y'all got a snake in front of the stove. Yeah, y'all got something. Y'all gonna have to get right with the ancestors up in here. Y'all ain't right.
Yo,
Look, King,
LP.
I knew you. I was looking for you. I said he good for picking up
Yeah,
snakes. Show bullshit in there.
What's up with it?
Man, just
yeah.
give me the drink. This shit getting
I,
expensive.
I was just pulling up to say thank
Just
you,
give me
man.
the drink.
I'm a fan of the show. I've been tapping into your show off and on, like for months now. You know what I'm
Oh
saying?
yeah, about 10 cents.
I like your content. Y'all always, what I mean, bigging up the
I
black
got you.
community,
I'm rich,
and
man.
y'all
Oh,
talk about real topics, and you know what I'm saying. It's just
Yeah.
I like the community that y'all building. You know what I mean? So you know, me personally, but I just joined the panel this time because I felt like you know this shit was just tough. A lot of stuff that I try not to speak on, you know what I'm saying? But this, with the dude getting lynched, I just felt the need to say something, you know what I'm saying? And you guys always got the platform for, you know what I'm saying? For African American men to come here, build, and discuss how they feel about the bullshit that be going on, you know what I'm saying, where we live at, you feel me?
Appreciate you.
Word. So I just wanted to say I think it's messed up, you know what I mean? And I think that, as much as we want to take a blind eye to racism still in the United States, the truth is that it's blatant and it's right in our face, you know what I'm saying? It's disrespectful, and I'm just glad y'all have this channel where, you know what I mean, African American men can come here and, say how they feel, articulate their real feelings about these situations, because You know, of course, it may not hit home, like you may not know the
What's
person,
up
but
with
this
it, OG? You doing all right?
should be heavy on my spirit, man. So, you know,
What's his, say his name, bro. What's his name?
huh?
Say his name. What's his name? The
What,
brother.
what's who name?
The brother who got lynched.
Yo, to be honest, offhand, I don't even know his name by heart. I don't even know.
Oh yeah, we gotta get his name out here. We
His
gotta get. You know his name, Dale?
Demar, the first part is DEMAR, right? And then the last part,
Oh,
it's not
Demar.
Trayvon. Go ahead.
Trey Reed.
Yeah, his nickname is Trey.
Trady.
Trey Reed.
Trey, yeah.
Okay.
Word. So I just wanted to say thank y'all for that, and rest in peace to that dude. Not to say that he resting in peace, because anybody die like that, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if they in peace. You know what I
Right.
mean? And that was pretty much it. You know, I'll come on probably another time, or I'll be in the chat. But I wanted to say thank y'all for having the platform, man. This was heavy on my spirit, and I did want to say something, so I want to thank you guys.
Man, appreciate you speaking up, man. I'm glad to see it got you out the stands. I know for me, when it happened to Sandra Bland, that's what got me out the stands. So hopefully this, cause for you to recognize the power in your voice, my brother.
Yeah, the Sandra Bland thing was, you know what I'm saying? I feel like, it was a lot to unfold with her too, with her being part of the, you know what I'm saying? The community. She was part of, I think she
Yeah.
worked in the jail. She
Yeah,
had worked.
she was conscious. She was basically like teaching
Mhm.
people different shit too. So she was on.
I think she was she was on her way to a black college. Like she quit her job working for the jail system, and she was on her way to her new job. And you know what I mean? I just felt like that was more than a coincidence. You know what I mean? They didn't want somebody, you know what I'm saying, that kind of knew what was happening inside the jails, and then going to speak to college students, you know what I mean, about everything that she knew about the jail system or the prison system. You
Right,
know what I
and ain't no
mean?
telling who
So
she bumped heads with. That made her even quit. Like, a lot of
So yeah, these Sandra Bland, Sebi, Dr. Sebi, Nipsey Hussle, all of these people we lost. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie, man. Some of these people I shed real tears. I ain't even gonna hold you.
Oh,
You
for
know what
sure.
I'm saying?
We
But
should, cause we want blood for real. We just that far apart from each other to where we don't have, mutated children, but we all want blood.
yeah, but I feel like I don't even think that, African Americans be, I think we want peace more than we want to retaliate. If racism just stopped today and nobody could retaliate, but there was no more racism or hangings or none of that from here on out, I think African Americans would be fine. But it's the constant, it's always in your subconscious that something like this could happen, whether it be George Floyd, Sandra Bland, this gentleman today, you know what I'm saying, that it happened to. It's like, damn, we don't even feel like it's never going to end. Like, it just feel like it's always going to be some racism, underlining undertone of racism. And it's, again, like I said, for African American men, I don't think there's a lot of spaces where we can articulate our emotions and mental state about what's happening and how it impacts us mentally and emotionally. That's why, I thank you for having the platform. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not a lot of platforms like this. Do y'all remember that platform? Like It Is. Y'all remember Like It Is?
Come on, for me.
It's an old show where they would talk like this, but they had it on like national TV, and they took it off. It's called Like It Is, man. This shit is an old show. It was an old guy that was hosting the show, and he would, it was like a politically conscious show for African Americans.
I'm sure they did take it out. Shit. Was it on like a public access channel or some shit?
Yup. Word. But that's all I got, fellas, man. Thank you guys, man. I appreciate y'all. It's love.
Hey, what you go by, King? You don't gotta say your real name, but just so next time you come up, we can put some respect on your name. What you go
You
by?
could call me LP. You can call me LP.
LP. All right.
Yeah.
Good to hear
All
from
right.
you, King.
Yo, shout to you too, man. Long live Dana family, the Mac Mizzle show. Devastated for you, all of y'all, man. I'm in the chat. Even if I don't jump on the panel, I'm listening. Trust me.
For sure. We appreciate that, bro.
All right, y'all. Later.
All right, yeah.
That was refreshing. We out here making
Yeah, it
some
be in the
headway.
chat. I be seeing the name in the chat. LP.
We out here making some headway. Well, I look at it, so going in vain. It's making other people recognize they got a voice, they can, speak up. And I know a lot of people say, man, y'all just talking. But last time I checked, it's an action to open your mouth. You know what I'm saying? You gotta actually put energy into putting words together. So believe it or not, it's power in words. It's definitely power in them words. So don't feel like for some of us, if your power is just, communication, don't feel like you less than because you're not maybe hands-on or whatever. It might start off with you just popping your shit and then eventually get to you doing something active. And it ain't we can't really say it's one way to skin a cat. Everybody got a part to play. Respect to whatever parts everybody play. To be able to call bullshit it say a lot. You got some people too scared to even say anything. Too scared to say anything, and you're gonna be held accountable for that in your own conscience. I know a lot of people get caught up in their religious talk, but no, I'm talking about in your own conscience. They say a movie play out when you pass away. Gonna be reminded of everything you did and everything you didn't do. So, hey, it's your moment. It's your moment in time to step up or stand down. Like, quite frankly, I done been off the bench so long, I don't even. Well, let my mama tell it. She don't remember me ever being on the bench. I always been saying what I wanted to say. But when I first found out about this sector of people, I know I ain't say nothing for like the first 4 to 5 years because I was just trying to figure out how to, communicate with everybody because I had been slick brainwashed coming up out the South in the Bible Belt. Yeah, my
Yeah.
bad. If I had to get a little sip, little swig of my drink, I'm like, I don't want to be gulping.
Nah, I couldn't do the same shit. But I think I done told my the one time I got a whooping for having a Malcolm X picture. It wasn't on the
Man,
wall, but I had it posted like it's gonna be there. Like I'm
yeah,
got this picture right here.
yeah.
Yeah.
You got in trouble for Malcolm. I used to get in trouble for having Tupac CDs.
Tupac.
And I'm talking about before the West Coast. I'm talking about the revolutionary Tupac, strictly for my niggas. Like the Black Panther song, you feel me? I used to get in trouble for that. Like I told my mama, and it was funny because one time I came in town on a Saturday, bro. You know what the black folks do on a Saturday. She ended up playing her music. I heard that dear mama get mixed in. I said, she get it. She get it. She finally get it. I'm like, I went up there and said something like, Mom, you used to whoop me for listening to Tupac. She's like, I like this song though.
Yeah, man.
Every generation got their own revolutionaries. I just felt like
Did he go out? I think he back.
Yeah, I'm back. I was just gonna say every generation got they rebels or revolutionaries, but it's like the numbers starting to increase though. You know what I'm saying? To the point like, a lot of people downplay the efforts of the young folk or even people my age. Um, but I'm just, just open minded enough to be able to, and the spirit of revolution ain't died in me enough to where I can see us evolving with the revolution to the point like, nah, that shit ain't never died. That's why when you was saying like racism and stuff, I'm like, yeah, that shit ain't never died, and we ain't never stopped fighting against it because, excuse me, honestly speaking, if we ever did, they'll put us back in chains. They just be for real. Like they ain't never free us. We freed ourselves. They just got tired of getting their ass whooped. Got tired of going to funerals. So they finally just said, "Hey, we need to make a law to keep all of us safe. Don't try that no more." It wasn't to free us. It was to keep they self alive. If we be for real. And again, I was raised by my mama to not hate nobody because somebody else don't like them. I'm just the type of person that um, if you don't like me, I pay attention to that. And I ain't finna let you take me out just because you don't like me and don't know me either. But I ain't gonna sit there and spend my whole day worrying about you though. I promise. I'm gonna live my life. But I know my opposition when I see it though. I'm like, Dev, all it takes is a few key words. You start saying them key words, I start repeating them back to you. All right, you heard what you said, and just know I did too. One false move, that's on you. I ain't get to this age letting shit slide.
No stand back.
You said no sitting back.
No, man. Play that full hand out.
Yeah, he'll get it all the way out on the table so we know what it is. And that's my main thing about this shit. Like, these folks want to play this game like they been dominating us. You ain't been dominating shit. You been running a covert mission this whole time. This whole time. It just so happened we get more privileged to certain conversations. Like, I would say even during slavery time, they was not talking to all of them crazy, bro. Man, you gotta miss me with that shit. And everybody wasn't no slave. Everybody wasn't no slave. I'm not even gonna play that. That's a fear mongering game right there. That's why they try to tell us that story like that. Oh, yeah, we had all y'all enslaved. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. And everybody that was enslaved was not going either. Some of them, you broke their spirits and they acquiesced. And everybody didn't get great either. Like, again, if you believe those stories, it'll make you stand down. Because you'll be scared that they'll do it again. But when you can't get one group of people to, like, we can't get all black people to be on the same page now. Even if we said tomorrow we finna take over. What make you think all black people is gonna stand down because somebody tried to make them? That shit did not work like that. But that's how they try to tell the story to keep you in position where they want you to be. And when I say they, the people that got that hatred in their heart that wish they could be overseers again. Those folks. And everybody that don't look like us don't feel like that. Some of them know they was wrong. Their ancestors was wrong. And some of them ancestors didn't even have enough money to be on that shit. I like how Dick Gregory said it. Shit, white is a status. And some people don't got enough money to afford to be that. Cause that's true. Some people think they part of it because they pale. But they ain't nothing but the infantry for them folks who actually got the money. And that's why it's funny to me that the group called the Peckerwoods or whatever they call themselves want to pop out like they really got man, bro, you might got the complexion, but you darn sure don't got the money. to even cover yourself, to even make decisions. Like, you know, it's a guy, his name's So Well. What is his first name? He talks about the connection between what Caucasian people call poor white trash and black people in the ghetto. Talks about how, you know, given the circumstances, how they live similar because of their circumstances. Basically saying it's parallels and contrast to the point neither one of them really have power. So they show it by how they, you know, throw little hissy fits or carry themselves. And don't get me wrong, I was, once a person that was, you know, in the ghetto. But I realized, like, hold on, this is a setup to have you feeling downtrodden your whole life. Or to even try to, like, to even acquiesce to want to be a part of this system. Like, I don't really care to be a part of this system to even put myself in either one of those classes anymore. I don't care about this system. I'm going to do what I need to do each day. I'm going to teach my kids what I know to be right and wrong. And anybody that I can, you know, get an ear from, I'm going to put them up on game to free them from even following these silly ass concepts that keep us bound. It's a mentality that keep us down. It ain't necessarily nobody. Like now, if you, like I said, if you want to compete in a system, it's just like being in the NBA or the NFL. Whoever the people that pay the money for y'all to have that playing field, they gonna determine who on top and who on bottom. If you don't participate, they can say what they want to say. They can call you what they want to call you, but it's what you answer to, or meaning what you feel like your life is. I'm not playing the game, so it don't really matter what they say to me. It don't matter how much a dollar worth today. As long as I can feed my children and feed myself, I can care less. I don't need to be hoarding all of their money to make me feel like I'm somebody. When my babies look me in the eyes and say they love me and show me they love me and I'm able to do the same thing, that's what's important to me. I can care less about all that other shit. I can care less about all that other shit because that's what keep you trapped. Once they realize you got a price, they gonna keep playing with the price. I'm cool on that. I'm cool on that. And some people would say, oh, you just ain't got it in you to go get a bag. Boy, you ain't never had a bag because you'll probably be where I'm at. Man, my folks used to go get that bag. And we seen what that shit did to us. We seen what that made us want to do to each other. We had to make a decision. And with me being one of the last ones living, this how it's going forward for me and mom. And for their children, because I'm the ones they look to now. They dad is gone. They mama's gone because of the shit we was in chasing the bag. And I ain't just talking about street shit. I done lost people on the other side of it too. People that had degrees, died in car accidents, trying to get to work and all that type of shit. And then we left to take care of their kids. Like, quit playing, bro. They getting us on both sides of the fence. Quit playing. Do what you can. Do what you want to. And keep striving for better. Let the rest fall in place. And what don't matter, don't make it matter to you. Don't let nobody tell you what should matter to you. Can't tell where you going if you don't know where you started at. And that's what's crazy, because they taking away a lot of y'all history. But if you ain't did your own history, it's easy for them to tell you who you were too. But it ain't hard for you to do your history either though. The paperwork there, for a lot of y'all family members still here. So you can track it down. Not to mention, shit, it ain't hard to figure out. Like, shit, they tell you in your own paperwork where you came from. Start there and work for it. Start there and work for it, or work backwards if you want to double check that shit. But most of all, don't sell yourself short though. Tell you my biggest regret and all the shit that I done achieved is I feel like I aimed too low. I mean, I thought I was aiming high. Once I got there, I realized it was so much more to go. So much more I could have accomplished. And I really only settled for what I thought I could do. And I realized I could have did way more. And again, not way more trying to compete with them. Not way more trying to be the next overseer. But way more trying to be like my ancestors when they was in their right mind and not being told who they was. Way more in that direction. Way more towards the excellence of the next generations. If you over 20, matter of fact, if you over 30, and you ain't thinking about the next generation, sit your ass down somewhere. Time out for all you selfish ass motherfuckers. I don't even care if you ain't got no kids, still be thinking about the next generation. That's what we supposed to be doing it for. And if you ain't, sit your record ass down, cause we ain't got time for all that shit. You set an example of how not to do it.